Introduction. Gu Sheng transmigrated into the plastic marriage of a top-tier celebrity, becoming the subject of ridicule for participating in a dating show with him. Little did she know, she was bound to a system called I am your antidote. Your husband will experience 99 forms of pain, only your touch can alleviate it. Gu Sheng. Oh dear, as the show commenced, the couple appeared affectionate and sweet, while the audience eagerly anticipated Gu Sheng's impending embarrassment. To her surprise, during the selection of rooms, Wen Heng, with a pale complexion, implored her, "Don't go." Was this a humble display of deep affection? During task assignments, Wen Heng, sweating profusely, grasped Gu Sheng's hand as she excitedly sought to team up with others, demanding, "Come here." Such a display of possessiveness. On their couple's night, he pressed Gu Sheng against the wall, his voice hoarse and desperate, imploring, "Gu Sheng, I want your life." Would this even be aired? The show became a sensation, and viewers were enamored. He had truly fallen for her. Gu Sheng. No, he was merely suffering. With her beauty and exceptional skills, Gu Sheng ascended to become the new top-tier star. CP fans wailed, "Wen Sheng is the perfect match." Gu Sheng. What should I do about the profound misunderstanding of our plastic bond? I'm anxiously awaiting advice. Later, while recording in the countryside, Gu Sheng, after plowing the fields, noticed Wen Heng trailing behind. An expression of detachment on his face. Where does it hurt now? Before millions of viewers, Wen Heng revealed his reddened palm and gently kissed it, murmuring, "I feel your pain." The entire internet responded, "Thank you, my teeth ache from the sweetness." Chapter 1. Pain. Do you truly love me, or are you simply participating in this dating show for that shameless person? As the words left her lips, the air around them thickened, a palpable excitement akin to watching a melodrama. After a few seconds, the man replied with cold derision, "I don't love you." Didn't you know? It felt like a resounding slap, shattering her expectations. The sharp sting of humiliation surged within her, and Gu Sheng suddenly awoke in his body. Oh no, she had transmigrated into a book. Before regaining consciousness, she had read the entire plot and realized she had become the wife of the top-tier actor Wen Heng, bound in a wealthy but hollow marriage. Though they were a plastic couple, they were compelled to appear on a dating show, leading the original owner to harbor illusions, believing Wen Heng must have feelings for her. Thus, upon hearing rumors of Wen Heng's past entanglements with another female contestant, she became jealous and furious, vowing to sabotage her, further damaging her already fragile public image. Consequently, after the announcement of the 4 Laws of Happiness, the drama unfolded, culminating in the live broadcast of the first episode. Despite marrying young, Wen Heng had never mentioned his outside-of-the-industry wife over the past 2 years. With 0 interactions on social media, it was common knowledge that Wen Heng did not love Gu Sheng. The entire internet was poised to witness the proud Miss Gu humiliate herself while other couples reveled in their affections. After enduring the disheartening narrative, Gu Sheng glanced at the book's title, 99 Types of Pain in Love. What on earth? She couldn't grasp the abstract title, but she soon realized that she was merely a scapegoat in the show, destined to be ridiculed by the internet before being manipulated into divorce by Wen Heng, becoming a laughingstock. When Gu, the production team, is urging us we must hurry, her manager's words shattered the awkward silence, and the surrounding crew feigned normalcy, as though they hadn't just witnessed Gu Sheng's public humiliation. Yet, Wen Heng turned, pausing to face Gu Sheng with a sculpted profile. Additionally, please remember our agreements. First, maintain your temper and be cautious with your words during filming. Second, refrain from speaking to me unless absolutely necessary. Gu Sheng lifted her gaze to confront her plastic husband for the first time. Their eyes met, and Wen Heng's gaze, as deep and tranquil as a lake, held no emotion. Thirdly, even in necessary situations, do not engage in physical contact with me. His words shocked even his staff, who couldn't believe this was a couple's dating show. This sounded more like a wilderness survival challenge. Gu Sheng gazed at Wen Heng's strikingly handsome face, resolutely thinking, what a stunning fool. The manager cleared his throat, looking at Gu Sheng. Arwen Go has severe cleanliness issues. I trust you can understand. Miss Gu? Gu Sheng felt insulted. I understand. Before she could retort, a voice echoed in her mind, ding. The I am your antidote system has been successfully bound. Your husband will experience 99 forms of pain, only your touch can alleviate it. Gu Sheng abruptly swallowed her words. Huh. Oh dear, what kind of pain are we talking about? Please elaborate. After emphasizing the 3 agreements, Wen Heng boarded the van without any intention of accompanying Gu Sheng. Even his manager cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Sheng before entering the vehicle, likely thinking no one else would arrive at the recording venue alone as she did, preparing to be ridiculed upon her arrival. Oh, why bother? However, Gu Sheng paid them no mind. With an expressionless face, she entered another vehicle, laughing internally. So, if Wen Heng can't touch me, he'll suffer through 99 forms of pain. The system responded. Indeed. The location and intensity of your husband's pain will be randomly determined. In this unique bond, he will inevitably find it impossible to live without you, leading to a beautiful romance and making you the most dazzling couple on the show. Though Gu Sheng felt a thrill of joy, she remained composed, questioning, "But why was I chosen?" The system replied, "Both of you are deemed to possess transcendent beauty, and you are the ratings queen in the original world." With equal capabilities and a legally recognized marriage, the system's data analysis indicates that you and Wen Heng have the highest CP compatibility. Gu Sheng mused that such a connection was not worth having. However, truth be told, Wen Heng was undeniably exceptional. His appearance was perfectly suited for the silver screen, but he was more than just a pretty face. At a young age, he had garnered numerous domestic and international awards, single-handedly achieving box office successes worth billions. To add to her ire, he belonged to the type who would inherit a vast fortune if his acting career faltered. Nevertheless, having read the original book, Gu Sheng knew she and Wen Heng were alike, prioritizing their careers and works, looking down upon romantic entanglements. Such strong-willed individuals would never wish to be subjugated, relying on anyone as their savior. According to the system, their high compatibility stemmed significantly from their marital status, but in the original narrative, they would soon divorce. Before that, she intended to seize the opportunity presented by the 4 laws of happiness to resurrect her career. By then, the entire industry would open up to her who would remember Wen Heng. Rather than pondering Wen Heng's inability to live without her, Gu Sheng was more intrigued by the thought of her obsessively clean husband suffering immensely yet resisting the urge to touch her. When does this operation commence? Gu Sheng asked excitedly. The system, assuming she shared its enthusiasm, replied energetically, "The CP system will officially activate as soon as you start filming the dating show. The male lead's pain points will be randomly assigned, so be prepared to be the antidote." Gu Sheng nodded solemnly. "Let the suffering commence with greater intensity." The assistant, Xiao Tang, in the nanny van, had been discreetly observing Gu Sheng's expressions. Upon her boarding, he noticed that not only did she refrain from erupting in anger, but her calm demeanor was also tinged with an undeniable joy. Thus, he cautiously handed her the iPad. "Sister Sheng, the live broadcast on UZ platform has commenced," he announced. The current season of the 4 Laws of Happiness garnered immense attention, not merely due to its captivating guests, but also because of its raw, unscripted live format. The unfiltered realities of celebrities would be laid bare before the audience, a veritable paradise for microscope girls and sugar enthusiasts alike. At that moment, the screen displayed an advertisement featuring Wen Heng for a certain sponsoring brand, while the barrage of comments flooded in at an astonishing rate. Refreshing. Every second. "Aw, brother. Help. So handsome. I don't care, I'll just pretend Wen Shen is still single." Amidst the overwhelming affection for Wen Heng, several striking and glaring comments punctuated the screen. "Wen Heng is unparalleled, Gu Sheng. Retreat. Wen Heng is unparalleled, Gu Sheng. Retreat," calling the hater a bit lacking in manners. Let's not forget that Gu Sheng isn't exactly a paragon of virtue either. Did she apologize to Song Qingji today? Song Qingji was the actress whom the original character had vowed to blacklist. Many years ago, during Wen Heng's first film, Song Qingji played a supporting role, making her a tenuous colleague. After Wen Heng's rise to fame, a minor scandal involving them surfaced at an opportune moment, elevating Song Qingji's popularity. The deliberate resurfacing of this old tale before the broadcast was merely an attempt to provoke the original character into madness, positioning her as a contrasting figure to establish her own innocent persona. The original character, a mere civilian, might foolishly fall into this trap, but Gu Sheng would not. Just then, the advertisement concluded, and the first group of guests made their entrance. Song Qingji and her boyfriend, Qing Tian. Qing Tian, the sweetest in the world. Boo, Qingji's braided hair is too sweet. The youthful vibe is unbeatable. The vibrant girl clad in a floral dress beamed at the camera, radiating a blissful demeanor as if spoiled by love. Gu Sheng turned off the iPad, catching her reflection in the black screen. Unlike Song Qingji's non-threatening sweetness, her features were strikingly vivid, excessively refined. Her commanding presence, cultivated over years, endowed her with an alluring yet almost arrogant beauty, an innate aggressiveness that rendered her unforgettable. Could she possibly lose to this? Gu Sheng pondered. She tugged at her dress, recognizing it as a luxurious haute couture gown. The original character had placed immense importance on making a grand appearance as Wen Heng's wife, intending to outshine her rival, but the excessive effort only led to ridicule and a humiliating defeat by Song Qingji. Narrowing her eyes, Gu Sheng's gaze swept across the room, landing on her assistant clad in a white shirt. How could she dissipate the public's ire regarding her usurpation of a handsome man's wife? The answer was simple. She too must embody elegance. The assistant, under her intense scrutiny, felt his face flush involuntarily. Before he could inquire, he witnessed her smile, a fleeting moment that illuminated her eyes as if a pool of stars had shattered within them, mischievous enough to make one forget the malice she concealed. Undress, she commanded. The assistant, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Huh." It took him 2 seconds to recover and exclaim, "Huh?" 2 hours later, Gu Sheng's vehicle was the first to arrive at the recording location, a remote villa. Despite its seclusion, numerous fans had gathered, some holding light boards and gifts, eagerly awaiting their idols. As the nanny van approached, they erupted in shrieks. However, the instant Gu Sheng's door swung open, some began to speculate, that Gu Sheng? Oh my, could it really be her? She dares to show up. Not only were the fans on site buzzing, but the online comments surged as well, as this was undoubtedly the season's biggest highlight and source of amusement. As the door opened, a cascade of extravagant fabric flowed out, prompting a wave of laughter in the comments. Wow, haha, the young lady is wearing haute couture for variety show. In predicting a rose thread, a civilian, yet dazzling brighter than the stars. Surely she didn't dress this way for the show, right? Haha. Yet at that moment, the figure emerged, lifting her head to reveal a face of languid indifference, clearing a path for those behind her. Gu Sheng, a feint. She was clad in an oversized white shirt, loosely tied with an ill-fitting tie, her formerly glamorous waves now pulled into a high ponytail, effortlessly tempering her otherwise striking features. As she gracefully descended from the vehicle, there was an unmistakable, subtle hint of youthful charm. The comments fell silent. Then, two divergent streams of commentary erupted simultaneously. Is this Gu Sheng? Forgive me, I'm utterly captivated. This beauty is off the charts. But did you all notice? She came alone. Ha ha ha, when Sheng isn't even in the frame with her. This is hilarious. She's the only one among the entire entertainment industry attending a couple's variety show solo. As the comments became overwhelmingly filled with Gu Sheng's name, fans of Wen Heng and Song Qingji grew agitated. Scheming BTCH. She intentionally came alone to monopolize the spotlight. Where's my Wen Ge? Come out, please. Gu Sheng narrowed her eyes, also awaiting Wen Heng. The recording had commenced. Not far away, a vehicle approached slowly. Inside, the manager offered a final piece of advice to his artist. In front of the cameras, don't be too harsh after all. It's the Gu family. Wen Heng coolly adjusted his collar. I will fulfill my duties. As for Gu Sheng, you needn't advise me. Though Gu Sheng was deeply enamored, Wen Heng harbored a disdain for such overbearing, love-struck women. Her fervent proximity repulsed him, making him wish to keep his distance. The car door swung open, and a wave of screams surged forth. The comments exploded in a heartbeat, the entire internet fixated on this moment, a testament to his star power. Ah, Wen Ge! Wen Ge, kill me. Today's outfit is simply too handsome. Woo-woo. Even if it's just for Wen Heng, I can watch this show endlessly. Wen Heng politely but distantly evaded the outstretched hands of the staff, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he faced the camera. Yet, at the moment he stepped out, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his mind, as if a bell had tolled. It was as if a button somewhere in the universe had been pressed with great force. Wen Heng's pupils constricted, his legs threatening to buckle beneath him. Gu Sheng simultaneously received the signal. Love level 01. Stomach cramps. Pain level 8. The system shouted with fervor. Hurry, weave through the crowd and embrace him. Become his safe haven. Gu Sheng remained unmoved, even feeling a twinge of disappointment. An 8? Really? Wen Heng's formidable willpower to maintain composure before the cameras rendered his stumble almost imperceptible. The host, cueing the process, remained oblivious, approaching with a bashful blush, positioning the camera squarely on Wen Heng's flawless visage. Wen Shen, your fans miss you dearly, come greet them. Little did they know that in the next moment, under the high-definition lens, a stream of blood slowly trickled from the corner of Wen Heng's lips. Hi, he uttered, blood spilling from his mouth. Hello, everyone. Time seemed to freeze, leaving all present in a state of shock. What on earth? Could this situation possibly get any worse? Chapter 2, 01. Gastric cramp. Pain level 8. Duration of relief 10 seconds. Touch your antidote for 10 seconds to alleviate the pain. The target has been highlighted for you. Wen Heng wondered if he was hallucinating. Yet, this mechanical voice, amidst the chaotic screams, was strikingly clear, and the agonizing pain in his stomach was undeniably real. Furrowing his brow, Wen Heng, in an effort to avoid disrupting the recording, wiped away the blood himself, while his agent fetched him some painkillers. However, after ingesting them, they proved utterly ineffective. The recording continued, and half a minute later, Wen Heng made a decision and slowly spoke. I am fine.
Ding.
You need not endure. Your antidote is right beside you. The peculiar prompt echoed once more. Upon raising his head, he caught sight of Sheng, who had come to participate in the recording. He felt as though his vision was failing him. Otherwise, why would that bothersome contractual wife of his be radiating a faint glow amidst the crowd? Sheng had shed her extravagant haute couture gown, her makeup considerably toned down, standing there quietly with an indescribable aura. However, the antidote? Sheng? Wen Heng chuckled wryly. He stifled the metallic taste of blood in his throat, pressed his hand against his aching stomach, and coldly thought, even if he were to perish from the pain, he could never allow Sheng to gain the upper hand over him. Suddenly, Sheng stumbled on the steps beside him, inadvertently brushing against him. In that instant, the pain vanished without a trace, as if the storm had passed, leaving the air tranquil, a gentle breeze soothing every muscle and sinew, akin to a cat stretching luxuriously. The system in Sheng's mind excitedly exclaimed, exactly. Host, make him feel your significance. Yet, the next second, Sheng distanced herself, apologetically saying, I didn't mean to bump into you. System. Wen Heng. As Sheng withdrew, the gastric cramp enveloped him once more, catching him off guard and nearly provoking another bout of blood to surge forth. Sheng continued to assure him sincerely, I remember the third agreement. I won't have any physical contact with you. Wen Heng gritted his teeth against the pain and replied, just as long as you remember. Sheng instantly beamed with a bright smile. Wen Heng studied her face for a long moment, but discerned no hint of deception. Indeed, if this seemingly cursed phenomenon were of Sheng's doing, she ought to seize the opportunity to draw nearer to him. With his inquiries yielding no answers, Wen Heng could only darken his expression and lead the way into the villa. The live stream resumed, and the audience across the internet finally relaxed. The barrage of comments was filled with concern for their brother. Wen Heng and Sheng traversed the overgrown corridor, entering a villa that appeared to have been long abandoned. The live stream camera shifted to the hall, where the other guests had already gathered. As the title The Four Laws of Happiness suggested, four groups of guests had been invited to explore and express happiness, consisting of 2 pairs of married couples and 2 pairs of romantic partners. Aside from the plastic couple of Sheng and Wen Heng, the other married couple was the exemplary pair, Wang He and El Yuzhua, while the couples included the saccharine sweet sky duo and the idol duo, Yushane and Lu Yi. Before Wen Heng and Sheng's entrance, the other guests had already been engaging in friendly banter, indulging in a wave of affectionate displays. While many couples may not find sweetness in their relationship, they remain unfazed, for they have Wen Heng and Sheng to ground them. It seems these two are destined to remain untouched by sweetness throughout their lives. Indeed, as Wen Heng entered, his expression was far from pleasant, his strikingly pale visage even colder than usual. Behind him stood the notorious Miss Gu, known for her haughty demeanor and aristocratic airs. Qin Tian gently grasped Song Qingji's hand, reassuring her with a soft whisper that sent a thrill through the crowd, simultaneously reigniting discontent towards Sheng. The guests, having only heard whispers of Sheng's unfavorable reputation, now beheld her, a vision in a simple white shirt, her figure exuding an effortless elegance. Like a wild rose. Her beauty was vibrant and commanding, yet her calm demeanor unexpectedly drew others in. Is this truly Wen Heng's wife? A male idol, caught in her allure, felt his cheeks warm and hastily glanced at his girlfriend. Why are you blushing too? He exclaimed, covering his mouth. The female idol, wide-eyed, innocently replied, I don't know. She's just so stunning. Song Qingji, slightly taken aback, silently cursed her manager for the inaccurate portrayal of Sheng. Fortunately, the previously tenuous relationship between Wen Heng and Sheng held true. Once seated, Wen Heng positioned himself as far from Sheng as if a river flowed between them. Meanwhile, Song Qingji, nestled in Qin Tian's embrace, felt a sense of pride. Look at Wen Heng's expression. He clearly wants nothing to do with Sheng. One guest remarked. Seems like Sheng is more perceptive than I anticipated, another chimed in. It's merely for show. Who knows how she behaves behind closed doors? Wang He, a fellow guest, skillfully shifted the conversation back to Wen Heng. While you were away, we were introducing ourselves. But I suppose there's no need for Wen Heng. Who doesn't know him? Wen Heng had no desire to introduce himself, his stomach churning, especially with Sheng seated half a meter away, radiating an almost healing glow. When the topic turned to age, Ishane playfully declared he had grown up watching Wen Heng's films, only to reveal he was 5 years younger, eliciting laughter from the hall. The group comprised individuals from the entertainment industry, sharing anecdotes of their works, while Gu Sheng, an outsider, struggled to engage. Other couples offered support, yet Wen Heng remained indifferent, coldly crossing his arms beside her. Miss Gu, perhaps you're not familiar with these discussions? Song Qingji ventured cautiously, her tone friendly. Since we all don't know you well, why not take this opportunity to introduce yourself? Do you have any special talents? As these words left her lips, fans felt a pang of sympathy and bystanders' opinions of her soared. Oh no, Qingji, don't be so kind. Gu Sheng has threatened to blacklist you. Is that true? I'm now a fan of Miss Song. The director, a cunning old fox, exchanged knowing glances with the cameraman, who enthusiastically shifted the main lens to capture Gu Sheng's face. At that moment, Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Song Qingji truly embodies the essence of a pure white lotus within the narrative. Although such remarks may seem benevolent, they inadvertently highlight her shortcomings, rendering her vulnerable to perceptions of pretentiousness given her lack of popularity. Conversely, if she were to downplay her abilities, she would become the target of relentless mockery from netizens. Gu Sheng, however, remained unperturbed. Casting a glance at the pallid-faced Wen Heng, she suppressed the mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Me? Gu Sheng replied nonchalantly, spreading her hands. I possess no skills whatsoever. Instantly, the barrage of comments erupted with a chorus of disbelief. Song Qingji's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, only to be met with Gu Sheng's earnest retort. I only know how to feel pity. Her voice rang clear and melodious, delivering humor with a solemn demeanor. Song Qingji was taken aback. The atmosphere shifted as laughter erupted from the audience. Wow, I can't believe I'm being charmed by Gu Sheng's humor. A true bystander. Bursting into laughter at her first words, Gu Sheng's personality seems quite delightful. Don't be deceived. She's merely being clever. The recording environment lightened considerably, with Yu Shanbei jovially picking up the cue. Unlike me, I only know how to feel pity for Yi. He was playfully nudged by the nearby Lu Yi. The initial apprehension among the guests toward Gu Sheng dissipated significantly. Yet, Wen Heng furrowed his brow. Amidst his stomach discomfort, he turned his head and caught sight of the curve at the corner of Gu Sheng's lips. The system chimed in, waving its banner. He is watching you intently. If you feel pity, help him escape his suffering. Gu Sheng feigned ignorance. Wen Heng was still enduring. She had no intention of revealing her own vulnerabilities. The production team had not anticipated that a mere amateur like Gu Sheng would possess such an innate sense of variety, deftly navigating the conversation and allowing the anticipated points of contention to pass without incident. Fortunately, the next segment promised even greater drama. The director and producer exchanged glances, smiling as they proceeded. The live streaming platform hosted several windows, featuring both fixed cameras within the villa and personal follow shots, allowing viewers to choose their preferred perspective. In front of the cameras, the guests portrayed themselves as diligent and hardworking, particularly the couples, whose cleaning efforts resembled a romantic endeavor, evoking sweet exclamations from the online audience. However, this was not the case for Gu Sheng and Wen Heng. Their understated presence drew the highest viewership, with Wen Heng's fans enamored and Gu Sheng's audience anticipating her misadventures. As soon as the guests separate, it's time for public execution. Comparing them to the neighboring couple is just pitiful. I wonder if Sister Sheng feels awkward alone. She's too busy pretending to be competent to feel awkward, right? Amid the lively commentary, a figure suddenly appeared before Gu Sheng, who was crouched down fiddling with an old vacuum cleaner. Upon raising her head, she found herself locked in gaze with Wen Heng, his eyes dark and seemingly brimming with restraint. Wow, why is Wen Gu coming over? He approached voluntarily. What a kind brother. He must have come over out of pity for Gu Sheng. With the emergence of Wen Heng, the number of viewers in Gu Sheng's live streaming window surged dramatically, with nearly 80% of the audience flocking to witness the event. Wen Heng stared at her with eyes as deep as a lake. Gu Sheng's earlier remark about feeling pain for her brother had struck a chord, making him acutely aware of something amidst the discomfort. Gu Sheng met his gaze with an expression of composure, seemingly detached, and inquired of the system. Do you think his pupils are dilating in pain? The system candidly advised, perhaps you should act like a human. The random pain points will not cease, and they may accumulate at any moment, indicating that your husband will endure multiplied sensations of pain. Gu Sheng's eyes held a hint of sympathy as she glanced at Wen Heng. I felt sorry for him. I was merely pretending. However, before their conversation could commence, a figure in a floral dress intruded. Song Qingji had completed her cleaning duties and just happened to enter the frame of their live stream. Hello, Sister Gu, she greeted. presenting a carefully crafted angle of her profile to Wen Heng, her smile flawless. When Lao sure, it's been a while. The unusual title immediately reminded the audience of the movie they had co-starred in many years ago, a relationship marked by warmth and camaraderie. Yet, Gu Sheng was aware that Song Qingji had previously relished the sweet taste of gossiping with Wen Heng, and following the four laws, he was set to star in a major production. In truth, Song Qingji sought to seize the opportunity to garner Wen Heng's attention. Wen Heng's pale visage remained expressionless. It's been a long time. As always, he exuded an air of coldness. Naturally, had his stomach not been so painful, his demeanor might have been more amiable. Song Qingji, feeling slightly awkward, took the vacuum cleaner from Gu Sheng's hands. Sister Gu, allow me to handle the cleaning on this floor. Gu Sheng replied. Is that appropriate? Song Qingji had been waiting for this remark, empathetically gesturing toward the cardboard box on the floor. No worries, just let me take care of the box. And you can leave the rest to me. The box was open, with a pile of plastic toys on top, appearing quite light. However, beneath the toys lay a heavy load of books. Gu Sheng knew that if she uttered even a single word of fatigue while moving it, the online viewers would berate her for being a delicate flower, while Jizi had cleaned an entire floor. Song Qingji displayed a slightly hurt expression. I merely wished to lighten your load. The viewers were now outraged. Damn, those fists look tough. How heavy can a box of toys be? Truly ungrateful. Even when Heng frowned, casting another glance at Gu Sheng. Prior to arriving, she had intended to blacklist Song Qingji, referring to her as a despicable person. However, once the recording commenced, Song Qingji had repeatedly exhibited friendly gestures, yet Gu Sheng remained oblivious to others' kindness. Was it merely jealousy? Wen Heng, feeling both pain and irritation, harbored an increasing disdain for Gu Sheng. He bent down, declaring, I will carry it. His long fingers supported the bottom of the box, lifting it, only to suddenly sense an unexpected weight. Just then, Gu Sheng heard, Love's second instance, while Wen Heng heard a notification. Ding. Wrist soreness. Pain level 6. Accumulated. In an instant, Wen Heng's arm weakened, and he was forcefully brought to his knees by the weight of the box, crashing to the ground with a thud. The audience was left in shock. So was Song Qingji. Only Gu Sheng calmly stepped forward, pushing aside the plush toys, seemingly alleviating the situation. Beneath were books. Immovable, yet not embarrassing. Wen Heng remarked, pain relief duration. 5 seconds. A friendly reminder. The antidote is within a 1-meter radius of you. Wen Heng feigned ignorance, his expression impassive. Standing at a height of 1.88 meters, he maintained a rigorous fitness regimen, his muscles taut beneath his clothing. Typically, even if the box were filled with iron, he could lift it effortlessly. Though he intended to explain, under Gu Sheng's intervention, all explanations appeared feeble. He gradually rose from the ground, his aching arms hanging limply at his sides, the elegant contours of his face tightening slightly, his thin lips twitching. Song Qingji was utterly unprepared for this turn of events and sought to hastily gloss over it. However, Gu Sheng was far quicker to react. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, she regarded Song Qingji. Miss Song finds such a heavy box easy to manage? I didn't realize you practice so often. Wen Heng furrowed his brow, instantly comprehending, and his gaze towards Song Qingji turned notably frigid. This junior seemed far from the innocent and amiable persona she projected. Indeed, didn't Song Qingji say lifting boxes was a breeze? My brother, unprepared to lift it, surely stumbled. They only wanted to make it easier for you, so I used the vacuum cleaner while you moved the books. How amusing. This has taken a turn. He's getting anxious. To be fair, while Song Qingji is bothersome, she doesn't appear benevolent either. The live broadcast faltered. Song Qingji had never encountered such a scene and felt a wave of panic. She hurriedly muttered her ignorance and excused herself, claiming Qin Tian was calling her. Leaving in haste, she dared not reclaim the vacuum cleaner. Thus, Gu Sheng smirked, leisurely sweeping the floor with the vacuum cleaner. She casually rolled up her sleeves, revealing a slender, fair forearm. Stray strands of hair fell gently, loosely framing her exquisite and vibrant features. A breeze swept through the corridor, lifting the hem of her shirt. In that instant, it resembled a scene from a film, a perfect blend of youthful exuberance and feminine grace embodied in her. I clearly came to enjoy some sweetness. Yet I find myself trapped in this window. Gu Jia is so beautiful. Currently, this live broadcast window lacks fans. Time to speak some politically incorrect truths. Does no one think Gu Sheng and Wen Heng's looks are a match made in heaven? Before Song Qingji jumped in, I felt the screen lit up when they shared the frame.
I feel the same.
Moreover, their height difference is quite perfect. Laughing to death, Is there really someone shipping Wen Heng and Gusheng here? It feels rather pitiable. Let it be known, if they can be sweet together, I shall eat my own words on live broadcast. Screenshot taken. Screenshot 1. Song Qingji, what are you doing? Now you've likely offended Wen Heng. The manager is over there fuming. Initially, Wen Heng's fans were united with ours in criticizing Gusheng, but now they VE turned to berate you. Song Qingji's countenance darkened. I never anticipated this would happen. The manager retorted, do not provoke Gusheng. This is a romantic variety show. And you need to promote yourself. Gusheng's reputation is rather poor. When it comes to talent and works, she cannot compete with you. However, in the realm of cunning, the scales may tip differently. The scandals within their affluent circles are plentiful. Do you think she managed to attach herself to Wen Heng by mere chance? Song Qingji's gaze darkened slightly. You are unlike Gusheng. You are cherished and adored. When you two are sweet together, who could rival you? The agents softened their tone, revealing a hint of disdain, suggesting that in the end, Gusheng would merely be left watching. Look at how Wen Heng doesn't even bother to touch her. Indeed. So, let Gusheng feel the embarrassment alone. We will arrange the subsequent trending topics for you. The agent detailed numerous arrangements, hesitating slightly before adding. Also, try not to get too close to Gusheng. One significant reason for Song Qingji's choice to embody the charming young girl persona is her height, which just grazes 1.60 m, while Gusheng is visibly over 1.70 m. The guests may not perceive it in person, but the contrast between them on the live broadcast is brutally glaring. Not to mention, Gusheng possesses an exceptionally advantageous head-to-body ratio, her aura overshadowing all. However, the agent was not excessively concerned. After all, a dating reality show is not a personal showcase. No one cares about Gusheng's outward beauty. If her husband does not value her, she becomes a mere joke. Wen Heng held a glass of water, lost in thought. The young film emperor's profile resembled a sculptural masterpiece, with flawless lines from brow to nose and precisely proportioned jaw. The drooping lashes cast a gentle shadow. Just sitting quietly in the corner, he appeared as if he were an art piece in a collection. The fans in the comment section fell silent, as if reluctant to shatter this beautiful scene. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice his trembling wrist holding the cup, causing the water within to shake as well. Wen Heng took a deep breath and set the cup aside. A sharp pain gripped his stomach, his wrist ached with fatigue, and his right knee had just struck the ground, likely bruised. This condition would persist. Wen Heng gazed quietly into the distance. In truth, he could approach Gusheng. That woman would undoubtedly be pleased. He pressed his hand against his stomach, lost in contemplation. Host, look. The system chimed in. How melancholic his gaze is. How solitary his figure appears. Following the system's voice, she glanced at him from afar, reluctantly admitting that her husband was indeed quite handsome. So handsome that one could hardly perceive the pain he was enduring. A flicker of curiosity suddenly ignited in Gusheng. Just how painful is level 8? Could she perhaps experience it? The system, taken aback by such a bold host, paused for several seconds before responding. You may experience it. Please prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1. The moment the count reached 1, a violent cramp surged through Gusheng's stomach, as if a knife had sliced through. She quickly exclaimed, Stop, stop, that's enough. The system halted the experience, eagerly inquiring, Host, you experienced it for a total of 3 seconds. How was it? Having endured the same pain as your husband, do you feel a closer connection now? Gusheng rubbed her stomach, utterly astonished by the excruciating sensation. How could he endure such pain? Is he a masochist? The system replied, You are not in a much better state either. It seems you are quite compatible. As the evening descended, and the guests reconvened, the online audience surpassed the daytime numbers. In the harsh conditions of the reality show, watching the stars vie for rooms remained a central spectacle. I have arrived. Please grant us a better room for sunny day. Shanlu couple, let us go. Little lovers need a hug. The goddess wishes to share a room with Wen Heng and Gusheng. Since the announcement day, I have been worried about this moment. I implore you, Sheng Biao. Spare Wen Heng. The on-site director observed the guests. Everyone, you must be quite exhausted after putting in so much effort during the cleaning this afternoon, correct? Yu Shanbei candidly remarked, That large shelf upstairs must have at least 10 pounds of dust. It nearly wiped me out. Wang Yi chuckled and asked, So, did you clean it up? No. Yu Shanbei replied, visibly aggrieved. I ended up as dirty as it. Laughter erupted among the group. Lu Yi expressed her apologies. I'm sorry for causing everyone embarrassment. Upon sensing Gusheng's gaze, she lifted her eyes and met his smiling, peach blossom-like eyes, causing her face to flush. Feeling that her boyfriend had made her lose face in front of the beautiful sister, she playfully struck Yu Shanbei again. With a yelp, Yu Shanbei feigned distress. Ha ha ha. This couple is going to make me die laughing. Shanlu is so adorable. Cough. Is 11 secretly watching Gu Sheng? A strong woman and a sweet girl. Help. I can't believe I'm shipping them. The recording scene was filled with joy, and the live streaming platform played cheerful music, evoking the tranquil essence of a leisurely variety show. Song Qingji began to sprinkle sweetness. Actually, it's quite pleasant. Having someone you like by your side makes work feel less burdensome. Qin Tian gazed at her with affectionate adoration. Zizi and I cleared a small flower patch in the backyard, so when everyone looks out the window, they can admire the blossoms. Wow, as expected of sunny day, how romantic. Even doing chores feels like a romantic experience. Has the fan lost their mind? While others are sweeping and wiping tables, these two are tidying up a flower patch? The director wore a mysterious smile, waiting for their display of affection to conclude before stating, "We have observed everyone as hard work, so tonight's room selection will be related to this afternoon's cleaning efforts." Given the implications for their evening rest, everyone perked up. Even the previously silent Wen Heng directed his gaze towards the director. "We have prepared a number 1 room with a floor-to-ceiling window and a large bed, a number 2 standard room with big windows, a number 3 bunk bedroom without windows, and a number 4 single bedroom, which is 13 meters wide. What on earth is a single bed? Are we supposed to sleep side by side?" Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi were astonished, then cheered as they embraced each other. However, considering their relatively younger average age and being the juniors among the group, they decided to enter room number 2, which had 2 beds, thus earning goodwill from the audience. The remaining guests continued the competition for rooms, and the director teased, "As for the second place, can anyone guess which pair it is?" With a confident gleam in his eye, Qin Tian urged, "Director Du, please don't keep us in suspense. Just announce it." The director seemed to foresee the explosive reactions in the comments section and announced with a smile, "The second place goes to Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. They spent a total of 2 hours and 50 minutes cleaning. You both have worked hard." Qin Tian's expression stiffened, and Song Qingji displayed an incredulous demeanor. Little did they know that the time the two had spent tending to the flowers in the small garden had not been included in the cleaning duration. "Oh my goodness. The thing I feared most has happened. Gu Sheng, if you have any sense of dignity, choose room 3. Room 3. Keep away from my brother." Gu Sheng and Wen Heng exchanged glances, both surprised by the other's dedication. Wen Heng instinctively believed that Gu Sheng would choose the luxurious room 1, for the simple reason that she was a pampered young lady who harbored deep affections for him. Though she had adhered to their agreement throughout the day, Wen Heng doubted her ability to refuse such a reasonable opportunity. Regardless of which room she chose, he had already devised a plan. He could quietly administer pain relief after she fell asleep. Having endured pain for an entire day, he felt he was nearing his limit. "You may choose room 1. Wen Heng said, his complexion pale yet proudly conceding, "I do not oppose." The reluctant undertone of his words caused a smirk to form on Song Qingji's lips, who had just been dealt a blow to her score, and incited even more fervent chatter from the fans in the comment section. Gu Sheng thought, "Damn it, this person is pulling a fast one on me again." She then turned and pointed at the living room, declaring, "I choose the sofa." The production team and the other guests were taken aback. The uproar in the comments abruptly ceased. However, at that moment, Wen Heng suddenly heard the damn system notification by his ear. Beep, level 3. Neuropathic pain. Pain level 5. He reassured himself. Level 5, that's manageable. After all, a few seconds of exposure is sufficient. It's not imperative to sleep together. Pain relief duration, 5 hours. Wen Heng thought, damn it. Consequently, the entire audience witnessed Wen Heng abruptly grasping Gu Sheng's arm as she attempted to leave. "Don't go." His voice trembled, "I beg you." Gu Sheng certainly heard the system as prompt as well, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter internally. The production team had originally intended to exploit the well-known strained relationship between Wen Heng and Gu Sheng to generate buzz for the competition over the rooms. However, they had not anticipated that Gu Sheng would deftly sidestep the trap, nor that Wen Heng would actively reach out to stop her. This unexpected turn of events completely reversed the situation. Song Qingji, who had been relishing Gu Sheng's plight, now wore a ghostly expression. The fans of Wen Heng in the comments were equally astonished into silence. Gu Sheng glanced down at Wen Heng's hand gripping her own. "No way, no way." She struggled to maintain a neutral expression and inquired of the system. Wasn't he able to endure before? Why is he faltering with just a level 5 pain added? The system noted that, despite possessing a face that was hard to fault, its host was often a heartless devil. due to the host's report containing only the location of pain and its intensity, without mentioning the duration required for pain relief. Gu Sheng was unaware that Wen Heng needed to touch her for a total of 5 hours and 15 seconds to alleviate all his accumulated discomfort. The system provocatively proclaimed, "No one can resist such a romantic notion that I am your only antidote." Gu Sheng internally scoffed. She raised her head to gaze at Wen Heng, displaying a perfectly puzzled expression. Up close, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with life. With Wen Heng's understanding of facial expressions, he felt he could even decipher a third message. Even in necessary circumstances, do not initiate physical contact with me. The slender wrist resting in his palm, with its delicate and warm skin, did not evoke the anticipated physiological aversion. On the contrary, beep, the 10-second countdown has ended. The first pain has been alleviated. It was as if a slit had been opened in a constricted stomach. The gnawing pain ceased instantly, replaced by a gentle warmth that enveloped him, causing his fingertips to tremble ever so slightly. Beep, the 5-second countdown has ended. The second pain has been alleviated. The soreness in his wrist dissipated, and the texture of his skin rejuvenated with vitality and strength. Please maintain contact with your antidote. A 5-hour countdown has commenced. The atmosphere fell silent. Gu Sheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Wen Heng summoned all his willpower to release Gu Sheng's hand. Instantly, a sharp pain pierced his temples, as if his nerves were being stomped upon in a rhythmic dance. Although the 5th level of pain was less intense than the previous 2, it lingered painfully. "Don't sleep on the sofa," Wen Heng muttered, closing his eyes for a moment before stiffly adding, "You'll catch a cold. Choose room 1. The director, hearing his voice, reassessed the dynamics between the two while smilingly responding, Oh, very well. Then Wen Heng and Gu Sheng will enter the room 1 with the large floor-to-ceiling window bed. Congratulations." At that moment, the barrage of comments exploded with a myriad of reactions. Yet, regardless of whether they were Wen Heng's fans, supporters of other personalities, Gu Sheng's detractors, or mere onlookers, everyone shared the same puzzlement. Were Wen Heng and Gu Sheng not a plastic couple? Did Wen Heng not harbor feelings for Gu Sheng? Why then did he propose they share a large bed? Moreover, why did he advise her against sleeping on the sofa? Merely due to Wen Heng's one action. The sentiment of the entire online audience subtly shifted. Had they all misjudged the situation?
Ding.
Congratulations, host. The first and second pain reliefs have been successfully executed. As Gu Sheng leisurely approached the large bedroom, she heard the system's prompt. Naturally, she was eager to enjoy a comfortable sleep. Yet the inexplicable feeling of having lost something lingered. Furthermore, to enhance your fortune and liberate you from the fate of a supporting character, allowing you to swiftly form the sweetest bond, the system will randomly drop rewards upon your completion of pain relief. You may now claim a reward.
Oh.
Suddenly, Gu Sheng felt her loss was negligible. While prowess was paramount, fortune undeniably wielded a significant influence over one's endeavors. Reflecting on the original owner's woeful fate, Gu Sheng became intrigued and inquired, "What is the reward?" The system computed for a moment before chiming. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a viral image." The system assured that the virality would be guaranteed. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Virality signified breaking through the layers, attracting immense traffic. In her early career, Gu Sheng had once experienced a meteoric rise due to a behind-the-scenes ancient costume photo that went viral online. Though it primarily attracted fans enamored with her appearance, considering the original persona's established rapport with the general public, it was indeed a highly beneficial occurrence. Upon entering her room, Gu Sheng eagerly retrieved her phone and began scrolling through Weibo. As she perused, she pondered which moment would be captured to become the viral image. So engrossed was she in her device that she failed to notice Wen Heng's hesitance upon entering the room. He wished to clarify that he hoped Gu Sheng would not overthink the situation. Despite being a man and a woman alone in a room, he harbored no ulterior motives. After waiting for some time, he realized she was solely focused on her phone. Wen Heng took a deep breath and stepped out to contact his agent. Inside the room, Gu Sheng suddenly tossed her phone aside. How could a viral image feature two people? And with Wen Heng, no less. She angrily queried the system. The system innocently replied, "This is indeed the most aesthetically pleasing image calculated by the system, capable of generating significant viral dissemination." Gu Sheng was both exasperated and amused, thinking, of course. This image was disseminated by a prominent entertainment marketing account, initially circulating within the industry before being shared by various bloggers, ultimately leading to widespread sharing by the general public. Who is this? Incredible. The atmosphere is so intense. Wow, I almost didn't recognize from the profile. This is the top star. the top star and his wife. The beauty of the male and female leads was strikingly superior. In that moment, the male lead bowed his head while the female lead raised her gaze, her hair gently swirling, their eyes meeting in the air, though silent. It evoked a strong ambience akin to an idol drama. Soon, propelled by natural momentum, it fervently trended on social media. Meanwhile, in a corner of the villa, Wen Heng briefed his agent on a few matters. Please find a reputable psychiatrist in the city. Once this recording concludes, I will take Sheng for an examination. He rubbed his temples, his eyes betraying a hint of fatigue and agitation when not facing the camera. The agent was taken aback, but, sensing Wen Heng's desire to avoid elaboration over the phone, chose to refrain from asking further. After confirming their subsequent tasks, the agent suddenly remarked before hanging up. By the way, you trended on Weibo. You're currently at the top. For Wen Heng, trending was a commonplace occurrence, and he simply acknowledged it with a sound of assent. However, the agent added, you trended alongside Sheng. The entry read, Wen Heng and Sheng idol drama gif. A flicker of surprise crossed Wen Heng's face, and he furrowed his brow. Did we receive backlash? No, the agent shook his head. To put it simply, you have gained fans. Wen Heng responded with confusion. Why? Given the association with the top star, the attention was already heightened. Following the trending of this gif, the comment section of popular Weibo posts became exceedingly lively, resulting in a substantial surge in Sheng's followers as well. No one seems to find the phrase "don't go" spoken by Wen Heng particularly enchanting, tinged with a trembling allure. Is this not a manifestation of the hidden fragility of a top-tier film emperor? This is far more delectable than artificial sweetness. The dissonance between words and true feelings still unveils one's humble affection. How astute my sister is. Is there not a live stream of sleeping in the room tonight? Thank you, sister, I am all in. Sheng scrolled through the comments for a while before exiting Weibo with an expressionless face. She refrained from checking her phone again or concerning herself with Wen Heng's whereabouts, opting instead to take a shower. Room number 1 truly lives up to its reputation as the best chamber, spacious and equipped with a bathroom. The bed, prepared by the production team, appeared far more comfortable than it looked from the outside. In a distant corner, there was a fixed camera position, left on for couples to showcase their affection. Though she had just heard that Song Qingji had been the last to enter the single bedroom, which would likely not allow much room for movement. After a refreshing shower, Sheng reclined on one side of the large bed, beginning to browse through useful information on her phone. She harbored a profound interest in the development of the film industry in this world, with her first search keyword being Wen Heng. The internet described him as having burst onto the scene at the tender age of 18, later being discovered by the illustrious director Ji Qingsong, who, after a 2-year hiatus, cast him in Mad Bird, portraying a character who grapples with morality, smiling while walking towards destruction. He is not deserving of love, yet evokes compassion from countless hearts. The film achieved monumental success, garnering numerous awards, and Wen Heng became the youngest Best Actor in history. He Zinan from Mad Bird has become an indelible name for this generation, marking the moment when Wen Heng transformed into the unwavering light of many hearts. Sheng found herself intrigued by the film. Below, a review stated that Wen Heng devoted all his emotions to his work, rendering him a person devoid of feelings and desires in private life, to the extent that, in nearly a decade since his debut, he had accumulated no scandalous rumors or gossip, focusing solely on his craft. Such a person likely only needs a worthy adversary in life, not a companion to share the journey. Sheng wholeheartedly agreed. Wasn't Wen Heng merely a pretentious individual devoid of feelings? Continuing her browsing, she stumbled upon the current Best Actor, Du Yanji. This man was exceptionally handsome, exuding a warmth and humility that contrasted sharply with Wen Heng's aloof demeanor. Sheng clicked into his profile, perusing his body of work, and ultimately enlarged a semi-nude photograph of him. Truly handsome, she thought with excitement, resolving that she must collaborate with him if the opportunity arose. When Wen Heng entered the room, he caught a glimpse of the picture of the bare man on Sheng's phone. Instinctively, he moved closer, discerning that it was a photo of Du Yanji. A cold laugh escaped him. Even in love with him, she could not refrain from gazing at other men. Truly, she was a superficial woman, and her affection for him was merely skin-deep. Despite the late hour, the live stream still had viewers, and observing their unfamiliarity, the comment section was rife with ridicule. The distance between them feels as though they were strangers in a past life. Someone is holding back, aren't they? Was it perhaps too much excitement, rendering one at a loss for action? I cannot believe she could endure it indefinitely. Wen Heng had no desire to converse with Sheng. He closed his eyes, suppressing the sharp pain in his nerves, waiting for Sheng to fall asleep. Half an hour later, Gu Sheng was engrossed in her mobile phone. An hour later, she was still absorbed in her device. All the audience members who had been waiting noticed that Gu Sheng was indeed preoccupied with her phone. Eventually, even the barrage of comments grew impatient. Gu Sheng, dear sister, are you lying next to Wen Heng merely to play on your phone? Stop pretending. It's Wen Heng. It's only natural to have desires. Does this woman even love Wen Heng? Unable to restrain himself any longer, Wen Heng opened his eyes and turned his head to glance at Gu Sheng, still fixated on her phone. He inhaled deeply and asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Gu Sheng, newly acquainted with the vast world of the internet, was thirstily seeking knowledge about the finest cinematic works of recent years. Already having compiled a list of must-watch titles for after the first recording concluded, Wen Heng thought to himself, he wished he could. The pain in his nerves was unlike the stomach and wrist aches he had previously endured. The discomfort was not overwhelmingly intense, yet it relentlessly wore down his resolve. Even when fatigue set in, the sharp, stabbing pain kept him alert. Wen Heng fell silent. After enduring for another 40 minutes, Gu Sheng finally closed her phone with reluctance. She was indeed tired now. According to the director's hints, there would be tasks in the morning, and it was time to rest. Thus, she drifted off to sleep, cradling her pillow, her breathing soon becoming deep and steady. In the darkness, the man, enduring pain, suddenly felt a wave of profound sadness. Once he confirmed that Gu Sheng was asleep, Wen Heng gently turned over. He beheld her serene sleeping face, illuminated by a faint halo. Her long eyelashes rested quietly, her naturally striking features softened by the night, her rosy lips slightly parted, and one hand resting on the pillow, resembling an angel in slumber. Could such a person truly be so brazen and domineering? After gazing for a moment, Wen Heng extended his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against hers. Instantly, the nerve pain subsided. The duration of relief entered a comforting countdown, and a heavy sense of drowsiness finally descended upon his mind. Just then, the person beside him turned over and kicked him. Caught off guard, Wen Heng felt both his head and lower body ache simultaneously. The next day, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and Gu Sheng awoke feeling refreshed, vaguely recalling a dream in which she won a marathon. Behind her, on the large bed, Wen Heng, with dark circles under his eyes, glared at Gu Sheng as she stretched. 5 kicks. She had kicked him 5 times throughout the night. He thought bitterly. Revenge must be taken. Otherwise, one cannot be called a gentleman. Chapter 5. Did it hurt? After all, this is a dating variety show. While it relies on controversy and conflict to generate buzz, the essence remains sweetness as the audience comes to indulge in romantic moments. The director, screenwriters, and marketing team collaborated to craft enticing catchphrases based on the guest performances from the previous night, partnering with Weibo to create trending topics. Typically, such non-branded commercial promotions on trending topics do not rely on financial investment, but rather depend on the influence of high-authority marketing teams and the active engagement of fans to drive data, ultimately determining their position based on the volume of readership and discussion. Consequently, on that day's trending list, entries such as the 4 Laws of Happiness, the Mountain Road couple's bedside brawl, and Wang He and Lu Yujua's midnight conversations appeared in succession. The two families from the Mountain Road are seasoned in promotional tactics, and upon seeing their names trending, they immediately rallied to promote their beloved idols, with fans eagerly participating. What on earth is this bedside brawl? Haha. They are just too adorable. Oh dear, writing brawl translates to dog abuse. The sweetness of elementary school romance is overwhelming. Thus, choosing a residence is indeed paramount. This evening has made me acutely aware of life's disparities. The most fortunate were undoubtedly the duo of Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. Particularly since Gu Sheng did not actively choose room 1, it was Wen Heng's proposal. Online, there was surprisingly little criticism directed at Gu Sheng for being spoiled. The most unfortunate were the Qing Tian couple. Song Qingji and her partner were already cramped in their small room, which became even more suffocating with the arrival of the styling team in the morning. Song Qingji had been feeling out of sorts since last night, but with cameras everywhere in the villa, she could not express her displeasure. Initially, her manager had arranged for them to trend with their sweet sleeping postures, but unexpectedly, the large bed was claimed by Gu Sheng, leaving them with the only options of a bunk bed or a single bed. Though Wang He and his partner allowed them to choose first, Song Qingji pondered how she and Qin Tian could showcase their affection if they had to sleep in bunk beds. Ultimately, they were left with a narrow single bed, striving to maintain a sweet atmosphere amidst the cramped conditions. As a result, today's trending topic read, the Qing Tian couple shares joys and sorrows. This utterly unflavored trending topic caused her vision to darken. Fortunately, although she missed her chance to gain fans last night, Sheng's side also did not trend. The viral gif from yesterday was merely a fleeting moment. She refused to believe that Sheng could ever outshine her in a dating show. As makeup and styling proceeded in an orderly fashion, a staff member, while browsing Weibo, suddenly exclaimed, "When is trending?" The trending post was not from a marketing account but from an ordinary user who whimsically remarked, "Apologies, I'm just too idle, haha." After seeing that stunning gif last night, I was captivated and watched Wen Heng and Sheng's live stream all night. I believe I've stumbled upon a remarkable point. Is Sheng the only person capable of kicking Wen Heng? This account held remarkable influence. And with Wen Heng's name attached, it swiftly garnered attention, eventually climbing to the trending list, creating a topic, the only person who can kick Wen Heng. The topic was indeed peculiar. It was hard to fathom that someone as illustrious as Wen Heng could be kicked. How could that even be possible? Consequently, a multitude of netizens clicked to view the video. The #1 room shared by Wen Heng and Sheng was dimly lit, however, due to a large floor-to-ceiling window. Moonlight streamed in. In this lighting, their faces were obscured, yet the shape beneath the covers was unmistakably clear. Wen Heng lay on the left, Sheng on the right. Suddenly, as she slept, she seemed to leap into the air. Wen Heng was forcefully pushed back nearly half a meter, and the silent scene rendered it all the more amusing. In an instant, aside from the fans of Wen Heng, who felt a pang of sympathy, the majority of netizens erupted into laughter. I sincerely question, does this lady truly love Wen Heng? To love you means to give you a fierce kick. I never imagined I'd witness such vulnerability and helplessness from a top-tier celebrity. Rumor has it that Miss Gu's infatuation with Wen Heng is nothing but a grand illusion, ha ha ha. As if hesitant to disturb her, he moved with utmost gentleness, finally resting his hand lightly on the back of Sheng, who turned away from him. It resembled a silent embrace imbued with a protective sentiment. Yesterday, those who were captivated by the viral image once again found themselves in a euphoric state. I can't escape. My mind has already conjured a 1,000-word narrative of a humble and deeply affectionate best actor. Dear sisters above, may I borrow a writing utensil? Sob, sob, sob. Goodness. This is truly enchanting. Even when pushed away, I yearn to draw near to you. Sob, sob, sob. The trending topic continued to escalate, ultimately transforming into a sensation. Amidst the fervent imagination and empathy, scarcely anyone paid attention to how many times Sheng had kicked Wen Heng. Everyone's focus was captivated by Wen Heng's silent, encompassing guardianship. They began to realize that the relationship between the top star and his wife was not as they had presumed. In room 1, Wen Heng sat quietly in a chair, eyes closed in contemplation. His stylist, upon glimpsing Wen Heng's countenance, casually inquired, "Brother, did you not rest well?" Little did they know, as soon as the question was posed, Wen Heng opened his eyes slowly, revealing a myriad of complex emotions. The stylist was taken aback. Wen Heng, with an unspoken melancholy, cast his gaze toward Sheng, who stood by the window. She lacked a professional styling team, accompanied only by an assistant and a temporary makeup artist. Yet, due to her exceptional foundation and vibrant demeanor, the makeup artist's task was incredibly effortless, and they shared lighthearted banter. Sheng was undeniably beautiful, her beauty exuding vigorous life, sharp as thorns. In contrast, Wen Heng bore an innate chill, shrouded in a layer of weary gloom. Yet, when the two were placed in the same frame, there was no discord. Rather, it sparked a chemical reaction, like withered branches accompanying rippling water, frozen earth meeting the warmth of spring, each permeating the other, creating an inexplicable harmony. Wen Heng was oblivious to the thoughts of his stylist, and cared not for them, for after that wretched 5 hours last night, he now heard the familiar system notification, 04, pain in the little finger. Wen Heng felt numb. He realized that from the beginning of the recording until now, he had not experienced a single moment without pain. Let it be destroyed, Wen Heng thought with a cold indifference. Then he heard the system continue to announce, pain level 1. Wen Heng was puzzled. What level? After a moment's pause, he looked down at his slender finger bones, confirming there was merely a slight, almost imperceptible sensation akin to a mosquito bite. In an instant, Wen Heng felt rejuvenated. The shadow of gloom lifted from his brow, and he appeared dazzlingly radiant. Sheng received the system notification simultaneously, and upon hearing level 1, she unceremoniously smacked her lips before glancing at Wen Heng. Sheng remarked, "I suspect this man bears an expression reminiscent of triumph." Wen Heng simply responded with a chuckle. As the guests completed their makeup, the villa's broadcast suddenly blared. Attention, esteemed guests. Attention, esteemed guests. The director's voice resonated, heralding the commencement of a new day's live recording. Thanks to Wen Heng's viral trending topic, the current number of online viewers surpassed that of the premiere yesterday. The director's voice brimmed with cheerfulness. Please hold off on your outfits for a moment. We are about to present a new task that will test the couple's rapport. Not only did the magazine represent the pinnacle of fashion publications, but it was also well known for its golden September, silver October reputation, making the cover of the September issue particularly coveted. Even second-tier stars like Song Qingji had only graced the magazine's interior pages. The sparkle in Song Qingji's eyes indicated her determination to seize this opportunity. Other groups of guests expressed keen interest, while the couple in room 1 remained rather nonchalant. The Shanlu couple drew an Americana retro style, which was not particularly challenging for idols. Louis eagerly urged Yu Shanbei to transform her into a vintage vixen. In contrast, the neighboring couple, Wang He and El Yuzhua, were less fortunate, drawing a K-pop style. Both were in their 30s yet found themselves obliged to embody the youthful essence of boy bands and girl groups. The embarrassment on their faces elicited both sympathy and amusement from the audience. Then it was the turn of the Qing Tian couple. Song Qingji nervously drew a card and revealed it to be an academic style. In an instant, her mood could only be described as ecstatic. The academic style not only perfectly suited her innocent image, but also lent itself splendidly to couple outfits. Song Qingji felt that fortune was on her side, and she was resolute in securing this September opportunity. When Gu Laosher, it's your turn to draw a card, she called. Gu Sheng shot a glance at Wen Heng, questioning who would go. Wen Heng met her gaze and rose. I'll do it. He revealed the card, which prominently displayed the words Japanese style.
Wow.
Japanese style is fantastic. My brother shot a series of Japanese-themed photos last year, radiating youthful charm. Doesn't anyone think Gu Sheng would also be quite fitting for this? I'm so looking forward to it. Honestly, as long as these two utilize their looks well, they can't go wrong. The Japanese style often features plain clothing, cargo pants, and vests, representing a prevalent contemporary fashion. When styled correctly, it evokes a distinct youthful essence. This youthful vibe, even on a girl, harmonizes beautifully with Gu Sheng's inherent charisma. Wen Heng cast a sidelong glance at Gu Sheng, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. To maintain an element of surprise, the camera positions in the room were temporarily deactivated, leaving the guests with a mere commercial break to coordinate their outfits. Wen Heng approached the wardrobe, sifting through the plethora of garments before selecting an ensemble, notably in a soft blue hue. It cannot be said that there is no connection to youthfulness. Rather, it is entirely unrelated. Gu Sheng exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" The director, observing the monitor, timely interjected, "Please remember, you cannot alter your partner's outfit. Complete trust in their aesthetic judgment is essential." Gu Sheng retorted, "Is this man deliberately provoking me?" In her mind, she questioned the system. What further grievances does he have? Did you not mention he was pain-free for 5 hours last night? The system replied, "Perhaps it is due to some physical discomfort you have inadvertently caused him." Gu Sheng chose to ignore this. This man, a veritable seducer, had secretly drained her vitality throughout the night, and now he expected her to feign youthfulness in public. Not only was he lacking in gentlemanly conduct, but he was also ungrateful. Wen Heng's lips curled into a soft smile, feeling his mood lighten considerably. "What's the matter? Not Japanese enough?" she teased, licking her back molars, then added, "Sufficient? Truly sufficient. I can ensure you have enough." Gu Sheng retrieved an eyeliner pencil from the makeup artist's kit and approached Wen Heng, gently lifting his chin with her fingertip. In that moment, their proximity intensified. Gu Sheng's gaze fell, her soft hair cascading down, her enchanting eyes partially concealed by thick lashes as she scrutinized him earnestly. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Wen Heng instinctively held his breath, sensing a chill at his philtrum. Gu Sheng smiled as she applied a bold black mark on him. Wen Heng responded, "What's the matter? Still not Japanese enough?" 10 minutes later, the guests emerged to showcase their transformations. The door to room 1 swung open. Gu Sheng stepped out, adorned in a pale blue ensemble, exuding an icy allure. Her figure strikingly proportionate, reminiscent of a commanding presence. Following her, Wen Heng appeared, still clad in his original attire, his expression stern, yet his philtrum was the focal point. Room 1, the last to emerge, produced the most impactful reveal. Prior to this, the other groups had their share of surprises. The Shanlu couple maintained a steady performance. Louis donned a vintage denim jacket paired with a denim skirt, while Shanbei had sourced a Western cowboy hat for her. Liu Yi coordinated his outfit in the same color scheme, yet the wardrobe proved slightly snug for him, eliciting exclamations from the audience about his clumsiness. Wang He and Liu Yuzhu stepped out, faces obscured by their hands. Wang He was dressed in a boy band style, adorned with chains and rings, while Liu Yuzhu resembled a girl group performer in short skirt and fitted top, creating a comically jarring spectacle for the audience. Thus, when Song Qingji pushed open the door to find them, she felt certain of her victory. Clad in a shirt layered with a knitted cardigan and a preppy short skirt, she had dressed Qin Tian in a matching shirt and casual trousers to evoke a sense of couple coordination. Together, they epitomized the collegiate style. The live streaming platform buzzed with excitement as fans celebrated their favorite stars. Then, the door to room 1 opened, revealing the pair with expressionless faces facing the camera. In an instant, the screen was flooded with laughter, and the barrage of comments was on an entirely different level. Was there a quarrel between those two, just now? Was this a mere exchange of playful jabs? Surely, no one believes there is something amiss with Sheng, right? Why would he draw a mustache on my brother? It was just a joke, a harmless attack. To be fair, both of them aren't entirely normal, are they? From this moment forth, anyone who dares to suggest that Sheng is infatuated with Wen Heng shall face my wrath. Meanwhile, the recording scene displayed the astonished expressions of the Qin Tian couple and the Wang Lu couple. Yu Shanbei and Liu Yi's expressions mirrored the reaction of the entire online audience. Liu Yi bit her lip, suppressing her laughter, while stealing glances at the equally restrained Yu Shanbei. The moment their eyes met, they could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. In the end, Liu Yi playfully struck Yu Shanbei several times before they managed to regain their composure. The image of Shan Lu's stifling laughter quickly became a widely circulated meme across the internet, evoking memories of the laughter it encapsulated. Though Sheng could not see the barrage of comments, she could hear the system's voice. I'm hooked. A love-hate relationship. Sheng thought to herself, this is absurd. Once all the guest groups had finished showcasing their talents, the cameraman approached to take promotional photos. As Mr. Wen and Miss Gu noticed they had failed to hold back their laughter, they quickly turned their heads, chuckling softly before the cameraman resumed, let me take your picture. Despite their irritation, both Sheng and Wen Heng were professionals, fully dedicated to their work. In the frame, these two, who were unable to maintain a serious demeanor, posed awkwardly. One turned sideways to obscure half of her face with her hand, while the other crossed his arms, adopting a cold demeanor to counterbalance his youthful appearance. Their bodies screamed, this is not me. Yet curiously, their mismatched styles remained in perfect harmony with the theme. As the cameraman struggled to suppress his laughter, his hands trembled more than usual. Observing the audience's reaction on the live stream, the director pondered, has the audience's taste changed? Do they prefer quirky flavors over sweet treats? Meanwhile, the director's assistant, already stifling laughter, silently echoed the fan sentiments. This is candy. This is pure candy. Who else but his wife would dare to create such a ridiculous look for Wen Heng? Who would risk having a top-tier celebrity sacrifice his image for art in such a manner? This was a declaration that he alone was worthy of such treatment. As it was a live broadcast, the Four Laws production team promptly released the footage, and the voting portal on the official blog opened simultaneously, greatly enhancing audience engagement. In no time, almost all viewers rushed to cast their votes. In the room, Wen Heng had already washed his face clean, focusing on a particular area, while Sheng changed her outfit back to her usual style. Their gazes briefly met in the air before they instinctively turned away. Sheng remarked, "Humph, men." Wen Heng mused, does this woman truly love him that much? While awaiting the voting results, the production team conveyed the forthcoming tasks through a broadcast. The classic old episodes of the slow-paced variety show would feature cooking demonstrations, allowing those who displayed enthusiasm to assist, and during mealtime, discussions about love and life would ensue, ultimately concluding the first episode in a moment of elevation. Sheng, upon hearing this, let out a sigh, fully comprehending the formula. After a brief interlude, the director's voice echoed again through the speakers. Esteemed guests, I now hold the voting results. At this moment, Wen Heng had come to terms with the situation. Though his appearance was somewhat unrefined, it was not entirely disadvantageous. If he were to score first place with an outstanding performance, sharing a magazine cover with Sheng could indeed pose a greater challenge to his career. Then his phone chimed, receiving a WeChat message from his agent. You two have garnered an overwhelming number of votes. Wen Heng responded with surprise. The director's voice resonated once more through the broadcast. Let's congratulate the couple, Wen Heng and Sheng. Wen Heng and Sheng remained momentarily speechless. Wen Heng took time to accept the reality. There was no need for excessive concern regarding quality, as his agent mentioned over the phone that while some fans were displeased, ultimately, receiving a prominent feature in the magazine was not a negative outcome. On my end, I will make prior arrangements with teacher Sue to shoot, and I will guide Gu Sheng when the time comes. This was indeed a point of dissatisfaction among Wen Heng's fans. Previously, he had only collaborated on year-end publications with various industry titans and once shared a cover with a renowned international supermodel, while the rest were solo features. Fans relished collecting these and were willing to invest in their idol's fashion presence. However, Gu Sheng, a mere amateur who typically relied on photo editing apps, how could she possibly share the lens with Wen Heng? Was this not self-deprecation, potentially hindering Wen Heng's progress? Since they were to work together, and with the cameras in the room currently off, he took the initiative to suggest that she learn some studio shooting techniques. Otherwise, their cover would not do justice to the fans who purchased the magazine. Gu Sheng fell silent for a moment before inquiring of the system. Who does he think he is, looking down on me, a seasoned cover machine in the industry? This dog has grown arrogant. The system whispered, actually, it hasn't been long. Wen Heng felt no pain at the moment, his pupils returning to a tranquil depth akin to a quiet lake. He gazed down at Gu Sheng with a scrutinizing look, his tone indifferent. Furthermore, this dual cover does not signify much, so I hope you do not harbor any undue thoughts. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when a resounding beep echoed in his mind. Wen Heng. His gaze fell squarely upon Gu Sheng, who appeared oblivious, her enchanting peach blossom eyes blinking as if awaiting his next words. It seemed indeed to have no connection to this peculiar system. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng heard distinctly, "Love level 5, throat pain. Pain level 4, Gu Sheng shouted. Stop pretending. Keep it up." Wen Heng closed his eyes, concealing his discomfort before her, and continued. Gu Sheng. The two exchanged a long, silent gaze. After a considerable pause, Wen Heng clenched his fists. A level 4 pain was bearable, but this time, he could not vocalize his distress. Damn it. That evening, all the guests gathered in the kitchen and dining area. After all, how could a young lady from a prestigious family like Gu Sheng possibly cook for herself? She eagerly volunteered to take charge of the entire table, while Wang He and El Yuzhua, who both possessed culinary skills, could only assist her. The remaining guests busied themselves with washing vegetables, chopping, rinsing rice, and peeling, fearing the audience might criticize them for being lazy. Consequently, everyone scrambled to contribute. Gu Sheng, however, did not vie for a task. In fact, she deemed it beneath her. Song Qingji, holding a box of seasonings, casually glanced at Gu Sheng and offered a gentle smile. Sister Gu, it's perfectly alright if you don't know how to cook. I'm not particularly skilled either, so I hope you won't mind my efforts later. This seemingly innocent remark subtly highlighted Gu Sheng's lack of cooking skills, while implying that her affluent background might make her overly particular. In the original storyline, the previous owner of Gu Sheng's persona succumbed to the provocation, resulting in her dish being left untouched on the table, leading to ridicule from netizens. Thus, Gu Sheng remained silent, surveying her surroundings until an idea struck her. Hey, where did Sister Gu go? Lu Yi craned her neck to catch a glimpse of Gu Sheng's retreating figure. Song Qingji smirked, possibly worried about interrupting us, so she ventured elsewhere. Yu Shanbei chimed in. I went to pick scallions and ran into Wen Ge, but he was quite intimidating, standing there without uttering a word. It was rather frightening. An hour later, 5 dishes and a soup were served. Although not all were prepared by Song Qingji, her contributions were the most significant, earning her unanimous praise. Song Qingji shyly smiled. These are just home-cooked dishes, nothing complicated. Indeed, you've done remarkably well. Someone exclaimed. Now that everyone is here, let us dig in. But where is Gu Sheng? As they realized Gu Sheng was absent, the group instinctively glanced at Wen Heng. Song Qingji felt a surge of triumph, masking it with a worried expression. Sister Gu wouldn't be too embarrassed to join us because she didn't contribute, would she? Just then, a figure darted into the restaurant from a corner. Gu Sheng strode in, cradling something in her arms, exuding an air of confidence. Apologies for my tardiness. I was preparing the dessert. Approaching the table, she placed her item down, revealing a meticulously carved watermelon. The artistry was extraordinary. The watermelon was sliced into thin wedges, its red flesh bordered with white, ingeniously shaped like a vibrant peony. The arrival of this exquisite creation captivated everyone. Yu Shanbei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wow, sister, you're incredible. The audience, watching Gu Sheng's carving in the live stream, flooded the comments with admiration. Who said a young lady from a wealthy family can't contribute to the meal? Haha. I don't know why, But this simple home-cooked meal suddenly feels elevated. Gu Sheng smiled, glancing at the rigidly composed Song Qingji. How foolish. No matter how delicious a home-cooked dish is, it's meaningless if the audience cannot see or smell it. Visual appeal is what a variety show demands. With everyone gathered, dinner commenced. Wang He distributed the utensils, handing them to Wen Heng, who remained silent, merely nodding in gratitude. Gu Sheng stole a glance at him and suddenly realized that he had been unusually quiet. According to reason, a level 4 pain should be trivial for someone with his pain tolerance. Throughout the meal, he scarcely touched his chopsticks, opting instead to sip water. As everyone chatted and dined, occasionally glancing at Wen Heng, he merely smiled faintly or nodded. It was not that Wen Heng was unwilling to engage in conversation. Song Qingji inquired, "Teacher Wen, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" Wen Heng remained silent, responding only with a slight Song Qingji, observing the situation, found herself stifling a laugh, realizing abruptly that Wen Heng appeared to be at a loss for words. This man, who had just cautioned her against harboring any improper thoughts, was now rendered speechless. What poetic justice! The atmosphere at the dining table grew somewhat awkward. Wang He, noting Wen Heng's pallor, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Perhaps Wen Shen is feeling unwell? I actually think Xiao Song's cooking is quite decent." Wen Heng merely nodded and uttered another He still could not manage to eat, only able to sip water. He surveyed the table and, in a moment of humility, resorted to eating the watermelon carved by Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng, sensing the tension, declared to the system, "This atmosphere is so uncomfortable, I shall intervene." The system was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Oh, you are finally taking this step. Quick, do it now, hold his hand." Gu Sheng indeed extended her hand, only to take the watermelon from Wen Heng's grasp. With a kind understanding, she said, "Darling, since you're not feeling well, you should eat less watermelon." Wen Heng, who had been holding back, suddenly felt a jolt in his brow. Experience warned him against allowing Gu Sheng to rescue him from this predicament. However, he found himself voiceless and unable to protest. The next moment, Gu Sheng, speaking loudly before everyone, exclaimed, "Otherwise, be careful not to have a sudden bout of diarrhea." It turned out that Wen Heng was feeling unwell due to digestive issues. Wen Heng could only think, where did that otherwise come from? The murmurs of the crowd echoed. Is this really her way of helping Wen Shen? Honestly, it would have been better if she hadn't intervened. Goodness, Gu Sheng should consider donating her mouth. You might just ruin my brother. Hold on, don't rush ahead. Look at how Wen Shen isn't even refuting her. Wen Heng, feeling the ominous signs of a heart attack amidst the crowd's subtle glances, managed to maintain his composure, a testament to his years of self-discipline. Turning to Gu Sheng, he detected a hint of amusement in her gaze. Surely, this woman would not be intentionally causing trouble. Gu Sheng's barely perceptible smile faltered. Beep, the 8-second countdown has concluded. The 4th instance of pain has been alleviated. Please maintain contact with your antidote. The 1-minute countdown begins. All sensations of pain vanished, and the hand in Wen Heng's palm was small, soft, and delicate, not at all disagreeable. He regained his voice, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Although I do not experience such troubles, I appreciate your concern." Gu Sheng looked at him, her smile strained. "Why the formality? Now, do let go of my hand." The atmosphere at the recording site began to ease. As Wen Heng's demeanor and condition improved, Song Qingji took the initiative to present her homemade dish once more. "Teacher Wen, this soup should be delightful." Gu Sheng promptly reached for the bowl, seizing the opportunity to free her hand from Wen Heng's grasp. "Yes, indeed. Do give it a taste." The audience also discerned the underlying tension. How amusing. If you're not welcome, then why force your way in? A fun fact. Yesterday, Miss Song intentionally made Gu Sheng move a heavy box, inadvertently causing trouble for Wen Go. Upon re-evaluating, I find that Gu Sheng's earlier disparaging remarks were not entirely unfounded. There is no need to vindicate Gu Sheng, yet she is certainly more agreeable than Cha-Cha. Am I the only one fixated on the moment when Wen Shen held Gu Sheng's hand? Throughout the meal, Wen Shen only acknowledged Gu Sheng. "Ah, Wen Sheng." With the countdown to relief underway, Wen Heng steeled himself and passed a bowl to Gu Sheng, offering her a slice of watermelon. Through subtle physical contact, he managed to piece together a full minute. As the system chimed, countdown complete, 5th instance of pain has been alleviated, Wen Heng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Taking the chance to hold my wife's hand, I asked my wife twice if she wanted watermelon. Goodness, this covert affection is strikingly poignant. Simultaneously, the system shouted within Gu Sheng's mind, I'm feeling it. Gu Sheng rubbed her hand, thinking, he simply couldn't resist. Ding, 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 congratulations. Host, fourth and fifth instances of pain successfully alleviated. Gu Sheng perked up upon hearing this. In the original plot, the lead character and Wen Heng had not secured the top votes in their fashion contest. In fact, Wen Heng had not even worn the outfit styled by the lead. Now, as they prepared to film a scene for the 4 Laws of Happiness, it was indeed probable that her misfortune as a secondary character would lead to an unfavorable portrayal. Gu Sheng was quite pleased with this reward. Whenever she and Wen Heng shared the same frame, she was determined to shatter that disdainful expression he wore. Ultimately, the meal concluded in a relatively warm atmosphere. What is happiness, after all? The happiness of celebrity couples is, in essence, no different from that of ordinary people, as they, too, must continue to explore it in their lives. As the script was read aloud, the audience recognized that the episode was drawing to a close, their comments flooding the screen with "not enough. Can't bear to part." The director was immensely satisfied with the premiere of the first episode. During the live broadcast, the 4 Laws of Happiness consistently dominated the popularity charts on Yuzi Channel, outshining other variety shows in the same period. With Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's captivating moments, including Wen Heng being kicked and the Japanese-style outfits, numerous trending topics emerged, and all guests made their way onto various hot searches. The online voting garnered over 1 million votes in a remarkably short span, marking a triumphant beginning for the 4 Laws. A brother in ancient attire. He must be a good actor, right? How thrilling. Several guests with acting experience chuckled, reminiscing about old times. Song Qingji cast a glance at Gu Sheng, noticing her lack of amusement, and felt a secret satisfaction. Gu Sheng must be wishing to escape now, right? If she were to act alongside Wen Heng, wouldn't she be ridiculed? Regardless, the promotional efforts of the director's team had indeed borne fruit. Thus, our first episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness concludes here, and we shall meet again in the next installment. The caretaker's vehicle was parked at the back entrance of the villa, devoid of any fans. Wen Heng's agent, Chang Yan, had been waiting for some time before finally witnessing the man stride out with purpose. With the first episode behind him, Wen Heng had pressing matters to attend to. Following closely behind was Gu Sheng, who appeared unchanged from her demeanor prior to this experience. However, 2 days had passed, and no one dared to perceive her through the same lens as before. The first episode had allowed Gu Sheng to shine brilliantly, not only alleviating a fraction of the online criticism, but also garnering a substantial number of admirers. Most notably, the public's perception of her and Wen Heng, once recognized as a mere plastic couple, had transformed into genuine support for their pairing. The super topic Wen Sheng couple had been approved and rapidly attracted a plethora of fans. Yet, due to the current regulations prohibiting rankings, Wen Sheng could have surged even further. Chang Yan understood that this phenomenon was not solely attributable to Gu Sheng's actions. He had been watching the live broadcasts and found Wen Heng's behavior to be particularly intriguing. Gu Sheng hummed a cheerful tune, content with her work concluded. With a few days of leisure before her upcoming filming, she finally had the opportunity to indulge in movies and dramas. However, as she instinctively approached her assistant Xiao Tang, she was unexpectedly halted by Wen Heng. "Let us go together." Both Chang Yan and Xiao Tang displayed astonishment. After all, Wen Heng had not even shared a vehicle with Gu Sheng previously. Could it be that the online speculations had morphed into something tangible? Wen Heng, with his deep obsidian eyes, regarded her and stated, "We need to go to the hospital first." Gu Sheng, perplexed, responded, "Huh?" She expressed her disbelief to the system. "Isn't this laughable? The male lead thinks he has an ailment." The system, accustomed to the host's emotional detachment, replied, "Perhaps you should consider a checkup as well." Chang Yan had already arranged for a private hospital as per Wen Heng's request, but he lowered his voice in concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Is that why you're so eager for an examination?" Wen Heng inhaled deeply and pondered. "Unwell? Where should I even begin? The list is endless." He closed his eyes, refraining from further explanation, and simply stated, "Let us go." He needed to ascertain whether his condition fell within the realm of modern medicine or had transcended the natural sciences. With the randomness of pain becoming a psychological dependency he wished to avoid. "Then, why must I accompany you?" Gu Sheng inquired. Wen Heng opened his eyes, regarded her for a moment, and finally replied, "To keep me company." Xiao Tang, just settling into the passenger seat, perked up with curiosity. Chang Yan, about to enter the vehicle, promptly silenced himself, feigning non-existence. A shared thought arose in their minds. Is this a moment of sweetness? Chang Yan had orchestrated everything meticulously, ensuring the process unfolded discreetly and swiftly. Wen Heng underwent a throat examination in the otolaryngology department, followed by an X-ray of his right wrist. He intended to have an endoscopy, but had to forego that due to not fasting. Ultimately, he took Gu Sheng to the neurology department for a head MRI and underwent a mental stability assessment. After finishing his work, Gu Sheng was left with additional tasks, feeling quite dissatisfied and inwardly cursing Wen Heng as a fool. The system, however, reveled in his discontent. He will soon discover that medicine is futile. Only you are the true antidote. Without you, he cannot advance an inch. I believe you will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle side by side, adored by countless admirers. Gu Sheng retorted, you were previously involved in pyramid schemes, weren't you? The system fell silent. The results of the examinations did not require a lengthy wait. The MRI took merely 20 minutes. Upon receiving all the reports, Wen Heng furrowed his brows deeply, remaining silent for an extended period. Chang Yen felt a chill run through him. He suppressed his sorrow and consoled. So, what is the issue? It's nothing. We are still young, and with proper care, we can make a comeback. Wen Heng remained silent. The areas that had caused him pain showed no abnormalities. Both of their MRIs revealed no anomalies. The only remnant of his ordeal was a bruise on his knee from when he had fallen to the ground that day. Everything else had been completely healed by Gu Sheng. Wen Heng closed his eyes and, for the first time, addressed the system in his mind. May I inquire how long this situation will persist? Darkness enveloped his vision. Damn, there are still 94 occurrences left. With a stern expression, he handed the report to Chang Yen. Chang Yen, trembling with anxiety, unfolded the report but had no time to comprehend it before someone patted him on the shoulder. Gu Sheng sighed. I'll handle the cover photo myself. In Wen Heng's current state, he should rest more. Chang Yen felt touched, thinking how considerate Miss Gu was. He had previously misjudged her. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that everything seemed perfectly fine. Gu Sheng exclaimed, oh no. Attempt failed. Surprisingly, the system seemed to be inspired, eagerly reminding them of their current bond. Ding, love level 06. 06, I pain. Pain level 4, Gu Sheng remarked, oh dear. This position is reminiscent of the throat. Before Wen Heng could recover from the shock of having 94 occurrences remaining, he was once again blindsided by this beautiful new world. He could no longer see. The fear of blindness was far more intense than that of muteness. Wen Heng instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp that glimmer of hope. Gu Sheng stood beside him and promptly placed Chang Yan's hand into his palm, saying, here, here. Chang Yan, sensing something was amiss, inquired, what is wrong, brother Wen? Wen Heng clutched that hand tightly, forcing his eyes shut. He then realized that the texture of the hand he held was far coarser, and his eyes still ached. He frowned deeply and casually tossed the hand away, exclaiming, I don't want this. Chang Yan was bewildered. What the hell? Have you forgotten your roots now that you have a wife? Wen Heng, known for his severe cleanliness, had always maintained this trait with everyone, however. Now, there was an exception. He turned to Gu Sheng and asked, Miss Gu, are you going to Huading Yufeng? The luxurious flat in Huading Yufeng was purchased by Gu Sheng and Wen Heng when they married, a shared asset, yet Gu Sheng had always resided there alone, which was why the online community mocked her for living like a widow. Gu Sheng nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Naturally, Chang Yan knew Wen Heng's address. So he set off towards Huading Yufeng. The car was enveloped in tranquility as Wen Heng closed his eyes to meditate. He had swiftly regained his composure. The pain in his eyes was akin to the discomfort in his throat, both registering at a level for intensity. However, unlike the time he was rendered completely voiceless, this instance did not lead to total blindness. Rather, his vision was merely obscured and accompanied by a sharp stinging sensation. Amidst the haze, Gu Sheng's figure remained strikingly clear. A faint, gentle halo still enveloped her, delineating her form so distinctly that even her hair was discernible. The vehicle smoothly glided into the underground garage of Huading Yufu. Chang Yan remarked, the security and privacy at Huading Yufu are exceptionally high. This news shall not reach the ears of the fans. Yet, the elders of both the Gu and Wen families would inevitably be informed, and the elite circles, which had once reveled in Gu Sheng's misfortune, would surely be abuzz with excitement now. Wen Heng added, this arrangement facilitates subsequent recordings and cover shoots. Chang Yan responded, indeed. Xiao Tang interjected, we all understand. Wen Heng noted, with a sense of foreboding, that Gu Sheng had likely anticipated this. His eyesight was undoubtedly compromised, and despite his capacity to endure pain, he could not endure blindness. Although she yearned for solitary joy, the residence at Huading Yufu was not her own. If Wen Heng wished to stay, she could not deny him that right. After a brief silence, She acquiesced, saying, "Very well. The house is spacious enough anyway." Gu Sheng was the first to alight from the vehicle. As Wen Heng opened his eyes, ready to feel his way out, he suddenly paused. There, on the seat she had occupied, lay a long strand of hair caught in the neck pillow, glimmering faintly like the aura surrounding her. Wen Heng reached out and picked up the hair. Moments later, he strode calmly into the elevator lobby.
What?
Young master Wen has moved into Huading? Upon the utterance of Wen Heng's name, the group, typically engaged in ostentatious displays of wealth, erupted in excitement. I witnessed it firsthand. His manager, Chang Yan, escorted him and Gu Sheng inside. No way could the rumors online be true. Outside, Wen Heng was a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, while within elite circles, he was the scion of the Wen family. Although he had little interaction with these individuals prior to his resolute foray into the film industry, he epitomized the ideal type for nearly all affluent women in the circle. Yet, this man was now entangled with Gu Sheng, who many believed had tarnished his reputation, and there remained those eagerly anticipating their divorce. Do none of you watch television? Clearly, it is for the reality show. Otherwise, Wen Heng would have distanced himself from her long ago. How could Wen Heng possibly be fond of Gu Sheng? She is merely large-chested, lacking intellect and talent. I always said, only someone like Wei Wei, who understands art, is worthy of Wen Ge. Her words sparked a chorus of derision within the group. Gu Sheng, with her aesthetic sensibility limited to blindly purchasing high fashion? My heart aches for young Master Wen, forced into this partnership. Is anyone interested in crowdfunding? Once the magazine cover is released, let us bombard Gu Jie with a not attractive trending topic. Ha ha ha, how wicked.
Count me in.
I'll contribute, call me one. 11,111. The residence at Huading Yufu boasted a home theater with high-end specifications, and the audiovisual experience left Gu Sheng exceedingly satisfied. She nestled there, indulging in 10 films, feeling as if her spirit had been thoroughly nourished, with her perception of characters and art delicately permeating her being like a gentle rain. It was only when she received a WeChat message from her assistant, informing her that the crew of the 4 Laws of Happiness would be arriving for post-production filming, capturing her and Wen Heng during the cover shoot, that she recalled the existence of Wen Heng. Gu Sheng suddenly realized that in the past 2 days, she and Wen Heng had not had any physical contact. Had he been blind all this time? Or had she been so engrossed in the films that she failed to hear any other cues, while the male lead had been tormented to death? Gu Sheng anxiously inquired of the system, "I won't find a corpse when I step outside, will I? With just the 2 of us in the house. Wouldn't that make me a suspect?" The system gently reminded her, "You have indeed missed a system alert. Love level 07, migraine, pain level 5. But why had it not alerted her? Because the female lead had been watching a film starring Wen Heng and had been thoroughly absorbed. The system felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. The system also needs to assess the male lead's tolerance. Oh, Gu Sheng replied with little enthusiasm. How had he been holding up these past 2 days? Had his tolerance significantly increased? However, when it came to this, the system's voice grew hesitant. The male lead seems to have discovered certain aspects of the system. He has not been enduring the pain over the last 2 days. But do not worry, host, this will soon be resolved. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion that he had discovered the system. This man was rather impressive, wasn't he? Upon stepping outside, she immediately spotted Wen Heng seated in the living room. The man appeared to have tidied himself up, his black hair falling over his pale complexion, his profile strikingly handsome. Upon hearing her footsteps, he lifted his gaze slightly, his expression calm and profound. Gu Sheng scrutinized him, confirming that he was indeed untroubled by blindness or a migraine. With his excellent mental state, his icy beauty was almost overwhelming. Wen Heng spoke first, gesturing towards the media room. "I heard some noise. Were you watching my film?" Gu Sheng, caught off guard by his air of superiority, retorted with righteous indignation. "Not just that, I watched others too." Yet, among those 10 films, Wen Heng's Crazy Bird was her favorite, though she would never admit it. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow lightly, finding amusement in her stubborn expression, feeling a strange delight akin to that of a small, prickly creature. Since discovering that Gu Sheng's hair could serve as a part of her, alleviating his pain, he had finally escaped the endless torment. However, the duration of the pain relief had become quite vague. Originally, the 06 and 07 levels would have required over 6 hours combined. But with Gu Sheng's hair at his side, it had been 2 full days, and the countdown had yet to conclude. Nevertheless, it was nearing completion. Only 30 minutes remained. Just then the doorbell rang. The crew of the 4 Laws of Happiness had arrived, consisting of the director's assistant and the filming cameraman. "Excuse us, Mr. Wen, Miss Gu?" Such a residence not only reflects the owner's affluence, but also serves as a reminder that these two individuals are a couple united through a prestigious marriage, enriching their fortunes further. Today, they are heading to work at a photography studio to prepare for a shoot, thus appearing almost barefaced at this moment. However, both individuals undeniably possess striking beauty, their natural appearances devoid of any blemish, remarkably photogenic under the camera's gaze. Yet, there is a notable lack of interaction between them while in front of the lens. Following the premiere of the first episode, several colleagues of the director's assistant became ardent fans of Wen Heng and Sheng. Although she herself was more enamored with the couple Shanlu, the chief director had specifically instructed her to keenly observe the dynamics between Wen Heng and Sheng. This notion, however, proved too abstract, leaving the assistant in a state of concern, secretly contemplating that this duo might rely heavily on editing to create an impact. The significance of post-production in variety shows is well known. Even a superficial couple can be portrayed in an endearing light through skillful editing, which is closely tied to the ability of the cinematographer to capture compelling material, essentially hinging on their perceptiveness to the sweetness of the moment. The follow-up interview was conducted in a well-lit living room, with the camera set up and Wen Heng and Sheng positioned on opposite sides. The assistant inquired about their interaction patterns at home. Sheng responded, "We don't interact. How could there be a pattern?" Wen Heng cast a sidelong glance at her before calmly stating into the camera, "She watches my films at home." Sheng retorted. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, sensing a hint of subtle pride in Wen Heng's indifferent tone. Observing Sheng's discomfort, she felt that perhaps she had uncovered the essence of their dynamic as the actress internally protested against Wen Heng's self-aggrandizement, declaring him shameless and conceited. "I refuse to listen," Sheng exclaimed, promptly dragging Wen Heng's Japanese-style attire into the fray for ridicule. The assistant was astonished, her immediate reaction being that this top-tier celebrity was exceedingly clever. Such a line, when aired, would undoubtedly elicit a sensational response. Yet, Sheng squinted in irritation, while the comment seemed ambiguous at first. Those familiar with the trending topics would understand that Wen Heng was alluding to her habit of kicking him during sleep, an old grievance revived. Indeed. How had he not suffered from it? Sheng angrily addressed the system, questioning its efficiency. The system promptly responded with 2 beeps. "Host, we have located the issue. It is currently being resolved." Meanwhile, Wen Heng began to sense an unusual shift. The follow-up interview continued, and the assistant, evidently intrigued by the sweetness of the moment, fixated eagerly on their faces, pressing for answers. Despite having hair in his pocket, Wen Heng's eyes began to sting, a migraine setting in, accompanied by visual disturbances. He had no choice but to briefly close his eyes. The responses varied, each revealing its own brand of sweetness. The assistant was now exceedingly eager to discover what Wen Heng and Sheng would say. However, the moment Wen Heng opened his eyes, the stinging pain subsided. Tears triggered by intense stimulation began to flow. Before he could utter a word, a stream of tears cascaded down his cheeks. Sheng asked. The assistant and the cameraman were both taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it really that moving?" It became clear that sometimes 1,000 words need not be spoken. The assistant was utterly captivated, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is overwhelming." The camera captured the poignant scene of Wen Heng shedding tears with remarkable clarity. After the initial surprise, both the director and the photographer felt they had struck gold. However, for many years, Wen Heng had never displayed such emotional vulnerability outside the lens. What is this? It is love. At this moment, Wen Heng's expression was so intricate that it could inspire an extensive film critique. Sheng, the only one in the room privy to the truth, stifled a laugh with great effort and handed him a tissue, sighing, "Wipe your tears." Wen Heng accepted the tissue. His brows knitted in contemplation. "I did not wish for this." The director nodded vigorously in understanding. "We comprehend." Wen Sheng nearly burst into laughter. "Yes, we all understand. You do not wish to cry, yet you are in pain." But she had not fully controlled her expression when suddenly someone placed a hand on her shoulder. Looking up, she met Wen Heng's clear, dark gaze. The deep lake had calmed, tears no longer visible. "And you?" Wen Heng inquired, addressing her as Madam. The director nearly tore the leg of the nearby cameraman in excitement, having heard Wen Sheng call her Madam. How utterly romantic. Sheng could not contain her astonishment and asked the system, "Has he given up completely?" She could not rely on the system, yet she had her own means of coping. Performing in front of the camera? Who was afraid? The director lamented, "My heart aches. I want to wipe away my sister's tears." Wen Heng lowered his gaze, noticing the misty corners of Sheng's eyes, which sparkled like peach blossoms, momentarily leaving him entranced. Their eyes locked. In Wen Heng's ear, a voice announced, "Countdown complete, the 6th and 7th pain relief successful." In Gu Sheng's ear, another voice chimed, "The 6th and 7th pain relief successful. Reward, your earthly appearance has been upgraded to exquisite appearance." Yet, neither revealed a hint of their inner emotions, nonchalantly averting their gazes. Ultimately, aside from Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, no one knew what had moved them so deeply, yet they created the most touching atmosphere among the 4 guest groups. The filming studio was located on the outskirts of the city. However, Wen Heng's fans had received advance notice of the schedule and were already waiting outside. As the van arrived, they surged forward, screaming, Brother Wen, I hope your filming goes smoothly today." The popularity of this top-tier star was indisputable. What surprised Gu Sheng was that among the crowd, several girls were fervently waving at her. Although a few held banners proclaiming Wen Sheng couple, their faces radiated genuine affection and support for her. It had been a while since she had seen her own fans, and despite their small number, Gu Sheng felt a long-lost spark ignite within her. She lifted her face and smiled at them, as if to say, "Watch me." The girls were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into exuberant screams. Save me. Sister is stunning. Woo. She looks even more beautiful in person than on television. Truly mesmerizing." Photos from the scene circulated online, coinciding with the airing of the 4 laws of happiness. The behind-the-scenes footage of Wen Heng and Gu Sheng was quickly picked up by marketing accounts, drawing a large influx of viewers. "Brother looks so handsome today. Gu Sheng is so beautiful. Our couple has finally collaborated." The star's only hope for brother, wishing for someone to slow down their pace. "The above is so jealous. How can they call it dragging someone down when they look like Gu Sheng? I wish I could drag someone down like that." Magazines are not merely about appearances. Without a sense of the lens, even the esteemed Su cannot make it work. Su Xiling, a renowned photographer in China, has collaborated with numerous top-tier publications and luxury brands, earning a prestigious reputation within the industry. Prior to this, he had garnered immense respect from celebrities for his masterful covers featuring Wen Heng. This time, he was tasked with capturing a duo, which included both Wen and his wife. Su Xiling prepared himself mentally for the challenge, having previously mingled within elite circles and received several nostalgic photographs of Gu Sheng from enthusiastic online fans. As he examined the old photographs showcasing playful poses and pouts, Su Xiling found himself in a quandary, leading to a rather morbid first design. Consequently, he opted for a more conventional approach, intending to settle on that. However, in a moment of inspiration, he conceived a breathtaking new theme: symbiosis, a profound interdependence. A dance between life and death, aggression and vulnerability, sincerity and feigned affection. In the studio, after Su Xiling articulated this concept, Gu Sheng was instantly captivated, expressing her enthusiasm with genuine admiration. "Su, you are remarkable." Su Xiling was pleasantly surprised by her amiable demeanor and diligent work ethic, as well as her striking beauty. He found himself momentarily enchanted, forgetting his earlier concerns about Gu Sheng's performance. Wen Heng observed their lively exchange in silence. After a while, Su Xiling remembered Wen and quickly asked, "What do you think? If you're on board, let's proceed with this version." Wen Heng exchanged an inscrutable glance with Gu Sheng and nodded in agreement. Soft music filled the studio to help the artists ease into their roles. The fog machine was set up, releasing a veil of mist. Staff members busily arranged props like withered trees and tulle. The wardrobe choices were intriguing, even audacious. Gu Sheng donned a flowing white gown, nearly sheer from her collarbone to her waist, secured by delicate straps, revealing just enough. As she emerged from the changing room, the sound of gasps echoed around her. Su Xiling was momentarily spellbound, astonished by how Gu Sheng effortlessly commanded the gown. Exuding an air of elegance that was anything but gaudy, she languidly settled before the mirror, allowing the makeup artist to work, drawing the attention of everyone in the studio. This dynamic shifted only when Wen Heng made his entrance. In harmony with the theme of symbiosis, he wore a black sheer top paired with wide-legged trousers that brushed the floor. While such attire might appear somewhat effeminate on other men, Wen Heng's statuesque physique lent it an exquisite allure, emphasizing the precise beauty of his lines from shoulder to waist. Together, they were a striking pair, a sight that felt almost healing to the eyes. Finally, with their looks perfected, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng stood poised against the backdrop. Wen Heng lowered his gaze, catching sight of the design on her gown's bodice, before swiftly averting his eyes, his voice steady. "No need to be nervous. Relax and follow my lead." Gu Sheng shot him a sidelong glance, responding, "You too." Ready when you are, esteemed teachers, came the call, as Wen Heng closed his eyes, settling into the moment. As she opened her eyes, she distinctly sensed that the person beside her had transformed. The languor that once enveloped her had dissipated entirely, and through Su Ziling's lens, this feeling became even more apparent. She exhibited no fear of the camera. Rather, she seemed to confront it boldly. Initially, Su Ziling envisioned a dynamic where Wen Heng would embody aggression while Gu Sheng portrayed deep affection, believing the latter would be simpler. However, upon witnessing Gu Sheng through the lens, he instantly altered his perspective. In this symbiotic interplay, it was Gu Sheng who assumed the role of the aggressor. Every inch of her features, her brows, her lips, every subtle movement, radiated an irresistible allure. In their pairing, she displayed an unwavering confidence. Whether leaning against Wen Heng or standing behind him, exuding a charisma that could not be overshadowed. Eventually, Wen Heng found himself drawn to her gaze. His eyes filled with intensity. The final shot captured Wen Heng looking at Gu Sheng, who was staring directly into the lens. A stark contrast of black and white formed a boundary between them, and in their profound gaze, a desolate bloom emerged. With the bittersweet essence of their love and hatred lingering like a wisp in the fog and withered wood beyond. Su Ziling gazed at the camera, murmuring that he had met his performance targets for the year. Gu Sheng, he mused, would never remain stagnant. Her spirit was both substantial and ethereal, destined to soar into the skies. During the cover shoot, the production team of The 4 Laws of Happiness was prohibited from filming behind the scenes to prevent the leakage of material that could incur losses for the magazine. Incredible. Absolutely stunning. You have no idea how breathtaking it was just now. I'm betting it will sell out. Initially, he thought he would be mesmerized by Wen Heng. Yet throughout, he was captivated by Gu Sheng's beauty. The assistant director and photographer felt a pang of envy, wishing they were part of the inner circle. The footage from the previous segment had already been sent to the director, who praised them enthusiastically, urging them to continue exploring. Thus, once Gu Sheng and Wen Heng changed their looks, they entered the studio with cameras in hand. Wen Heng found his heart racing uncontrollably. It felt as if he were meeting his wife for the first time, and he was utterly astonished. When Gu Sheng emerged, their eyes met, and she raised an eyebrow. Feeling quite pleased with her earlier performance, thinking that this man must be utterly captivated by her, Wen Heng approached slowly, gazing down at her. He had an urge to commend her, to tell her she had done wonderfully, yet the words faltered on his lips. Gu Sheng, not comprehending his hesitation, suddenly recalled her earlier inquiry about the system. She had been too absorbed in work to ask what kind of system he had acquired. System. It appears to have utilized a part of your body as an antidote to alleviate pain. The system failed to determine it in time. Gu Sheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "This pervert? A part of my body?" Her eyes flared with indignation. Just as she was about to express her displeasure, Wen Heng, confused by her sudden outburst, wondered where he had gone wrong. System hastily added, "Host, please calm down. Based on my assessment, it should be hair. And it was something you had lost." Gu Sheng fumed. "So this time it's my hair. What's next? Are they going to chop off my fingers?" "Cursed pervert." System clarified, "Rest assured. It has been rectified. Your essence remains the sole antidote for the male protagonist." This predicament fundamentally arises from the male protagonist's struggle for survival against the system's formidable forces. However, even if he were to acquire certain item functionalities, he would inevitably face an even more intense backlash. Gu Sheng was taken aback. "Items? He can still have items? I have none." The system interjected, "This is not good." At that moment, the two stood in the corner of the studio, while the staff passing by cast furtive glances in their direction, sensing an unusual tension between the prominent figure and his wife. The director and photographer, who had come to capture footage, also noticed the atmosphere and distanced themselves while setting up their cameras to film them. The assistant director inquired of the photographer Su, "Are Teacher Wen and Teacher Gu quarreling?" Su Ziling, still basking in excitement, replied, "Not at all. How could Wen Gu bear to argue with that look in his eyes?" Meanwhile, Wen Heng was about to voice something when he suddenly heard the system's notification sound. However, this time it was not a direct indication of the level of pain but rather a warning. "Attention, you will experience level 08 pain in 1 minute." This was a new feature added to the system after Gu Sheng's hair had become ineffective, although it could not specify the location, pain intensity, or duration of relief. It at least provided him with some psychological preparation. The male protagonist took a deep breath, counting down in his mind while reassuring Gu Sheng. "You did a great job earlier." Gu Sheng, unamused, retorted, "I know." Thus, Wen Heng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. As seconds ticked by, the minute passed quickly. Level 08 pain, knee pain. Upon hearing the system's notification, Sheng felt an exhilarating sense of vengeance. Get him. This time, Wen Heng calmly braced himself. Pain level 10. Wen Heng wept. In the next moment, the intensity of level 10 pain surged upon him. It felt as though his knee had shattered into pieces, the sensation akin to a knife carving through flesh. His long legs buckled, causing him to pitch forward, unexpectedly pinning Sheng against the wall. The entire crew in the studio gasped in shock. What? This is happening. The production team of The Four Laws exclaimed, "We've got a sensational moment for the main footage." From a distance, it appeared that Sheng was enveloped by Wen Heng. The leading figure rested a hand on Sheng's shoulder, panting, his head bowed. Everyone clasped their heads in disbelief. Is this something we can witness? That night, after reviewing the footage, the entire production team of The Four Laws, along with the entire fashion industry, buzzed with gossip. During today's shoot, top star Wen Heng lost control due to his wife's beauty and, akin to a male protagonist from a novel, pinned Sheng against the wall to kiss her. The following morning, Chang Yan arrived early at the Huading UFU, where Wen Heng mentioned he wanted to discuss something. However, today's conversation was not about work. When Wen Heng led him into the living room, Chang Yan was surprised to find Sheng present as well. Good morning, Teacher Gu, Chang Yan greeted with a smile. His curiosity growing, Wen Heng took a seat before them, inhaling deeply. If it weren't for necessity, he wouldn't wish to explain the bizarre situation of his frequent bodily pain that could only be alleviated through contact with Sheng. Yet, the ineffective hair and the excruciating level 10 pain he experienced yesterday forced him, perhaps not so reluctantly, to acknowledge he needed Sheng. In an effort to maintain an objective tone and a scientific approach, Wen Heng attempted to explain the peculiarities of his physical state, which could be likened to symptoms of a skin hunger. Chang Yan, taken aback, thought to himself, could it be that years without intimacy have led to this predicament? What compels a married man to find himself in such a state? Sheng displayed a perfectly timed expression of astonishment, while internally, he chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Chang Yan inquired, is it the kind of loneliness that craves daily embraces? Wen Heng, sensing the difficulty in articulating his feelings, replied, not quite. Chang Yan pressed further, then what exactly does it feel like? Wen Heng, speaking slowly, admitted, occasionally, I find myself in need of physical contact with others. As a seasoned manager, Chang Yan quickly detected a discrepancy and asked, who, exactly? Wen Heng's tranquil gaze shifted towards Sheng. The system reacted with excitement, acknowledging, it's clear now. He is saying he needs you. This is too much. Sheng's mind raced, realizing that Wen Heng might be seeking collaboration. But he resolutely refused to become a mere emotional crutch. Consequently, Sheng adopted a facade of shock tinged with embarrassment and skepticism. Chang Yan, equally astonished, sought clarification. So, you require physical interaction with Sheng? Wen Heng remained silent. Chang Yan pieced together the implications of Wen Heng's previous actions and was taken aback. So, you're attracted to him? Wen Heng denied it, asserting, I am not. I have no such intentions. Sheng quietly wrapped his arms around himself, while Wen Heng observed Chang Yan with a look that seemed to say, you think he is appealing, don't you? After a prolonged silence, Wen Heng decided to let it be. Nevertheless, he discerned certain patterns. While a pain level of 10 was excruciating, its relief lasted merely 7 seconds, whereas discomforts below 5 lingered much longer. Following an episode of extreme pain, the system remained dormant for several days. The first episode of The Four Laws of Happiness was finally released after post-production editing, and the Yuzu platform was inundated with eager viewers, leading to technical difficulties. Comments flooded in, expressing disbelief. My brother actually cried. And I promise I'll never criticize Sheng again. Please don't cry. Before long, another trending topic emerged, questioning what had moved Wen Heng and Sheng so deeply. The comment section transformed into a jubilant sea of responses. Don't ask. It's simply moving. And you wouldn't understand. This is something only we comprehend. The audience joyously anticipated the conclusion, believing they had seen all the highlights of the first episode, only to discover that the director had strategically placed a bombshell revelation at the end, igniting a frenzy across the internet. No way. This is iconic. And is this a staged moment? Yet it's so touching. I wish to be held by Wen Heng. That evening, the Wen-Sheng couple thread attracted a multitude of writers and artists, with a particularly notable fanfiction titled Only You Are My Remedy. He, with reddened eyes, gripped her waist and pressed her against the wall, hoarsely declaring that he would give his life for her. Consequently, the fandom erupted. and fan fiction spun out into the public sphere, leading marketing accounts to join in fervently. The sensation of novels intertwining with reality sparked discussions, with trending topics and discussions surging by tens of thousands overnight as eager anticipation grew for the second episode of 4 Laws of Happiness. Observing the fervor carried by the sound of the wind, the directing team found themselves unable to sleep for joy. Seizing the opportunity to release a preview, join us for the second live episode of 4 Laws of Happiness this Friday at 8 p.m. at the Film and Television Base. Additionally, we'll have special guest stars, including the Golden Eagle award-winning actor Du Yenji and popular singer Zhang Luwei. Gu Sheng remarked, "This is quite interesting." Du Yenji was the handsome man Gu Sheng had seen online before. She had also watched his works at home. Unlike Wen Heng, who primarily starred in films, Du Yenji was known for his television roles and had won numerous awards for his commendable acting skills, garnering a strong fan base. Gu Sheng found herself quite intrigued by his type. As for Zhang Luwei, upon seeing her name, Gu Sheng instinctively recalled the plot of the original story. Zhang Luwei had significant ties to Wen Heng. The Zhang family was not inferior to the Wen family in the upper echelons of society, and she had known Wen Heng since childhood. With their shared artistic backgrounds and careers in the entertainment industry, their friends had long anticipated a relationship between them, only to see it thwarted by the original characters meddling. The second episode of 4 Laws of Happiness, with Zhang Luwei's addition, promised to be even more melodramatic and rife with conflict. If the original character had faced ridicule and humiliation in the first episode, by the second, she would be positioned at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. After recalling the plot, Gu Sheng rubbed her hands together, feeling exhilarated. Is someone looking for trouble? Let's take it on. If it was to defend Wen Heng, she would confront it head-on alongside him. Once the announcement of the special guest was made, Zhang Luwei's WeChat exploded with activity. Observing her plastic friends' envious and bitter messages, coupled with the discussions in their group, a proud smile crept across her lips. Could it be that Wen Heng and the directing team had coordinated this? It's quite possible. How amusing. Won't Gu Sheng go mad? Isn't she always the one causing trouble for Wen Heng? We'll all be watching this episode. Wei Wei, you are our hope, the one to rescue Wen Dexiao from his trials. Zhang Luwei recalled Wen Heng's face from memory, her heart fluttering. In truth, when she heard that Wen Heng would be participating in a dating reality show with Gu Sheng, she felt no apprehension. No one knew better than her that Wen Heng and Gu Sheng were in a contractual relationship, one that would soon reach its conclusion. However, in the first episode, the typically fastidious Wen Heng had actually made contact with Gu Sheng, igniting a sense of crisis within Zhang Luwei. Nevertheless, it mattered not. She was here. She would surely demonstrate to Wen Heng and the entire internet that in every aspect, she surpassed Gu Sheng. Amidst the anticipation, the cast and special guests of 4 Laws of Happiness set off for the city's film and television base. Chang Yan led the team to see Wen Heng and Gu Sheng off at the airport. Gu Sheng, currently without a management team, relied on Wen Heng's team to coordinate her activities according to his standards. Moreover, the system has been unusually docile these past few days, leaving Wen Heng feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Gu Sheng is right by his side. The schedule of top-tier celebrities is always closely monitored. In addition to fan clubs and photographers, loyal admirers frequently bring gifts and letters to welcome their idol at the airport. Wen Heng's fan group has been established for many years and is quite adept at managing such affairs. Inside the terminal, even when fans spot Wen Heng, their excitement is tempered and they refrain from crowding forward. Wen Heng's security team is reliable, with Gu Sheng accompanying them, and a few fans even managed to slip her some gifts, to which she graciously responded with thanks. However, as they walked towards the boarding gate, a sudden commotion erupted beside them, accompanied by the sound of clicking cameras.
Who could that be?
Is there another celebrity on this flight?
Ah.
It seems to be Zhang Luwei. The crowd parted into two, revealing Zhang Luwei as she removed her sunglasses, striding confidently in her high heels towards Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. What brings her here? I've heard she has known Wen Heng since childhood. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by her swift arrival. Zhang Luwei is striking, possessing sharp features that exude a certain allure. Her gaze carries an air of arrogance, yet when directed at Wen Heng, it softens unconsciously. However, when her eyes shift to Gu Sheng, they take on a scrutinizing quality. The two women have a notorious rivalry within high society. While Zhang Luwei is surrounded by admirers, Gu Sheng has had her share of unfavorable encounters. Wen Heng nodded, embodying the alluring coolness that Zhang Luwei recalls so vividly. It's been a while, Zhang Luwei remarked, waving her hand for her assistant to fetch a paper bag. Presenting it to Wen Heng, her eyes sparkled with anticipation tinged with shyness. Fans on both sides gathered, believing themselves to be witnessing a moment of camaraderie within the entertainment circle. However, Wen Heng glanced down at the single paper bag and then turned to Sheng, pondering why there was only one gift intended for both of them. Sheng feigned indifference, contemplating that she had nearly figured out the system. If her suspicions were correct, this scenario was likely to spark some drama. With a chuckle, Zhang Luwei quipped, "Come on, take it. It's just a small gift. You aren't jealous? Are you, Sheng?" With that, she cleverly insinuated Sheng's jealousy in front of Wen Heng's fans, particularly given her previous threats against Song Qingji. The atmosphere began to shift uncomfortably. Yet, breaking her silence, Sheng flashed a smile. "Rest assured, I'm not jealous. I'm merely an observer." She distinctly heard her system emit a notification sound, more irate than usual. Simultaneously, Wen Heng received a warning. "In 3 seconds, you will experience 9 instances of pain." Wen Heng was taken aback. Was the warning time truly random? Soon after, the system's notification echoed in both their ears. "Pain of love, 9 instances. Akin to a heavy blow. Pain level, 8. Unbeknownst to Zhang Luwei, she extended the paper bag forward. In the next moment, Wen Heng felt as though he had been struck, stumbling backward unexpectedly. Shen exclaimed, "Em Dajin." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Zhang Luwei just punched Wen Heng? The stars have gone mad. Zhang Luwei, what are you doing? Are you attacking our brother? The scene descended into chaos. When Zhang Luwei was apprehended by airport security, she wore a dazed expression. I did nothing. I am wronged." Sheng was taken aback by the system's new gameplay. "Good heavens, it feels like a heavy blow." She laughed heartily, nearly applauding the system's cleverness. Truly talented, indeed. The system's authoritative voice resonated. "We are a humane system, yet exquisite, not to be dismantled." Sheng laughed uncontrollably, realizing that Zhang Luwei's debut was destined for an unfortunate end. Yet it would surely leave a profound impression on Wen Heng's heart. In the terminal, the gathered fans remained anxious and unwilling to leave. To maintain security and ensure the airport's normal operations, Sheng lent a hand to Wen Heng. "Are you alright?" As she approached, Wen Heng caught a whiff of the faint floral scent of her body wash, momentarily lost in thought, and then the pain from the punch faded like a breeze. Instinctively, Wen Heng grasped her wrist, steadying himself. "I'm fine now." Although the pattern of pain was somewhat erratic, it generally followed the principle that the higher the pain, the shorter the duration of relief. Wen Heng held Sheng's slender wrist, but soon released it. Due to the large number of onlookers, news of Zhang Luwei's assault on Wen Heng spread rapidly. However, the absurdity of the incident made it seem like a fabrication, leaving many hesitant to believe it. Before they even passed through the ticket gate, Wen Heng received a call from the Wen family. After confirming he was unharmed, they intervened and negotiated with the Jiang family to suppress the incident. Soon, the rumors online were largely erased. Of course, Zhang Luwei faced a thorough reprimanding. Confined in the airport security room, Zhang Luwei broke down. I truly didn't. Ultimately, Zhang Luwei was unable to board the plane with Wen Heng. Meanwhile, Sheng enjoyed a peaceful sleep on the flight, feeling invigorated upon landing in the city. The city's film base, sprawling in size, is a national Grade 5 tourist attraction in the province. Within the base, numerous large-scale outdoor sets and professional indoor studios have been established, with multiple crews currently in the midst of filming. The filming location chosen for the Happiness 4 Laws crew is the largest, Liangcheng, nestled at the foot of the mountains. With a long river flowing through the city, it is an imposing ancient city. Liang is an elevated dynasty, its architecture reflecting numerous influences from the Tang and Song dynasties. Yet it possesses a certain freedom. The preview for the Yuzi stage was set to air at 8 o'clock in the evening. By then, many viewers had already gathered, filling the bullet screen with comments such as, "Here for Brother Wen," "Here for Qingtian," and "Charging up the mountain." The netizens erupted in excitement, and soon, the Happiness 4 Laws live broadcast was delayed, trending on social media with a flurry of discussions. The other guests had to settle for dinner in the hotel restaurant. When Song Qingji entered and saw Wen Heng, her eyes involuntarily lit up. Indeed, this was a golden opportunity for effortless ascent. If Song Qingji could gain Wen Heng's favor and mention her in front of the producers and casting directors, her chances of successfully auditioning would significantly increase. Whether motivated by this reason or from a strategic standpoint, she must seize the opportunity to showcase her talents during the filming at the film base. Before 10 o'clock, Zhang Luwei finally arrived at the film base with her team. The director's team breathed a sigh of relief and promptly initiated the live broadcast according to the established protocol. After waiting for 2 additional hours, Viewers flooded into the live streaming platform like a torrent, and the number of online viewers was staggering. Finally here. Ah. We've been waiting forever. Since you're late, let's make the excitement even more intense. The guests stood against the backdrop of Liangqing city walls, facing the camera. The director delivered a welcoming speech, briefly introducing the city behind them before introducing the flying guest of the day. A piece of music played through the sound system, and Yu Shanbei was the first to guess. Isn't this unchanging through the years? Indeed. This song expresses the emotions of youthful infatuation and garnered millions of listens on NetEase after its release, climbing various charts. Its author is none other than our flying guest today, Jiang Lue. As Jiang Lue emerged to the sound of music, she greeted all the guests with a smile. She intended to stand beside Wen Heng, but he was surrounded by admirers, and an annoyingly prominent Gu Sheng stood nearby. After the events at the airport earlier that day, Jiang Lue felt that Gu Sheng's seemingly casual demeanor was mocking her. Gu Sheng noticed her gaze and smiled warmly at her. After all, she knew that Jiang Lue was wronged. How could she bear to criticize Wen Heng? Gu Sheng's smile made the fans in front of the camera swoon, yet it only intensified Jiang Lue's displeasure. After Jiang Lue's appearance, the director continued to introduce the next guest. However, instead of playing a song, he recited a line of dialogue. "General, you have arrived." As the words fell, a figure stepped forward, delivering the line with a deep and resonant tone. "I have come, albeit late." Du Yanji's voice instantly evoked the atmosphere of the play. This was a renowned scene from his work, a dialogue between a great general returning in triumph and the emperor and empress. The director's creative use of it as a welcome phrase immediately elicited cheers from the audience. Du is bringing the drama. I've watched this scene countless times. The next line is, "The road is long and distant, yet I wait with uncontainable joy." A cool female voice resonated, seamlessly connecting to the preceding line and cleverly encapsulating the welcome to Du Yanji. The delivery was imbued with charm, and her response to Du Yanji's line was equally impressive, as if they were performing a scene together. The system exclaimed, "Ah, truly deserving of being the selected talent." A seasoned actor, the term compatible has become tiresome. The online audience was momentarily stunned, then the barrage of comments surged. "Wait, was that Gu Sheng just now? Is that the original voice? Help, it's so beautiful." Her delivery of the dialogue surpasses that of many first-tier actresses, doesn't it? Wen Heng was closest to Gu Sheng, her voice resonating near his ear. It was as if the sound of chimes collided, producing a clear and delicate tone that gently caressed his eardrum, evoking a slight tingling sensation. His first thought arose. Has Gu Sheng practiced her lines? Quite impressive. Immediately, a second thought arose. How could she recite lines from Du Yanji's play? Even Du Yanji himself appeared somewhat astonished, bestowing upon Gu Sheng a gaze laden with curiosity and praising her. Well done. The directing team was equally unprepared for Gu Sheng's unexpected level of skill, and they found themselves thoroughly captivated by her performance. The director's assistants and producers, who had been secretly following Wen Sheng, exchanged knowing glances, exclaiming, "No wonder Wen Sheng is fond of Gu Sheng. There is indeed a reason for it." Only Song Qingji and Jiang Lue among the attendees felt irked. How could Gu Sheng have memorized her lines in advance to showcase? What a scheming vixen. After introducing all the guests, the live broadcast finally reached its pivotal segment. With Liangqing being so vast, tomorrow is bound to be physically demanding. The guests dutifully displayed expressions of profound distress. To illustrate their struggles, the camera panned through Liangqing, capturing both guests and viewers in their collective plight. Upon completing the tour, the director announced the search for Tao Xiangling will commence today at 5 p.m. with a first costume selection at 10 a.m. All guests, do your best. 5 p.m. today? Goodness, has it really struck midnight already? Is the director out of his mind? He might as well call it a no-sleep challenge. Yu Shanbei lamented, "To sleep and then wake is even more torturous. I might as well forgo sleep altogether." Lu Yi chimed in, "If you doze off later, shall I wake you?" Yu Shanbei was in tears, and the comments section erupted with laughter at their banter. Qin Tian, holding Song Qingji's hand, affectionately reassured her, "Do not worry, I shan't fall asleep. I will ensure you gather plenty of Tao Xiangling." Song Qingji, touched, replied, "I will endure the night with you." Gu Sheng observed this group and thought to herself, this is getting out of hand. She would not allow such a scenario to unfold. The cameras in the room were all operational, and fans had already flocked to their live stream. I'm here. Let's go. Let us place bets on whether this couple will sleep tonight. Please don't sleep, or else Wen Shun will get kicked again. Ha ha ha. As partners, Gu Sheng intended to discuss with Wen Heng whether to stay up late or rise early. If only Wen Heng, that scoundrel, would take the initiative to stay up late like the other male guests, she would certainly go out of her way to alleviate his discomfort. However, unexpectedly, Wen Heng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly recited a line. A bird cannot soar forever, unless it has gone mad. The words hung in the air, seemingly awaiting a response. But I am indeed mad. Mad enough to love you. Aha. Ah, Hijinan.
My Hijinan.
Mad bird. To hear Shin recite this in my lifetime. Oh my. The comments section exploded. Gu Sheng finally grasped that Wen Heng had quoted a line from Mad Bird, waiting for her to respond. Gu Sheng thought. Yet another attempt to promote himself. I shall not engage. After a moment of silence, Wen Heng observed her clear, peach blossom eyes unresponsive, and his lips pressed into a straight line. She could recite Du Yanji's lines, but not his. Clearly, he had garnered more accolades. Is this jealousy I detect? Because Sister Sheng recited Du's lines, Brother Wen wants her to respond to his. The thrill of intrigue consumes me. Wen Heng fell silent. Until they had completed their evening routines and lay down on either side of the large bed, neither spoke. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, the flying guests struggled to remain awake. The Mountain Road couple engaged in a late-night gaming session to stave off sleep, while the Sunny Day couple busied themselves with generating buzz. Song Qingji expressed her longing for Qin Tian during their separation, to which he mischievously inquired how she missed him. The clarity of their headset audio prompted the audience to exclaim they had overheard premium content. With only 2 or 3 hours remaining until 5 o'clock, Gu Sheng felt utterly fatigued when suddenly the system emitted a sound. Both individuals tensed simultaneously, only to hear the system announce, Level 1 pain, tightness in the chest. Gu Sheng pondered, what on earth is this? Wen Heng silently turned over. Gu Sheng thought, fine, I hadn't intended to resort to this method, but the stubborn man refuses to communicate. Don't you dare sleep. She turned to Wen Heng and initiated, actually, I've heard something quite shocking. In the darkness, Wen Heng opened his eyes, outlining her silhouette in the faint light. Noticing he was listening, Gu Sheng stifled a yawn and continued, moreover, this person is someone you know. Wen Heng inquired, who? He instinctively leaned closer. The barrage of comments on the screen was rife with curiosity. Gu Sheng's voice dwindled. Once I finish telling you, you mustn't share it with anyone. After a brief pause, Wen Heng replied, so, who is it? What is it? What gossip? Hurry and tell us. I'm begging you. Yet, Gu Sheng had fallen silent. After a considerable time, Wen Heng drew nearer and discovered she had drifted off to sleep. Wen Heng sighed, bewildered. At 5 in the morning, Wen Heng opened his bloodshot eyes. So what was it? The comments read, damn it, what was it? Upon awakening, Gu Sheng felt revitalized. The difference between a few hours of sleep and none was palpable. She greeted Wen Heng with a cheerful, hi, good morning. He regarded her with a serene expression. His features remained exquisite, yet the bloodshot hue in his pupils accentuated his melancholic aura. Only after rising did Wen Heng finally grasp that this woman was merely playing tricks. She had deliberately spoken half-truths to keep him awake, compelling him to rise at 5 to seek out Tao Xiangling. Wen Heng pinched the bridge of his nose, a smile unbidden forming after a moment. Brothers, I stayed up all night. Have I fallen into this beauty's trap? Gu Sheng is actually a comedian, right? I'm dying of laughter. Did you not see the first episode? This sister has always had a flair for humor. Forgive me, Wen Shen. I've become a fan of your wife. Oh dear, the charming villainess is simply the best. The diligent guests from the previous night also trended on social media, with the Sunny Day couple's premium content and the Mountain Road couple's gaming achievements ranking in the top 10. However, the most captivating were the first 2 trending topics, Wen Heng's involuntary all-nighter, trending, and what Gu Sheng had mentioned, trending. Those privy to the full story erupted in laughter, feeling a mix of sympathy for Wen Shen while recognizing Gu Sheng as an undeniable talent. Occasionally, there are voices that criticize Gu Sheng, yet these are drowned in a sea of joy. Of course, the guests are oblivious to the online murmurs. Having risen early, they are determined to actively seek the. As Gu Sheng finished her morning routine and prepared to dive into the fray, she heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated pain for the 10th time. Please claim your reward, random good fortune. Last night, despite being unable to sleep, she did not squander her time. She relieved her pain, which ultimately proved beneficial for Gu Sheng. Although this stroke of luck was random, her already buoyant spirits soared even higher, filling her with renewed confidence. Let the games begin. In contrast to her enthusiasm, the other guests appeared to wear forced smiles. After a night of gaming, Louis stumbled, while nearby. Yu Shanbei yawned widely as he walked, ultimately tumbling into the greenery, much to the amusement of the fellow early risers. Ah! Yu Shanbei rolled in the grass. But when he stood, his face beamed with excitement. Is this it? I've found one. He held up a ceramic ball that, when shaken, produced a delightful rustling sound. The first was discovered, heightening the pressure on the guests. The competition had officially commenced. No one wished to be the least fashionable during the two-day live stream. Jiang Lue, having not slept the previous night, arose even earlier than her peers to prepare her appearance, ensuring she looked her best in front of Wen Heng. At last, she seized the opportunity to approach Wen Heng, casting a glance at Gu Sheng before declaring, Wen Heng, Gu Sheng, allow me to assist you. This must be quite elusive. In contrast, Gu Sheng found herself unable to engage with Wen Heng, lacking any notable talent or knowledge, ultimately destined to watch Jiang Lue shine. As Jiang Lue approached, Du Yanji, eager not to be left out, followed suit. He greeted Wen Heng and then turned to Gu Sheng with a smile. Have you seen my play? Gu Sheng responded warmly, yes, I have, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Du Yanji, intrigued by Gu Sheng's demonstrated command of lines the previous night, began a conversation with her as they traversed a bridge. Just as Gu Sheng was about to express her excitement, Wen Heng's indifferent voice interjected, I found it. He retrieved it from behind the railing, his expression impassive as he regarded Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng, perplexed, asked, What is this? Are you provoking me? Her competitive spirit ignited fiercely. With her thoughts of conversation dissipated, Gu Sheng became increasingly focused on the task at hand. Gradually, Jiang Lue also noticed this shift in atmosphere and forced a smile. I think I see one over there on the riverbank. I'll go fetch it. So Gu Sheng won't dirty her hands. Gu Sheng was climbing a crooked tree at that moment. Jiang Lue remarked. Wen Heng stood calmly at the base of the tree, his expression serene yet harboring an underlying concern. Laughing out loud, she's willing to climb trees to win. What happened to the refined young lady from a wealthy family? She's putting in so much effort. I love it. Gu Sheng shook the bell and turned to Jiang Lue. What did you just say? Who's going to dirty their hands? Jiang Lue was momentarily speechless, her expression reflecting her irritation. As dawn brightened the sky, the live audience continued to swell. The guests' sense of urgency grew increasingly palpable, as traversing Liang City on foot proved to be quite arduous, and the availability of the ceramic bells in their possession was exceedingly limited. Ultimately, Wen Heng discovered one beneath a peach tree, while Gu Sheng found another at the threshold of a tavern, marking the conclusion of the morning's endeavors. At precisely 10 o'clock, the guests reconvened beneath the city tower. The directing team captured close-ups of each guest's face, satisfied with the myriad expressions of exhaustion and distress they recorded. Staff members wheeled in display racks, prominently featuring two sets of ancient attire, one in graceful white and the other in alluring red, followed by long robes. Culminating in the most theatrical ensemble, a pastel blue, patchwork clown costume that carried an air of punishment. Oh my goodness, that white one. I earnestly beseech one to wear it. Ah, I've already begun dreaming. With such exclamations, nearly every group of guests managed to contribute their own enthusiastic shout. As the countdown reached 2, the mountain road became increasingly treacherous, and Yu Shanbei burst into tears. No way. Do you all have so many? To their astonishment, the first ceramic bell found was, in fact, the last for the duo. The audience erupted in laughter at Yu Shanbei's sorrow, and the director, stifling his amusement, announced, the fourth place has emerged, and it is our mountain road couple. The other guests breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Last place guaranteed the clown costume. The counting continued, and upon reaching 3, Jiang Lue and Du Yanji exited the competition, claiming third place. 4 ceramic bells, called the director. Song Qingji, trembling with nerves, retrieved 1. Her gaze frequently darting toward Gu Sheng and Wen Heng, silently praying for a tie. Regrettably, when the 5th ceramic bell was called, Gu Sheng produced yet another from her pocket, to the astonishment of Wen Heng. Gu Sheng addressed the camera earnestly. You tied 2 up in the tree. Thank you. Thank you. Random luck, ha. The barrage of comments erupted with laughter, flooding the screen with the harder you work, the luckier you become. Additionally, Wen Heng's fans expressed gratitude to Sister Gu for enabling one to be the first to choose an outfit. Following this, the guests selected their costumes according to their rankings. The voices of Song Qingji and Qin Tian were neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to all guests. Actually, I believe that staying true to one's own style is the most important. Jiang Lue chimed in. Indeed, if one has never tried ancient attire, it's quite easy to miss the mark. Gu Sheng dismissed their chatter as inconsequential. Having secured first place, she naturally opted for the finest selection. After a brief contemplation, Wen Heng also chose the white attire. The entire barrage erupted in excitement, the screen brimming with enthusiasm. Ultimately, the Qing Tian couple selected the red attire. The flying guest took the long robe, and the Mountain Road couple donned the clown costume with a sense of mournful resignation. As advertisements began to play, it marked the time for the guests to showcase their outfits. Once the commercials concluded, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng emerged in succession. Wen Heng's white attire was unadorned yet elegant. The sleeves and collar were sharp, the hem adorned with silver, and a belt cinched at his waist accentuated his tall stature. His features, akin to finely carved jade, reflected tranquility as he stood with an air of grace and nobility. Jiang Luwei, Song Qingji, and others blushed, while the barrage of comments fell silent in awe. I'm done, I'm done, I'm done. Brother, ah. Help, ah. As Gu Sheng emerged just as the barrage of comments proclaiming brother, I can, filled the screen, the camera crew swiftly zoomed in. Her long hair cascaded down, intricately braided at her ears, revealing her luminous earlobes. With a calm demeanor, her gaze lifted, and her striking features were nothing short of breathtaking. Such exquisite countenance was flawlessly complemented by her attire of pristine white. Draped in a delicate veil, the fabric accentuated her slender waist, adorned with silver-trimmed edges. Her figure was both delicate and alluring, exuding an ethereal grace as a gentle breeze stirred around her. Wen Heng could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. The Yuzi live streaming platform momentarily went blank before erupting with fervor. Wow. Sister, you've mesmerized me. Why did no one tell me Gu Sheng looked so stunning in ancient attire? Please, Sister Sheng, consider acting. Even if just as a vase, I would still watch. When Gu Sheng and Wen Heng stood side by side, the attention of the audience shifted entirely away from others' appearances. The production team needed no encouragement. The duo's white attire trended immediately, causing an explosive reaction. By the afternoon, as the broadcast resumed, the viewership for the 4 Laws of Happiness reached unprecedented heights. I'll be candid. I'm here for the visual feast. Though Wen Sheng lacks genuine chemistry, one cannot deny their divine looks. Never did I anticipate that these two would spark such chemistry before the broadcast. However, clad in her long robe, Jiang Luwei hesitated to showcase herself next to Gu Sheng. Not just her. Song Qingji also instinctively distanced herself. Qin Tian, dressed in red alongside her, appeared rather foolish with his tall and robust stature. Song Qingji gazed enviously at the ethereal Wen Heng, her eyes tinged with jealousy. Outside, their management teams, witnessing the imminent surge in Wen Sheng's popularity, scrambled for public relations, deploying a wave of online support. I admit Wen Sheng is indeed stunning, but let us be honest. They hardly have any sugar to offer, do they? It's all a dance for the fans. The main characters have never genuinely expressed affection. If we're speaking truthfully, Qing Tian's love is the most sincere, passionate, and fervent. In the first episode, someone even claimed that if Wen Heng and Gu Sheng could become sweet, they'd live stream eating excrement. I have the screenshot. Oh no, that was me who said that. Spare me, please. The barrage finally became chaotic. Just as Gu Sheng and Wen Heng were about to commence their first game, amidst the ancient city, clad in white, they moved as if stepping into a painting. Up close, witnessing celestial beings, even the crew felt their cheeks flush. Welcome, you two, to the Heartthrob Challenge. The rules are simple. If you smile while watching the video, it counts as being moved. The one with fewer smiles wins a ceramic bell. The staff stammered slightly. Which of you will start first? Wen Heng turned to glance at Gu Sheng, his breath catching, then averted his gaze. I'll go first. Gu Sheng contemplated and deemed the game winnable, nodding. Let us proceed. Wen Heng began watching the video, the camera focused intently on his face. Even a hint of a smile would be visible to the audience. The video featured nearly a decade's worth of stunning actresses from around the world, yet Wen Heng remained expressionless throughout. The system lamented. Look. He is unaffected by anyone other than you. Gu Sheng retorted, nonsense. He just wants to win against me. Pressing her lips together, she declared, let me take my turn. The staff then began playing videos of handsome men for her. Upon witnessing the 2 videos, Gu Sheng instinctively felt a sense of impending doom. Is it truly possible that this world harbors so many handsome men? Each video was meticulously crafted, perfectly timed, with striking faces captivating the screen, causing Gu Sheng's lips to curve into a subtle smile. Yet that smile continued to linger, again and again. You are currently watching the Direct Heartbeat Challenge. Ha ha ha, sister. Can you at least tone it down a bit? Wen Heng, This superficial woman. He closed his eyes, wishing to avert his gaze, but at that very moment, he heard the system's notification chime. Look at Wen Heng's expression. Yes, jealous. Yes, definitely jealous. No, I think it's not jealousy. Yes, genuinely anxious. Wen Heng first felt a jolt through his body, then his pale lips betrayed him, and moments later, he began to tremble. As if utterly heartbroken. If he is this jealous, he must truly love her. Oh dear, if Sister Sheng chooses someone else for the task, when go one tea cry, will he? Stop saying Wen Heng lacks sweetness. It breaks my heart. After the video concluded, Gu Sheng let out a long sigh. She had vaguely heard the system's notification earlier, yet was so entranced by the beauty on screen that she failed to comprehend the content. Then, glancing at Wen Heng, she curiously inquired of the system. What ails him, causing such a strong reaction? The system replied, this is the 9th instance of pain, akin to a heavy blow. Gu Sheng, what? The system continued. The 11th instance, akin to a lightning strike.
Sheng, no wonder.
Wen Heng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The tremors coursing through him led him to question whether he had committed grievous sins in a past life. From the audience's perspective, the face that had been selected among the top 100 most attractive men globally for consecutive years was now furrowing its perfectly arched brows. Dressed in white, with clean black hair, the eternally aloof highbrow had, for the first time, been touched by human emotions, yet he fought to suppress them, revealing a hint of vulnerability that was utterly captivating. Oh no, how could anyone bear to see Wen Heng in pain? He appears so fragile, so humble, so deeply affectionate. Even Gu Sheng found herself pondering. The handsome figure she had just viewed faded from her memory, leaving no trace. Instead, the man before her, without the aid of filters, simply standing there, eclipsed all the videos. Even as he trembled from the 7th level of pain, it was clear to Gu Sheng, pain renders one beautiful. System. Please be human. Finally, the staff, with expressions suggesting they were almost overwhelmed, announced, Wen Laosher's heartbeats. 0. Gu Laosher's heartbeats. 5. This round, victory belonged to Wen Laosher. Wen Heng inhaled deeply, his fingers trembling as he accepted the bell. Then turned to place it in Gu Sheng's hand. His fingertip rested in her palm, a small patch of coolness. The audience erupted in cheers, and for a moment, Gu Sheng felt both flattered and bewildered, looking at him uncertainly. Did this man truly know to pay for the relief? How conscientious. Wen Heng's shivering ceased. The sensation of being struck by lightning finally dissipated, yet the discontent in his heart remained unresolved. He waited quietly for a few seconds, and after 8 seconds, the pain subsided. The staff and the audience all assumed he would pass the Tao Xiangling to Gu Sheng. However, a voice with a crystalline quality emerged, asking, Am I handsome? The people in the video were taken aback. Gu Sheng was stunned. Are you kidding me? The barrage of comments fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting again.
1. God.
Your jealousy
Is
overwhelming.
aha.
Jiang Luwei had been closely monitoring their dynamics, and when she saw Wen Heng actively placing the Tao Xiangling into Gu Sheng's hands, her sense of crisis intensified. There seemed to be an inexplicable connection between them, drawing Wen Heng closer to Gu Sheng than to anyone else. But how could that be possible? He had always kept others at a distance. Since childhood, it had been this way. Why should Gu Sheng be the exception? What right did she have? Jiang Luwei tugged at her long coat, unable to conceal her jealousy, as she walked to the lounge. She opened her phone, and her friends in the elite circle were also watching the live broadcast, with group messages flooding in. Does it seem to me that Wen Xiao really treats Gu Sheng differently? Seriously, is it just because of her looks? What does Gu Sheng have besides her face that could match Wen Heng? What if Wen Heng really falls for Gu Sheng? What about the divorce? Jiang Luwei's pupils constricted. She could not allow such a thing to happen. She was the one who deserved to stand beside Wen Heng. Just then, she heard a similarly anxious voice from next door. If the acting requirements were high, then she would present farewell to you for Gu Sheng and Wen Heng. She was confident in Wen Heng's skills, and thus, it would become Gu Sheng's public humiliation. At that moment, the entire internet would know that Gu Sheng was utterly unworthy of Wen Heng. Stimulated by Wen Heng, Gu Sheng searched for the Tao Xiangling with relentless determination. Now it was a solo mission, and she needed to exchange the Tao Xiangling for a mode of transportation. They had toiled from one palace to another in Liangqing that morning. If they had a 2-wheeled or 4-wheeled vehicle, the search would be much easier. After Wen Heng toyed with her and withheld the bell, Gu Sheng vowed to acquire an even better mode of transportation than Wen Heng. Thus, the audience could witness a diligent, ancient fairy working hard in her live stream. playing games, climbing walls, and traversing the heavens and the earth. Her actions were swift and fierce, like a tiger, showcasing her prowess with a Tao Xiangling. Gu Sheng remarked, "Random luck truly is random." It was unclear when, but Gu Sheng's live stream audience had risen to second place, only surpassed by Wen Heng's side. No longer were there only haters and fans. Now, there were genuine admirers of Gu Sheng. "Sister, you're hilarious. Ha ha ha. Don't lose it. Wen Go will take you higher." The production team issued backpack-like bags. And counting the ones she had received in the morning, Gu Sheng had a total of 5. Not far away, Wen Heng had collected 7 Tao Xianglings. With the bag slung over his shoulder, the scholarly air about him was somewhat subdued, and his stern expression took on a hint of chivalry, causing fans to furiously take screenshots throughout. Upon the completion of the exchange, considering the diverse modes of transportation at hand, the guests may embark on separate tasks, forming teams at their discretion, and enthusiastically explore the film set, serving as the eyes and guides for the audience. It is worth noting that this is also related to their accommodations for the evening. The directing team of the 4 Laws of Happiness remains acutely aware that they are producing a romantic variety show, fundamentally aimed at observing the affections of celebrity couples. The separation of tasks is, of course, optional and entirely dependent on the guests' choices. Song Qingji, her teeth clenched, resolutely declared, "Without you by my side, no matter how fast or far I run, it will be in vain." Qin Tian, clad in matching resplendent red attire, appeared as touched as a perfectly steamed lobster. "Zizi, I knew you were the kindest." Song Qingji smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance, beginning to question why she and Qin Tian had ever quarreled and why Gu Sheng could be paired with someone like Wen Heng. Gu Sheng watched on, clearly amused. In a remarkable transformation, the couple who had earlier resembled the most down-to-earth individuals now donned clown costumes in the afternoon. Their backpacks bulged, revealing 15 ceramic ringing bells, which they exchanged for a 4-wheeled sightseeing vehicle. The bullet screen was flooded with excitement. Those who had not yet exchanged their items found themselves in a rather intricate situation. Wen Heng stepped forward, trading 7 ceramic ringing bells for a bicycle, complete with a passenger seat. His gaze subtly lingered on Gu Sheng, only to discover her attention was firmly fixed on the 4-seater sightseeing vehicle. Lu Yi and Yu Shanbei occupied the front seats, while Du Yanji claimed a space in the back. Given that he and Yu Shanbei were from the same media company and shared a senior-junior relationship, it was perfectly reasonable for Du Yanji to be in his vehicle. The remaining seat, glaringly empty, stirred a sense of longing within Gu Sheng. Sensing her intense gaze, Lu Yi glanced at Wen Heng, noting his cold demeanor and lack of invitation for Gu Sheng to occupy the back seat. Anxiously, she inquired, "Sheng, Sister Sheng, there's an extra seat in our car. Would you like to join us?" Clad in the original clown outfit intended for her, a pink-blue patchwork ensemble that, despite its playfulness, complemented the youthful exuberance of her little idol rather charmingly. Gu Sheng gazed at her hair fluttering gently, her peach blossom eyes sparkling, and a smile gracing her lips. "Then I shall graciously accept." The bullet screen erupted in admiration, and Lu Yi, struck by the beauty of the moment, felt her face flush with embarrassment. "Sorry, I'm momentarily captivated by this cult. The sweet girl and the elegant lady are simply irresistible." Wen Heng, observing them with indifference, listened to the system's warning echoing in his ears. "Ding, in 3 minutes, you will experience your 12th sensation of pain. Please prepare accordingly." He pushed the bicycle forward, unaffected, exuding an air of aloofness. From Gu Sheng's performance in the first episode to her current engagement in conversation with Du Yanji and her evident attraction to handsome men, followed by her decision to team up with them for the separate tasks, Wen Heng increasingly questioned whether her affection for him truly existed. She shyly asked, "Wen Heng, I can only exchange for a skateboard. May I team up with you? Is it so difficult to walk independently? Why must my brother give you a ride?" Observing his expression, it was evident that he was suppressing something. Oh, how cruel this felt. "You wanted to play tricks on me. I can sit in the convertible while you ride a bicycle." Wen Heng made a decision, regardless of the intensity of the pain this time. He would not seek out this woman. At the moment Gu Sheng cheerfully stepped towards the car, a system notification chimed. Level 12 of love. Pulmonary blockage. Pain level, 5 to 10. Wen Heng was taken aback, while Gu Sheng was equally perplexed by the range of pain levels. Yet, apart from the two of them, no one else was privy to the unfolding drama. The production team excitedly zoomed in on them, as viewers across the internet tuned in to witness this melodramatic moment from the dating show, where a couple was heading in opposite directions towards others. Suddenly, a raspy voice pierced through the air. "Gu Sheng," it was Wen Heng, calling her over. Jiang Luwei's smile faltered instantly. The other guests fell silent, and the production team wore expressions of astonishment, mirroring the reactions of the million online viewers. Oh my goodness, he couldn't hold back any longer. Help! Those words have completely melted my heart. Wen Heng was initially holding back. The more he restrained himself, the more he sensed something amiss. As he gazed at Gu Sheng, cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and he struggled to admit, I can't breathe. The moment he uttered those words, the online audience erupted. Is this a confession? Does this mean you are my heir? Without you, I cannot breathe. Such possessiveness. Oh, my goodness. Gu Sheng realized why there was a level 10 of pain. Wen Heng rolled his eyes and coughed. I genuinely feel like I am suffocating. In a flash, Gu Sheng understood the meaning behind the pain levels. A mild pulmonary blockage meant a level 5 pain, which was tolerable for Wen Heng. However, if it escalated, it would lead to suffocation, and that would be the end. His statement about not being able to breathe was starkly truthful, yet those watching the live broadcast remained unaware. Wen Heng's management team realized he was in deep trouble this time. His fans thought there must be a reason why he values her so much. We will no longer criticize Gu Sheng. The couple's fanbase was in a frenzy, exclaiming, oh my goodness, I can only scream. Nevertheless, Wen Heng's personal sentiment at that moment was, I might not see the sun tomorrow. Fortunately, the sun itself approached. As his vision blurred, a soft light drew near, followed by Gu Sheng's voice, you don't look so well. Oh, can it be all right? My wife jumped into the car and left me with just a bicycle. Wen Heng reached out, unsure where he grasped Gu Sheng, but the feeling of suffocation dissipated instantly. He coughed violently twice and took a deep breath. He was alive. With a cold sheen of sweat still on his forehead, Wen Heng lifted his gaze and looked deeply into her eyes. I am fine now. It's because I held on to my wife that I am all right. Oh, I can truly feel the overwhelming love from a top star. Just take me away. The audience, oblivious to the underlying truth, remained enchanted, lost in the fervor of the moment. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, lamenting the hindrance caused by the dog-like man. Nevertheless, Jiang Luwei reassured herself. Observing Gu Sheng disdainfully patting the back seat of Wen Heng's vehicle, she mused that Gu Sheng would not be able to maintain his smile for long. Tomorrow's shoot would be her moment of embarrassment. Resolute, she decided that regardless of the cost, she would ensure Gu Sheng participated in parting ways with you. Ultimately, the sunny couple wobbled away on their skateboards, while the mountain couple welcomed 2 flying guests, and Gu Sheng took a seat on the rear of Wen Heng's bicycle. The guests were dispersed across various live streaming platforms. Yet the online viewers on Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's side surpassed the total of the other windows, with the barrage of comments flooding the screen every second. It was at this moment that Wen Heng finally calmed down, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and inquired of the system. What level is it this time? The system replied, the final pain level is rated at level 8. Wen Heng furrowed his brow. Since it was below level 10, there should be no cooling off period, and the pain points would still arrive randomly. It seemed that the system had detected the male lead's intense fluctuations between life and death moments ago. After a brief calculation, the system emitted a notification sound. A new random item has been added. Time elixir. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow. The explanation followed. The time elixir allows you to accumulate contact time with the antidote during your pain-free moments, which can directly offset the duration of your pain when the pain points arise. This indeed was a rather useful item. Wen Heng suspected he had been driven to the brink by pain. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel an inexplicable sense of emotion upon hearing this. With a hint of warmth, he asked the system, how much time can be stored? The system replied, the current capacity is 10 seconds, and it will expand. Wen Heng responded, goodbye. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng had cleared the back seat and, noticing Wen Heng lost in thought, urged him to move along. Unable to sit in a 4-wheeled vehicle, she observed Wen Heng's expression was quite comical. Glancing down, she noticed his delicately wrinkled nose, which inexplicably lifted Wen Heng's spirits. He was the first to mount the bike, his long legs barely fitting on the ground, and he slightly turned his face, signaling Gu Sheng to hop on. Gu Sheng, not one to be polite, clung to his shoulder and leapt onto the seat, then grasped the bike's frame. Wen Heng heard a second added to his time elixir. He instructed, hold on tight. Gu Sheng huffed, I'm all set. A smile tugged at the corners of Wen Heng's lips as he pedaled forward, propelling them into the breeze that lifted the hems of their silver-accented white garments, intertwining them in a manner that appeared almost intimate. Within the film city, undulating bridges and winding paths surrounded them as Wen Heng rode uphill. A sudden jolt caused Gu Sheng to instinctively grip his waist. His waist was lean, Yet even through the fabric, she could feel the strength beneath. The system exclaimed jubilantly, "Sweet love. This is the essence of tender romance." Gu Sheng commanded it to be quiet, thinking to herself that, after all, he was not in pain now. She reflected that it was worth it. Wen Heng's gaze lowered slightly, catching sight of her slender wrist resting against his waist. At that moment, he could hardly think of the time elixir. Yet the smile on his lips remained unwavering. "The scene is too beautiful. I can't escape it. Divine beauty deserves divine beauty. This scene is one I could behold for a century." The two individuals traversed from the East Market to the West Market, meandering past the Triumph Tower and through narrow alleys, passing taverns along the way. What was initially intended as a scenic outing for the audience in the film studio ultimately saw the two of them becoming the spectacle themselves. In the absence of the profoundly sweet phrase, "I cannot breathe without you," prominent figures within the industry began to create content. Artists illustrated this exquisite moment, while writers known for their viral wall literature produced several new works. Editors skillfully compiled highlights from the live stream into short videos, garnering tens of thousands of views and likes. Hello, have you heard of the sound couple? Top-tier beauty, with the lead personally sharing sweetness. So sweet it brings a tinge of sorrow. Both Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi secured the top housing, radiating immense luck. The two frolicked in clown costumes. Meanwhile, Song Qingji and Qin Tian's countenances darkened upon learning that housing would be allocated based on check-in numbers. They struggled with their skateboards, which they could barely navigate. Ultimately, they didn't even exit Liangcheng, finishing in last place. In the end, Du Yanji and Jiang Lue, benefiting from the mountain road, claimed the second-largest estate, while Wen Heng and Gu Sheng settled into a quaint riverside cottage, leaving Song Qingji and Qin Tian to sleep in a tile-roofed house. By BZ and 11 are about to act. Haha, I am so looking forward to it. Chickens pecking at each other. Not afraid, not afraid. Let's give Qin Tian a sweet script. I want some sugar. Anticipating President Du. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, the fans of Wen Sheng were not as cheerful as during the day. Though everyone is quite enamored, can 11 truly keep up with Wen Guo's performance? Sister, you voiced my concerns. With hands clasped, I pray. The bamboo cottage by the river, with its open windows and gentle night breeze, offered a comfortable abode. However, for Gu Sheng, after such a long time, returning to her original profession was highly anticipated. Moreover, to act alongside an actor of Wen Heng's caliber, engaging in mutual competition and inspiration, was exhilarating in itself. Gu Sheng turned to Wen Heng and asked, "Which scene do you wish to shoot?" "I am open to anything." With a hint of natural pride, Gu Sheng replied, "I am also open to anything, all right." Trying to show off. In the dim room, their gazes locked. One pair of peach blossom eyes glinted with a hint of anger, while the other pair of dark eyes remained as calm as a tranquil sea. Gu Sheng fervently wished for the system to function at that moment. However, it remained silent as the grave. After staring at him for a while, she had no choice but to nonchalantly change the subject. "By the way, regarding the shocking matter I mentioned last night, I've been perplexed as to how he could act that way." Wen Heng silently observed her. This woman was employing the same tactic again. His pupils, deep and tranquil, open to speak. Is there such a matter? Gu Sheng. Wen Heng continued. "How could he behave that way? It's utterly outrageous." Gu Sheng fell silent for 2 seconds, then announced it was time for bed. With that, she turned and burrowed under the covers, leaving behind a silhouette of frustration. Simultaneously vexed and secretly pulling out her phone, she began to rehearse her lines via video. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow and chuckled at her retreating figure. That night, the system remained quiet as the two rested, each on opposite sides of the bed. Wen Heng has finally managed to erase the painful memories that had burdened him. However, to his astonishment, after a single night, the voting situation has taken an unexpected turn. Originally, Song Qingji's duet Parting With You held the highest votes. But after a night of mysterious ballot chasing, it has now shifted to Wen Heng and Gu Sheng leading the count. Ultimately, amidst Jiang Lue's triumphant smile, Parting With You is awarded to Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. The male protagonist, who was initially calm in his acceptance of fate, unexpectedly encounters the love he has sought for many years, resulting in an intricate and silent emotional transformation. Meanwhile, the female protagonist is swept along by the currents of time. Feeling utterly powerless, her clenched teeth unable to produce a single sound of despair. The essence of Parting With You lies in sorrow and suffering. Do you two possess confidence? Wen Heng remains silent, turning to look at Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng, in turn, gazes back at him, pondering why this man is scrutinizing her. as if to imply that she is the one dragging him down. She then directs her attention to the assistant director. I am confident. The assistant director is taken aback, and Wen Heng slightly squints his eyes. At that moment, Sheng hears the system's delayed notification. The 13th pain of love. Heart-wrenching.
Sheng, oh.
Wen Heng, too, receives a prompt. Pain level, 7. Duration of relief, 1 minute. The 10 seconds in the time capsule prove utterly useless. Wen Heng slowly covers his lower abdomen.
Sheng, ibun tambe.
Let the male lead experience his sorrow and pain. I feel even more confident. Clenching her fist. Song Qingji, initially feeling dejected for not being able to showcase her talent in front of Wen Heng and director Sheng, suddenly finds her spirits lifted at the thought of witnessing Sheng's public humiliation. Sheng's earlier remarks only serve to elicit laughter from her. Does she dare claim to have confidence? Such arrogance. Teacher Wen is notoriously stringent within the industry, both with himself and with his fellow actors. When Song Qingji had acted alongside him, she was always filled with trepidation. Jiang Lue, having overheard, chuckles lightly, remarking on how the confidence of the Gu family's young lady has remained unchanged since childhood. Song Qingji exchanges a knowing glance with her, both of them secretly mocking Sheng, completely unaware that they had been competing against each other with their financial gambits the previous night, while cheerfully discussing future dinner plans. The audience has long settled in front of their screens, fervently supporting their favorite stars in the comments. The production team films in the order of the flying guests. Mountain Road and sunny weather. Fans enthusiastically encourage their idols, yet the first group, led by Du Yanji, struggles to engage Jiang Lue, while the second group, featuring the Mountain Road duo, are equally inept at acting. Director Sheng offers a few critiques, finding it difficult to provide guidance to most of the participants aside from conversing with Du Yanji. When Song Qingji takes the stage, she feels a sense of superiority, as if she is outshining her peers. She and Qin Tian are performing a youth campus script, portraying the typical school bully and the top student. Yet their youthful exuberance leaves the fans squealing with delight. Given the previous comparisons, director Sheng praises them briefly. Outside, the agent, along with the marketing team, swiftly capitalizes on the moment, declaring the sunny couple to be incredibly sweet, trending on social media, while lavishly praising their acting skills, all the while subtly undermining the rising duo of Wen Sheng. This truly exemplifies the caliber of celebrity couples. The most exquisite love is one that is perfectly matched, unlike someone who can only drag down the leading actor. Merely possessing beauty without the skill to perform is indeed awkward. I find myself cringing already. At this moment, Wen Heng and Sheng have just completed their styling backstage. The staff stands in silence, captivated by the extraordinary beauty of these two individuals. Their mere presence exudes an aura that transcends the ordinary. As they prepare to take the stage, Wen Heng approaches Sheng slowly, extending his hand and saying, "Let us do our best." Nearby, a photographer snaps away, struggling to hold the camera steady in the face of their stunning appearance. Sheng glances at Wen Heng's composed visage, then looks down at his slightly trembling hand and breaks into a radiant smile. She reaches out to give him a high five, the sound echoing, "Let us go." Wen Heng, feeling the tension, decides to endure. The moment they step out, the live-streaming platform erupts. Wen Heng, adorned in a battle-worn outfit, bears scars on his forehead and lips, his brow furrowed, emanating an air of icy melancholy. His military uniform is tattered, exposing a wounded yet resolute neck beneath. He is both wild and stoic. Years later, he finds himself a prisoner, while she remains a celestial figure on the water. One is lowly and the other exalted, one luminous and the other shadowed, yet their sexual tension is palpable. Wow! I am utterly captivated by this battle-scarred beauty. The young lady truly embodies her status. She is undeniably precious. The contrast and intensity of their chemistry is overwhelming. No matter how she performs, I will watch just for Sheng Jia's face. Wen Heng seems to have entered character the moment he stepped onto the stage. His expression solemn, rendering his pain with astonishing realism. Why do I already feel the ache? Wen Heng is indeed a master. His acting is divine. Yet, it is Sheng who astonishes even more. From the moment the camera captures her, every step and movement is perfectly balanced. They traverse their destinies, only to collide unexpectedly. In that instant, bewilderment, shock, confusion, and despair flicker across their eyes. The woman's elegance shatters abruptly as she clutches the railing, her voice trembling. "You, how could you?" Director Sheng, observing from behind the monitor, straightens up, surprised. Wen Heng realizes that Gu Sheng has fully immersed herself in the role, enveloped in a depth that astonishes him. He yearns to join her, yet his insides feel as if they have been violently crushed. Nevertheless, Wen Heng proves to be a consummate professional. He closes his eyes and step by agonizing step, approaches the gallows, bitterly reciting his last words. With every stride, his eyes grow increasingly bloodshot. His gaze conveys pain, his movements exude anguish, each nuance articulating the torment of love that cannot be embraced or resented, leaving one heartbroken. The agony is overwhelming. Gu Sheng, sensing the tangible pain radiating from Wen Heng, finds her tears flowing effortlessly in the dramatic scene. Sorrow clings to her lashes, cascading into tears that shatter against the cobblestones, mirroring the audience's hearts, left in tatters. Oh my, this crying scene is too much for me. Who taught Gu Sheng such acting? Surely, it must be Wen Heng himself. The scene was heart-wrenching as the director, Sheng, was taken aback, reciting his lines. How? Do you know this person? Yet, Gu Sheng's tears ceased in an instant. Despite the redness in her eyes and the quivering of her nostrils, she managed to smile as she turned away. How could she possibly know him? I went to serve tea to grandfather.
Bang!
The gunshot rang out. The woman trembled slightly. The final act should have depicted the man fixating on her retreating figure, collapsing to his knees. However, Wen Heng, overcome by profound sorrow, could no longer contain himself and, with a splatter, coughed up blood. He collapsed into the night, leaving a trail of crimson that blossomed like flowers.
Cut!
Exclaimed director Sheng. Absolutely perfect. Both actors were phenomenal. In the end, Wen Heng delivered a masterstroke. After years of filming, he had never witnessed such a convincingly realistic portrayal of bloodshed. From the expressions to the gaze, every bodily reaction was astonishingly lifelike, truly worthy of the title of Best Actor. Meanwhile, Wen Heng lay on the ground, seemingly still immersed in his role. He covered his bloodied hands, trembling slightly.
Damn.
Is there anyone who can save me? Chapter 15. A combined update. Why is Brother Wen still lying there? These talented actors often immerse themselves deeply in their roles. Let us not disturb him. Allow him some peace. Yes, do not approach. Renowned in the industry for his profound immersion in characters, Wen Heng had gained a reputation for his deep understanding of roles. Thus, despite the completion of the filming of Parting Ways with You, his assistants hesitated to approach him. As the sole informed individual on set, she made a careful assessment. Wen Heng had indeed coughed up blood. After all, the props team had not provided him with a blood bag, and the script did not include a scene of bloodshed. It appeared that the heartbreak he felt was akin to the agony he had previously endured, prompting him to expel blood once more. Gu Sheng, filled with concern, queried the system. Should we call for an ambulance? The system, in a desperate tone, replied, I believe it would be quicker for you to go over and alleviate his pain. Gu Sheng clicked her tongue and took a few steps to crouch beside Wen Heng. Frankly, his current state ignited a sense of destruction within one. His face, exquisite as a treasured relic, was beautiful and noble, deserving of being displayed under glass. Yet now, this treasure lay shattered, its fragments scattered, his pale visage marred by blood, evoking a striking beauty that teetered on the brink of ruin. Gu Sheng mused, if I were a pervert, I might feel a stir of desire. But alas, she was not. Just as she contemplated poking him with her finger, Wen Heng abruptly opened his eyes and grasped her wrist. It seemed a sense of relief washed over him as he slowly sat up, coughing out the last remnants of blood, wiping his hand clean. This was not the first instance where Gu Sheng had astonished him. Her remarkable empathy and instantaneous grasp of the character's emotions left him astounded, even amidst his suffering. Though it was an unfathomable occurrence, his wife subtly began to unveil her meticulously crafted allure, capturing the attention that rightfully belonged to her. At that moment, they occupied the center of the studio. Yet no one dared to intrude. Wen Heng, bearing the marks of battle, transformed the aloof flower into a wild beauty. The man's alluring pheromones permeated the air, rendering the surrounding crew weak at the knees. Yet, Gu Sheng remained unfazed, shouting, Wen Heng, you've smeared blood all over me.
Indeed.
His blood had stained Gu Sheng's pristine wrist, nearly soiling the young lady's fur coat. Wen Heng gently rubbed his fingertip and replied, it's fake blood. Gu Sheng paused, then quickly retorted, even if it's fake, you can't just smear it around. Get up quickly. With approximately 20 seconds left until the pain subsided, Wen Heng, in a moment of mischief, began to play coy. You pull me. Gu Sheng exclaimed, how can I pull you when you're so heavy? Frustrated, she thought to herself. This infuriating man should just lie there and suffer. The two engaged in a hushed argument, which the filming crew captured in its entirety as behind-the-scenes footage. They quietly mused that this exchange would undoubtedly make it into the final cut. The director, assistant director, producers, and screenwriters were all seated behind the monitor, watching these two extraordinarily attractive individuals bicker, each wearing expressions of delight. Oh, how sweet. She won't even get up unless her wife pulls her. This must be what romance looks like for top-tier celebrities. For Jiang Luwei and Song Qingji, this had been the moment they had long awaited for Gu Sheng's public humiliation. Who could have anticipated that the tables would turn, and they would become the ones humiliated? Song Qingji felt even more awkward. Prior to the release of Farewell to You, social media had been flooded with praise for the acting of the Qing Tian couple, lauding their equal prowess and compatibility. Their fans were quite vocal. While they dared not provoke Wen Heng, they took jabs at Gu Sheng. With tens of thousands of votes on Weibo, 80 had chosen Farewell to You. And the trending topic, the Qing Tian couple's chemistry is so sweet, hung prominently, making the previous comments rather uncomfortable. Song Qingji's expression became incredibly stiff, and Qing Tian, noticing her discomfort, mindlessly asked, "Jizi, are you okay?" Unable to maintain her facade of innocence, Song Qingji replied, "How could I be okay?" A sense of foreboding crept over her. Gu Sheng didn't seem to be playing around. If she continued in this industry, with her looks and the talent she had displayed, wouldn't she always overshadow Song Qingji? When would she ever rise to prominence? When Gu Sheng emerged after changing out of her costume, Song Qingji could not help but take a jab at her. "Sister Gu, your acting is truly impressive. I suppose you often beg teacher when to teach you at home?" Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow and responded graciously, "What? Do you want to learn too?" Taken aback by her unexpected admission, Song Qingji felt a foolish flutter in her heart. Of course. Where else could I find a 3-time Golden Horse Award winner? A top-tier male actor? However, in the next moment, Gu Sheng pulled out her phone and displayed a payment code, saying, "Once you've honored me well, I'll teach you." Song Qingji's face turned an array of colors before she stormed off in frustration. "Gu Sheng, you little newcomer in this circle, just wait." In the extensive discussions online, the second live broadcast of the 4 Laws of Happiness has essentially come to a close. The audience, still reeling from the experience, erupted into a chorus of lamentations. In his concluding remarks, the director reflected on the evolution of the film and television industry, discussing the rise and fall of domestic productions in recent years. Acknowledging that such progress is inextricably linked to the efforts of the exceptional actors present, Director Sheng urged everyone to pay more attention to domestic works and invited them to visit the film base whenever possible. There's a live broadcast. I'm all set. For the next installment, our destination will be the coastal tourist city of Lianqing. The 4 Laws of Happiness will feature a special thematic project, Creating Romance, which the audience eagerly anticipates. Upon hearing the theme of Creating Romance, filled with whimsical excitement, the audience reacted enthusiastically. This is the dating variety show we've been waiting for. I'm eagerly awaiting it. Hurry up with the next episode. I'm no longer satisfied with just my looks. I want to see more. I can't wait for the next episode. As another workday concluded, Gu Sheng received a business card from Director Sheng. At that moment, Wen Heng stood beside her, but Sheng was not merely acknowledging Wen Heng. He genuinely wished to connect with Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng respectfully accepted the card, sincerely thanking Director Sheng. This recognition held significant weight for her current status as an unknown. "I look forward to seeing more of you," Sheng winked. Gu Sheng understood his implication. It was not merely about appearing on a variety show, but rather about producing tangible work worthy of display. "I will," she replied with a smile. Her appearance on the 4 Laws of Happiness was merely the beginning. She had always been dedicated to her career, as she had been in the past, and would continue to be. The unfortunate fate of a supporting actress could not confine her. Gu Sheng was determined to reach the heights she aspired to. Wen Heng silently observed, feeling a complex array of emotions as he watched Gu Sheng's smiling profile. Unexpectedly, as Sheng departed, another business card was handed to Gu Sheng. Both Wen Heng and Gu Sheng turned to see Du Yanji's warm and refined smile. Wen Heng subtly furrowed his brow. Like Sheng, Du Yanji recognized Gu Sheng's potential. If she could maintain the impressive acting skills she had just displayed, particularly her adeptness at emotional scenes, there were few in her age group among the top tier who could rival her. Coupled with her beauty, she could withstand even the scrutiny of the most discerning platforms. As a shareholder in their media company, Du Yanji was clearly interested in recruiting her, especially since Gu Sheng currently lacked an agency. "If you decide to pursue this path, consider our company," Du Yanji said with a smile. "Feel free to reach out anytime." Yushande, excitedly chiming in from behind, urged, Sister Sheng, our company is great. Aside from long contracts. Luo Yi quickly silenced him with a nudge. Gu Sheng accepted the business card with a smile, sensing the positive atmosphere within their company. I will consider it, she replied. Meanwhile, Wen Heng turned his face away, maintaining a cold demeanor. As Chong Yen parked the chauffeur-driven car and stepped out to greet them, he observed Gu Sheng with a playful smile in her eyes, while Wen Heng exuded an aura of palpable tension. The assistants efficiently loaded the luggage, and without uttering a word, Wen Heng entered the vehicle, followed closely by Gu Sheng. Over the past few days, Chong Yen had been monitoring the live broadcasts and now, seeing Gu Sheng evoked an entirely fresh perception. However, lacking a management team, they had traced their way to her husband's agency. Given the prevailing circumstances, it was widely accepted that Wen Heng harbored genuine affection for Gu Sheng. Thus, seeking her husband seemed a prudent choice. Chong Yen too sensed that Wen Heng had truly become infatuated, yet a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror revealed Wen Heng. Arms crossed and expression icy, as if his feelings were not as profound as presumed. Gu Sheng, unfazed by Wen Heng's demeanor, diligently added Director Zheng Bin and Du Yenji on WeChat using the phone numbers from the business cards, and through them, she also connected with Yushanbei and Lu Yi. Her social circle instantly became more vibrant, shedding the fade of the faux friends who had previously mocked her in secret. Oh, by the way, Chong Yen recalled something and turned to Wen Heng from the passenger seat. Your father's birthday is approaching, and there will be a banquet in that circle. In the Wen family, the relationship between Wen Heng and his father was rather lukewarm. As a tycoon, Wen Heng had chosen to pursue a career in the film industry rather than the financial business, which his father deemed a distraction from serious pursuits. After listening, Wen Heng cast a discreet glance at Gu Sheng. Noticing her indifference, he replied in a subdued tone, Understood. The plane glided steadily towards the city. In first class, their seats were adjacent, and Wen Heng closed his eyes to rest, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a notification chimed, like varicose veins.
Pain level 8.
Wen Heng abruptly opened his eyes. Beside him, Gu Sheng received the same alert, maintaining her composure as she subtly shifted her position. Wen Heng continued to listen to the alerts. Pain relief duration, 30 seconds. Your time bottle has been successfully negated. Pain alleviated. After enduring significant discomfort, Wen Heng's bottle expanded just in time for the 30 seconds. The system, it seemed, was not devoid of empathy. Wen Heng chuckled lightly. Gu Sheng, taken aback, thought to herself, is this man truly remarkable? He can endure level 8 pain with such nonchalance, and even manage a smile? She queried the system. Could this pain have driven him to insanity? The system replied, based on current assessments, that is not the case. Wen Heng smirked, a hint of pride illuminating his expression as he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Sheng. His profile was flawless, with perfectly proportioned lines, undeniably pleasing to the eye. Yet, Gu Sheng could only think, what is there to be proud of? The plane continued its smooth ascent. After a while, Wen Heng suddenly felt another wave of pain, not in his previously afflicted leg, but in his foot. Drawing from his past experiences, his initial reaction was not to investigate, but to feign calmness, pretending as if nothing was amiss. However, after a couple of seconds, he realized that the system had not emitted a notification. With a stoic expression, he slowly lowered his gaze. Gu Sheng, roused from her reverie, exclaimed with a charming lilt, Oh dear. I accidentally stepped on you. Wen Heng replied with a hint of skepticism, You seem to have done that on purpose, don't you? The night had deepened by the time they exited the airport. They're out. Ah, brother, you've worked so hard. Sister, look this way. You are simply amazing. Your performance was splendid. Typically, celebrities traverse the corridors to avoid throngs, merely waving at fans before departing in their vehicles. However, upon hearing her fans' enthusiastic calls, Gu Sheng paused, rose onto her toes, and gracefully approached the barrier. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excited screams. Chong Yen intended to intervene, but Wen Heng raised a hand, then slowly stepped forward as well. The volume of cheers intensified, with cameras clicking incessantly. Fans were taken aback by her approachable demeanor. Gazing at her stunning visage from a distance left them momentarily tongue-tied. No, wait, it's gone. They never anticipated the possibility of conversing with Gu Sheng, and their excitement was palpable. Sister, your fan club has been established. You've gained so many followers in just a couple of days. What would you like your fans to call you?
Ah.
That sounds lovely. Wen Heng stood nearby, quietly listening. Not only he, but even the other stars present were captivated by Gu Sheng's dialogue with her fans. Her egalitarian attitude was profoundly moving. Unconsciously, the stars leaned closer, eager to catch every word. A young girl, pushed closer to the front, initially appeared to be a fan of Sheng, but upon closer inspection, was holding a banner for Wen Heng. She smiled at Wen Heng, as if to suggest she would venture closer to him. The stars were astonished. Sheng displayed no possessiveness over Wen Heng, a stark contrast to the rumors. Moreover, her smile was simply enchanting. Sheng paused, then burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
You're switching allegiances, right here. Wen Ge is still present. Mind your manners. Good night, sister.
Sleep well.
After she entered the car, Wen Heng followed suit, and the tinted windows rose, concealing them from view. Yet, the buzz of conversation persisted. Did Wen Ge just smile? Was it when the orange fans switched sides? Oh my goodness, how adorable. Watching her fans switch allegiances, Sheng thought, I'm doomed. I'm falling for this too. Wen Sheng is utterly delightful. As the video of their encounter at Terminal 3 circulated once more, the fan club busily dissected the footage, extracting countless delightful moments that left them spellbound. Recently, Wen Heng had been residing at Huading, and Sheng had grown accustomed to it. After all, the house was ample enough that they rarely crossed paths. However, upon emerging from her shower today, she found Wen Heng in casual attire, pouring himself a glass of water in the kitchen. His hair was tousled, and upon noticing her, he raised an eyebrow as if he had something to convey. Sheng sensed that he had been harboring thoughts since before their trip to the airport, yet remained silent throughout, leaving her perplexed. Playing tricks? Sheng thought, dismissing him. Wen Heng cleared his throat and spoke. You could also sign with my studio. Sheng was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this was what he had been contemplating all along.
Why?
She asked, genuinely surprised. Wen Heng's studio operates under the auspices of the Wen family, yet it is entirely under his personal management, supported by his substantial financial resources accumulated over many years. Along with his unique vision and discernment, his investments are few but remarkably successful, and although he signs a limited number of artists, they are all enduring talents. His proactive desire to sign her, could it be that he is entirely captivated by her exceptional acting skills? This man, despite his dog-like demeanor, possesses a commendable acumen. Wen Heng, maintaining a calm demeanor, stated, I want to bind you to a 20-year contract akin to a servitude agreement. Resource allocation will be as equitable as possible, primarily dependent on your personal preferences. Comprehensive benefits are included, and even in the absence of assignments, a base salary is guaranteed. Sheng raised her eyebrows in curiosity and queried the system. Is he still a capitalist? Surely, he must have some ulterior motives? However, the system had already sensed Wen Heng's displeasure when she exchanged contact information with Du Yenji at the airport. At that moment, it loudly proclaimed, This is all to keep you, to retain love.
Ah.
The system had resolutely decided to intervene discreetly. Wen Heng gazed at Sheng's fair complexion, her skin, freshly washed, exuding a delicate blush. She appeared momentarily dazed, devoid of her usual nonchalance and the occasional mischievous glint, rendering her unexpectedly endearing. Are you moved? Wen Heng lowered his gaze, pridefully asserting, Then accompany me to the birthday banquet. Sheng blinked, utterly unable to follow the erratic thought process of this infuriating man. Consequently, she was caught off guard by the system's notifications. 15 instances of love's pain. A heart-wrenching sensation. Pain level, approximately 8. Wen Heng was taken aback, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart. However, having matured rapidly and equipped with the necessary tools, he had adapted well to such sensations. He found an opportunity to allow time to accumulate for the remedy, believing it to be manageable. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he sipped water, only to realize that the system's alerts were not yet finished, continuing to broadcast. Notice, every 15 instances of pain have special requirements. Your pain points must correspond with the relevant areas of the antidote to alleviate the pain. Wen Heng nearly slipped, almost choking on the water as he coughed against the wall for an extended period. Unable to restrain himself, it felt as though his heart had been stabbed multiple times. Sheng regarded him with suspicion. How could he still smile during that 8-level pain on the plane, yet now react so dramatically? Was he unwell? Wen Heng, unusually flustered, inquired of the system, where exactly is the correspondence? The heart, commonly referred to as a physical resonance of hearts. Chapter 16, Complicated. Heart resonance? The expression on Wen Heng's face was exceedingly intricate. A physical resonance of hearts implies a connection of hearts? A meeting of heart and mouth? The system provided an additional reminder. Duration of pain relief this time, 3 seconds. Only a mere touch for 3 seconds. But how could such contact be achieved? Since the onset of his pain, Wen Heng had endeavored to conceal this matter from Sheng. Although he had attempted to discuss collaboration in the interim, those efforts had ultimately fizzled out. Throughout these numerous instances, even when relief was urgently required, he had managed to keep Sheng oblivious to any hints. Yet this time, the difficulty level had evidently escalated immensely. Quite significantly. The system is a product that emerges rationally under your will as the protagonist, primarily responsible for notifications, reminders, and exploring new possibilities guided by your intentions. This request for pain relief is an example of that. Please do your best. The system fell silent after delivering its message, leaving Wen Heng lost in thought. The following day, Sheng noticed something was amiss with Wen Heng. His gaze seemed to convey unspoken words, caught between enduring pain and a certain perplexity. Sheng suspected that this heart-wrenching pain was indeed overwhelming. Originally, Wen Heng had plans to travel to a neighboring city for an announcement, but he had to postpone due to his physical discomfort. It was in this moment that Sheng's foresight shone through. Had she inadvertently jumped into a pit during their collaboration discussions, she, as a blood donor, would undoubtedly have been compelled to accompany a top-tier artist, being whisked away on various engagements. While Wen Heng was on the phone with Chang Yan, Sheng overheard their conversation and mused. It seems that Wen Heng's health issues are only temporary. His discomfort, however, is a more enduring concern. Oh no, not eternal. Just until the 99th time. Chang Yan's mother, filled with worry, insisted that Wen Heng visit the hospital once more, questioning what exactly was wrong with his persistent health issues. Perhaps the problem lay everywhere. Wen Heng cast a glance at Sheng, his eyes filled with unspoken words, then assured Chang Yan, "I will handle it." After hanging up, he reflected on Chang Yan, who proved to be a good person. During the filming of The 4 Laws of Happiness, he had relayed all work invitations meant for Sheng, showing no reluctance despite her not being his artist yet. Nor did he divert opportunities to other talents under his management. Sheng, too, was not idle. She diligently researched from home. To make a mark in the industry, an agency is indeed essential. Du Yanji's company was substantial, boasting renowned artists like himself and excelling in its idol division, with new generation idols such as Yu Shane gaining popularity. This indicated that their company had a comprehensive development approach. In contrast, Wen Heng's studio primarily invested in and produced films, which diverged from her previous trajectory yet aligned with her aspirations. Which actor does not yearn for a breakthrough in the film industry? She had just witnessed the release of her first major film before arriving in this world, missing the years and awards, a lingering regret. Before making any definitive decisions, she would ensure thorough contemplation. As for the other occupant under the same roof, he was likely enduring pain. At that moment, Wen Heng pressed his hand against his heart, lost in thought while gazing at the television. After a while, the large ultra-high-definition screen began to replay a classic, playing a nostalgic folk song, "Embrace That Embrace." Wen Heng shuddered slightly, as if struck by a thought, his expression contemplative. Sheng, overhearing, remarked, "What era is the song from?" She casually switched channels, where an upbeat host introduced a popular contemporary song. "You always indulge in fanciful dreams." Fanciful dreams. Wen Heng, feeling overwhelmed, leaned against the wall and exited the living room. The next day marked Wen's father's birthday celebration, hosted at the Wen family estate. Before departing, Sheng received a stern message from her family urging her to avoid causing any trouble. A testament to the deeply ingrained impression of the original owner's arrogant and domineering character. However, true to her nature, the original owner would undoubtedly make a grand entrance at such an occasion, striving for attention. She adorned herself with ostentatious high-end jewelry, aiming to captivate the gaze of others. Upon opening her wardrobe, Sheng ultimately selected a simple yet elegant dark red formal gown. After all, it was not a red carpet event. Comfort and aesthetics needed to be balanced. The gown exuded an air of sophistication, perfectly complementing her strikingly vivid features. The neckline was modestly designed, elegantly revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones. The waistline was exquisitely slim, leading down to a thigh-high slit that hinted at her slender legs. Having not worn a formal dress for quite some time, Sheng surveyed her reflection in the mirror and felt a surge of satisfaction. Stepping out of her room, she spotted Wen Heng, who had just emerged from his own quarters. His face bore a hint of melancholy, as if he were recovering from a serious illness. Yet, this did not diminish his striking beauty. Rather, it enhanced the unique aura of fragility and refinement that surrounded him. Clad in a custom-tailored suit from a luxury brand he endorsed, his simple black and white ensemble radiated an impression fit for the red carpet. He was undeniably handsome. Wen Heng's gaze was fixed upon her. The woman not far away exuded a calm, yet vibrant allure, seemingly capable of illuminating the entire corridor. Unexpectedly, a subtle flutter stirred within his heart, intensifying the ache he felt there. Please alleviate your pain promptly, the system reminded him at that moment. He steadied his heart, raised his eyes to meet Gu Sheng's, and beckoned her to follow. As their private chauffeur arrived, courtesy of Wen Heng, Gu Sheng politely inquired if he wished to prepare a gift. He waved her off, having already arranged presents for both of them, which touched her deeply. However, upon glancing at the gift box he handed to the driver for the trunk, she noticed that although the contents were exquisite, they had gathered dust from prolonged storage. Nevertheless, his demeanor influenced Gu Sheng's mindset as a devoted wife, allowing her to embrace the evening with a calm heart. The Wen family's grand estate sprawled across a vast area, nestled in the suburban outskirts of the city, presenting a lavish villa. The elite circle was well represented, with elders engaged in discussions of collaboration while the younger generation mingled in conversation. Vivi, you look absolutely stunning today. Uncle Wen just complimented you. You're the most beautiful one here. A cluster of friends surrounded Jiang Luwei, all of whom had grown up in affluent families. Jiang Zheng and Tao Ziwen were once Wen Heng's companions in childhood, yet since his foray into the film industry, they had only glimpsed him on the big screen over the years. Still, they unanimously believed that Jiang Luwei should become Wen Heng's wife. Amidst the crowd, someone casually remarked, "I wonder if Gu Sheng will come?" After those 2 episodes aired, her popularity has surged to the level of a celebrity. Moreover, her beauty is undeniable. It's unlikely that the young master would bring her along. People online may not recognize Gu Sheng, but we certainly know her. What if she causes a scene at the event? Their laughter echoed as the Wen family's grand door swung open, revealing Wen Heng and Gu Sheng at the entrance, instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering. The arrival of such prominent figures transformed the atmosphere of the entire soiree. The height difference between the 2 individuals was remarkably comfortable, and their stunningly attractive faces made them an exceedingly perfect match. Jiang Luwei's expression shifted as she realized that Wen Heng had unexpectedly brought Gu Sheng along. However, upon closer inspection, she noted that Wen Heng's countenance was far from pleasant, even shrouded in a certain discontent. Jiang Luwei was convinced that Wen Heng had not willingly brought Gu Sheng with him. Upon entering, Gu Sheng immediately spotted the group. Yet, as the adage goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Uncle Wen was still engaged in socializing, so there was no immediate need for them to wish anyone well. Consequently, Gu Sheng found a spot to sip on a drink and nibble on some snacks. Just as she swallowed a mouthful, the banquet hall resonated with Jiang Luwei's rendition of Eternal Unchanging. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to the commotion, even encouraging Wen Heng to partake in some refreshments. Wen Heng's complexion paled, and he placed a hand over his heart, murmuring, "Thank you, but I cannot eat." As the song played on repeat, the parties involved in the confession, along with their spouses, exhibited no reaction, causing some anxiety among the onlookers. Gu Sheng waved her hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent. Once Wen Heng departed, a throng of people immediately surrounded Jiang Luwei. "Oh, Miss Gu, the mood of a star is indeed different. Did you not notice how grim when Xiao appeared beside you just now?" Gu Sheng smiled, as if it's not obvious. 8 out of 10 pain, and I've endured it for 2 days. Could he not look dismal? It was a testament to Wen Heng's resilience that he could still stand upright. The onlookers insinuated that Gu Sheng should cherish the benefits she gained from her association with Wen Heng. Otherwise, it would not last long. Jiang Luwei looked down at Gu Sheng with a sense of satisfaction, relishing the current situation where Gu Sheng was isolated and vulnerable while she basked in the limelight. The contrast stark and tragic. Gu Sheng leisurely finished her snacks, elegantly wiped her mouth, and then turned to Jiang Luwei, asking Miss Jiang, "Do you have feelings for Wen Heng?" This sudden directness laid bare the unspoken secret circulating within their circle. After a moment of shock, Jiang Luwei, driven by the need to assert herself in front of a rival, gritted her teeth and admitted, "So what if I do?" Gu Sheng mused that Jiang Luwei was not entirely wrong. In the original narrative, Wen Heng operated in this manner after the protagonist was subjected to widespread criticism, ultimately affecting the business dealings between the Wen and Gu families. He finally proposed a divorce. Yet, Gu Sheng was indifferent to this plot. She and Wen Heng would indeed part ways, but she would not allow herself to be belittled by these petty sharks. Clearing her throat, Gu Sheng declared, however, "Jiang Luwei, I do not believe you genuinely love Wen Heng." A smirk of derision crept into Jiang Luwei's heart.
Look.
Gu Sheng was clearly agitated. The escalating dispute caught the attention of an increasing number of onlookers, which was precisely what Jiang Luwei desired. Given Gu Sheng's reputation in the circle, everyone would assume that she was the one being jealous and causing a scene, having usurped the title of Wen Heng's wife while still being unreasonable. Wen Heng, noticing Gu Sheng surrounded by the crowd, furrowed his brow and strode towards her. However, in the next instant, Gu Sheng raised her voice, asking, "If you truly like Wen Heng, then why did you hit him at the airport?" The crowd responded with bewildered expressions. Gu Sheng's acting was so profound that she was instantly brought to tears. "Do you realize that your punch nearly knocked Wen Heng down?" Wen Heng, who was approaching, stood there in bewilderment. This sudden twist left everyone in the banquet hall utterly stunned. It was Jiang Luwei's friend who first regained his composure, exclaiming, "You must be joking. Wei Wei would never." Gu Sheng interrupted him. Both Uncle Wen and Uncle Jiang are aware of this matter. After all, it was a joint effort from both families to suppress it. At that moment, the elders from the Wen and Jiang families were present. And as everyone turned to look at them, the silence on their faces made it clear that Gu Sheng's words were indeed true. The friend who had come to her defense was left speechless. "Wei Wei, how could you hit Wen Heng? Could it be that love turned to hatred?" Jiang Luwei never imagined Gu Sheng would bring this incident to light. It was a public humiliation for her. Gu Sheng glanced at Wen Heng, who had drawn closer, and tore away Jiang Luwei's final veil of modesty. "Wen Heng, Jiang Luwei has feelings for you. Even though she struck you at the airport and might possibly resort to domestic violence in the future, she still hopes to be with you after our divorce." Her words struck with unerring accuracy, exposing her aggression and interference in another's marriage. Jiang Luwei was at a loss for words and burst into tears. Gazing at Wen Heng with tear-stained cheeks, all eyes in the banquet hall were upon them. Wen Heng's temples throbbed, and he felt his heart ache to the limit. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he took a deep breath and grasped Gu Sheng's hand. "Miss Jiang, please conduct yourself with dignity.
Gu Sheng is my wife.
And we will not be divorcing." His expression was cold, yet his tone was resolute. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Gu Sheng was left utterly bewildered. The system, however,
Was exclaiming, "Ah,
"This is killing me." This was the first time the high society circle faced Wen Heng's stance directly, and they realized that he was, in fact, protective of Gu Sheng. Jiang Luwei's hopes were thoroughly shattered in public, and with her pride in tatters, she could no longer hold herself together and left the banquet hall in tears. With the farce concluded, Gu Sheng finally registered the system's incessant clamor. "Wait. Who said there would be no divorce?
who said that?
This scoundrel is using her to fend off admirers. What about my future suitors?"
Ah."
She's infuriated. Wen Heng looked down and noticed her stunned expression. Despite his heart being in turmoil, the corners of his lips could not help but curve upwards. Was she truly so moved by merely stating the facts? Wen Heng scrutinized Gu Sheng closely. In truth, the notion of a mutual understanding could be quite simple. All it required was an embrace. Yet, he had never taken the initiative to draw close to anyone, let alone this person whom he had once despised. However, at this moment, the pain had reached its peak, and perhaps it was not solely due to the pain that he found himself inexplicably pulling her in, slightly bending forward. The man, clad in a perfectly tailored suit, outlined a tall and slender figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. As he lowered his head, a few strands of dark hair fell across his pale forehead, and his gaze softened. When his deep, lake-like eyes rested on someone, it could evoke an illusion of profound affection. Yet, within Gu Sheng's heart burned a fierce flame. Her fury rendered her immune to this man's alluring charm. What does he think, that the scoundrel believes he can embrace her? "Please shield me from the storm of pain," she exclaimed with a hint of mockery. Gu Sheng decisively stepped down hard in her high heels. Wen Heng instinctively retreated, only to inadvertently step on Gu Sheng's skirt. The two grappled for a moment, and amidst gasps of surprise, they both tumbled to the ground. Wen Heng instinctively embraced Gu Sheng, cushioning her fall, and then a resounding thud echoed. At last, their hearts pressed closely together, the rhythm of their racing pulses palpable even through their chests. The atmosphere around them fell silent. Gu Sheng groaned softly as she propped herself up, her weight resting on Wen Heng, so the fall was not painful for her. Meanwhile, the man beneath lay flat on the ground, eyes closed, as if he were lifeless. "Congratulations. Pain relief successful for the 15th time." Wen Heng replied, "Thank you. My heart is mended, yet I feel utterly battered." Chapter 17, Climb.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. 15 instances of love-induced pain relief successful. Random reward, a scene worthy of being enshrined in history. Gu Sheng, still atop Wen Heng, heard the system's notification. She calmly queried, "Is this social embarrassment not sufficient to be immortalized?" The system responded, indeed, it's overwhelmingly sweet. At this moment, beneath the crystal chandelier, the woman's cascading dark hair intertwined with the elegant hem of her crimson dress and the long legs of the man in black trousers. This scene was far from comedic. It exuded a sophisticated air of intimacy. As they fell, Wen Heng instinctively shielded Sheng, serving as her cushion, and everyone present bore witness to this act. In a circle filled with affluent women and privileged youths, each perceived themselves as too precious to engage in such behavior. It seemed that despite being an overtly contractual couple and Wen Heng's notorious indifference, he held a unique regard for his wife. Sheng's ire had diminished. Yet upon observing the dazed expression on the man beneath her, she felt a pang of embarrassment. She poked Wen Heng's face with her delicate fingers, urging, "Wake up. You're making me look heavy." The tips of her hair brushed against his eyelids, prompting Wen Heng to open his eyes. His gaze fell upon her rosy lips, the graceful line of her jaw, and her alabaster neck. Wen Heng's lashes fluttered, and he hurriedly sat up. Sheng, equally displeased, climbed off him and adjusted her dress. A servant approached at the opportune moment to assist them both. "Young master Wen, madam, are you both all right?" Sheng shot a glare at Wen Heng, who remained unperturbed as he tidied his collar and cuffs, ensuring that there was nothing amiss with Sheng's attire before calmly stating, "We're fine. Merely jesting." The servant, exhibiting remarkable professionalism, smiled in response, though internally he mused that young master Wen was viewed as an unreachable deity, and it was the first time he had publicly lost composure, being brought down by a woman. "Please follow me. Mr. Wen awaits." Sheng glanced at Wen Heng, who lowered his gaze and offered her his arm. With a slight pout, she placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. They ascended to the second floor of the grand residence, navigating past the intricately carved staircase and through the foyer, where they found several members of the Wen family seated upstairs. The head of the Wen family, Wen Heng, also known as Wen Heng's father, sat in the center, his expression austere, embodying the distant demeanor often associated with those in positions of power. In this regard, Wen Heng bears a resemblance to his father. The relationship between father and son has always been precarious, akin to walking on thin ice. Upon hearing the sounds from downstairs, Wen Heng lifted his eyelids and remarked to Wen Heng, "You are indeed filial, arriving at my birthday banquet and already causing a stir." Wen Heng directed this comment solely at Wen Heng, not at Sheng. In truth, the original patriarch had always been somewhat accommodating towards Sheng. The reason is rather straightforward. What his eldest son disdained, he would regard with greater esteem, such as the previously rejected arranged marriage. Sheng raised her gaze towards the speaker. The man, though middle-aged, still appeared youthful and was dressed with great care. The original text offered little insight into the familial dynamics of the Wen clan, primarily focusing on the union between the Wen and Gu families. Sheng speculated that this man was likely Li Muse, the husband of Wen Heng's elder sister, Wen Wan. Li Muse was shrewd and adept at navigating the intricacies of social dynamics, having established a firm foothold within the Wen family after many years in Wen Yumong's company. Although he and Wen Wan had yet to have children, it was evident that his brother-in-law's marriage faced even greater challenges. As long as Li Muse persevered, his descendants would surely inherit the Wen family's legacy. Thus, when he spoke, ostensibly praising Wen Heng's professional achievements, it was clear that Wen Yumong had little fondness for his son's illustrious standing in the entertainment industry, resulting in an audible scoff. Wen Heng remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to their attitudes, accustomed to such treatment after years of experience. Noticing Wen Heng's lack of response, Li Muse felt a touch of awkwardness and, either deliberately or inadvertently, shifted the conversation to another topic. "Your couple's variety show has gained quite a following. Even one watches it at home." This remark drew the attention of the gathering to the notably quiet Sheng beside Wen Heng. Li Muse had been keenly observing the commotion in the hall below. He had been eagerly anticipating the confrontation between the young lady from the Jiang family and Sheng. However, he did not expect that the typically resistant Wen Heng would publicly declare his intent to remain married. Moreover, while he claimed that Wen Wan watched the show regularly, it was he who was meticulously following each episode. Despite Wen Heng's apparent estrangement from his sister, he seemed uncharacteristically unconcerned about Sheng in these recent broadcasts, even approaching her on several occasions. Yet, given Wen Heng's previous demeanor towards Sheng, how could he suddenly have developed an affection for her? Something significant must have transpired. As Sheng raised her eyes, she perceptibly sensed the inquisitiveness in Li Muse's gaze. However, she maintained her composure, meeting Wen Yumong's gaze and, with a hint of reserve, addressed him as Dad. Wen Yumong's expression softened as he replied, "I am aware of your variety show, Sheng, as a young lady from a prominent family." You are frivolously indulging in such antics. As a billionaire tycoon, his words were laced with disdain for the entertainment industry, dismissing the professions of acting, singing, and dancing as mere folly. Gu Sheng suddenly empathized with Wen Heng's plight. Even achieving the pinnacle of success in her own domain seemed to her father merely a trivial pursuit. With a gentle tone yet clear conviction, Gu Sheng responded, "It is not frivolous, it holds considerable significance." Wen Heng was momentarily taken aback. When Yue Song cast a glance at her and suddenly found that this daughter-in-law appeared considerably more composed. After a moment of contemplation, he mused that if one wished to indulge in a bit of play, they could sign under the Wen family's banner, where advantageous resources would be inclined to favor them. It sounded exceedingly tempting. However, Gu Sheng had weathered many storms and remained entirely unmoved within. Moreover, one ought to consider that in the original storyline, there were indeed some troublesome figures beneath the Wen family's umbrella. Beside them, Wen Heng furrowed his brow, his voice icy. "Do not easily paint illusions." When Yue Song snorted in response, "I merely wish for Gu Sheng to experience a taste of this world. Ultimately, your profession is nothing more than that of performers." If Gu Sheng were truly to pursue this path, she might find herself struggling for sustenance in the future. Years ago, when Wen Heng was just starting out, Wen Yue Song had boldly proclaimed that his son would inevitably end up begging in this industry. As the father of the male protagonist, his words were akin to gospel. And contrary to his predictions, Wen Heng had risen to fame and continued to shine brightly to this day.
Now,
When Wen Yue Song suggested that she would end up without means, it brought a sense of delight to Gu Sheng, instilling in her a sense of optimism about her future. Gu Sheng sincerely responded, "Understood, Dad." The heartfelt address was tenfold more genuine than before. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow, and after a moment, as he seemed to grasp the earnestness in Gu Sheng's gaze, he could not help but chuckle. Having met Wen Yue Song, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng had essentially fulfilled their obligations. As they were about to leave, that Li Muse was still regarding them with an inquiring gaze, prompting Gu Sheng to roll her eyes inwardly. Although she held little affection for Wen Heng, she certainly felt even less fondness for someone like Li Muse, who relied on scheming to rise in status. Nevertheless, let him inquire, he would ultimately uncover nothing substantial. As Gu Sheng and Wen Heng descended from the second floor, intending to depart, they unexpectedly encountered a man with slicked-back hair, who, despite his formal attire, exuded an air of unprofessionalism. Upon spotting them, his demeanor brightened instantly.
"Ah, Vignette."
Sister-in-law. Wen Heng appeared keen to ignore him, but out of consideration for Gu Sheng, he introduced him. "This is Qi Qing." Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Muse had mentioned this individual earlier. He was Wen Heng's cousin, a music producer contracted under Wen Heng's company, and the only person within the Wen family with whom Wen Heng maintained professional dealings. Gu Sheng waved her hand, offering a faint smile. His flamboyant and carefree demeanor was in stark contrast to Wen Heng's. Within mere exchanges, he acted as if he were already quite familiar with Gu Sheng. Wen Heng, frowning slightly, spoke in a cooler tone. "Let us get to the point." Seizing the opportunity, Gu Sheng remarked, "You two discuss business. I'll take a trip to the restroom." Wen Heng glanced at her and nodded. Qi Qing, tugging at his hair, nodded in understanding. "I can see why. Looking like that, it's hard not to want to keep her close. She is truly stunning." Wen Heng frowned and replied, "What I value is capability." Qi Qing retorted, "Come on, bro, how many people have you signed over the years? Even if you sign them, they become your priority. By the way, Fu Shan's new song is in need of a female lead. They require someone with acting skills, not a well-known actress, but someone attractive."
You understand, right?
Yes, going for that melancholic, poignant vibe, needing an actress who can convey deep sorrow. Sister-in-law's crying scene is indeed quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Wen Heng sneered coldly. "Sorrow? How profound could it be? The shooting period is short. You simply need to let my sister-in-law accompany me for a day or two." Qi Qingjian continued to chatter, and upon noticing Wen Heng's silence, he inquired, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant? It's just a few days apart for work. What could possibly happen?" Wen Heng remained silent for a couple of seconds before stating candidly, "It could lead to death." Literally. Qi Qingjian was nearly taken aback, almost spitting out his drink. What the heck? His brother is surprisingly sentimental? In that fleeting moment, he found himself oddly moved. Nonetheless, Wen Heng would not allow his own feelings to interfere with Gu Sheng's choices. Upon departing from the Wen family estate and settling into the car, he relayed Qi Qingjian's words verbatim. Gu Sheng had heard of Fu Shan. Several pieces in the film she had watched were crafted by this genius creator within the industry. For Gu Sheng, participating in the shoot was advantageous. The timeline was brief, and the rate of successful outcomes was high, making it an excellent opportunity for her, especially as she had yet to establish her presence in this world. However, Gu Sheng did not hastily agree. After all, the resources presented by Wen Heng were significant, and she had not yet finalized her signing elsewhere, demonstrating her prudence. Thank you. I will consider it carefully. Wen Heng discerned that Gu Sheng was not merely dabbling in the entertainment industry, merely tasting the superficial glamour before departing. Her decisions were made with great caution, devoid of impulsive zeal to sign with one. In truth, Wen Heng could not ascertain whether Gu Sheng would choose to join him. After all, it was he who needed her at this moment. Perhaps it was the uncomfortable atmosphere at the Wen residence or her resolute words during meaningful discussions that prompted Wen Heng to earnestly ask Gu Sheng for the first time, "Do you enjoy acting?" Many individuals circulate in this glamorous world either for monetary gain or accolades. Failing to comprehend Wen Heng's choice to forsake the Wen family legacy and start anew in the entertainment realm. However, Wen Heng had long been resolute in his belief, never anticipating that Gu Sheng would be akin to him. "I do enjoy it," Gu Sheng affirmed with conviction. "I relish using my emotions to influence the emotions of others, making the audience laugh and cry for me. Even if I cannot secure a good script at present, I will persist in creating characters imbued with soul." Wen Heng gazed at her intently for an extended period. After a moment, he softly responded, "I understand." Following the system's 15th special request, a brief respite was finally achieved. Ultimately, Wen Heng bore the cost of multiple bruises on his back to fulfill the system's hearts and minds aligned requirement, earning himself precious time to breathe and work normally. Gu Sheng noticed that he was now consuming health teas daily, maintaining a remarkably regular schedule and extending his workout sessions compared to before. Occasionally, when she saw Wen Heng clad in sports attire, perspiration beading on his brow, his physique robust, she thought to herself, "Understood, he must be preserving his life." Moreover, the second episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness, titled You and Breathing, was finally released. As one of the most popular and frequently discussed variety shows of the season, viewers of the 4 Laws had been eagerly anticipating its debut, and once it aired on UZ Station, the online viewership surged to full capacity. Finally, here it is. I've been waiting forever. From the very title, one is immediately captivated. That evening, Gu Sheng pondered where her much-anticipated reward, a momentous scene destined for the annals of history, would manifest. Perhaps it would be a resurgence of her reimagined performance in Farewell to You? Ultimately, Gu Sheng devoted her attention to the television, watching an entire episode. While she was indeed moved to tears by her own acting prowess, she failed to uncover any elevated scenes of note. Instead, she stumbled upon behind-the-scenes footage that portrayed her and Wen Heng as if they were mere elementary school children. At that moment, engrossed in their quarrel, she perceived nothing amiss. Yet, viewed from a third-party perspective, they resembled 2 innocent schoolboys. "You pull me. How can I pull you when you're so heavy?" Unbeknownst to them, the audience was utterly enchanted, exclaiming, "Aw, so sweet." I've realized that love indeed dulls the intellect. Even the top stars are not exempt. These two, with their ethereal faces, engaging in childish antics. The final 2 episodes' sweet moments were meticulously compiled by fans into a grand montage. When you think you're unseen, in reality, they are. Engaging in playful banter. Arguing, causing each other sleepless nights. Yet, simultaneously, he would tenderly embrace her in the still of the night, confine her in a corner, quiver with jealousy, and profess to millions, "Without you, I cannot breathe." Such delectable content. Ah, thank you, dear author, for this bounty. The children have feasted. Is this the top star and his wife? I am utterly enchanted.
I am utterly smitten.
Real-time search terms were almost entirely dominated by Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, with Wen Sheng couple emerging as the assurance of popularity for the 4 Laws of Happiness. 4 couples were set to live stream simultaneously, leaving viewers to select their preferred duo. Much anticipation ensued. The production team, ever the strategists, sought to maximize viewership, inevitably leading to a spectacle online. Gu Sheng mused that sharing a small screen for the live broadcast might prove cumbersome. What if her moment of glory were to unfold during the stream? The thought made her feel that the top star would be quite a burden. Fortunately, on the day of the live broadcast, Wen Heng had an important engagement to attend, for which he took the time to explain to Gu Sheng. Thus, she waved him off with enthusiasm, believing that this time, unlike the previous reward of the viral image, it would be a solo endeavor. This was monumental news for her. She couldn't help but wonder how Gu Sheng would react upon witnessing her and Wen Heng acting together in the same production. Would she lose her composure entirely? At that moment, in a hidden tea house, tranquility enveloped the air, and the strains of a guqin gently reverberated. The decor within the establishment was simple yet elegant. Around a tea table sat several men. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize the esteemed directors, producers, and screenwriters, known for their collaborations on countless classic films and dramas. It would take years for an ordinary artist to share their company over tea. Yet, amidst these seasoned gentlemen, there was one strikingly youthful and handsome face, seamlessly engaging with them as an equal. Director Wen Heng chuckled, remarking, "In our gathering of old-timers, only Ah Heng among the youth can endure this." Hadn't Ah Heng always maintained a demeanor of serene detachment over the years? Nonetheless, our gathering does tend toward the mundane. Producer Lu smiled and winked at Wen Heng, mentioning that after finishing your variety show, Old Jung spoke highly of your wife, a newcomer whose acting is truly remarkable. When might we have the pleasure of meeting her? Wen Heng smiled gently in response. Producer Lu cleared his throat. You all know Song Qingji from Yaoing, right? She is the company's main focus, currently holding back a drama yet to be aired, which may very well propel her into stardom once it is. I find her quite impressive. Such seasoned foxes. Wen Heng scoffed. What do you mean by impressive? Producer Lu playfully admonished him. I am merely suggesting a candidate, not making a final decision. The screenwriter nearby chimed in with a recommendation. Hua Tang Media, under the Wen family, has several promising candidates, including one who is professionally trained in acting and currently enjoys a surge in popularity. Seizing the moment, director Fen quipped, now that is commendable. Today's actors can utilize 3 bottles of eye drops for a single crying scene. They require dubbing and digital enhancements. Alas, the dialogue often falls short. In the end, they all sound like a factory assembly line. This indeed reflects the prevalent situation among young actors in the mainland. A brief silence enveloped the room before Wen Heng's cool voice pierced through. Thus, we shall proceed with auditions. Although everyone had initially agreed on auditions, those present understood that such blockbuster roles attract intense scrutiny, with various film companies eager to insert their candidates, often leading to predetermined selections. However, given Wen Heng's substantial investment stake, his words carried significant weight. Amidst the fragrant tea, the man raised his deep, lake-like eyes. I too can participate in the auditions. Let talent speak for itself. We must not overlook truly exceptional actors. The live broadcast featuring 4 couples commenced promptly at 9 p.m. As the stream began, the Qing Tian couple, clad in matching outfits, greeted their fans from in front of their phone. Hello, everyone. It's been a while, how have you been? Fans eagerly responded, flooding the screen with questions. The comment section was soon inundated. Qing Tian dotes on Jizi. Ah, so sweet. Fans began showering her with gifts, filling the screen with pink hearts, creating an atmosphere of romantic sweetness. However, it wasn't long before some audacious fans began to stir trouble. Someone's solo broadcast seems quite pitiful. If you want real sweetness, our Qing Tian is the most genuine. Someone is truly unfortunate, ha. Song Qingji quickly waved her hands. Let's focus on ourselves. Don't pay attention to others. Yet, under her ambiguous guidance, many fans ventured to the adjacent live stream to witness the spectacle. In Huading, Sheng, donned in casual attire, faced a small screen, having grown accustomed to the live broadcast format. It's just talking to the fans, something I love to do. Do I stay up late? Of course. If I didn't tea, I'd be missing out on so much time. Facing an audience of millions, Sheng appeared completely unfazed. Her earnest expression as she read comments with her squinty eyes was utterly charming. Whoa, I'll be the first to call you my wife. My wife is so beautiful. So beautiful, one mouth after another. Move aside, let me come. Naturally, the comments were filled with fervent discussions, such as Sheng pondering question. On that day, while acting alongside Wen Shen, what was it like to face the scene where Wen Shen spat blood? After Sheng finished speaking, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was hilarious. No one knew that Wen Heng had truly spat blood. I alone guarded the secret. How painful it was. Her face was already close to the phone's camera, and with that smile, her pearly teeth gleamed, her peach blossom eyes curved, and her pupils sparkled like scattered stars. The close-up beauty was breathtaking. Oh no, stop laughing, ah. The blood bank suddenly ran dry, who understands? My mother asked me why I fell to the ground, because this woman, she used her face to slay me. Other fans were awestruck by Sheng's beauty, frantically enamored, yet they also found sweetness in the mention of Wen Heng, as she smiled when his name was brought up. What is this? This is sweetness. I'm so looking forward to more collaborations between you two. Please, more joint appearances, I beg you. Soon. Fans urged her to showcase her talents while Wen-go was absent, be it singing, dancing, or eating broadcasts. Sheng was eager to try. Surely, my iconic moment is about to arrive. Tremble, my dear fans. She cleared her throat and casually asked, "What do you want to hear?"
What do you want to see?
You choose. She had so many talents. The comments flooded in, the atmosphere was incredibly lively, and a myriad of suggestions arose. But at that moment, strange voices began to trickle into the live stream. Oh dear, why is it just a solo live stream here? So pitiful, a couple's live stream, and yet it's just one person. Laughing to death, living in such a big house. Is she actually mourning? Chang Yan had been closely monitoring the live stream situation. The atmosphere on Sheng's side was initially very positive, and he even thought that Sheng could manage without Wen-go, eagerly anticipating her singing or dancing. However, then came the nitpickers and haters. Among the couples in the 4 Laws of Happiness, the Wang He couple wasn't particularly popular, rather subdued. The Shan Lu couple didn't share a similar vibe with Sheng, and there was no need for rivalry, especially since they had a decent personal rapport. Only the Song Qingji couple could create such a stir. Chang Yan's mood had changed significantly from the beginning. He had already included Sheng under his protective wing. Thus, he contacted the short video platform's administrators to have the offending accounts banned while instructing his team to guide positive comments. In the tea house, a few had just finalized the audition details. Indeed, such a significant project could not be left in the hands of just a few of us. If the actors faltered, we would be criticized, Director Feng sighed, saying, "Then let's listen to Ah Heng and hold public auditions." Wen Heng smiled, raising her teacup. "I toast to all of you." The others graciously raised their cups in return. With the major matters settled, the older gentleman began to engage Wen Heng in casual conversation. Wen Heng responded with smiles. However, just as they shifted the topic back to his wife, he suddenly heard the system's ding, and his spine instantly tensed. "You will experience your 16th sensation of pain in 20 minutes. Please prepare yourself." Wen Heng suddenly rose, prompting astonished reactions from those around him. "Hey, Ah Heng, what's wrong?" "Oh my goodness." Several gentlemen were left utterly bewildered by his sudden display. They were not antiquated individuals. Once Wen Heng hastily departed, they quickly opened their smartphones to scroll through Weibo, soon grasping the situation. Netizens were questioning why Sheng was live streaming. He must be there to support, it seemed. At that moment, a fierce battle unfolded in Sheng's streaming room between her fans and detractors. Isn't it pathetic? Running into someone else's stream to show off. You say my sister is pitiful? Indeed, she lives in a spacious apartment, with a bathtub larger than yours, and is beautiful with a handsome husband. Truly, how pitiful. Boo-hoo. Even if Wen-go doesn't show up, we still want to watch the beauty. What's with the jealousy? Meanwhile, Wen Heng had already arrived at the Huading basement. He had swiftly reduced the travel time to the safest possible duration, taking only 18 minutes and 12 seconds from the tea house to the basement. After exiting the vehicle, he approached the elevator and pressed the button, watching as it ascended slowly. Just as the elevator doors opened, the system emitted a prolonged beep. First, congratulations, this time's pain level 3. Wen Heng finally exhaled in relief. Simultaneously, Sheng received a system notification during her live stream. The 16th sensation of love, high-level paraplegia. Sheng, huh? Wen Heng, damn. The argument in the streaming room began to taper off. This is hilarious. Ultimately, aren't they just envious of our popularity? You could put 10 of them together, and they still wouldn't match Sheng. Is it so hard to recognize reality? I can't be bothered with you. Hurry and leave, so we can enjoy watching the beauty. Sister, sing for us, please. I'm so excited. Thanks to the combined efforts of the fans and Chang Yan's team, the negative comments were drowned out by positive ones. Fans urged Sheng not to let it affect her mood and to continue showcasing her talents. In truth, Sheng was unconcerned, and the united front of both fan bases was formidable. Observing that the mood among fans had stabilized, she cleared her throat and said, "Well, I will perform for everyone." However, before she could finish, the comments abruptly shifted in tone. A fan anxiously alerted Sheng, "Sister, is there a ghost in your house?"
Ah.
"Oh my gosh, there's a hand over there. Did you see it?" Simultaneously, thousands of viewers beheld a pale, bloodless hand rising from the ground, reaching out towards Sheng, trembling as though a ghost were crawling towards her. The viewership in Sheng's stream surged exponentially, with millions across the internet drawn to witness this supernatural occurrence. "Sister, run."
Ah.
I'm about to cry from fear. Oh my goodness. Are we witnessing history? Live streaming a ghost sighting. Yet at that moment, The hand struggled to shift slightly to the side, revealing Wen Heng's pale half-face. "Gu Sheng," Wen Heng said, "give me your hand." Thousands of netizens felt as though their throats were simultaneously constricted.
Ah?
Only Gu Sheng gazed expressionlessly at the scene before her. Behind her, trending searches, real-time discussions, hot topics, and various forums were ablaze with explosive commentary on this unprecedented spectacle. Gu Sheng realized what her moment of historic significance truly was.
Damn, she muttered.
Subsequently, it became widely rumored that the top-tier celebrity Wen Heng preferred to crawl around his home. Thanks to Wen Heng, who was partially paralyzed, Gu Sheng experienced a surge in popularity. That very evening, the trending topics included: Gu Sheng's livestream is haunted, quick, Gu Sheng, run, Wen Heng's ghost is actually me, Gu Sheng, give me your hand, and Gu Sheng's legendary livestream moment. Gu Sheng single-handedly created a scene that rivaled the top-tier celebrities, managing to dominate 5 trending searches. Reflecting on her lost moments of brilliance, Gu Sheng remarked to the system, "This prosperous era, as you wished." The system had not anticipated this turn of events. It was intrigued, yet not entirely satisfied, resulting in a peculiar silence. To prevent the situation from escalating into bizarre rumors, Gu Sheng quickly exited and closed the door behind her. "Is this your new performance art?" she inquired of Wen Heng. Truthfully, had their roles been reversed, she might have perished on the spot. Wen Heng grasped Gu Sheng's hand, and his body gradually regained sensation. He stood up with agility, pausing for a moment before stating, "Perhaps that interpretation is valid." Although his complexion remained pale, his mental fortitude was commendable. "There's no helping it. I've been through this too many times." People are compelled to grow in response to their environment. Wen Heng sighed softly. Due to time constraints, he hadn't had the opportunity to check his phone on the way there, and by the time he faced the livestream camera, it was too late. The only consolation was that the pain was not intense, as he felt little after his paralysis. The system randomly assigned him high-level paraplegia, primarily affecting his lower body, while the nerves controlling his arms remained intact. Thus, Wen Heng had initially relied on the table and chair for support, only to stumble outside Gu Sheng's room as the wall could not bear his weight. He sighed again softly.
Ugh.
Chang Yan's phone was nearly overwhelmed with calls. He longed to appear at Huading directly. The viewers in the live stream were eagerly awaiting an explanation. To be precise, the entire internet is waiting for an explanation. However, the moment she let go, Wen Heng's form swayed slightly before he gripped her hand tightly once more. With a low level of pain and a prolonged analgesic effect, he still had an hour to endure. The audience in the live stream had not dispersed, maintaining a disturbingly high online count. They were undoubtedly waiting to joke and scare Gu Sheng, who would have thought our aloof flower, Wen Shun, had a humorous side. "Ha ha ha, help. Wen Go, are you okay? Did you just want a surprise, Sheng? This is more of a fright. Does Wen Go need a ticket to leave Earth?
I'll pay.
I can also crowdfund for Wen Go. You're all too mischievous, huh?" Wen Heng did not notice the rapidly scrolling comments in the live stream. As he entered, he revealed the person following him and the hands they held together. The comments erupted with excitement. "Ah, they're holding hands. I don't know whom to envy at this moment. So sweet, I'm overwhelmed. My previous fright has vanished. It's truly peculiar. This couple holding hands feels sweeter than others hugging or cuddling." "Hello, everyone," Wen Heng greeted as he settled beside Gu Sheng, his long legs folding beneath the narrow table, their knees meeting. He had finally escaped the risk of being paralyzed at such a young age. Even amidst a significant mishap, the top-tier celebrity maintained a composed demeanor, gradually restoring stability to the situation. The small phone screen struggled to contain their stunning visages, making it difficult for fans to focus on their words, instead exclaiming, "What a perfect match.
So beautiful."
In that moment, fans were enamored with their looks, indulging in sweet moments of admiration. Wen Heng spoke little during the live broadcast, while Gu Sheng was more animated, with Wen Heng occasionally chiming in, attentively listening throughout. The system observed with immense satisfaction, "This is what love looks like." Due to an unexpected incident, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng dedicated extra time to engage with their fans during the live stream, maintaining high levels of excitement. When it came time to tease the next episode, they cleverly leveraged the title Wen Sheng to attract viewers who responded enthusiastically. After the live stream disaster, a joyous sea of laughter ensued. Want to see more exciting content from the Wen Sheng couple? Stay tuned to Yuzu channel next Friday at 8 p.m. for the exclusive web variety show The 4 Laws of Happiness, where we will create romance. I've been waiting from this very second. Romance is wonderful. It must be sweet. Anticipation is building. Hurry up and air it. After recovering from his paralysis, Wen Heng spent the entire night resting at home. Upon rising, he quietly intensified his workout routine. The pain reminded him of life's preciousness and how fortunate he was to possess a healthy body. While he still had the ability to move, he resolved to continually enhance his physical capabilities. Following this surge of popularity, Gusheng's presence on social media skyrocketed, with her fan base increasing by millions and her traffic surged significantly. The entertainment industry is driven by trends, leading to an influx of new job offers. With only a few days remaining until the recording of the third episode, formal contract negotiations and team arrangements needed to be prioritized. Du Yenji officially represented Jialai Media to invite her for a discussion regarding the contract. Coincidentally, Qi Qing's collaborator, the creative talent Fu Shan, was also from Jialai. Gu Sheng agreed, considering that this visit could solidify two matters. While she spoke on the phone about work in the living room, she did not conceal her conversation. And Wen Heng could hear everything. All right, see you tomorrow, Gu Sheng concluded with a smile as she hung up. Going to Jialai? Wen Heng had vaguely caught Du Yenji's voice. Gu Sheng nodded candidly, explaining, I'm going to their company to have a look and meet that singer. Wen Heng nodded in response, watching her as if he wished to express something, hesitating slightly before speaking. Have you seen this? She opened it with great interest. The word cloud is arranged according to the frequency of keyword searches. The more often a term is searched and discussed by viewers, the larger it appears. Hearing and Mountain Road are both prominent, while Sunny Day is rather inconspicuous in the lower right corner. After being in the limelight for so many years, Wen Heng has grown indifferent to such data. He hesitated, contemplating how to broach the subject with Gu Sheng about accompanying her to Jialai tomorrow. Suddenly, Gu Sheng burst into laughter at the word cloud. Haha. There's a gigantic word next to your name. At that moment, she exuded a homely charm, her hair casually styled into a loose bun, appearing merely as an exceptionally beautiful young girl. Her attitude towards him was no longer as fervent as before, nor did it display the occasional irritation or hostility. Rather, it felt like a relaxed relationship, even tinged with a hint of intimacy. Wen Heng, captivated by the smile at the corner of her lips, unconsciously softened his tone. What word? Gu Sheng turned her phone around for him to see. What a huge ghost. Wen Heng responded with disbelief. The next day, Gu Sheng prepared to head out for a meeting. In this formal setting, she had meticulously applied her makeup, her features strikingly pronounced. Clad in a casual suit, her long, slender legs accentuated her poised and beautiful demeanor. Currently without a team and not having borrowed a driver from Chong Yan's crew, she planned to take a taxi to Jialai. After all, it was within the city, so the trip was not a hassle. Just as she was about to leave, she received a WeChat message from Fu Shan, informing her that President Du had an urgent matter and advised her to meet Fu Shan at the internal CAF of Jialai first. Gu Sheng was indifferent, as she would eventually meet him anyway. However, before stepping out, she caught sight of Wen Heng, who was also impeccably prepared. This man's looks were indeed remarkable. Paired with his height of 188 centimeters, he stood out effortlessly in casual attire. Are you heading out too?
Gu Sheng inquired.
Wen Heng's gaze lingered on her meticulously done lip makeup as he nodded slightly. I'm going with you to Jialai. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. With me? The system chimed in. Host, he is worried about you going alone. This is a declaration of authority in front of other men. Gu Sheng thought to herself. Bah. This scoundrel is just worried about himself. Little did she know, if she experienced sudden pain while discussing work, it wouldn't be pleasant for Wen Heng. She couldn't believe this cold-blooded individual would genuinely care for her. Yet, almost as if to counter her thoughts, the system fell silent, offering no further alerts. Noticing her astonishment, Wen Heng's fingers, which hung at his side, curled slightly as he provided a valid reason. I'm going to observe the competition, to better pursue you. Gu Sheng admitted, albeit shamelessly, that her vanity was satisfied. She was still a novice, yet so sought after. Once she released her work, wouldn't there be a slew of prominent figures vying for her attention? Oh, dear, please don't fight. Gu Sheng mused blissfully in her heart, though her expression remained serious. All right then. Conveniently, Wen Heng could drive, so a driver was secured. The system silently contemplated. In the realm of entertainment, perhaps only its host could allow a top-tier celebrity to assume the role of a driver. The journey from Huading to Jialai Media took approximately half an hour, and Wen Heng, having frequented the place before, effortlessly located a parking spot. Prior to Gu Sheng's arrival, she had already coordinated with Du Yenji, and with the reservation in hand, entry to the company was secured. However, upon entering the gate, it became evident that the man behind her was more effective than the reservation itself. Even with sunglasses concealing half of his face, that exquisite jawline was instantly recognizable.
Wen
Shun, the receptionist at Jialai, likely a fan of Wen Heng, was momentarily starstruck upon encountering the individual she had seen in a live stream not long ago. After regaining her composure, she recalled to inquire of Gu Sheng, "Oh, Miss Gu, the CAF is this way. Allow me to escort you." Once they arrived at the CAF and the receptionist saw them seated, she excitedly turned to send a message in the company group chat. "When Shun has arrived at the company. Wow, he's even more handsome in person. And he brought his wife, who is equally stunning." With that message sent, the company chat erupted. Those in the industry, to varying degrees, were fans, and the number of admirers for the leading actors was substantial. Many were fervently discussing the couple, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement, as if they all wished to rush down and witness the scene for themselves. As Fu Shan descended the stairs, he encountered a throng of people loitering outside the CAF, peeking inside. "Excuse me," he chuckled, and as he pushed open the glass door, his gaze landed on Gu Sheng, instantly brightening. She was even more beautiful than on television. Gu Sheng was engrossed in her phone when she sensed someone had halted in front of her. Upon looking up, she met the smiling face of a young boy, who promptly addressed her as sister. Hearing this term of endearment, Wen Heng, seated not far away in a corner, shifted in his seat. "Sister?" His brow furrowed slightly, though he made no intention to intrude upon their conversation. The CAF was quiet enough for their exchange to be easily overheard, in stark contrast to the melancholic and sorrowful themes often found in his work. Fu Shan presented himself as a sunny and handsome youth, seemingly fresh out of university, with a pair of clear, bright eyes. He appeared exceedingly polite toward Gu Sheng, inquiring, "Sister, did you come alone?" Gu Sheng, smiling warmly, found his demeanor quite charming. "Not at all, I have someone accompanying me." Fu Shan nodded, refraining from probing further, as he sensed her attitude was rather formal. Thus, he shifted to the matter at hand. When discussing his work, a subtle change in his demeanor became apparent. "I'm tired of writing sweet little love songs. This time, the concept is different," he explained abstractly. "This song embodies pain." Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Oh,
"What kind of pain?" To be fair, she had her own insights into the various manifestations of pain. Fu Shan lowered his handsome face and spoke softly. "Actually, having been in this industry for a while, I've experienced some depression. The pain comes from both the body and the mind, and I wish to express it." Wen Heng listened, unable to suppress a sardonic smirk. How painful could it possibly be? "In fact, it was I who proposed to Qing Jiange that you be my leading lady." Fu Shan's clear eyes fixated intently on Gu Sheng, "And I inexplicably felt that she would be an excellent fit. I have familiarized myself with your variety show schedule. We can complete the concentrated filming before you record the third episode. Moreover, regarding the remuneration, I believe you deserve nothing but the best." The figure Fu Shan shared with her was on par with the costs of a top-tier production, which indeed demonstrated great sincerity. Each detail was so meticulously considered that it was simply irresistible. Gu Sheng narrowed her eyes. "In summary, I am very much looking forward to collaborating with you. Regardless of where your management contract is signed, I can officially work with you. If you agree, we can commence filming in a couple of days. I am confident that we shall create a work of profound artistry." Gu Sheng pondered for a moment, finding no reason to decline. Thus, she smiled as well. "All right." Fu Shan immediately beamed with a brilliant smile. Wen Heng listened to their conversation, remaining expressionless with a cold gaze. Just then, his phone vibrated with a message from Qi Qing. "Brother, have you arrived at Jia? Are you accompanying sister-in-law? How is she getting along with Fu Shan? That kid should be quite easy to get along with, aside from being a bit too affectionate." Wen Heng, maintaining his stoic demeanor, typed a quick emoticon in response. "T." Qi Qing replied. "What do you mean by T?" Wen Heng put away his phone and gazed at Gu Sheng, who was smiling, and the young boy across from her, whose smile radiated pure joy, sparkling with a hint of light. "Green tea." Gu Sheng sipped her coffee and heard the system's soft voice. "Host, you seem to be in a splendid mood." Of course, the negotiations are going smoothly, and the young boy is considerate and adorable. But suddenly, she recalled something and asked the system. "By the way, this doesn't count as a breach of trust, right? He is earnestly discussing work with me." The system continued in its ethereal tone. "A specific judgment must be made based on the other party's subjective intentions." Fu Shan, recalling something, smiled and said, "Sister, soon brother, will discuss the contract with you. I truly hope we can work in the same company in the future." Meanwhile, Wen Heng heard a notification. Ding. "You will experience your 17th sensation of pain in 40 minutes. Please prepare yourself." Wen Heng raised his gaze toward the two in the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. Du Yanji emerged from General Zhao's office.
Gu Sheng, right?
Yanji, you can handle the discussion. If she wishes to come, she may. If not, there is no pressure. General Zhao, the owner of Jia, did not share Du Yanji's optimism regarding Gu Sheng. He knew she was Wen Heng's wife and recognized that she was previously just an ordinary person, albeit a wealthy heiress. Women of such affluent backgrounds often find it difficult to navigate the entertainment industry, perceiving themselves as precious and distinct from ordinary young stars. Troublesome. They walked together to the elevator. And as the doors opened, Gu Sheng was standing right inside. However, behind her stood a tall man, prompting Du Yanji to raise an eyebrow. While General Zhao recognized immediately, that was Wen Heng. General Zhao instantly donned a more eager smile. Mr. Wen, what brings you here as well? Gu Sheng cast him a glance, thinking to herself that this dog of a man now calls her madam quite smoothly. Zhao, the general manager, showed little regard for Gu Sheng. He perceived today's encounter with Wen Heng as a fortuitous opportunity and thus endeavored to ingratiate himself with him. Du Yanji glanced at Gu Sheng and gestured invitingly, smiling as he suggested, "Let us converse over there." Gu Sheng nodded in agreement. Du Yanji led her to the reception room of Jialai and poured her a glass of water. Initially, he assumed Gu Sheng was an amateur who would require extensive explanation. Yet to his surprise, she spoke knowledgeably about work, posing highly professional inquiries. Beyond the fundamental issues of contract duration and profit-sharing ratios, she even clarified the often vague scope of representation with precision. Du Yanji's admiration for Gu Sheng deepened. He genuinely felt compelled to persuade her. However, it was evident to him that Wen Heng was reluctant to let her go. Otherwise, he would not have followed them to Jialai, his very presence signaling a certain message. Out of politeness, Wen Heng listened quietly, refraining from interruption. Zhao's smile faltered, sensing he was faced with a perilous query, as he found himself entirely uncertain of Wen Heng's intentions. With a forced laugh, Zhao attempted to mask his discomfort, prompting Wen Heng to arrive at a conclusion. He acknowledged his selfish motives. While he desired Gu Sheng to make her own choice, he secretly hoped she would choose him. Jialai might not trust her capabilities. Yet, he believed in what he perceived in her. Wen Heng glanced at his watch, noting that only 1 minute remained in the 40-minute countdown. He informed Zhao that he would consider the matter before turning towards the reception room. Firstly, congratulations, your pain level is at 2. Upon hearing the familiar phrase, Wen Heng's pace faltered, recalling that the last time he received congratulations, it was in the context of a high-level paraplegia. 18. Nasal obstruction. Although this issue seemed somewhat peculiar, Wen Heng relaxed, recognizing it as a minor concern as long as it did not impede his mobility. He caught sight of Gu Sheng and Du Yanji seated across from each other behind the glass wall and instinctively quickened his steps. Jialai appeared sincere, at least from Du Yanji's perspective, who beamed at Gu Sheng, emphasizing that besides film resources, their variety department was flourishing and could promote her in other lifestyle shows or even as a guest on boy band auditions. At this point, Gu Sheng had already formed her own judgment. However, before Du Yanji could finish his thought, he spotted Wen Heng approaching and jokingly remarked, "Teacher Wen, are you here to steal someone away?" The reception room was dazzlingly bright, with the glass wall failing to obscure the confrontation between the film emperor and the television emperor as they vied for the same woman. What a scene of chaos this was. Observing Wen Heng's grim expression, Du Yanji contemplated his strategy. Based on his understanding of Gu Sheng, she was a person of strong will. Such individuals typically resent interference and control. Thus, if Wen Heng's possessiveness was too intense, it might ironically enhance his chances of success. Unexpectedly, when Wen Heng finally spoke, his voice caught in his throat. "I do not interfere. Gu Sheng." "Jianzi?" The onlookers observing discreetly. It was only after speaking that Wen Heng realized he was not merely stifled in his nasal passage, but rather in his entire ocular and oral system. Meanwhile, the nasolacrimal duct was affected, causing Wen Heng to shed tears. "It's all right," he said with a heavy nasal tone. "Gu Sheng can choose anywhere." Gu Sheng finally grasped the situation. Here we go again. The pain response. Du Yanji was utterly astonished. This touching moment only ceased when Gu Sheng grasped Wen Heng's hand, as if making a choice between two parties. "I apologize," Gu Sheng said, looking at Du Yanji with a face full of despair. Yet, Wen Heng instantly returned to normal. No more tears. No more choking. No more nasal voice. All signs of emotion vanished, leaving Du Yanji in awe of his performance. "Wen Heng, you little green tea." In the gaze of those who were utterly captivated, Wen Heng gently wiped away his tears as he led Gu Sheng out of the gathering. "I apologize for the disturbance." It turns out the green tea was me all along. Chapter 19, dear. For the first time, Du Yanji questioned his own acting skills. As a peer and a popular male actor, he had the confidence of a professional. Emotional scenes, such as crying, had always come easily to him. He practiced in front of the mirror, taking at least a minute to evoke tears. And even his choking did not produce the natural nasal tone that Wen Heng had displayed. A few minutes later, a sigh echoed in the room. I concede. Du Yanji felt a rare sense of defeat. It seemed that there was indeed a gap between him and Wen Heng. Moving forward, he vowed to refine his craft further. Du Yanji later underwent profound self-reflection, the details of which were unknown to Sheng. At that moment, she merely felt it was a sight too pitiful to bear and, with her own plans in mind, hurriedly pulled Wen Heng away. In truth, during her interactions with Du Yanji, Sheng had already realized that Jia Lai was not well suited for her. She needed to distance herself to achieve better development. Although it seemed somewhat unfair to Wen Heng, this arrangement ultimately benefited both parties. Having made her decision, the signing process quickly came to the forefront. The following day, Wen Heng took her to the company, where Chang Yan personally presented the contract, eager to have Sheng sign under his wing. Given Wen Heng's current stature, anyone accompanying him was bound to benefit from his presence, nurturing newcomers with the power of a top-tier star. However, though Sheng was also a newcomer, her situation was unique. They were husband and wife, and thus their partnership was entirely justified. Most importantly, considering the current trajectory of Wen Sheng and its impact on Wen Heng, his popularity would only continue to rise. Consequently, in the minds of Chang Yan and the entire team, it was only natural for Wen Ge and his wife to support one another. Sheng also recognized Chang Yan's professional capabilities. As she reviewed the contract terms, she half-jokingly asked Chang Yan, "You won't show favoritism, will you?" Chang Yan chuckled like a grandmother. Of course not. How could I? Both hands are equally important. Furthermore, since Wen Heng was the boss of the company, she essentially held the title of boss lady. Given Wen Heng's current state of devotion, it was quite likely that the entire company would lean towards Sheng in the future. Sheng diligently read every word of the contract, finding the terms reasonable and devoid of pitfalls. Remarkably, all the conditions Wen Heng had previously mentioned were sincere and not mere promises. She signed her name. Chang Yan smiled and applauded. Congratulations on joining Wen. Wen Heng, appearing relaxed, raised his glass in a distant toast. Sheng, relishing the conveniences provided by the team, nodded with a cheerful smile. Thank you for your efforts. Observing the situation settle, Wen Heng turned away and leisurely sipped his tea. He then cast a glance at the swirling dark green tea leaves, contemplating. Green tea, quite delightful. That day, the official WeChat account of Wen's studio posted on Weibo, elegance and grace can coexist with laughter. Able to sing and dance, as well as portray characters. Congratulations to Sheng for officially joining Wen. May her journey ahead be filled with blossoms, love, and joy.
Ah.
I signed. Wen Ge has signed his wife under his name. 555. I have nothing more to say. I'm just here to support family. Sheng's private messages on Weibo surged, with countless fans congratulating her. Shortly after signing, Fushan also posted a new Weibo, new song in preparation. Welcome Sheng to the collaboration. May it be a pleasant experience. Wow, a dream collaboration? The dimensional wall has been broken. Xiaoshan is actually collaborating with Sister Sheng. As long as Xiaoshan is happy, I'll just observe for now. Realistically, Xiaoshan doesn't need the hype. There's no need to seek her out for that. The comments on Fushan's Weibo were filled with astonishment, alongside some skepticism. After all, this new song had been in preparation for a long time, and fans were eagerly anticipating it, only to find that such an important female lead was someone as unfamiliar as Sheng. Leaning against the door, Wen Heng quietly admired the scene for a moment before lowering his head to unlock his phone. Before long, the account of 7 million stars received a notification. Your special attention. Wen Heng has retweeted a Weibo. Wen Heng's Weibo had long resembled a ghost account. Aside from collaborative advertisements and film official account retweets, it consisted solely of birthday reminders and upgrade notifications. Despite fans clamoring for selfies, he remained aloof.
Now,
when there was activity on his Weibo, a throng of fans would rush in, only to find he had retweeted Wen Studio's post with the caption, "Pleasant collaboration."
Ah.
Brother posted on Weibo. This is the first time Sister Sheng has appeared on Wen Ji's Weibo. Why does my mouth stretch to my temples just from a retweet? So sweet. Collaboration is delightful. However, that was not the end of it. Countless netizens discovered that Wen Heng, after retweeting, had not logged off. Minutes later, He even liked Gu Sheng's Weibo post about Fu Shan. The influence of a top-tier celebrity is formidable. Within a minute of his like, the data on Fu Shan's post surged to double, and everyone noticed Wen Heng's approval. Fans were ecstatic. Ah, an oath of ownership. Did you see in the comments? Wen Ge is supporting his wife. What made Wen Ge remember his long-forgotten Weibo account? It must be his wife. Oh, the affection from a top-tier celebrity is too sweet. So, when will these two collaborate? After completing these actions, Wen Heng shut off his phone and picked up the script from the coffee table in the living room. Upon perusing the script, it became evident that the interactions between the female and male lead were plentiful, with the male lead being portrayed by the very own Fu Shan. Wen Heng fell silent, recognizing the true nature of the individual before him, the quintessential green tea. As Gu Sheng became engrossed in her pursuit of the desired emotion, having memorized her lines, she finally noticed Wen Heng seated in the living room, absorbed in her script. After finishing, she raised her gaze, her deep, lake-like eyes inscrutable in their emotions. What's the matter? Gu Sheng cast a glance in his direction. Nothing, Wen Heng replied nonchalantly, merely checking on the progress of an employee. Gu Sheng thought to herself, look at this. He's already flexing his authority. Scoundrel of a boss. Cat of a man. As she approached to retrieve her script, she was unexpectedly seized by Wen Heng, who slipped another stack of papers into her hands. What is this? Gu Sheng exclaimed, taken aback. Yet she recalled that in the original text, the female lead was directly appointed by the financiers. Speaking from a position of authority, Wen Heng seemed to perceive her confusion and advised her to audition. At that moment, Gu Sheng felt a radiant glimmer of humanity emanating from him. This rare opportunity for a fair audition was indeed a treasure. Surely, the trials he had endured had transformed him into a benevolent figure. System. Gu Sheng resolved never to disparage her boss again, her heart swelling with gratitude. She accepted the script, her eyes shimmering with newfound confidence. I shall give it my all. Boss. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow, inexplicably displeased with her address. Gu Sheng solemnly accepted the script, planning to dedicate herself to a thorough study once her tasks were complete. Just then, Wen Heng's voice interrupted, issuing a caution. When you film with that green tea, Fu Shan, be mindful of your influence. Gu Sheng looked up, puzzled. Wen Heng gestured toward the script, implying, remember, you are a married woman. Be wary of those with ulterior motives. Gu Sheng replied, huh? The system quietly reminded her. Didn't you just say you wouldn't criticize the male lead anymore? Gu Sheng retorted fiercely. I did not. Tomorrow, I shall make him rue the day. System. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself strangely invested. In the countryside studio, after several hours of continuous shooting, the session concluded. Due to Gu Sheng's tight schedule, the filming had progressed at a rapid pace, yet neither of the leads expressed any discontent. The portrayal of pain was multifaceted. Whatever emotion Fu Shan sought, Gu Sheng swiftly grasped his intent, her enchanting almond-shaped eyes brimming with intricate and intense feelings, causing Fu Shan's heart to race. The director and screenwriter, observing from behind the monitor, could not deny Gu Sheng's remarkable expressiveness. Most importantly, her visage was strikingly captivating. Even when conveying complex and exaggerated emotions for dramatic effect, she maintained an exquisite aesthetic, exemplifying textbook-level expression management. Gu Sheng smiled, brushing away the light sweat from her forehead. That's good. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in prolonged filming, and she found it rather enjoyable. In the narrative, the female lead initially struggled to comprehend the male lead's world, perceiving his life as mundane, confined to the black and white keys of his piano. It was not until one fateful day, upon touching his instrument, that she experienced the vibrant and painful world reflected in his eyes. Through their repeated encounters, they began to understand one another, sharing their sorrows and co-creating a kaleidoscopic existence. Fu Shan is quite generous with his resources, sparing no expense on the studio set, where the inverted and misaligned scenes are nothing short of breathtaking. Gu Sheng is eagerly anticipating the final product. Sister, are you heading to Lianqing the day after tomorrow? He inquires, leaning over the table to gaze at Gu Sheng. She nods in affirmation. Yes, we are recording the 3rd episode. With a casual demeanor, Gu Sheng adds, sure. We had a flying guest in the last episode. Upon hearing this, Fu Shan's handsome smile brightens, but then he seems to recall something and asks, Sister, do you have a fondness for actor Wen? Gu Sheng raises an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden question. He immediately displays a look of contrition. I apologize. I didn't mean to pry into your private matters. I've heard quite a few rumors, and I know Jiang Lue as well. She seems to have an interest in actor Wen. This subtle provocation If it weren't for Fu Shan's adorably charming demeanor and his lack of role as a troublesome character in the original storyline, might have led Gu Sheng to suspect he was being disingenuous. However, no matter the nature of her relationship with Wen Heng, it is not something she can disclose to outsiders. Gu Sheng chuckles lightly, brushing off the question, but is suddenly interrupted by a system notification. Ding. Love's 19th pain. Abdominal pain, pain level 8. Gu Sheng mentally gasps. An 8 on the pain scale is quite severe. With such distance between them, the man must remain resolute. Fu Shan wisely refrains from pursuing the earlier topic. The filming continues, with the crew awaiting instructions. Suddenly, one staff member catches sight of a tall figure discreetly entering the studio. Clad entirely in black, the individual's striking presence captivates her attention. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it is Wen Heng. She, too, is a fan of the 4 Laws of Happiness, and unable to contain her excitement, snaps a photo of the scene. Is he here to visit the set? Oh my goodness, it's so sweet. Wen Heng finds a quiet corner, unobtrusively observing Gu Sheng and Fu Shan's performance under the lights. In reality, he could alleviate his pain himself. Following 2 significant events, the high-level paraplegia and nasal obstruction, his time dilation ability has expanded to 1 minute, allowing him to manage the pain within that time frame. With an impassive expression, he watches the two at the piano, pondering the reason for his presence. The scene is picturesque, yet his countenance darkens. What has compelled him to come here? From an onlooker's perspective, he stands tall and silent, embodying a watchful guardian. That evening, a photo of the Wen couple surfaces online, showcasing Gu Sheng on set, while Wen Heng discreetly observes without interrupting, a poignant display of affection. The image captures his profile. And though the crew did not manage to photograph the shooting itself, everyone understands he is watching Gu Sheng and Fu Shan collaborate. By nightfall, this post becomes a highlight in trending discussions, circulating widely. He truly cannot let go. Oh, my heart, I am utterly captivated. If only they could act together. There will surely be opportunities. The 3rd episode of Happy 4 Laws has left the children eagerly anticipating the reunion, tears flowing abundantly. After 2 days of filming, Gu Sheng concluded her work smoothly, with Fu Shan expressing a lingering desire for future collaboration. As Gu Sheng prepared for her next schedule, her assistant arrived at Huading to organize her luggage and finalize the arrangements for the following day, while the styling team readied her airport look. Meanwhile, Song Qingji was summoned by her agent to Yaoying. But didn't screenwriter Liu express unwavering confidence in me? Song Qingji protested vehemently. Even if he believes in you, he is merely a screenwriter. He cannot rival the stakeholders. Her agent replied. Frustrated, Song Qingji retorted, he is just a blockhead. What can he achieve? You two need to have physical contact. What are you afraid of? The audience craves that. Her agent insisted. Although Wen Heng has become popular, he has never had any intimate interactions with Gu Sheng on camera. You must seize what they lack. Wen Heng, a man of profound spirit, has no need to touch Gu Sheng. But you and Qin Tian are mere mortals, endowed with emotions and desires, understand? Clenching her teeth, Song Qingji nodded. Only after this admonition did her agent feel somewhat reassured. Gu Sheng had just signed with Wenwen and was collaborating with the talented Fu Shan. Her rising prominence needed to be tempered. Otherwise, she might inadvertently soar to great heights, becoming a formidable rival. In another room within the Wen family estate, the 3rd episode of Happy 4 Laws was being filmed on location, with each group of guests exposed to the city, facilitating their observations. Wen Wan was preoccupied with work, struggling to conceive, while the buzz surrounding Wen Heng and Gu Sheng grew louder by the day. Li Mia's could not quell his anxiety. He needed to ascertain whether the young master of the Wen family had genuinely developed feelings for Gu Sheng, or if there were other motives at play. Amidst the anticipation, all groups of guests embarked on the journey of recording the 3rd episode. At this moment, the live streaming window of Yuzi Station was inundated with names of various stars, fervently engaging. The production team of Happy 4 Laws was particularly eager for this episode, as their concept differed significantly from the previous 2. The groups would separate, showcasing their authentic interactions through urban travel, all while accomplishing the theme of creating romance. The final night would feature a romantic couples night, designed to surprise the female guests with a delightful revelation upon landing. Before the flight, the crews captured footage of the male guests separately, avoiding the female participants, which would be edited into a promotional clip to air prior to the show's premiere.
A romantique surprise?
The male guests echoed, their expressions varied. Yu Shanbei beamed with excitement. Wang He appeared bashful, Qin Tian was determined, while Wen Heng maintained a stoic demeanor. The moment the promotional clip aired, it ignited a surge of anticipation among the audience. I hope Bei doesn't stir up trouble. Mama is watching over you. I'm firmly rooting for Qing Tian's sweetness. Haha, what expression is that from Wen Sheng? Give me sweetness. With this layer of expectation, the audience eagerly awaited the appearance of each group of guests. At this moment, the female guests remained blissfully unaware, completely in the dark. However, unexpected circumstances unfolded as the guests' flights landed, and rain suddenly poured down in Lianjing. Oh no! How can one be romantic in the rain? This heavy rain must be a pleasant surprise, haha. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi were the first couple to arrive at the hotel, clad in a raincoat. The director posed a question amidst the downpour. Have the male guests prepared surprises for the female guests? Lu Yi appeared utterly bewildered. Yu Shanbei shouted in the rain, romance is sharing the rain with the one you adore. He kicked the umbrella aside and turned to Lu Yi, smiling as he called out, come Ani. To which Lu Yi responded, are you out of your mind, Yu Shanbei? This is hilarious. I can't stop laughing. They are so unwilling. I'm dying of laughter watching this couple. Here, essay lesson for the male guests to learn from. Don't worry, the next couple will set the standard. Amidst a sea of joy, the Qing Tian couple made their entrance. Upon disembarking, they required no direction from the director. Qing Tian eagerly embraced Song Qingji, leading her to the car's trunk. When the trunk opened, it revealed a bountiful collection of roses. So sweet. Oh my Qing Tian. Qing Tian never disappoints. This is hard to surpass. Song Qingji had already been inhaling the fragrance of the flowers inside the car, yet her expression now reflected sheer surprise, nearly bringing her to tears. Tian Goyu. Qing Tian, with a loving gaze, shared a tender kiss with her in front of the cameras. At last, they embodied the theme of romantic surprises. After the floral display was taken away, they entered the hotel. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng's vehicle had just pulled up outside the hotel. The barrage of comments surged dramatically, revealing the extent of their fanbase. Upon exiting the car, Wen Heng held an umbrella securely above Gu Sheng. Surprise? What surprise? Gu Sheng inquired. Wen Heng cast his gaze downwards at her. He had previously visited the city for filming and knew of a small lake behind the hotel. I'll take you to a secret hideout, he said. Indeed. My brother is the eternal king of romance. A secret hideout? This is simply too sweet. Help. Wen Heng is too charming. I'm already overwhelmed with sweetness, and the episode has just begun. Wen Heng took Gu Sheng by the hand, leading her around the hotel's main entrance toward a secluded backyard. The cameraman quickly followed suit, expertly capturing the scene. Soon, viewers beheld a serene, crystal-clear lake behind the hotel. The reflections of the city lights danced upon the water's surface as raindrops gently fell, shattering the tranquil lake's beauty. The large black umbrella created a barrier against the rain, shielding them from the camera's gaze. Beneath the misty rain and night sky, the two stood facing each other, creating a scene of ineffable romance. I can hardly breathe. Who understands this feeling? When can I experience such a love? Life would be complete. What are they doing behind the umbrella? Surely they can't be kissing. Gu Sheng acknowledged that everything indeed felt somewhat dreamlike, a rainy night by the lake. The two of them together. However, as she gazed at Wen Heng before her, she mused, the pain of love, level 2. Gu Sheng thought, what is this? With such a low pain level, there's no need for reminders. Is this a game I cannot play? Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the umbrella tilted above them, and Wen Heng collapsed against the tree, his eyes fluttering shut. Gu Sheng hurriedly caught the handle of the umbrella, exclaiming, are you alive? Brother, are you alive? You've fallen asleep in this romantic scene. Wen Heng's face was serene, his typically cool and handsome features softening in slumber, resembling a fragile sleeping beauty. The system chimed in as if recounting a fairy tale. To awaken the sleeping beauty, a gentle kiss is all that is needed. Go on, don't be afraid.
Kiss him.
Gu Sheng scoffed. Oh really? He can be awakened by a kiss, but also by a slap. She extended her slender fingers, bringing her middle and thumb together, and with all her might, she flicked his forehead with a loud crack.
Boom.
I hit you. Wen Heng was jolted awake, not merely from Gu Sheng's touch, but genuinely from the pain. To the audience, it appeared as though the girl had merely tiptoed closer to Wen Heng, causing him to shudder. The crowd erupted. They kissed. They kissed. Help, I'm truly shipping them. I can't take it anymore. We demand it. Moments later, the two emerged from behind the umbrella. The director shouted through his earpiece for close-ups, and the cameraman quickly focused on their faces, attempting to capture any evidence of the kiss. Ultimately, They discovered only a swollen patch on the forehead of the leading man. The cameraman gasped, "This? This is what resulted from a kiss." The audience screamed, "Ah, they kissed. They kissed on the forehead." Wen Heng muttered, "Damn." Chapter 20, The Argument. Gu Sheng was uncertain whether it was romantic or not. Nevertheless, after that flick to his forehead, she felt genuinely satisfied.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully alleviated the pain and received a random reward. Increased fortune. Gu Sheng remarked, "Oh, this time it's not a double reward?" The system pointed skyward. Gu Sheng recalled her previous reward, though the memorable scene had indeed boosted her popularity. It left an uncomfortable feeling. This new fortune reward was undeniably more practical. Her earlier flick had not been in vain. She glanced at the silent Wen Heng, rubbing his forehead. "What's wrong? Not pleased? After our last shoot for parting with you, netizens claimed Wen Heng was battle-worn. I merely facilitated his damage." Wen Heng, with his swollen forehead, thought to himself that this pain level was relatively mild since he felt much pain in his unconscious state. Yet, Gu Sheng could have chosen a gentler method to awaken him, but she opted for the most violent approach.
Now.
Wen Heng not only doubted this woman's previous affection for him, but he even questioned whether she loved him at all. After the fans finally calmed down, they realized that the two individuals did not appear to have just shared a kiss. Both of their serene expressions conveyed a sense of tranquility. Although Wen Heng's forehead was visibly swollen, given their height difference, it seemed that Gu Sheng could hardly have reached that spot. What truly transpired behind the umbrella remains a mystery. Surely, it cannot be attributed to Sister Sheng's doing, can it? The production team certainly wished to reveal more. But had it not been for Wen Heng bringing them to this lakeside hotel, they would have been completely unaware of its existence and could not have set up fixed cameras in advance. Nonetheless, this vague and elusive atmosphere only heightened intrigue. As evidenced by the barrage of comments flooding the live streaming platform, the director's team was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Fans are the most imaginative group, capable of conjuring sweetness from mere hints. Following Wen Sheng, the couple Wang He and Liu Zhu also arrived at the hotel. Their old-fashioned romance exuded a steady charm. Standing before the camera, they struggled to articulate sweet nothings or perform any particularly thrilling gestures, ultimately expressing gratitude for each other's companionship over the years, which deeply moved the audience. As all four groups of guests gathered at the hotel entrance, the rain in Lianqing continued to fall. Yet it did not dampen the audience's enthusiasm. Song Qingji, clutching a few flowers, gazed affectionately at Qin Tian, declaring, "I can feel it." The couple embodied the essence of a romantic variety show, prompting Wang He to tease, "You two are still the sweetest." However, beside them, Liu Yi glanced at Song Qingji and Qin Tian, perceiving their display as merely a performance, akin to her own relationship with Yushande. Frankly speaking, the act of sending flowers from the trunk felt rather cliché. At this moment, her hair was still damp, and as she looked at the equally wet-haired Yushande beside her, she sighed internally before exclaiming, "Look at Sister Sheng and Wen Heng. A lakeside date. What a divine scene. And here we are, two drenched chickens. We hardly deserve to share the same frame with Wen Sheng." Upon hearing the rules, the guests collectively lamented. The fans in the comments quickly grasped the situation and began to plead online. "Wen Heng, can you let your wife eat well? You must win. Please, dear mother, let your son have better luck. Don't let the lady eat dirt. We beseech you." Hands clasped in prayer. Wen Heng remained unfazed. However, beside him, Gu Sheng slowly revealed a mysterious smile.
Fortune.
Wealth. She understood. The guests appeared exceedingly tense, for this pertained to their survival over the next 2 days. As they drew lots, the director explained to both the guests and the audience, "Our financial structure is set such that the maximum amount differs from the minimum by a factor of 1,000. The exact amounts will only be known to the guests who draw them, and whether they disclose this information to their partners is entirely up to them. Surely, no one will draw just a dime? They couldn't possibly be that cruel, could they? What if both draw an exceptionally low amount? How would they survive?" The atmosphere suddenly became inexplicably charged. Ultimately, it was Gu Sheng and Wen Heng's turn to draw envelopes. Wen Heng opened his briefly, and then tucked it away, his expression as serene as a summer breeze. Gu Sheng mused to herself about the man's profound scheming, entirely concealing his true fortune, and could not help but curl her lip in disdain. Then, it was her turn to draw. Despite her foreboding, a slight tension coursed through her. She extracted her envelope discreetly away from the crowd, and upon opening it, discovered the amount. 5,000 yuan. Gu Sheng exclaimed internally, "System, you've finally done something commendable." Yet, Not a hint of her elation escaped her lips as she immediately began to masterfully manage her expression, feigning concern over the meager sum, while internally battling the urge to reveal her emotions. Oh dear, my sister must have drawn a paltry amount. I hope Wen Heng drew a substantial amount. I desperately wish for my beloved to enjoy the finest of comforts. All 4 groups of guests had completed their draws, their expressions varying widely, leading to a flurry of comments on social media as viewers speculated about their respective amounts. The Happiness 4 Laws funding draw naturally surged in popularity, trending on social media. This is just too heartbreaking to hear. The male guests may be destitute, but don't blame us for looking down on you. A friendly reminder. On the final night, the couple's night, the standards of accommodation and dinner would entirely depend on the remaining funds in their possession. Whether they could share a romantic evening and capture the hearts of the online audience rested solely in their hands. I can hardly wait. I fast-forwarded to me in bed.
Beep.
Come on, sisters, be bold. I am too. Ah! Yu Shanbei was practically bouncing off the walls. Unable to conceal the aura of sudden wealth that enveloped him, he had drawn 800 yuan. Among all the guests, while it wasn't the highest amount, it was certainly not insignificant. Now, even if Li Yi had only a few dozen yuan, they could at least maintain their dignity. Yu Shanbei, evading the fixed cameras in the room, switched off his mic and discreetly inquired of Lu Li Yi, "How much did you get?" Upon seeing his 800 yuan, Lu Li Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief, then revealed her envelope. 8 yuan. Yu Shanbei. Lu Li Yi, with a bitter smile. In the adjacent room, Song Qingji and Qin Tian had just finished discussing their respective amounts. One received 200, the other 50, totaling a mere 250 yuan. Song Qingji squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to refrain from exploding in anger, yet inwardly she cursed Qin Tian for being utterly useless, lacking even a modicum of luck. The 200 yuan was hers, while Qin Tian's 50 was a veritable anchor weighing her down. Song Qingji could only begin to contemplate how to display affection without spending money, praying fervently that Gu Xing wouldn't draw too much, or she would truly find herself restless. Meanwhile, Gu Xing walked leisurely, though her exterior betrayed a facade of sorrow. The cameraman followed them only to the hotel room door. Once inside, there was but a single camera angle. Gu Xing left behind a glimpse of her exquisitely worried profile before she pushed open the hotel door. "Sister? Don't fret. Quick, let us deliberate together." Seeing how calm Wen Heng is, he must not be too short on funds. Gu Xing possessed immense wealth, but had no intention of confessing to Wen Heng. What a jest it would be if that dog of a man learned of her riches, only to demand 3 extravagant wishes. She would be at a loss indeed. With ulterior motives in mind, Gu Xing sighed before softly inquiring, "Do you have much?" At that moment, Wen Heng had just received an ice pack from the assistant, applying it to his forehead to reduce the swelling. His dark hair was tousled, revealing a smooth, pale forehead. The chilling ice pack accentuated his demeanor, reminiscent of a frozen lake in a highland. Gu Xing, for a rare moment, felt a flicker of guilt, but soon her resolve hardened. After all, that dog of a man was still unconscious. Moreover, she had drawn 5,000. 5,000. The next 2 days would undoubtedly be a reign of dominance, and Wen Heng would eventually rely on her for sustenance, so he better heed her expression. With this thought, Gu Xing immediately regained her confidence. Exhibiting her exceptional acting skills, she lowered her long eyelashes and resolutely declared, "It's fine. I won't ask for anything excessive, so you mustn't either."
No asking.
Wen Heng gazed at her droopy demeanor and felt an inexplicable urge to poke her cheek. However, recalling the chill of the ice pack on his fingers, he refrained. "What's the matter? Did you draw very little?" Gu Xing was taken aback by his words, pondering if that dog of a man might actually be quite wealthy. Remaining composed, she feigned a dejected tone. "It's not bad." The implication of not bad hinted at a lack of better options. Wen Heng nodded, choosing not to inquire about the specific amount. He removed the ice pack and gently patted Gu Xing on the head, reassuring her that all was well. This scene was witnessed by the audience, leaving them utterly enchanted. Ah, the head pat attack. I want good to pat my head too.
Ah.
So sweet. That feeling of being enveloped and cherished is just heartwarming. Gu Xing blinked, somewhat taken aback by Wen Heng's composure. Could it be that Wen Heng was indeed wealthier than she? Initially, she believed 5,000 was quite substantial, and by a 1,000-fold difference. The minimum would be merely $5, which seemed reasonable. However, observing Wen Heng's nonchalance and recalling he was the male lead, undoubtedly a paragon of fortune, it didn't seem impossible for him to draw the highest amount. Thus, with a hint of uncertainty, Gu Sheng ventured, "Then, I'll be relying on you?"
Hmm.
Wen Heng affirmed, "Rely on me." That night, couples from various groups drifted into slumber with diverse emotions. Gu Sheng slept soundly, yet she found herself ensnared in a dream. In it, a pale-skinned, handsome vampire sank his fangs into her neck. Gu Sheng protested, "Don't drink my blood." The vampire replied, "But your blood is plentiful." Gu Sheng grabbed his hair in an attempt to strike him, but his towering stature thwarted her efforts. Ultimately, she leapt up and struck his forehead. The vampire yelped, "You hit my head again." Gu Sheng awakened, the dawn light streaming in, heralding a new day. She sat up, glancing at Wen Heng still asleep on the other side of the vast bed, his complexion pale and handsome, with a hint of redness on his forehead. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming urge to kick him surged within her. Just as her delicate foot twitched in anticipation, Wen Heng opened his eyes, weary yet tranquil. Two pairs of eyes unexpectedly met. Wen Heng asked, "What are you doing?" Before Wen Heng and Gu Sheng had even risen from their slumber, the competition for public displays of affection had already commenced. Song Qingji spent a sleepless night contemplating how to outshine Gu Sheng's relationship, ultimately deciding to pursue a campus romance with Qin Tian. The two indulged in milk tea and watched movies, a budget-friendly yet sweet endeavor. Thus, they awoke early the following day, first venturing to the beach a kilometer from their hotel to witness the sunrise, then meandering through a nearby university hand in hand. On a weekend morning, the campus was nearly deserted, save for a few early risers heading to the library, all engrossed in securing seats, completely oblivious to the couple's presence. The Shanlu couple encountered them outside the hotel and greeted, "You two are up quite early." Song Qingji smiled and replied, "Tian wanted to watch the sunrise together." Lu Yi dryly responded, "Wow, but at that hour, there are no spectators, right?" Yu Shande, not pondering too deeply, turned to Lu Yi and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lu Yi, lacking funds, eagerly replied, "I'll go with whatever you choose." Yu Shanbei waved his hand grandly. "Let us go for dim sum." Lu Yi's eyes sparkled. "Sure." Once they departed, Song Qingji and Qin Tian stood in place. Acutely aware of their own modest means, they couldn't even afford dim sum. Gu Sheng and Wen Heng were the last to leave the hotel. However, to gauge whether Wen Heng had any money, Gu Sheng pondered and pointed to a humble breakfast shop by the roadside. "I'd like some soy milk." Wen Heng glanced over. It was indeed a rather shabby establishment, which surprised him. Accepting the soy milk, Gu Sheng suspiciously inquired, "You didn't trade favors for this?"
Did you?
Wen Heng handed her a straw. "Just drink yours." "Ha, trading favors, really?" "Sister is so down to earth, sob. Why did Wengo only buy 1 cup? Could it be he has out of money?" "Impossible. Wengo looks like he has got it made. Perhaps he simply doesn't fancy it." Gu Sheng began sipping through the straw. Observing Wen Heng's casual demeanor, she felt reassured that he wasn't financially troubled. At least he didn't seem to worry about meals. Thus, she dismissed the peculiar dream from the night before, clutching her 5,000 yuan even tighter. The two made their way towards the renowned Lu High Square in Lianqing, the breeze mingling with the salty air from the sea, providing a delightful sensation. "I think it's that way," Wen Heng remarked, glancing at a signpost. Gu Sheng nodded. Fu Shan said we could reach Lu High Square by following the sea breeze, and it appears he was correct. Hearing this name, Wen Heng's brows subtly furrowed. "Green tea? Could the fans please refrain from advertising?" "Quiet down. Look at Wengo's expression, huh?" In truth, Wen Heng's expression was neutral, yet it exuded an aura of coolness. Eventually, they located the sign for the 4 laws of happiness nestled in a corner of Lu High Square. It sounds dubious at first mention. I'll blindly guess it's celery juice. Opt for the cheaper options. The chances of them being palatable are higher. Gu Sheng shared the same sentiment, reasoning that since neither of them was financially constrained, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. As a result, Wen Heng nodded, lowered his gaze, and directly chose the blind box containing a 100 yuan drink. Gu Sheng remarked, "Impressive." The staff member was equally taken aback by Wen Heng's boldness in selecting the highest value blind box. He steadied his trembling hand and retrieved the box from beneath the table. With his slender fingers, Wen Heng unwrapped it, revealing a semi-transparent plastic cup filled with an indescribable hue, tinged with green and yellow, and speckled with floating impurities that rendered it ominously unearthly. Gu Sheng watched in trepidation. Yet, Wen Heng remained composed, took a sip, and maintained an impassive expression, even raising an eyebrow. Intrigued, Gu Sheng inquired, "What does it taste like?" Wen Heng handed it to her, stating, "Sweet." Observing his demeanor, which suggested it might indeed be palatable, she took a sip. Wen Heng then remarked, impossible. Gu Sheng sputtered, pfft, spraying him directly in the face. The viscous yellow-green liquid dripped down his pale visage. A few moments later, he retrieved a tissue to dab at his face. The comedic effect was at its peak, with the audience erupting in laughter. Ha 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 ha. Two elementary students, ha ha ha. Why are they always hurting each other? Ha ha ha. The staff smiled and added, this drink is called freshly squeezed fishy grass with cilantro, delicious coconut. The romantic atmosphere had barely begun when the couple's playful bickering ensued. Gu Sheng and Wen Heng sat on opposite sides, a distance of 8 zhang apart. One had been tricked into consuming a repulsive drink, while the other had been splattered with the same wretched concoction. Each harbored their own grievances. Despite their apparent displeasure, the audience relished the spectacle. Regardless of their fandom, viewers flocked to the live stream upon hearing the news. What is happening? Are they arguing? Gu Sheng just spat her drink on my brother's face. Hee bystanders urge, fight.
Fight.
Observing the situation, the cameraman dared not approach, instead capturing the scene from a distance. Framing the two formidable figures who sat with crossed arms and expressions devoid of emotion, exuding an aura that discouraged any provocation. Sisters, they're trending. I saw it too. Wen Heng and Gu Sheng are arguing. Goodness, is this what top-tier celebrities do? They trend in an instant. The Lu High Square was already bustling with citizens and tourists. And with the two stars accompanied by a filming crew, a crowd quickly gathered. Coupled with the online viewership, it surged onto the trending list, with the real-time feed filled with spectators eager for entertainment. It was no wonder that netizens found the situation novel in the public's eye. Wen Heng was not typically characterized as someone prone to arguments. Aside from his performances, he rarely displayed any excess emotion, often appearing aloof and detached, a reputation cultivated over years as an unapproachable figure. Thus, it was equally difficult for people to envision such an individual yielding to anyone. Gu Sheng still tasted the horrific essence of fishy grass in her mouth and thought to herself, damn it, that wretched man. I would like you to indulge in a rather unsavory act over the next 2 days. Meanwhile, Wen Heng took a moment to compose himself before letting out a sigh and preparing to apologize, acknowledging that he was indeed the instigator. However, before he could rise, a prolonged beep echoed through the air. Wen Heng thought to himself, isn't this a tad too coincidental? In just a moment, the audience across the internet witnessed Wen Heng standing before Gu Sheng, his head bowed as he murmured something. The weather was splendid, with the humid sea breeze sweeping across the square and pigeons soaring above. The girl's skirt fluttered gently while the man's silhouette appeared tall and graceful. His dark hair fell softly over his brow, exuding a gentle and affectionate demeanor. The trending topic swiftly transitioned from hot to explosive. The comments erupted. Ah, in this lifetime, I shall only bow to you. An exquisite scene. Help, I can't take this anymore. The humble affection is too delightful. I'm crying, who understands? Wen Heng stood before Gu Sheng, eyes closed, taking a breath to apologize. In an unexpected turn, Gu Sheng, usually composed, waved her hand with an air of magnanimity and took a step back, proclaiming, it's nothing. I forgive you. Just don't touch me, ha ha. She had also heard the system's notification. The 21st pain of love, severe neck pain. Pain level 9. Gu Sheng, ever gentle and considerate, reassured him, it's all right. Lift your head. To which Wen Heng replied, I truly cannot. His neck felt as if it might snap. Chapter 21. Infuriating him. A pain level of 9 was the second most intense sensation Wen Heng had ever experienced. Until now, the system had only randomly assigned a level 9 pain once, with a memorable level 10 pain occurring during a magazine cover shoot when his leg nearly broke. This time it was his neck. While he could endure the 9-level pain, it was not without considerable difficulty. Within seconds, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Yet, with the camera rolling, he summoned extraordinary willpower to suppress the urge to pull Gu Sheng into his embrace. Having released her pent-up frustration, Gu Sheng was not so trivial as to require the system's power to compel him to bow before her. Instead, she elegantly tapped a shoulder, saying, all right, I accept. Wen Heng held her hand down, finally regaining his composure. Thank you. The peculiar nature of the system lay in the authenticity of each pain, as though it could extinguish him. Yet, upon encountering Gu Sheng, it felt as if the pain had been but an illusion, leaving no trace on his body after its alleviation. However, after enduring pain over 20 times, he began to discern a certain purposeful direction inherent in the random afflictions the system inflicted. Yet, being immersed in it, the clarity remained elusive. Wen Heng grasped her hand, which he had attempted to withdraw, pondering deeply. Gu Sheng was an astute individual, Could it be that after all these instances, she had failed to notice the underlying clues? Or perhaps she had discerned them but chose to remain nonchalant. Gu Sheng tugged at her hand twice, failing to free herself, and cast him a pair of reproachful glances. Wen Heng's thoughts drifted slightly, meeting her gaze and contemplating how soft her hand truly felt. The undercurrents of tension remained unknown to the audience. From their perspective, the entire process unfolded as follows. Upon hearing the couple argue, Wen Xin lowered his head to apologize to his wife, who gently patted his shoulder, leading to them holding hands and reconciling. It appeared rather juvenile, yet there was an undeniable charm and striking contrast to their otherwise stoic, divine visages.
Oh,
They are such a perfect match. One might lament. I thought they were going to embrace, but holding hands is equally adorable. Another exclaimed. I command you not to be too reserved. Otherwise, I shall implore you. Ultimately, Wen Heng finished the freshly squeezed fish mint and cilantro drink, despite its unpalatable taste. Having taken a sip, he felt compelled to finish it lest he waste money, which would be a loss. In reality, the fish mint juice is known for its detoxifying properties and is beneficial for reducing swelling. For reasons he chose not to disclose, Wen Heng did not shy away from such healthful concoctions, although the taste was certainly quite unpleasant. The task at Luhai Square gradually attracted other guests. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi approached to inquire about the blind box challenge, first seeking information from Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. Wen Go, Sheng Jia. How much was your blind box? Yu Shanbei asked nervously. What does it taste like? Wen Heng wore an inscrutable expression, while Gu Sheng smiled and replied, It is quite esoteric and difficult to describe. You might want to give it a try. Yu Shanbei, curious and playful, felt a strong urge to join in. However, he was not as audacious as Wen Heng. After a moment of hesitation, he opted for a $50 blind box, reasoning that even if it was unpalatable, it wouldn't be too extreme. Upon opening the blind box, he found the contents of vibrant tropical red with bubbles, resembling an ordinary summer sparkling drink. With a sense of reassurance, Yu Shanbei took a generous sip. Suddenly, he sputtered and coughed, the scene reminiscent of a dramatic spectacle against the sky. The staff stepped aside, smiling, and informed him, What you have drawn is called Laoshan snake grass watermelon pudding tea. Yu Shanbei's face turned crimson, while laughter erupted in the comments. Wen Heng merely smiled calmly, satisfied as he took Gu Sheng's hand, and they departed. Thank you, he thought, feeling a sense of psychological balance restored. Throughout the morning's recording, some guests busied themselves with making money, while others were preoccupied with romance. Beneath the trending topic of Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's quarrel was another contrasting trend, the sunny couple's schoolyard romance. Song Qingji and Qin Tian, ostensibly the sweethearts of the Four Laws of Happiness, found themselves juggling expenditures while striving to create a sugary atmosphere, exhausting themselves as if they were acting in a play. However, an unexpected turn of events soon altered their circumstances dramatically. While Song Qingji and Qin Tian were enjoying milk tea, reminiscent of high school romance, they encountered Wang He and Lu Yuzhu, who were leisurely exploring the city. Wang He had drawn an envelope of considerable value, yet they remained remarkably nonchalant. It seems you young lovers have more expenses in your relationship. For us old married folks, this money is hardly necessary, Wang He remarked. After some persuasion from Song Qingji, Wang He and Lu Yuzhu generously shared $1,000 with them. $1,000. Song Qingji and her partner felt as if they had struck it rich overnight. Upon encountering Gu Sheng, she beamed with an innocent, charming smile. Sister Gu, I heard you played a game. Was it fun? Gu Sheng immediately discerned the triumphant expression on her face, his heart as tranquil as still water. Quite amusing indeed. Song Qingji covered her mouth with a laugh, subtly implying, It's only the first half of the day, dear sister, do not overexert yourself. Should you face any difficulties, feel free to confide in me. Gu Sheng nearly succumbed to laughter, nodding in agreement. Yes, I am indeed suffering greatly, overwhelmed by an abundance of wealth that I scarcely know how to spend. The assistant director of the program was conducting individual and dual interviews with the guests from each group. The assistant inquired, May I ask how you perceive your financial standing among the four couples? Song Qingji and Qin Tian expressed their gratitude to Wang He and the others. Then remarked, In truth, whether rich or poor is of little consequence. Even with merely a few dozen coins, we can still lead a joyful life. You can always trust in sunny days. Isn't this reminiscent of a campus romance? Oh, dear? Neither Yi nor I are particularly impoverished, Yu Shanbei declared earnestly, though the disparity between our wealth and poverty is exceedingly vast. Lu Yi quickly concurred. Indeed, 100-fold difference, ha. Upon hearing this figure, the audience burst into laughter. Dying of laughter, I blindly guess Bei is the less wealthy one. Let me take another wild guess. Surely no couple will draw a thousandfold disparity. Surely not. That would be too hilarious. A public execution awaits. At that moment, the interview fortuitously shifted to Wen Heng and Sheng. The assistant director, a fervent fan of Wen Heng, was particularly exhilarated while interviewing the pair. Ahem. Do you two know how much funds your partner possesses? Sheng glanced at Wen Heng, feigning a sigh. I have a basic understanding. In truth, Wen Heng was completely oblivious, remaining silent. He was, however, curious about Sheng's finances, as he was aware of his own winnings. Sheng likely had more than him, but not by a significant margin. The assistant director hinted wildly, since finances relate to the couple's night, how do you both believe you rank among the 4 couples? The two exchanged glances, a singular answer surging in their minds. First place, albeit in reverse order. The afternoon recording continued. Wen Heng and Sheng strolled further north towards Luhai Square, where the sea awaited, adorned by a towering long bridge. The vast ocean stretched before them, seagulls weaving a picturesque scene. Sheng, inherently playful and fond of travel, relished the sight of mountains and seas. And despite the presence of a dogged man and a following camera crew, her spirits remained high. Their serene walk painted a beautiful tableau, prompting even the audience to cease their barrage of comments, simply savoring the moment. Wen Heng had never experienced such a leisurely stroll alongside another. His emotions and time were typically reserved solely for himself, seldom shared with anyone. Yet, at that moment, watching Sheng frolic and dance, her feet upon the railing as she embraced the sea breeze, he seemed to grasp the essence of a romantic variety show. In truth, the time until their agreed divorce was not far off. Historically, he had not cared for events like couples' night. However, now Wen Heng instinctively moved beneath the railing where Sheng was poised to jump. When she spotted him below and gasped, nearly losing her balance, he swiftly reached out, steadying her in his embrace. The comments erupted once more. Ah! Wen Heng discovered that Sheng was exceedingly gentle. This marked the first instance of physical contact. Intended solely for alleviating pain, devoid of any connection to that peculiar system or the necessity of recording. The essence of the matter remained elusive, even to him. The system registered something, resonating softly. Oh my exquisite beauty must be real. Sheng pushed Wen Heng away, inwardly exclaiming, bah. She suspected that the man was merely seeking attention, so during mealtime, she took him to a modest noodle shop. I have a bit of money. Let me treat you to dinner. Sheng declared earnestly, believing this would eliminate any possibility of spending extra to fulfill wishes. Wen Heng gazed at the small establishment, its menu averaging 10 yuan, and felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. It was the first time someone had invited him to dine in such a place, though in truth, his companion was not well off either. Wen Heng diligently finished the bowl of noodles. The top-tier film star and the wealthy heiress shared a dinner costing a mere 20 yuan, nearly bringing their fans to tears in the comments. Oh, my brother and sister have suffered. But I am so touched. This is what marriage is about. After their meal, as they walked a short distance, they encountered the sign for the 4 laws of happiness, beckoning them to earn some money. This round's game was the lip-reading challenge. The staff, smiling warmly, explained the rules. This was a competitive game where they had to wait for other couples to join before starting. The rules were simple. The couple would wear noise-canceling headphones, one would speak, and the other would guess the words through lip movements. The couple that guessed the most correct answers within the allotted time would win a cash prize of 200 yuan. Moved by the bowl of noodles, Wen Heng resolved to take the competition seriously, and naturally, Sheng welcomed the prospect of more money. However, by unfortunate coincidence, their opponents were the Qing Tian couple. Song Qingji observed Sheng's enthusiastic demeanor and chuckled, covering her mouth. Let's give it a try, Tiango. I hope our rapport is sufficient. What began as a mere game was elevated by her words to the realm of marital harmony, prompting the audience in the comments to unconsciously divide into 2 factions. Sheng paid no heed to her cunning remarks, knowing that she and Wen Heng would not share any rapport, and that the most tedious aspect of the competition was indeed having such rapport. If guessing were so easy, what would the audience find entertaining?
Silly.
Sheng inquired of Wen Heng. Shall you guess or shall I? Wen Heng pondered for a moment. I will guess. Sheng replied, all right. The staff held up the cue card, and the competition commenced. The first word was mutual love. Sheng enunciated each word distinctly. Mutual love. Wen Heng, ensconced in silence, focused intently on her lips, uncertainly queried, You don't eat cilantro? Sheng responded. Laughter erupted.
Ha ha.
Now we know that when Shin doesn't eat cilantro. On to the next. Next to them, Song Qingji and Qin Tian indeed exhibited remarkable synergy. Having already guessed the first word, Gu Sheng showered Wen Heng with enthusiastic air kisses, striving to convey affection and warmth. Wen Heng successfully guessed mutual love and promptly removed his headphones. The two seamlessly switched positions, with Gu Sheng taking on the guessing role. The man is too foolish. If I were guessing, we would surely prevail. The next word, wishing to lose weight. Wen Heng furrowed his brows slightly, then enunciated each word with precision. Wish to lose weight. Gu Sheng's eyes instantly sparkled. Typically, in such games, the staff tends to incorporate current trends, and it was evident this was a popular phrase. Observing her reaction, Wen Heng mused that Gu Sheng was indeed astute, and he was fortunate to have changed the word. Then, Gu Sheng exclaimed loudly, "Rotten."
Stinky.
Wen Heng. The comments section transformed into a sea of laughter, and the couple beside them, Qing Tian, exhibited remarkable synergy, yet no one cared. All were eager to witness how Wen Heng and his wife would creatively misinterpret the words. Wen Heng waved his hand, signaling for the next word, observing in secret. This time, Wen Heng, having learned from his previous experience, incorporated simple gestures to indicate sneaky and watch, then continued to pronounce slowly, observe, in secret. Gu Sheng frowned momentarily before a look of sudden realization crossed her face. For some reason, Wen Heng had little expectation for her epiphany. He reiterated, observe in secret. Gu Sheng confidently nodded, and amidst the gazes of the online audience and Wen Heng's anticipation, she shouted, love.
Green. Tea.
Wen Heng, how dare you? Ah, help, help, help. I'm laughing so hard I might end up in the hospital. The comments section had long ceased to pay attention to the commendable performance of the couple. Qing Tian, everyone was in stitches. This money is not going to be earned. Damn, falling for green tea, Gu Jie is truly a comedic genius. Wen Gu's booming response, how dare you? Haha, laughing while I'm going insane. Ultimately, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng did not win the competition to earn money. Nevertheless, they managed to ascend the trending charts together. That evening, several couples gathered once again at the hotel entrance. Their expressions varied. It was now time to reveal the maximum amount of funding we had set, 5,000 yuan. The expressions of the guests changed in an instant, and the audience observed closely, quickly discerning the factions of the gods and the common folk. Lu Yi is definitely quite poor, 2333. She was stunned upon hearing this figure. And Qin Tian, haraha, his expression management has utterly failed. Wen Gu appeared remarkably calm, making it seem as though he had drawn the 5,000. Song Qingji exuded elegance. She had already learned that Wang He and his companions had drawn a substantial amount but was taken aback by the revelation of 5,000 yuan. It seemed that giving them 1,000 was hardly excessive. Gu Sheng stood amidst the crowd, concealing her accomplishments. Unexpectedly, the director announced, now. In order to help everyone understand their standing and to strive harder for tomorrow's couples night, we will unveil the current funding rankings. Gu Sheng, Wen Heng noticed her momentary anxiety, assuming she felt embarrassed, and patted her back reassuringly. It's fine, don't worry. We aren't disclosing specific couples. Just the rankings of the funding amounts. The director stated, counting from the bottom up, the fourth couple had a total of 828 yuan. The couple, Shan Lu, could hardly contain their dismay. They were the poorest. Third place, 1,450 yuan. Second place, 1,500 yuan. Song Qingji furrowed her brow, astonished that they ranked third. Nearly on par with Gu Sheng's team. The director's team wore a mysterious smile. The couple in first place boasted a combined wealth of 5,085 yuan. This stark disparity in wealth instantly piqued the interest of all the viewers, igniting rampant speculation across the internet regarding which couple possessed the greatest fortune. Gu Sheng soon gained a clear understanding of her own financial standing. Meanwhile, Wen Heng quickly realized something as well. 85 yuan. How was that figure derived? Gu Sheng knew she was part of the 5,000. Wen Heng was aware he possessed 105, which, after deducting 20 yuan for the noodles, amounted to 5,085. Thus, Gu Sheng exclaimed, you only have 5 yuan. And you act all high and mighty? Wen Heng retorted. You spent 5,000 on me and treated me to 10 yuan's worth of noodles? Moments later, Gu Sheng angrily stormed off, cursing the man as a bloodsucker. Wen Heng reflected on his earlier feelings, stirred by that bowl of noodles. Clenching his fists and taking a deep breath, he attempted to calm himself. A few seconds later, he inquired of the system, did you randomly trigger a pain point? The system replied no. Wen Heng pressed a hand to his upper right abdomen, questioning, "Why does it hurt here?" The system responded, "That's your liver. You're experiencing anger." Wen Heng, in disbelief, remained silent. Chapter 22. Couples night. Sheng felt an overwhelming urge to confront Wen Heng, but considering their location in the hotel, she restrained herself.
Wow.
Shen and Sister Sheng truly are the best actors. I couldn't have guessed. One flaunting a fortune while playing the fool, the other, with merely 5 yuan, remained remarkably composed. What more could be said? I am weary of calling them a perfect match. The production team, comprised of fans of Sheng, had been anxious about the couple's accommodations for the night. Now, not only were they relieved, but they also indulged in a somewhat peculiar yet sweet romance. After much chatter in the room, the chief director, with a grand gesture, declared, "How could we overlook such a significant revelation?" Absolutely not. Just after the rankings were announced, the audience had spent the night speculating. It was time to provide them with answers. Consequently, the editing team worked overtime, compiling footage of the couples discussing finances while the guests rested, in conjunction with yesterday's interviews, to produce a short feature on the wealthy couples. At that moment, the hotel room was eerily quiet. The top-tier individual with 5 yuan and his wife, who had 5,000, both seemed disinclined to converse. However, not long after, Wen Heng's phone rang. It was a call from their manager, who was outside. Chang Yan inquired with concern, "Are you both all right? Is your funding sufficient?" No sooner had he spoken than Sheng let out a cold laugh from across the bed, laced with derision. Wen Heng paused, thinking, sufficient. Frankly speaking, from his professional perspective, he believed Wen Heng and Sheng had the potential to become a national sensation. Other teams aspired to ride on the coattails of Wen Sheng's pair, aiming to create a sensation while maintaining a degree of scandal. Yet, his artists could secure their fanbase solely through their looks, effortlessly trending with casual interactions. If there could be a deeper interaction and genuine collaboration in the future, establishing a strong foothold in the domestic market would be effortless. However, Chang Yan often finds himself perplexed by Wen Heng's intentions, while it seems he has affections for her. Their demeanor lacks the intimacy typical of other couples. Conversely, while it appears he does not love her, he has never treated anyone else in quite the same manner. The interactions during that day's recording were undeniably sweet, with even him frequently displaying a maternal smile. Yet, Chang Yan not only struggles to decipher Wen Heng, but he also finds it challenging to comprehend Sheng's intentions. Previously, Sheng was more enamored with Wen Heng, who remained indifferent. Now, however, Wen Heng appears to be genuinely invested, while Sheng seems to have lost interest, even engaging in a tumultuous love-hate dynamic. Perhaps she was hurt by Wen Heng's previous aloofness. Chang Yan genuinely worries that Wen Heng might never find a partner. At a loss for words, he could only offer a few words of advice before ending the call. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff. Let it flow naturally. Perhaps you should let it flow naturally during the divorce as well? After hanging up, the room fell silent once more. Sheng reclined, unconcerned about any couple's night, as Wen Heng likely did not wish to engage in any ambiguous interactions with her. Although she was naturally drawn to men who drained her energy, even if Wen Heng had only managed to extract $5, their group still possessed the most funds, allowing them to prioritize their choices in dining and accommodation, thus not affecting her quality of life. After pondering for a moment, Sheng asked Wen Heng, "Have you thought about your wish?" Wen Heng was contemplating the same question. He shook his head and inquired, "And yours?" Sheng replied earnestly, "I believe our wishes must align with our identities." With only $5, Wen Heng had already overspent compared to her 10. Understanding the underlying implications of her words, Wen Heng felt a familiar pang in his lower abdomen. After a moment of hesitation, he finally responded, "Fine. If I succumb to illness, there will be no one to replace me. Although the system is currently calm, many unknown pains lie ahead." Thus, Wen Heng covered his abdomen and lay down. One should not seek out pain. Initially, an advertisement featuring Wen Heng was displayed on the live streaming platform, and viewers were unexpectedly presented with a short clip. It featured the couple Wang He and Lu Yuzhu, who spent money nonchalantly, unable to exhaust their finances, even gifting Song Qingji and Qin Tian $1,000. Meanwhile, Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi frantically calculated how much they needed to earn to escape last place, ultimately realizing they were far from their goal and nearly breaking down in tears. However, the Wen Sheng couple never disappoints. During the previous day's interview, Sheng sighed dramatically, as if she could not afford a meal. Wen Heng remained unfazed, as if holding a fortune. Then, after the rankings were announced that evening, Sheng exclaimed, "You only have $5? To which Wen Heng retorted, "Did you spend 5,000?" The contrast between their statements was striking, leading the audience to slowly grasp this mathematical conundrum. Consequently, the comment section erupted. Haha, I can't believe Wengo only has $5. I thought he had 5,000. Sister Sheng's luck is incredible. The thousandfold couple has truly emerged. This is destined fate, sisters. Following this, astute viewers calculated Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's expenditures from the previous day, arriving at a significant conclusion. So, Gu Sheng has 5,000 and spent $10 on noodles for Wengo. Wengo possesses 5 yuan, of which 3 were spent by Gu Sheng on soy milk. My calculations must be correct, right? 3 seconds later, the audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Gu Sheng, you have no heart. Wen Shun has never endured such humiliation in his life. Haha. Oh, how Wen Heng truly loves Gu Sheng. Thus, before the live broadcast even commenced, these two had already taken over the trending topics, the masters of expression management engaging in mutual deception, Wen Heng being 1,000 times poorer than Gu Sheng, and Gu Sheng lacking a heart. The production team, with just a short clip, garnered 3 trending topics, practically elevating Wen Heng and Gu Sheng to celebrity status. Such living traffic. Absolutely delightful. By the time Gu Sheng received the news, her identity as an invisible wealthy individual could no longer be suppressed. The other guests were also aware of the truth. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Wen Heng felt his resentment dissipate. Infected by her joy, and unable to suppress a smile himself, Yu Shandai, anxious after finishing at the bottom, wore a sorrowful expression. Sister, do you have a link for that? I want to buy one for the next lottery. Wen Laosher. Yu Shanbei immediately felt disheartened, as he dared not even add Wen Shun on WeChat.
Today,
He and Lu Yi could only engage in games frantically to see if they could turn the tide before couples' night. Yu Shanbei sighed deeply, lamenting that he should have finished the Leishanchikaksigwa more thoroughly yesterday. How vexing. The news of Gu Sheng winning 5,000 also reached Song Qingji's ears, causing her to lose her breakfast immediately. So, yesterday, Gu Sheng was watching her make a fool of herself. Song Qingji was infuriated anew. She had spent the entire night pondering how to make couples' night a tremendous success, filled with confidence, only to be struck down by this revelation, compelling her to drag Qin Tian into a frenzy of games to earn money. I'm dying of laughter. How could I remember that even with just a few dozen yuan, they could live well? It's all about their personas. They specialize in industrial sweeteners. Of course, they must strive to show their affection tonight. Ultimately, during the day's recording, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng emerged as the most relaxed individuals. Whenever they approached the game task locations, other guests would scramble to join. Yu Shanbei desperately shielded the stage, shouting hoarsely, "Please, spare us a chance." Lu Yi cooperatively shed hot tears, creating an extremely joyful scene. The audience delighted in Gu Sheng's enjoyment, sharing in the merriment, while the fans of Hengxing were well aware that their brother was taking advantage of his wife's affection. Thus they too reveled in the fun. The two factions were unprecedentedly harmonious, barely even sparing a glance at the envious fans of others. Seeing that Gu Sheng and Wen Heng had little to occupy them, the director seized the opportunity to approach them. Wen Laosher, Gu Laosher, have you fulfilled each other's wishes? The wishes needed to be voiced towards the camera, allowing the audience to hear and monitor them. Upon hearing this, Gu Sheng instantly perked up. She promptly and thoughtfully declared, "My wishes are quite simple. I have already realized 2 of them yesterday. One was to enjoy soy milk in the morning, and the other was to leisurely stroll by the seaside." Her words were exceedingly considerate, and in light of the fact that winning D only had 5 yuan, the audience erupted in laughter tinged with a hint of sympathy. The director eagerly inquired, "Do you have any other wishes?" Gu Sheng, maintaining a humble demeanor, replied, "I've heard that the fried noodle fish in Lianqing is quite renowned. I would like to taste it." Haha, a local from Lianqing has arrived. That delicacy can be bought for merely 10 yuan. It seems that Sister Sheng genuinely cares for Brother Wen, understanding his financial constraints. However, from Wen Heng's perspective, one could discern the mischievous glimmer in Gu Sheng's eyes, her rosy lips seemingly on the verge of laughter, only to quickly suppress it. Upon turning to meet Wen Heng's gaze, she shot him a fierce glare. Perhaps her expressive eyes were simply too captivating, or perhaps Wen Heng was becoming increasingly attuned to her nature. He could almost read the trouble in her eyes, as if they were saying, "I advise you not to underestimate my resolve." Unable to contain himself, a hint of amusement flickered in Wen Heng's eyes, softening the chilling aura that typically surrounded him. The allure of his striking beauty prompted the audience to erupt in cheers. He then pressed his lips together and spoke softly, "My wish is quite simple as well. The director, momentarily taken aback by his beauty, stammered, "What is it?" Wen Heng turned his gaze towards Gu Sheng and stated, "Make me laugh." The sea breeze tousled his dark hair, and his voice, imbued with a crystalline quality, was far from cold. Yet Gu Sheng mused inwardly, "What a peculiar request." Wen Heng maintained his calm, locking eyes with her. The director, witnessing this exchange, felt as enamored as the audience, nearly swooning. So charming. When Shen truly knows how to captivate. Thank you, thank you. I'm left searching for my wits. Gu Sheng genuinely had no idea how to elicit a smile from Wen Heng. He typically bore a stoic expression, resembling a great iceberg. The system chimed in, "It's quite simple. Give him a loving hug." Gu Sheng thought, "I can't trust you." Although Wen Heng was the male lead, he did not strike one as someone in need of human affection. Without any apparent emotional triggers, if she were to touch him, he might very well feel that she had sullied him. Then it dawned on her. So, he has yet to experience pain, yet he still manages to find joy in secret? The system responded, this? Thus, Gu Sheng comfortably set aside Wen Heng's wish, and he, in turn, did not rush her to fulfill it. The two meandered through the streets of Lianqing, eventually purchasing the fried noodle fish, with Wen Heng paying for a large box that they shared. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi, having toiled throughout the day, appeared rather disheveled. When asked how much they had earned, they revealed an increase of merely 200 yuan, which was of little consequence. "Oh, dear, we're surely at the bottom tonight." The company had urged them to perform well that evening. How could they excel if they ended up sleeping on the streets? The two, being the youngest, hung their heads in despondency, murmuring softly. The fans, unable to discern their words, nonetheless felt a deep affection for the two young souls. Gu Sheng fully empathized with the audience's sentiments, for she too felt a sense of fondness. With her sparkling peach blossom eyes, she smiled and waved at Lu Yi, who immediately flushed. "Gu Sheng, please cease radiating your charm." How infuriating. This woman knows how to allure. Hu Wen Theodore, a charming, confident lady. As Lu Yi approached, she heard Gu Sheng succinctly declare, "I'll give you 1,000. Lu Yi. Upon receiving the news, Yu Shanbei hurriedly made his way there. Were this a theatrical performance, he would have seamlessly executed a dramatic slide to kneel before Gu Sheng, exclaiming, "Sister, you are indeed my beloved sister." The barrage of comments celebrating this reunion filled the screen with joy. Fans of both Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi, as well as supporters from their agency, collectively expressed their gratitude, hailing Gu Sheng as a living bodhisattva. Gu Sheng accepted their thanks with a warm smile, basking in the satisfaction of assisting the younger generation. I saw Wen Gus smile. He truly smiled. It turns out that Sister Sheng can make him laugh without even trying. This is love. The production team, however, did not orchestrate the outcome Yu Shanbei had anticipated, wherein the last couple would be left destitute. Each room was thoughtfully adorned, accompanied by dinners corresponding to their rankings, encouraging the couples to unearth the essence of their happiness. The essence of happiness is to go yellow. Cough, cough, my sister, you are so blunt, I adore it. I would willingly abstain from meat for a year in exchange for a chance to go. Rooms were allocated according to financial standings, and after a day of efforts, new rankings emerged. We shall now unveil the results. Wen Sheng firmly held the top position with a total of over 4,000. Thanks to Gu Sheng's timely assistance of 1,000, the Shanlu couple's total assets rose to 2,000. The Wanglu couple saw their 1,500 grow to 1,800 after a day's work, while the Qing Tian couple similarly earned 300. Elevating their funds from 1450 to 1750. Had it not been for Gu Sheng, Shanlu would have indeed found themselves at the bottom, with that unfortunate distinction now falling to Song Qingji and Qin Tian. As the results were announced, Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi felt a flutter of anxiety, whereas Gu Sheng remained unfazed. Song Qingji, infuriated to the point of dizziness, adopted a sorrowful and delicate demeanor, stating, "It's all right. Although we have ranked last in all 3 rounds of room selection, we embrace each other every night. It truly does not matter, and there is no need for anyone to feel pity for us." The fans of the Qing Tian couple were immediately subjected to emotional turmoil. Is Gu Sheng toxic? Drawing 5,000 is quite the feat, disrupting the game rules. It's absurd. Who does she think she is? This is utterly unfair. Wait. Why does your fandom have such double standards? Your idol also accepted 1,000 from Wang He. This is laughable. Now you claim it's unfair? Selective blindness? Only your side can benefit? Based on the initial draw, you all deserve to be at the bottom, so why the sour grapes? Gu Sheng had anticipated such reactions before deciding to offer her assistance. However, since Song Qingji had accepted Wang He's gift the previous day, Gu Sheng's contribution of 1,000 posed no violation of game rules, allowing her to remain composed throughout. Song Qingji understood this logic as well. Yet she aimed to manipulate her fan sentiments, portraying their consecutive last-place finishes to invoke sympathy and incite them against Gu Sheng. She subtly hinted for the two young idols from Shanlu to be considerate and yield their second-place room, as both she and Qin Tian's marketing teams awaited the evening. Staying in the last-place shabby inn would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. At that moment, Wen Heng, who had been a silent observer, finally spoke. Since it's settled,
We can leave now.
the director was momentarily taken aback, hesitant to contradict him. Of course. Wen Heng patted Yu Shanbei on the shoulder. Go on. The money Gu Sheng spent was not to be squandered. Yu Shanbei, momentarily stunned, drew immense courage from the calmness in Wen Heng's eyes. With a sense of exhilaration, they made their way to the ocean-themed couple's room, while the remaining guests retreated to their respective quarters. The luxurious and romantic sea view suite demonstrated the program's significant investment. It was the most expensive room in Lianqing. The opulent decor and expansive views created an enchanting atmosphere. The sea breeze wafted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the distant sound of waves mingled with the night air, filling the room with a sense of wonder. Most viewers flocked to Gu Sheng and Wen Heng's live stream, and upon seeing the lavish arrangement, they erupted in excitement.
Ah!
A wedding scene. Isn't it fitting for something to happen in such a setting? The system chimed in. Isn't it appropriate for something to happen? Gu Sheng responded, absolutely. Ignoring the system's insistence and the suggestive decor, she calmly retrieved a bathrobe and headed for the shower. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom as Wen Heng inhaled the scents of roses and shower gel. Feeling a slight warmth, perhaps it was the humidity of the sea breeze. When Gu Sheng finished her shower, he too took one, seeking to calm his thoughts. Couples night had ignited a fervor among all the pairs. In the ocean-themed couples room, Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi were dancing passionately, quickening the heartbeats of the audience. In the elegant executive double room, Wang He and El Yuzhu were swaying to the music from the gramophone, sharing a dance. The viewership skyrocketed in the Queen Inn, as Qin Tian discovered a sultry nightgown among Song Qingji's luggage. With a blush, she insisted it wasn't hers, to which Qin Tian mischievously replied, really? And they shared a kiss. The audience was thrilled, and the trending topic surged. Now, this is the essence of couples night. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Seaview suite, the two old-timers appeared poised to simply snuggle under the covers and sleep. The director had no choice but to intervene once more, knocking on the door to remind them. Teacher Gu, you haven't fulfilled Teacher Wen's wish yet. Gu Sheng gasped. Why hasn't this man smiled all day? How peculiar. After some contemplation, she said, Teacher Wen, smile for me. Her tone was casual, yet held a hint of playfulness. Wen Heng instinctively felt the urge to smile but suppressed it. Is that all? He inquired. Yes. Just that. While the others are getting into the spirit. Are you two not up for it? With a sudden burst of energy, Gu Sheng swiftly reached towards his stomach before anyone could react. Wen Heng, quick on the uptake, caught her hand and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Gu Sheng's delicate fingers danced over his abs, playfully tickling him. Make me laugh. This woman dared to tickle him. Gu Sheng resolutely aimed to elicit a smile from Wen Heng, her fingers fluttering with determination. The thin robe was playfully tugged by her fingertips, soon loosening to reveal a fair chest, well-defined and harmoniously proportioned, exuding the strength of an adult man. Gratitude echoed in her mind. The thrill of the moment was palpable, accompanied by fervent exclamations urging him to continue with fervor. Gu Sheng was consumed with the desire to elicit laughter from him, murmuring about the peculiar lack of softness in his physique. Her cool fingertips glided over his skin. And Wen Heng, unable to smile, tightened his grip on her delicate, smooth wrist, his palm burning with heat. Gu Sheng seemed to perceive the rhythm of his heartbeat through his touch. As their gazes met, she found herself lost in the depths of his dark eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil lake rippling gently. The rose petals scattered across the bed fluttered with the sea breeze, filling the room with a subtle fragrance of roses. Mingling with the dampness of the wind, the woman before him, her damp hair not yet dried, possessed an unembellished beauty, both innocent and perilous. An unsettling intuition struck Wen Heng, warning him that this might lead to misfortune. Yet, for the first time, he became acutely aware of his heartbeat racing uncontrollably. The night air seemed to burn with intensity as the audience held their breath in anticipation. In the adjacent room, the camera lens was covered, shrouded in ambiguous intimacy, while the atmosphere here was thick with an inscrutable tension and potent sexual energy. Just as Wen Heng parted his lips to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by a notification. Warning, warning, warning. You will experience the 20-second wave of pain in 1 minute. The intensity is high. Please prepare yourself. Wen Heng paused, finally coming to his senses. This warning was distinctly more intense than previous ones. Even a level 10 pain had never felt like this. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Sheng slipped from his grasp. She sensed something amiss. Despite his emotional detachment, he was still a man. And she wondered if he might harbor ulterior motives regarding her beauty, potentially tarnishing her reputation before a vast audience. This scoundrel. Abruptly, her playful teasing ceased. She would no longer amuse him. Instead, she began to scour the room for anything she could use for self-defense, contemplating how to incapacitate him. Just as her gaze landed on a candlestick, an enticing sound drifted into her ears. "Make it grand. Don't let me down," she shouted to the system. As if in response to her fervent plea, the system emitted a thunderous notification. Love's 20-second wave of pain, labor pain. Pain level, 12. What pain? Could you repeat that? Sheng exclaimed. Which level? Please repeat, Wen Heng echoed. Almost instantaneously, he was struck by the revelation, letting out a stifled groan as he pulled Sheng into his embrace. Oh my, it's happening. It's happening. Kiss here. Kiss here. I'm about to lose it. This scoundrel. Instinctively, Sheng pushed him away. Oh, dear. It's too much. Everyone, I'm so excited. She runs. He chases. They are trapped without escape. Amid the excruciating pain, Wen Heng realized they were still live-streaming, gritting his teeth as he reached to cover the camera's lens. He grasped Sheng once more, only to be met with resistance and pushed away again. Within a fleeting minute, the cycle of demise repeated itself. The pitch-black live streaming platform saw no decrease in viewership. The audio remained intact, allowing the audience to hear a hoarse, yearning voice tinged with desperation. Sheng. Wen Heng's tongue was bitten, and he groaned, "I want your life." The internet erupted. Is this something we can actually hear? Can this be broadcasted? I want your life. How do we go about it? That very night, trending topics exploded, and none remained alive at the scene. The sole survivor, Sheng, coldly remarked, "How does one take a life?" On the night of couples, while other guests were engaged in procreation, Wen Heng was in the throes of childbirth. Remarkable. Chapter 23. How infuriating. The greatness of a mother's legacy. Sheng earnestly addressed the system. "I believe you have performed admirably this time." Although she had never been a mother, she understood that childbirth was often regarded as the most excruciating pain a human could endure, likened to the simultaneous fracturing of 20 bones. Granting men the opportunity to experience the agony of childbirth would deepen their understanding of the sacrifices and contributions women make in the realm of reproduction. Viewed from this perspective, those few seconds had elevated the male protagonist's character remarkably. It bore significant educational value. Sheng sincerely applauded. However, the system was already in a daze. What? What educational value? I want your life. Sheng retorted. Perhaps you should examine your intellect, if you possess any. At that moment, the live streaming platform displayed nothing. Yet the barrage of comments refreshed at an astonishing rate of thousands per second, fueled by an imagination that had soared past the limits. What's going on? I heard the top influencer uttered some scandalous words. I'm also here. I rushed over without even glancing at the one next door in battle attire. Why can't we see anything? But I'm still so excited. In reality, Wen Heng appeared as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. His robe completely drenched. He was not the aloof figure the audience envisioned, nor was he a man unable to control his emotions. After a considerable pause, he ran his hand through his wet hair, pulling it back to reveal his handsome face, slightly dazed. The 10-second countdown has concluded. Pain relief successful. Special note, the time vial is ineffective for pain levels above 10. Please be advised. He profoundly felt the arduous nature of childbirth. The duration of pain relief was random. 10 seconds was not particularly long, yet under intense agony, each passing second felt exponentially prolonged. In genuine childbirth, the endurance required far exceeded those mere 10 seconds. Wen Heng's breaths had yet to steady as he looked up at Sheng, momentarily overwhelmed with an urge to advise her against childbirth in the future. Unfortunately, those words could not escape his lips, nor did anyone comprehend the ordeal he had just endured. Sheng misinterpreted Wen Heng's gaze, assuming he had been deeply educated by the experience. Just as she was about to speak, it dawned on her that he had merely covered the camera, prompting her to turn off the audio as well. Although she maintained an upright posture, she could not shake off the feeling that her heavy breathing might lead to misunderstandings. The audience online was oblivious to the true context behind the phrase, "I want your life." Despite the fact that Wen Heng had never been embroiled in any scandals throughout his years in the public eye, it did not imply a lack of sexual allure. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The luxurious seaside suite, adorned with crimson petals and a partially opened bathrobe, complemented Gu Sheng's breathtakingly irresistible visage. A phrase that seemed as if it could consume the other whole was sufficient to send one's blood rushing and heart racing. Chang Yan exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that while Wen Heng had not explicitly suggested any marketing strategies for their couple's night, he had not anticipated that Wen Heng's notion of being natural would manifest in such a way. Beasts. It seemed that all men were indeed beasts. As the so-called sunny couple continued to generate buzz around their traffic secrets, they were swiftly eclipsed by Wen Heng's remark, which drew away 80% of the attention, causing Wen Heng to dominate real-time searches. Chang Yan made a prompt decision, seize the trending topic. Who would be foolish enough to ignore free traffic? The stars in Wen Heng's super topic wept, realizing that the day they had anticipated had finally arrived. Even their idol, who stood as an unattainable work of art, had succumbed to human desires, yet they could not help but feel a flush of excitement. The stark contrast between Wen Heng's typically aloof demeanor and this newfound vulnerability had set the entire circle abuzz. Su Xiling, who had collaborated with the 4 Laws of Happiness and had personally photographed Wen Heng and Gu Sheng for their couple's cover, slapped his thigh in realization. I knew it. Their sexual tension is unparalleled. Who could resist? As the September issue prepared for release, he could already envision them soaring above the competition in sales. This lad truly surprises me, he mused with narrowed eyes. Li Muse, standing nearby, flashed a knowing smile. Heng must be settling down. During the recording over the past 2 days, he had kept a vigilant eye on Wen Heng and the others. The records indicated that the two had not displayed excessive intimacy, at least not to the extent of other couples. However, Wen Heng's behavior during couples' night had indeed caught him off guard. Could it be that the usually indifferent Wen Heng had developed feelings for the seemingly simple-minded Gu family heiress? Settle down. Wen Yu Song scoffed, with such a grand display. They might as well be having a child. A wave of unease washed over Li Muse as he felt an acute sense of crisis. If Wen Heng and Gu Sheng were indeed cozying up and happened to conceive, not only would their contractual marriage remain intact, but Wen Heng would continue to hold the future of the Wen family in his hands. He was indeed a man of singular resolve. Wen Yu Song tossed his glasses aside. Having made his choice, he was not about to face ruin. Li Muse harbored a cold disdain. While Wen Yu Song publicly feigned a strained relationship with his eldest son, the entire Wen family remained unwaveringly supportive of Wen Heng. It seemed that decisive action was imminent. If Wen Heng did not pursue a divorce, he would have to give him a nudge. Li Muse casually deflected, then wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. You mentioned you knew Gu Sheng's ex-boyfriend? Yes, a little male star who claimed it himself. Rather obscure, she replied. Li Muse smiled. Oh? Do elaborate. The couples from the 4 Laws of Happiness each experienced a night distinct from the others. Various marketing teams engaged in a battle throughout the night, keeping the show's popularity soaring, overshadowing all concurrent variety shows. The directing team was in high spirits, confident that this year they would undoubtedly secure multiple awards at the Variety Summit. When Wen Heng awoke, he had emerged from the shadows of level 12 pain. Gu Sheng, still cradling a pillow, remained asleep, her long, dense eyelashes framing slightly parted, rosy lips, lost in a state of desirelessness. From Gu Sheng's behavior the previous night, Wen Heng could surmise that she currently held little regard for her husband. He unconsciously pressed his fingertips together, lost in thought, when a sound echoed nearby, a notification from the system.
Ding.
Congratulations on completing the level 12 pain experience. No pain, no gain. Under the counteraction of your formidable will, the system has procured a transfer card for you. Wen Heng was taken aback. A transfer card? Indeed. This card allows you to transfer your pain to a designated individual. Though the method of pain relief remains unchanged, you must still apply your antidote and meet the prescribed duration of relief. As Wen Heng pondered this, Gu Sheng suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes met unexpectedly, and for a fleeting moment, Wen Heng felt as though she too had heard the notification sound.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have also received a random reward. Superb guidance. Gu Sheng blinked. Even in her groggy state, she instinctively composed her expression upon meeting Wen Heng's gaze. The system's random reward had arrived late. Superb guidance likely referred to a mentor who could assist her in her career, akin to the renowned actors and directors who had offered her insights before she rose to fame in her original world, propelling her forward swiftly. However, The phrasing "you also" from the system implied it was not initially intended for her. Gu Sheng chose not to respond to the system, narrowing her peach blossom eyes at Wen Heng. "What are you doing?" After a night's sleep, her voice was slightly hoarse, yet even with a neutral expression, it sounded tender and affectionate. Wen Heng, with his fingers curled gently on his knee, admitted, "I'm contemplating candidates. Transferring pain certainly tests one's humanity." Gu Sheng blinked, fully alert now. After last night's revelations, Wen Heng was already at a loss for words regarding her. Was he beginning to consider his next marriage candidate? TSK. The level of awareness was commendable. Gu Sheng got out of bed and patted him. "Give it some good thought." Although the main storyline in the original text was vague, focusing primarily on the career arc, Gu Sheng was unsure who the female lead truly was. Yet, it was certain that Wen Heng, as the male lead, would have his own emotional narrative. With their love progressing to 22 encounters out of 99, perhaps with a bit more effort, he might experience the full extent of pain before their divorce. Gu Sheng energetically rose to commence her day, determined to achieve results before anything else. At the very least, the divorced couple must maintain a semblance of equality when they encounter each other in the public eye. She cannot afford to appear significantly inferior to Wen Heng, the top-tier star. The recording of the third episode is nearing its conclusion. After a night of anticipation, the couples once again stand before the live camera, subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of the audience. Why are the young lovers on the mountain path so awkward? Ji has a hickey on her neck. Qin Tian has his arm around Jizi. Yet, amidst these comments, the barrage of messages predominantly features Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, overwhelming in their quantity. What on earth did Wen Sheng do last night? Is Gu Jia in danger? I'm going crazy. Why do both of them look unfazed?
Can you handle it?
I stayed up all night and saw nothing. This tantalizing yet elusive sweetness leaves the audience restless, yearning for more, as if they would willingly sacrifice a piece of themselves for a satisfying indulgence. The comments express a collective desire to delve deeper into the unfolding narrative. Seizing the moment, the director unveils the teaser for the next episode. In our upcoming episode, themed Seeing True Hearts, the guests will embark on a journey to the mountainous regions of the Southwest, experiencing the rawness of nature while facing thrilling survival challenges. How will the couples confront these trials, supporting each other through adversity? Viewers of the 4 Laws of Happiness, stay tuned. This recording is quite arduous. I hope my brother and sister are well prepared and avoid injuries during filming. Though it feels unfair, they endure hardships while we savor the sweetness. Looking forward to the next episode. As the plane lands in the city, Chang Yan meets the two once more, his expression reflecting a wealth of emotions. However, both protagonists remain remarkably composed. Gu Sheng cheerfully greets her fans at the airport and engages in conversation, but soon becomes absorbed in her phone, disregarding Wen Heng. Chang Yan, filled with curiosity, inquires, "What are you doing?" "I was too exhausted during the past few days of filming with little time to check my phone, so I picked it up immediately after work," she replies. Wen Heng, sitting nearby, is taken aback for a moment, but then his demeanor softens considerably. He had not anticipated Gu Sheng's dedication to her work, and he feels a sense of maternal pride swell within him. Although he harbors doubts regarding her chances of landing the lead role, aware that Jin Yu Yao is also vying for it, an esteemed figure in the industry with far more experience than Gu Sheng, he believes that with familiarity with the script, she at least stands a chance in subsequent editions. "All right, you focus on your reading," he encourages. After a brief moment, Wen Heng quietly retrieves his phone. As he unlocks it, a message from Chi Ching pops up. "That's impressive. You really know how to have fun." Along with a retweet of a post, "The deep affection of the best actor, Gu Sheng, I want your life." The title, reminiscent of a bygone era, carries a blatant implication. Wen Heng raises an eyebrow, his fingers hovering over the link. The fan community surrounding the Wen Sheng couple has amassed over 100,000 followers, drawing in numerous talented writers, editors, and artists. Following the explosive reception of the third episode, a plethora of new content has emerged. Esteemed authors who once crafted viral narratives are once again making waves. The content that follows after the lens is obscured has been completed. That night, he grasped her slender waist and kissed her crimson lips. The man's voice was hoarse, imbued with a consuming desire. "Gu Sheng, I crave your life, your being, your heart. I wish for you to sink into oblivion with me." Wen Heng was aware of the circumstances under which he uttered those words, and upon witnessing the absurd speculations of netizens, he could not help but continue reading. "Goodness, I was almost too shy to look. I just saw someone share it, and when I clicked on it, lo and behold, that's my brother and sister-in-law. Qing, after a few more remarks, was dismissed by Wen Heng, who then finished reading the piece. The chauffeur's car had already halted in the basement of Huading. Sheng leaned forward and asked, "Why aren't you moving?" The voice described in the text unexpectedly resonated in his ears, causing Wen Heng's hand to tremble, and his phone fell inside the vehicle. Sheng looked at him with suspicion. "What are you anxious about?" If they weren't truly a couple, he might have suspected Wen Heng of infidelity. "It's nothing." Wen Heng averted his gaze, avoiding the slight opening of her collar as she leaned in. A thin layer of sweat formed in his palm, unsure whether it was due to heat or something else. On the other side, Qing, not receiving any updates from his brother, assumed the film emperor was too busy to check his phone. He lifted his gaze to Fu Shan, noticing a look of concern on the latter's face. "What's wrong? Again?" Fu Shan shook his head. The news surrounding Sheng and Wen Heng had been overwhelming, poised to become a hot topic. "But it's clearly fabricated. Isn't it?" Fu Shan lowered his eyes and, after a moment, chuckled. "It's nothing. It will be revealed soon. I'm genuinely looking forward to it." 2 days later, a new song by Fu Shan debuted on NetEase Inue, instantly dominating the homepage. As a well-known singer-songwriter, the moment his new release hit the airwaves, the listening and collection numbers surged impressively, prompting his team to arrange for trending topics. One of them read, Fu Shan and Sheng's collaborative narrative. This marked Sheng's first appearance in the public eye, separate from Wen Heng, and she was currently basking in the spotlight, attracting considerable attention on trending platforms. The female lead is actually Sheng. I'm shocked. When did these two meet? I've seen Jia in the variety show Farewell to You. I am curious about what the filming was like. Netizens were filled with curiosity, clicking in to discover a somewhat subdued melody that captivated them. In a monochrome world, the male lead played the piano in solitude. The camera flipped, pushing forward through a conflicting environment, until suddenly, it collided with a strikingly beautiful face. Dressed in a loose shirt, she provocatively gazed at the camera, a splash of vibrant color tearing through the entire scene. She touched his piano. She understood his emotions. Pain surged in an instant, and the visuals suddenly burst into color. The melody soaring. Sheng is so beautiful. I'm astonished. Her gaze is so captivating. I must declare that this is the finest piece I have encountered this year. To my astonishment, the fervent fans required no urging. The viewership swiftly surpassed 1 million and continued to soar. Wen Heng was among the first to witness the work crafted by Sheng. Frankly speaking, the performance aligned perfectly with his expectations, leaving him utterly amazed. The narrative unfolded over nearly 5 minutes, during which she conveyed the journey of a girl transitioning from bewilderment on the threshold, through the trepidation of confronting madness, to the profound immersion in genius, culminating in an embrace of shared exhilaration. The agony, trials, and ecstasy experienced throughout were intricately woven into the melody and notes. She neither overacted nor subdued her performance. Her mastery and finesse were nothing short of enchanting. After viewing the piece, Wen Heng exhaled softly, followed by a deeper sense of anticipation. Surely, she possesses the capacity to reveal even more. Sheng, upon viewing the final product, was filled with exuberance. Receiving warm greetings from the entire JLI delegation, including Fu Shan, Lu Yi, Yushane, and Du Yenji. She was acutely aware of her commendable performance. Given a stage, she could dazzle the audience. Chang Yan remarked that many starlets in the industry were vying for the opportunity to share scenes with Wen Heng, with Song Qingji having made numerous attempts to secure a role. Several prominent actresses were also eager to seize the chance. Sheng maintained a calm demeanor, knowing that during auditions, she would be facing some of the finest directors and screenwriters in the cinematic realm. The rewards bestowed by the system could very well prove beneficial, guiding her career's advancement. Contentedly, Sheng continued to peruse the script when her phone rang. It was a call from Fu Shan. Is the next project seeking my collaboration? She mused with a smile. I suppose I could, but will the audience not tire of it? Wen Heng comprehended who she was conversing with, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, she exhibited traits of a green tea personality. The climax of that project culminated in the embrace of the genius and the maiden. Based on Wen Heng's comprehension of the entire narrative, he believed an embrace was unnecessary. The two could stride side by side into dawn. Wen Heng astutely sensed something amiss with Fu Shan, and a wave of discontent surged within him, almost as if attuned to his emotions. The system interjected. Reminder, you possess a pain transfer card, which can alleviate discomfort. Wen Heng paused momentarily, responding no need. When dealing with a green tea personality, he preferred a more refined approach to elucidate to Sheng whom she ought to collaborate with for superior results. What is it? Wen Heng inquired, raising his calm gaze. How do you interpret Li Shuang? Gu Sheng lifted an eyebrow, aware that the actresses around her were eager to engage in a professional discussion. In truth, the interactions between the male and female leads were laden with significant moments, including intimate scenes of reunion amidst torrential rain, the closeness enforced by binding ropes, and the steadfast companionship within the ice cave, culminating in their embrace during ascension. Yet overall, the emotional arc between Li Shuang and Siyi was fraught with torment, as were the tribulations faced by both families, rendering the experience both physically and emotionally harrowing. Gu Sheng succinctly articulated the narrative's essence, asserting confidently, Li Shuang is a profoundly conflicted individual. Wen Heng was among the earliest in the industry to acquire the script. Even before the production team was finalized, he had already begun to delve into the script. Had he not contemplated it with profound insight, he would not have proceeded further. Most crucially, a detail often overlooked by many actors, he thoroughly read the original work, fully grasping the emotions the author had imbued within the character. Gu Sheng experienced a moment of enlightenment. She had to concede that Wen Heng was an exceptional mentor, a role she had not fulfilled herself. Just a few exchanges with him, and one could effortlessly embody Li Shuang, with emotions surging within. Wen Heng treated her as if she were the lead character. The two seldom had such a tranquil opportunity for discussion, devoid of systematic interference, random pain points, or the need for resolution. Wen Heng gazed deeply into Gu Sheng's eyes, pondering that Fu Shan could never comprehend her soul, for they were kindred spirits. The system moved, exclaimed, soul resonance, a match made in heaven. I'm tired of saying it. Wen Heng, teaching her this, superb guidance, had it morphed into a reward of sorts? Where was her esteemed mentor? Where was her industry predecessor? Wen Heng steadied his thoughts, about to speak, when suddenly Gu Sheng seized his throat. Damn it. Caught off guard, Wen Heng felt fate tighten its grip around his throat. Chapter 24, Break. Gu Sheng coolly addressed the system. I see through you. The system, ever the meticulous planner, realized that ultimately, she had sacrificed little. Thus, the rewards generated by the system were always advantageous for her development. Embracing the script, Gu Sheng gazed into the distance. Let us see what tricks you have left. The system howled. On the path to absolute beauty, the system's creativity knows no bounds. Gu Sheng replied with a chuckle. Thanks to the previous ordeal of intense labor pains at level 12, Wen Heng's excellent physical condition had persisted for several days. Speaking honestly, the importation of knowledge from the 3-time Golden Rooster Award winner indeed warranted the term superb guidance. Her previous instructors had always told her that her ascent in the industry was not solely due to her acting prowess, but also because of her intelligence in seizing every opportunity. However, to venture into the film industry and endure the scrutiny of the big screen, mere talent was insufficient. Gu Sheng, who had always been somewhat indifferent and lacking in emotional resonance, found her empathy lacking. Yet, as their communication deepened, she discerned some subtle nuances in Wen Heng, a seasoned filmmaker. His ability to empathize with characters was remarkably profound. Reaching this level in the cinematic realm was not merely a matter of having a pretty face. His understanding of character fates and emotional empathy allowed each role he created to be eternally etched in the hearts of the audience, becoming a luminous presence akin to a cherished memory. Gu Sheng truly learned something valuable. Observing from the sidelines, Wen Heng gained a clearer understanding of Gu Sheng's capabilities. Were it not for her years of experience in performance, she would be a prodigy. Gu Sheng herself believed she was indeed a genius. That evening, after practicing diligently until her throat was parched, Gu Sheng contentedly set down the script. Wen Heng gazed at her half-closed, peach blossom eyes, seemingly able to perceive the frost flowers at Li Shuang's temples. Wen Heng handed her a glass of water, his gaze fixed intently downward. After a moment, he remarked, therefore, it would be best if you refrained from filming. How did it escalate to that? It had never been firmly established that a shoot would take place. That day, Fu Shan merely mentioned it in passing. Wen Heng tapped the script, implying that it was a waste of talent. Having said that, he rose and departed, leaving Gu Sheng to ponder in solitude. Gu Sheng was momentarily perplexed, unable to discern whether the man was casting shade at Fu Shan or at her. Just as she awaited Wen Heng's ascent up the stairs, a simultaneous beep-beep echoed in their ears. Gu Sheng mused that it was the same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. If no further notification sounds were emitted, she might have assumed Wen Heng was a perfectly sane individual. Upstairs, 23. Mild headache. Pain level, 4. Duration of pain relief, 3 minutes. Merely a slight discomfort, hardly warranting the use of a transfer card, and at that moment, he could not think of a suitable candidate. The system had come to greatly respect his fortitude. You are truly resilient. Wen Heng remained silent for a moment. I do not wish for this either. Life's demands necessitated. Song Qingji's scriptwriter had not contacted her recently, leaving her with no choice but to squeeze in practice amidst her busy schedule of engagements. That fool Qin Tian still wanted to rehearse lines with her. How naive, as if he were remotely on her level, producing nothing but mediocre dramas. He would likely remain a secondary player for his entire career. Jin Yueyao chuckled softly. She was unaware of the efforts Song Qingji might be exerting behind the scenes. For the past few days, she had been diligently seeking a mentor to guide her through her craft, all in pursuit of a breakthrough. Yet, it was evident she had not yet attained it. Hard work was essential. One must thoroughly analyze scripts. Jin Yueyao smiled as if she were a mentor herself. Song Qingji bit her lip in frustration and then recalled something, slyly inquiring, "By the way, Sister Yueyao, did you know that Teacher Wen's wife is also auditioning for the lead role?" "I've heard," Jin Yueyao replied with a chuckle, admiring her audacity. From the moment when Heng announced his participation in a romantic variety show, she suspected Gu Sheng to be rather dim-witted, willingly walking into a trap. After Wen Heng's announcement, even her management agency had inquired if she wished to join forces for publicity, given Wen Heng's guaranteed popularity and Gu Sheng's undeniable controversy, which would surely spark significant buzz for the show. However, she had declined the agency's suggestion, having finally secured a connection with the upper echelons of Wen's group. Not wanting to offend them. After all, leaning against a sturdy tree meant future resources would not be a concern.
Now,
Gu Sheng had not fallen into the abyss of public disdain as she had anticipated. This unexpected turn had led to her unfounded confidence. Daring to aspire to the role of a lead actress, despite lacking qualifications, experience, and a formal education in the craft. The exaggerated claims of her acting prowess were nothing but fleeting moments, and even her appearance in a fantasy role could not be guaranteed to impress. The audition awaited her, ready to deliver a harsh dose of reality. In this industry, those who have enjoyed too many advantages often become inflated with arrogance, seeking to grasp cinematic resources after riding the wave of fleeting fame. In this day and age, it seems anyone dares to label themselves an actor. Numerous young stars around them echoed this sentiment, as if the chaotic state of the film industry could be blamed solely on individuals like Gu Sheng. Song Qingji felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction upon hearing others subtly criticize Gu Sheng, her discontent with Jin Yueyao diminishing. Sister Yueyao was entirely correct. However, Jin Yueyao smiled faintly, remarking that Gu Sheng's unsightly manner of eating had become intolerable to the capital. Despite her long association with Li Muse, who was indeed affluent and generous, he had yet to introduce her to the inner workings of the Wen family. "I will take you there when the opportunity arises," Li Muse replied, cunningly aware that he would never bring his mistress into the Wen family. He continued, "The haute couture you desired is already in your wardrobe. You should try it on shortly." Jin Yueyao nestled against him, playfully cooing. The two soon found themselves engrossed in each other's company. "You should exert some effort and give me a son," Li Muse teased, his tone playful. Jin Yueyao lightly scratched him. "How annoying. I'm still in the ascent of my career." After a brief moment of tenderness, Jin Yueyao recalled something and, with a hint of schadenfreude, inquired, "So, what do you plan to do with Gu Sheng's ex-boyfriend?" Li Muse wrapped his arms around her with a greasy smirk. "Don't rush, my darling. We shall wait for the right moment." The third episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness was released as scheduled. At the conclusion of the main program, behind-the-scenes footage featuring the various guest groups was also included. The director's assistant, clearly a fan of Wen Sheng, wore a blissful smile while interviewing Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. The first question posed was, "What are your thoughts on the sensational news?" Upon hearing this inquiry, she suspected it was largely sensationalized for the sake of attracting attention, aimed at capturing the essence of a romantic variety show. Wen Heng glanced at her and replied, "I think it's rather good. Some of his hardships have been beautifully interpreted by the audience, which is indeed a positive thing." The assistant continued asking questions, showing a hint of excitement. "Have either of you read fanfiction or watched fan-made videos or artwork?" Gu Sheng appeared bewildered, while Wen Heng's expression subtly shifted. This fleeting change in demeanor did not escape the audience's scrutiny. "Wen Sheng has definitely seen it, huh? Look at Gu Sheng, completely clueless, haha." Wen Heng, not one to lie easily, cleared his throat and said, "I have heard a bit about it." Gu Sheng turned to him in shock, as if to say, "You actually peeked at that without me?" The assistant, visibly amused, finally asked, "Do you two feel like you are in a romantic relationship after marriage?" Wen Heng turned to look at Gu Sheng, who returned his gaze. The notion of feeling like being in love was difficult to articulate. Gu Sheng faced the camera, paused, and remarked, Wen Heng must be experiencing something akin to purgatory. Wen Heng responded with a puzzled expression. What on earth are you talking about, Gu Sheng? Please stop your comedic antics. After joking, Gu Sheng earnestly explained, Wen Heng has helped me quite a bit recently. It has been quite demanding. The assistant immediately understood, thinking, Wen Sheng truly loves Gu Sheng. The audience, keenly perceptive, caught the underlying message. What does this mean? Are they implying a work collaboration? Oh, how exciting. Isn't work something that can become monotonous day after day? The third episode has once again garnered a wave of attention. Teacher Gu Sheng has once more made headlines with a remark that teacher Wen must be feeling akin to purgatory. Originally, the atmosphere was harmonious, with fans creating various memes featuring the witty exchanges between Gu Sheng and Wen Heng, delighting in their camaraderie, and their devoted fans amassed numerous collections. However, it wasn't too long before a Weibo post quietly emerged, which then rapidly gained traction. The author of the post, Chen Yijuan, is a minor celebrity with 1 million fake followers possessing a handsome visage. He claims to be the ex-boyfriend of a currently popular female star, alleging that she became infatuated with her present husband while they were still together, engaging in a protracted pursuit that ultimately led to their marriage. At that time, her relationship with the small star had not yet concluded, making it an act of infidelity. Yet the woman displayed an arrogant demeanor, even threatening to leverage her connections to silence him. This ambiguous and insinuative narrative left little to the imagination regarding Gu Sheng's identity. If it were merely a baseless post, it might not have stirred much of a reaction, but the male star also shared several chat records, in which Gu Sheng indeed made statements about silencing him. With Wen Sheng currently basking in the limelight, this revelation undoubtedly created ripples akin to a stone cast into water, attracting a throng of onlookers. I advise Wen Sheng to be cautious of those close to him. I truly hope Wen Heng is not deceived by such a woman. Alas. So disappointing. I'm unfollowing. The relationship is evidently in shambles. It's impossible to ship them now. Chang Yan acted promptly. As soon as the post climbed the trending charts, the team quickly organized a counterattack, reporting the account and requesting Weibo to verify the authenticity of the claims, rallying fans to combat the trolls. How ridiculous. In this day and age, chat records can serve as evidence? I could produce my own chat logs with Gu Sheng. Why didn't he come forward earlier? Only now that Gu Sheng is gaining popularity does he emerge? Isn't that merely seeking attention? My sister is truly thriving. Thanks to the haters for this experience. Gu Sheng herself became the last to learn of the situation. The original character in the narrative is depicted as infatuated with Wen Heng, with no other romantic entanglements. It was clear that someone was attempting to malign Gu Sheng, using a scapegoat. Concerned that she, being a newcomer, might not withstand the pressure, Chang Yan called to offer reassurance. Don't worry, Sheng, this is a minor incident. Easily manageable. You need not involve yourselves. Gu Sheng responded with glee. How delightful. I've got some dirt on her. She's truly gaining fame. Soon. When S Studio issued a statement demanding Chen Yijuan cease spreading falsehoods, or he would face legal consequences for his actions. The fans, emboldened, became even more proactive in their counter-campaign. Chen Yijuan, who was struggling to make a name for himself in the industry, observed Gu Sheng's rising success with envy. Yet he dared not confront her directly. However, he didn't anticipate such an opportunity would arise, as those behind him had funded him generously and promised to assist with any legal matters, making this a risk-free venture for him. Now he sat behind the screen, awaiting further instructions. Soon, he was informed that this was sufficient for now, and he was to attend a banquet the following day. Chen Yijuan complied. Understood. The recent turmoil did not escalate significantly, aligning perfectly with Li Muxi's expectations. He did not anticipate that a single incident could dismantle the bond between Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. This was merely the inception of his scheme. A person like him, who harbors no loyalty in love, never believed in the concept of irreplaceable true love. His intent was to sow seeds of doubt in Wen Heng's heart. As long as Gu Sheng's popularity waned and Wen Heng began to question her, his investment would not be in vain. Indeed, Wen Heng had yet to show any reaction, and the absence of a response is, in itself, a form of reaction. Li Muxi smiled with confidence. He hoped his emotionless brother-in-law would remain devoid of feelings. Wen Heng had indeed begun to harbor doubts about Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng, taken aback, retorted, "Who are you cursing?" She quickly countered with a witty remark. "There must be something wrong with you. Otherwise, why would you even notice me?" The original protagonist was undeniably infatuated with appearances, able to overlook the despicable nature of the man she was devoted to. Wen Heng was momentarily stunned. However, upon seeing Gu Sheng's ex-boyfriend, the lingering gloom dissipated. A slight smile formed on his thin lips, and he chuckled. Gu Sheng remarked, "You're insane. Do you have an addiction to being insulted?" Wen Heng inquired, "So, he is not your ex-boyfriend?" No. Wen Heng did not press further. Instead, he lowered his head to open his phone and access the Wen Sheng couple forum. After encountering fan fiction, he had discovered this realm and realized it was indeed a gathering of talented individuals. At that moment, the forum was rife with unrest. Some members were anxious, as this was the first crisis the Wen Sheng fans had faced. Messages flooded in. Whoa, Wen Go wouldn't blame Sheng Jia for such trivial matters. Would he? Crying. Sunny days are here. Laughing to death. Come witness a grand collapse. I never lose in shipping. Is it cheap for certain fans to invade other forums with their snark? Can't you digest your industrial sweeteners anymore? Voice entering the heart. I hope everything is well. Looking forward to Wen Ge and Sheng Jia reuniting. All eyes were on Wen Heng's response. Possibly except for Gu Sheng herself. After putting away his phone, Wen Heng looked up at Gu Sheng and said, "The fans are quite worried. So, let us attend the banquet together." Gu Sheng raised her head in surprise. Huh? The system chimed in. Whoa, you're so handsome. You need to prove that your relationship hasn't fractured. Gu Sheng thought. It seems there was never much of a relationship to begin with. The following day, at the Wen family banquet, an exclusive event where even minor celebrities struggled to gain entry, Jiang Lu Wei had her elders bring her along, secretly elated, for she was certain that Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's relationship would not withstand the test. With no solid foundation of feelings, how could Wen Heng suddenly decide against divorce? She scanned the room multiple times, hoping to catch a glimpse of Wen Heng. To her surprise, he did indeed arrive, accompanied by Gu Sheng. Just a day after the upheaval, the two appeared in public, both remarkably composed. Their striking appearances effortlessly overshadowed the entire banquet hall. Jiang Lu Wei's hands, resting on her lap, clenched tightly, her complexion paling.
Why?
What was it about Gu Sheng that captivated Wen Heng's heart so profoundly? Li Muxi, mingling with a smile amidst the crowd, observed the scene with a darkening gaze. Wen Heng truly regarded Gu Sheng with an air of bemusement. The presence of media at the event was unexpected. Who would have thought that attending a business banquet would afford one the opportunity to bask in the limelight of a top-tier celebrity? The camera shutters clicked furiously, capturing the duo in a flurry of flashes. Both individuals effortlessly withstood the onslaught of high-definition lenses, and soon, the photographs were disseminated across the internet. "Oh my goodness! What a powerful rebuttal!" exclaimed one netizen. "Who dares to claim that Wen Sheng's relationship is strained?" Another chimed in. "Wen Ge truly dotes on his wife. The very next day they made a joint appearance. I'm in tears." The online reactions were fervent, and amidst the crowd, Li Muse cast a knowing glance at his assistant. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. This was the perfect opportunity to tarnish Gu Sheng's reputation publicly. Before long, the assistant beckoned to Chen Yijuan, who was clad in a server's attire. "Is this truly feasible?" Chen Yijuan questioned as he received a packet of powder. "Simply administer the substance, and we will take care of the rest," the assistant stated with a businesslike demeanor, assuring him of a satisfactory reward. Chen Yijuan reflected on the amount previously offered and, after a moment's hesitation, steeled his resolve. Suppressing his unease, Chen Yijuan sprinkled the powder into a glass and navigated through the crowd with his head lowered. As Gu Sheng turned, the server inadvertently tipped over her drink. Suddenly, she swirled her glass and noticed a peculiar string of bubbles. Did the antagonists in this narrative truly underestimate her, treating her as a fool? This was Wen's territory. Gu Sheng signaled for the heir of the Wen family to approach. Upon inspecting the glass, Wen Heng quickly comprehended the situation. His expression darkened as he set the glass aside, contemplating various strategies. At that moment, the system emitted a warning tone alert. "Alert! You will experience your 24th episode of pain in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself." The timing could not have been more fortuitous. With plans already in place, Wen Heng, upon hearing the system's announcement, made a decisive choice. Transfer. The system anticipated this move. Understood. "To whom would you like to transfer?" Wen Heng's gaze swept across the hall as he declared, "Transfer to the mastermind behind this incident." Though he had his suspicions regarding the identity, his choice remained unambiguous, ensuring that there would be no miscalculation. The system acknowledged. Understood. Successful transfer received. Pain sensation beginning to transfer. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng also heard a beep. She had been awaiting the prompt but was taken aback when the system stalled. The system hesitantly remarked, "It seems the male lead has employed some form of..." Gu Sheng was astonished. Again? Is he using a cheat? The system, Still uncertain. Continued. However, monitoring indicates that the operational rules have not altered. The male lead still requires physical contact with you to alleviate the pain. Very well, Sheng conceded. The male lead was indeed remarkable, adept at navigating such challenges. Yet, she pondered the nature of the pain's origin. Meanwhile, Wen Heng remained composed, listening to the system's alert. Based on our observations, your random pain sensation occasionally exhibits characteristics of symmetrical distribution. This episode's pain point mirrors that of childbirth, a similar agony. Wen Heng inexplicably harbored a premonition and cautiously inquired. What? The pain of losing a child, was the response. Pain level, 11. Wen Heng replied, thank you. In the banquet hall, everything appeared to be in order. The piano melodies flowed gracefully, glasses clinked, and drinks were exchanged. Wen Heng refilled Sheng's glass of red wine. It was only Li Muse, lurking in the corner, who suddenly turned pale as wax and knelt down, exclaiming, what the hell? Wen Heng grasped Sheng's hand. Li Muse returned to normal. Wen Heng released Sheng's hand, while Li Muse, in excruciating agony, wished he could collapse onto the floor. Wen Heng alternately grasped and released again. Finally, Sheng struck him with her palm. What are you doing? To his surprise, Wen Heng laughed. Sheng's slap caused him no discomfort. Sheng exclaimed, are you insane? Meanwhile, in the distance, Li Muse, overwhelmed with pain, wept profusely, bellowing silently to the heavens. Who is doing this to me? Chapter 25, Kneeling. In this world, someone was enduring the heartbreaking agony of losing a lineage. Wen Heng was aware, but had no intention of dwelling on it. He raised his hand to summon the Wen family's butler and instructed him to check the surveillance footage. Soon enough, they identified Chen Yijuan, who had infiltrated the event disguised as a server and was attempting to flee as the situation turned dire. When the security team apprehended him, he panicked. What are you doing? Don't catch me. Chen Yijuan was somewhat handsome, but his composure completely vanished in the face of crisis. He was quickly and quietly escorted to an upstairs room, where he faced the eldest son of the Wen family. Wen Heng sat calmly on a leather sofa, his gaze surveying the rumored ex-boyfriend of Sheng, exuding an imposing aura. What was your intention with the drug? His voice was cold and piercing. Chen Yijuan stammered, I didn't mean to do anything. The next instructions hadn't arrived when the higher-ups encountered trouble. He couldn't wait for the directives and was caught by Sheng after she noticed the anomaly in the wine. Wen Heng chose not to confront him, but waved to his subordinates, coolly instructing, have the contents of the drug in the wine glass tested and proceed with legal actions against this individual. Chen Yijuan panicked. I was just following orders. They said nothing would happen to me. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Sheng entering the room and pleaded, Sheng, please help me. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Didn't you once say I was handsome? Wen Heng interjected. Sheng retorted, don't spout nonsense. Wen Heng's expression hardened. Take him away. Just then, Sheng recalled something and called out to him. Wait a moment. Wen Heng's brow furrowed tightly. Are you going to plead for him?
Sheng replied, of course not.
She approached and found Chen Yijuan's phone, instructing, unlock it yourself. 5 minutes later, Chen Yijuan, the source of yesterday's sensationalized news, updated his Weibo. I will bear legal responsibility for my actions and hereby sincerely apologize to Ms. Sheng and Mr. Wen Heng. Image. To prevent detractors from claiming her account was hacked, Sheng took a selfie of Chen Yijuan, who looked pained and remorseful, and posted it alongside her message. To those who maliciously insulted my sister yesterday, come forward and apologize. I knew it. How could Sister Gu possibly be drawn to such a man, especially when she has the means to attract someone like Wen Shen? The fade of the family should not be so unseemly. It would be wise to focus on career pursuits rather than petty schemes, for who knows? Perhaps in 800 years, one might rival my acclaim. Sister, do not let these individuals sway you. Forge ahead in your endeavors. Once these matters were settled, Sheng waved a hand, signaling for Chen Yijuan to be taken away. His utilization of the situation was quite thorough, and his tone carried an undertone of admiration. Sheng chuckled softly. Of course, the mastermind behind it all still needs to be uncovered. It ultimately boils down to a handful of individuals, perhaps a jealous female counterpart or a male rival eyeing the family fortune. Wen Heng pondered for a brief moment before nodding. There is no need for concern. With what we have now, it is considerably easier to assess the situation. Sheng regarded him closely, uncertain as to why Wen Heng was so assured. Nevertheless, she found solace in his competence. Shall we? As she approached him, intending to instinctively take his hand, a sudden thought struck her, and she withdrew her hand. The rare opportunity for retribution should be savored a while longer. The following day, a luxury vehicle discreetly departed from the Wen family's grand residence, heading towards a renowned urology hospital in the city. The car sped along, and if one listened closely, the harrowing cries from within could be heard. Wen Heng received a message from the steward and, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of Huading, dialed Wenwan's number. After 3 rings, a capable female voice answered. Wenwan was a career-driven woman, somewhat fond of her handsome, carefree brother who had shown little interest in inheriting the family business. Sister, I trust your work is not overly burdensome. Wen Heng's inquiry was brief, quickly steering the conversation to the matter at hand. When you have a moment, keep an eye on your husband. Wenwan furrowed her finely shaped brows. Li Muzha? What mischief is he up to now? Their relationship was one of outward appearances. She was focused on expanding the family business, while Li Muzha dealt with internal affairs, managing some questionable dealings for Wen Yusong. Their emotional bond was rather tenuous, and she had yet to find the time to have children. Wenwan was only aware that Li Muzha had recently attended an internal Wen family banquet, after which he had gone silent, leaving her uncertain of his activities. Wen Heng did not elaborate, merely stating, I wanted to inform you, so you are not caught off guard should legal proceedings arise, tarnishing your reputation. Wenwan paused, sensing an underlying concern. Understood. I will remain vigilant. If anything truly arises, do not hesitate to inform me. The Wen family held an inherent pride. Despite Li Muzha being her husband, he remained an outsider. This level, 11 pain had a mere 15 seconds of relief. Excluding the 10 seconds of on and off relief experienced during the banquet, only 5 seconds remained. Over the next few days, Wen Heng would need to exercise caution, avoiding any encounters with Gu Sheng to prolong this agony until the next moment of pain arrived. In a luxurious apartment, Jean Yueyao gazed at Li Muzha, her heart heavy with unease. Lying on the bed, she clutched her abdomen, writhing in agony. She couldn't help but worry. Li Muzha had never been particularly skilled in that regard, and now she feared he might truly be facing a problem. How would they ever conceive a child? Li Muzha felt as though he was nearing his breaking point. For several consecutive days, he suffered from an unbearable pain, akin to being sliced open. The intensity of the discomfort was overwhelming. Yet, upon visiting the hospital, the doctors could uncover no physical ailment, subtly suggesting it might be a psychological issue.
Li Muzha,
In his agony, feared that he might never regain his virility. This was unacceptable. He had yet to father a son. Jean Yueyao, a prominent artist herself, was exceedingly busy. Spending a couple of days by his side was no small feat, and she found herself unable to concentrate on her script, her mind restless, uncertain of what had befallen their benefactor. However, just as Li Muzha felt he might faint from the pain, the sensation abruptly ceased. He stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before realizing that his little brother had indeed recovered. Everything felt as if it had never transpired. The excruciating pain merely a figment of his imagination? After a moment of reflection, Li Muzha suddenly embraced Jean Yueyao and carried her toward the bed. He needed to test his capabilities. Jean Yueyao, believing him to be healed, endeavored to cooperate. How annoying, oh dear. An hour later, they had yet to commence. Jean Yueyao awkwardly rose from the bed. Perhaps we should rest a bit? Meanwhile, at Wadingyu Mansion, after completing a crucial scene, Wen Heng gazed at Gu Sheng's face, momentarily entranced, oblivious to her fingertips resting beside him. Ding! 15 seconds countdown completed, pain alleviation successful. In that moment, he genuinely felt that the person before him was the character from the script. Gu Sheng's gaze was profoundly captivating, acting was exhilarating, and she adored it. Then, Gu Sheng also heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host, pain alleviation successful, random reward obtained. Fair outcome. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. According to the original protagonist's trajectory in the narrative, it ultimately led to widespread scorn and ridicule. The path she now tread was one the original character had never ventured. Yet this random reward from the system made her acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Nevertheless, Gu Sheng was undaunted. Aspiring to be the preeminent artist inevitably entailed navigating through various tumultuous trials. The higher one ascends, the stronger the winds. This was inescapable. Moreover, as a newcomer, pursuing such a significant role would undoubtedly attract scrutiny. Yet, akin to the reward bestowed by the system, fairness was sufficient. The rest would be determined by her talent. She was already eagerly anticipating the audition. The system cheered her on. Charge forth. I shall be the leading man or woman. This time, Gu Sheng refrained from rebuttal, for the leading roles belonged within the narrative. Thank you very much. Finally, the day of the audition arrived. The venue was the production team's film company building, where casting directors, producers, and screenwriters would assess the auditioning actors. Naturally, they had also invited the financiers, though attendance depended on the investor's schedule. Wen Heng, having initiated the audition process, also participated in the casting for the male lead, despite feeling hesitant to compete with the esteemed leading actor. However, few were aware that Wen Heng was concurrently invited as a financier, involved in the selection of actors. Sheng was one of them. She recognized Wen Heng's significant role as a financier but had never once asked for his assistance. She believed in her own abilities. However, Wen Heng remained silent, as he could ensure that strength would be fairly recognized. The variety show fans were already experiencing a long wait, and upon discovering a special episode, they eagerly rushed to watch it, wondering, what is the Happiness Squad up to? The production team captured footage of Yushane, engrossed in his script, and Song Qingji, donning sunglasses to showcase her charm, while Sheng gracefully descended from the nanny van. She did not walk alongside Wen Heng, deliberately avoiding any complications. The director approached her, representing the audience, and inquired, Ms. Gu, could you share with our viewers on UZ Station what secret mission the Happiness Squad has today? Sheng greeted him with a smile, and candidly replied, I am here for an audition. The news spread like wildfire. A popular variety show featured two female contenders vying for the same lead role, with last year's breakout star, a top-tier flower, also in the mix. Is Sheng auditioning to act alongside her husband? Someone wondered. Waiting for a result, another remarked. To put it bluntly, I'm just waiting to see the spectacle, someone else added, noting that even Song Qingji, being a second-tier star, did not regard Sheng as a competitor. Chang Yan accompanied Sheng into the building, and they unexpectedly encountered Jin Yueyao. She appeared to be in good spirits, her vibrant complexion lending her confidence, allowing her to maintain an air of superiority wherever she went. Upon spotting Sheng, she briefly scanned for Wen Heng, and upon not finding him, her smile deepened as she turned to Chang Yan, greeting him, Brother Chang. ISNT and Xixiang here? Being fellow drama students from a formal academy, her use of Xixiang was intended for Sheng's ears, subtly reminding her that as an unremarkable newcomer, she should possess a modicum of self-awareness. Chang Yan, fully aware of her intent, replied nonchalantly, Wen Ge is currently occupied with discussions. Jin Yueyao nodded in understanding. Wen Heng was known for his strict self-discipline within the industry, and it seemed, was not inclined to leverage his status as the male lead to extend any favors to his wife by introducing her to the production team of Feng Yan. Consequently, Jin Yueyao regarded Sheng even less as a rival, choosing to bypass her entirely with a smile. Having encountered such dynamics in the industry early in her career, Sheng remained composed. Chang Yan, however, offered her comfort by patting her shoulder, saying, It's all right, Sheng, just do your best. Try for a few roles. With your looks and talent, you might just land the second female lead. Sheng smiled back, sure. Little did Chang Yan know, Wen Heng had been treating her as the lead in rehearsals, never once considering the role of a supporting character. Before the auditions commenced, the actors gathered in a spacious reception area. Those like Song Qingji, quick-witted and resourceful, were already being ushered by their agents to the director, eager to make an impression. Meanwhile, someone like Yushane, with his youthful exuberance, was anxiously darting about. Upon spotting Sheng, he exclaimed joyfully, Sister Sheng, you can do it. We're both newcomers. If we land a role, it won't be a wasted trip. Sheng smiled warmly, yes, let us all do our best. Soon, the auditions for the female roles commenced. Jin Yueyao was the first to enter, and Song Qingji, consumed by anxiety, had no time to provoke Sheng. After Jin Yueyao emerged with a radiant smile, Song Qingji's unease was palpable. Jin Yueyao patted her shoulder, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting towards Sheng, and remarked, It's all right, just do your best. Your abilities will determine your position. Sheng, absorbing the subtext of her words, remained as tranquil as still water. Indeed, with a system ensuring fairness, one would occupy a position commensurate with their talent. Only after completing her audition did Song Qingji breathe a sigh of relief. Screenwriter Liu was present inside, smiling at her a few times, which reassured her considerably, allowing her to take pleasure in Sheng's predicament. Sister Gu, she said with an innocent and cheerful demeanor, you may not know, but the casting director usually asks for a self-introduction and inquires about prior works. You should prepare in advance. Sheng, well acquainted with these protocols, nodded nonchalantly. Song Qingji, having not seen Wen Heng, concluded that he would not assist Sheng. The two families were rivals in the 4 laws of happiness, and her smile grew even sweeter. Don't feel down just because teacher when ISNT here. Just focus on doing well, sister. Gu Sheng cast her a glance before being summoned by the staff for her audition. Upon entering the room, she faced a camera set up before her, with a row of production crew seated behind. The chief director was absent, leaving the casting director and producer to scrutinize her. Is she Wen Heng's wife? She is indeed quite stunning, probably the most attractive among today's auditioning actors. Unfortunately, she is a newcomer. At the moment Gu Sheng stood before the camera, tranquility enveloped her. The cacophony of voices outside faded away, and she finally occupied the position she was meant to be in. After her self-introduction, the casting director began to pose questions. Have you participated in any film or television productions? No?
All right.
How do you perceive the character Li Shuang? If you were Li Shuang, who would you want to portray? See. What gives you the confidence to audition for Li Shuang? Although you are quite beautiful, you lack experience. The casting director's tone was not aggressive, yet the questions were indeed incisive. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of those present, Gu Sheng responded boldly. If one refrains from pursuing opportunities due to a lack of prior works, isn't that akin to confining oneself? The casting director paused slightly, then nodded. Let's try some scenes. Longing for someone, sorrowful melancholy, astonishment at the unbelievable grappling with reality, anxiety overwhelming. Gu Sheng faced the camera, her expressions shifting swiftly and naturally, devoid of awkwardness or hesitation, as if practiced countless times. Each expression was vivid and strikingly beautiful. Very well, the casting director couldn't help but compliment. Let us see another one. The joy of meeting a boyfriend in an instant. Gu Sheng's face illuminated. The previous anxiety vanished, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky. Lips slightly pursed, and a sweet, enchanting smile danced at the corners of her cheeks. Expectation, trepidation, and shyness were expressed with utter clarity. Several staff members in the back row clutched their hearts, exclaiming, "Wow, that's incredibly sweet." Gu Sheng nodded and closed her eyes briefly. As the eyes flutter open, one finds oneself immersed in the performance. At this moment, the chief director, Feng Yan, observes intently from another room through the monitor. Beside him sits the aloof and distinguished actor. As Gu Sheng begins to embody Li Shuang, an astonishing aura envelopes the space, reminiscent of Zheng Bin's captivated gaze upon Farewell to You. Feng Yan instinctively shifts his posture. It is not until Gu Sheng completes her performance that he turns to inquire. This cannot be the result of your teaching, can it? Has Wen Heng already reached such heights? To cultivate a student of such innate talent and solid foundation from scratch? Next year, we must invite him to conduct a class. Wen Heng, however, remains fixated on the monitor, only smiling at this moment. It is her own brilliance. A natural gift. 2 days later, the announcement for the next round of auditions and makeup trials arrives. Jin Yueyao is self-assured, while Song Qingji is filled with anxious anticipation. The entire internet, along with various fans, eagerly awaits the outcome, and soon the news breaks. The leading role of Li Shuang has shortlisted actors, Gu Sheng and Jin Yueyao. That's all. Song Qingji nearly faints at Yaoing, too mortified to leave the company, feeling a burning shame across her cheeks. The online community is equally astonished. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought? Gu Sheng is so formidable, going head-to-head with top-tier actors. Gu Sheng's mother, I adore you. So proud. Wen Sheng, charge ahead. If you play the lead, I could die from sweetness. Gu Sheng remains composed, though her phone buzzes incessantly. Yu Shanbei, having just received his notification, excitedly approaches her. Sister Sheng, I passed the first round.
How about you?
Did you pass? Did you pass? Gu Sheng replies. I did. Yu Shanbei is overjoyed. Which role did you get? Perhaps we will have a romantic subplot. Haha. Gu Sheng clarifies, the lead female. Yu Shanbei gasps, what? He is well aware of Gu Sheng's prowess. Even a single performance would leave him in awe. Yet, the male lead is Wen Heng. Fu Shan glances down, his eyes flickering, as he informs his agent over the phone. Jin Yueyao feels a twinge of pressure. Before the second round, she invites Li Muse to her home, hoping he can negotiate on her behalf, with Wen's company. However, for reasons unknown, Li Muse has been summoned away by his wife, who is rarely home, and has not visited her for several days. Jin Yueyao steadies her nerves, confident in her inherent advantages. The competition among fans is notoriously fierce, battles over roles, status, and endorsements. Gu Sheng, as a newcomer, should be prepared to face the harsh realities of the industry. Moreover, to outshine the others? An individual with no filming experience? That is preposterous. On the day of the audition, when Heng asks Gu Sheng, are you nervous? Gu Sheng replies, not at all. Moreover, Considering he has not experienced random pain points for several days, he feels remarkably well, and Gu Sheng has almost begun to regard him as a trusted mentor. Upon arriving at the film company, they first head to the styling room to prepare for Li Shuang's appearance. Jin Yueyao arrives even earlier, and the styling team is fully committed. Gu Sheng allows the makeup artist to adorn her with a headpiece, a flowing wig, and delicate embellishments, leaving a stunning beauty mark. The figure in the mirror gradually becomes clearer. Adorned with a delicate hairpin, her inky tresses cascade freely, and although her makeup is exceedingly subtle, it is perfectly complemented by Gu Sheng's stunning features, preventing any sense of blandness. Her jewelry is modest, with a single pearl dangling from her ear. The allure of her peach blossom eyes emanates an ethereal charm. This time, when they cross paths in the corridor, Jin Yueyao can no longer afford to overlook Gu Sheng. How could this woman look so exquisite in traditional attire? A sudden wave of insecurity washes over her. She never imagined she would be overshadowed by such beauty. The art of dressing in ancient garb is rather esoteric. Some individuals look splendid in modern clothing yet falter in traditional attire. Gu Sheng, evidently, is one of those rare individuals who excels in both styles. Jin Yueyao instinctively touches her heavily made-up face, striving to steady her nerves. All the participants in this round have been handpicked by the chief director, and their talents are formidable. Cut, Feng Yan says, nodding approvingly, well done. Jin Yueyao's prowess is undeniable. Had it not been for Gu Sheng's emergence, her selection as the lead would have been unquestionable. Yet, for reasons unknown, Feng Yan seems swayed by that lad, Heng, and is now resolutely intent on letting talent speak for itself. Particularly after the last audition, he has been eagerly anticipating Gu Sheng's profound performance. Meanwhile, Wen Heng sits quietly in a corner, awaiting his turn. When Gu Sheng enters, a collective intake of breath fills the room. Clad in Li Shuang's attire, she embodies the very essence of the fairy Li Shuang. On the ninefold platform, she elegantly sweeps her sleeve and discards the sword, her eyes flooded with a crimson despair. See, her voice is barely a whisper. If you were to die, would it not ease my suffering? The weight of her lines is palpable, each word drenched in sorrow. Originally intended to be a duet with the chief director Feng Yan, upon Li Shuang's concluding line, Sia's mournful voice resonates, but I cannot bear to see you walk towards another, nor to miss you in the next life. Wen Heng takes the stage to act alongside her, and the collision of these two principal characters transports the audience to the ninefold platform, where they can almost feel the scorching winds. I beg you, trust me one last time. Li Shuang smiles through her tears, grasping the sword's hilt, its point directed at her heart. How can I err again, when this millennia of heartache remains unassuaged? The chief director is utterly absorbed in the performance, witnessing the fervent portrayal of Li Shuang, executed with such emotion and finesse. Thus, Sia's pain is palpable, deeply felt. Didi.
Vanier.
What is wrong? Are you alright? Gu Sheng completes her perfect rendition, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she was so immersed in the role. I almost lost the moment due to the cue. The royal family truly is royal. Can resource-rich individuals refrain from disrupting original fans? I am truly speechless, seriously questioning the fairness. How can a top-tier star like Jin Yueyao be outshone by a newcomer like Gu Sheng? The same classic lines of Li Shuang are put to the test against all auditioning actors. Gu Sheng's every word and inflection crushes the competition. Following this, the audition footage reveals her beautifully made-up visage, a single tear carrying the weight of 1,000 emotions, mesmerizing not only the directors present but also captivating the entire internet. Amidst the persistent struggle of pollen, an attempt was made to cling onto a notion. When we performed, everyone reacted the same way. Instantly, a comment emerged. Did you not see the end of the video? At the conclusion, amidst a profound silence, a sudden thud resonated, causing the screen to tremble. Ultimately, the audience witnessed Wen Heng kneeling on the ground. Look, he is kneeling? Wen Heng was assisted to his feet, suppressing the pain. You performed splendidly. Consequently, the trending searches skyrocketed. Wen Heng lauded Gu Sheng's acting prowess, exclaiming, Gu Sheng even brought the best actor to his knees. Gu Sheng replied, thank you. I am aware of my capabilities, yet you must understand that when Shun was cramping severely, at a level 9, in chapter 26, the impact of the best actor's kneel reverberated throughout the entertainment industry. However, the reality of the audition scene that day was level 9 pain from a cramp. Duration of pain relief, 1 minute. In a fleeting moment while reciting his lines, Wen Heng experienced a surge of excruciating pain coursing through him. Had he not received a prior warning and accustomed himself to enduring pain, Gu Sheng's performance could have indeed been interrupted. Yet at that audition, not a single staff member or director detected any anomaly. They merely perceived C's performance as fluid and natural. Even when Wen Heng was helped up, he retained an expression of calmness, accustomed to such discomfort. Although Gu Sheng lacked a heart, she at least understood gratitude, recognizing that Wen Heng had personally carried the scene, a privilege not afforded to other actors. Thus, upon his collapse, she gracefully approached, lifting her ethereal skirt to assist him. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Wen Heng, sensing the warmth in her usually indifferent demeanor, draped his arm over her shoulder, completely unscathed. "I am well. It was merely your performance that was too exceptional." The onlookers gasped. His recovery is astonishingly swift. Was it a deliberate ploy to draw his wife's attention? Meanwhile, director Feng Yan, deprived of the opportunity to praise, silently mused. Am I to be rendered invisible? The remaining young female screenwriters covered their mouths, gazing at Wen Heng and Gu Sheng with sheer delight, reveling in the sweetness of the scene. Although Wen Heng's reaction did not encapsulate everyone's sentiments, Gu Sheng's acting undeniably left a profound impression across the internet. Henceforth, whenever her name was mentioned, she would no longer be viewed as an inconsequential newcomer to the film industry, but rather as a burgeoning star poised to share the screen with an esteemed actor with an unstoppable trajectory ahead. Moreover, she had provocatively challenged Gu Sheng multiple times prior to the audition, rendering her incapable of facing her now. "Can I join the filming?" she stammered. But the schedules don't align. Her manager shot her a fierce glare. "You are to focus on the variety show and collaborate earnestly with Qin Tian. This is your current value to the company." Song Qingji turned pale. For the fans of the Wen Sheng couple, this was indeed an epic moment of joy. It signified that their relationship was not confined to the duration of a variety show. They could equally meet at the pinnacle of their careers. The couple's collaboration extended beyond reality shows, and in the realm of the industry, how many pairs of couples could truly film together? It can be said that this is the pinnacle of treatment for domestic fans. The treatment for top-tier celebrities is indeed unparalleled. He manages only 2 artists, each playing the lead roles in blockbuster productions. Is this truly reasonable? Chang Yan, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Absolutely reasonable, haha. After all, his artists are quite impressive." Meanwhile, the biggest loser, Jin Yueyao, took a heavy fall. In the same entertainment circle, her rivals are watching closely. And as Jin Yueyao is publicly embarrassed by a fledgling newcomer, fans from various prominent families are eagerly mocking her. Listening to her manager recount how certain agencies released articles undermining her, and how others are scheming to snatch the lead role in another drama from her, a faint smirk crept onto Jin Yueyao's lips. Gu Sheng is undoubtedly unaware of the treacherous depths of the entertainment industry she aspires to enter. If she insists on pushing her way in, she must be prepared for the psychological toll. Jin Yueyao has long heard from Li Muse that Gu Sheng was previously uneducated. With her family showing little interest in her, she was merely a pawn in the alliance with the Wen family. The Gu family does not engage in the entertainment sector, offering her no support. Furthermore, the contract between Gu Sheng and Wen Heng has already surpassed its stipulated duration. Once divorced, Wen Heng will not tolerate her leveraging their past for publicity. Such revelations are advantageous for Jin Yueyao, bolstering her belief that Li Muse occupies a pivotal position within the Wen group. "In 2 weeks, our magazine will be on sale, and fans are currently feeling sympathetic towards you. Our sales are assured," her manager stated. Jin Yueyao nodded, then furrowed her brow. "Did you mention that the cover for Golden September features Wen Heng and Gu Sheng? Gu Sheng has such excellent fashion resources?" The manager shook his head. "No. Those are resources drawn from their dating reality show. She has no genuine connections to the fashion world. Her previous tastes were..." Well, the manager presented several past non-mainstream photos of Gu Sheng, strikingly similar to those taken by Su Xiling before their shoot. A chuckle escaped Jin Yueyao's lips. Magazine sales are a crucial metric for celebrities, reflecting their commercial value to the fashion industry. The annual magazine covers are often used by various marketing accounts and gossip channels for comparison and disparagement. Observing Gu Sheng's comical old photos, Jin Yueyao could not believe that her performance in a photo shoot could be anything remarkable. After all, inexperienced individuals are most prone to missteps in fashion styling, while she herself is the ambassador for a luxury brand and will undoubtedly outshine Gu Sheng. Having stolen her role, she will ensure that Gu Sheng regrets ever entering this industry. While others speculate about her, she remains unfazed. Wen Heng's life, on the other hand, has not changed much. Although he is a top-tier celebrity, the notions of popularity and trending topics scarcely affect him. However, due to Gu Sheng's significant presence in the entertainment industry, even her usually indifferent family has taken notice. Her elder brother, Gu Song, amidst his busy schedule, sent a WeChat message. I heard you want to act in a TV show? Clearly, he was unconcerned about her feelings, directly asking, can you handle it? Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. I suppose so. After a moment of silence, the other party, perhaps feeling uncertain, directly sent over a line of card number and password. There's a bit of money here. Use it to buy some pretty dresses. The Gu family had generally disregarded the original owner. Except for a brief admonition during Wen Song's birthday banquet to avoid causing trouble, their interactions had been minimal. And her participation in the romantic variety show was left to her own devices. To Gu Sheng's surprise, once she truly embarked on her career, her brother began to show concern for her. She opened her mobile banking app and entered the card number and password provided by Gu Song, curious about what kind of dresses her brother intended for her. My account balance, 50,000,000 yuan. Gu Sheng was taken aback. Pretty dresses? Now it was her turn to be silent. She hadn't anticipated her brother's straightforwardness. After a few seconds of shock, she exited the account. It seemed wiser for her to earn her own money. Goodness, Gu Song, have you really laid everything bare for your sister? Fu Chonghe, witnessing Gu Song's swift actions, was left speechless. As the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Song had indeed made a name for himself in recent years. But to suddenly withdraw such a large sum was bound to leave him financially strained for a while. Gu Song nonchalantly lit a cigarette, having always dreamed of becoming a star. Now, after finally engaging in serious endeavors rather than frivolous romances, he deserved some encouragement. My sister is indeed beautiful, he remarked. Fu Chonghe felt a twinge of jealousy before suddenly recalling something. Wait a minute. Isn't your sister supposed to act alongside her husband in that drama? Gu Song dropped his cigarette, astonished. Are you sure she isn't caught up in romance? They had become quite popular together. Gu Song tossed his phone aside. Forget it. At least she's more responsible than before. Yu Shan'e, living up to the expectations placed upon him, had indeed secured the role of the fourth male lead. Gu Sheng understood that this character was a lively junior, perfectly aligned with Yu Shanbei's own personality, making him an ideal choice. The actor playing the second male lead had starred in a moderately successful drama but dared not speak up against Wen Heng, who overshadowed him. Merely obtaining this role was a hard-fought victory. The actress cast as the second female lead was a rising star born in '95, gaining some fame. And thanks to the fair results of the auditions, she managed to outshine established actresses like Jin Yueyao and Song Qingji. Online discussions flourished, noting that the two leads were quite isolated in their large home, distanced from one another. With the fourth episode of The Four Laws of Happiness set to be filmed in the mountain soon, both were diligently preparing in their own ways. While Gu Sheng engaged in watching films and studying performances, she also purchased an abundance of tools to fend off mosquitoes and wild beasts, researching outdoor survival strategies extensively. Meanwhile, Wen Heng quietly focused on fitness at home. In recent days, the atmosphere had been unusually calm, and he sensed that a storm was brewing. In such a recording environment as the fourth episode, possessing a resilient and healthy physique would become paramount. Thus, he hastened to arrange for the crew to visit various couples' homes for preliminary shoots before filming commenced. The assistant director, aware of his cunning intentions, felt a bit embarrassed when arriving at Huading. Teacher Gu, gently patted her head, stating that she would only ask a few questions before they departed. As Gu Sheng opened the door, she was clad in casual home attire, her eyes sparkling like blossoming peach blossoms as she smiled. Why the rush? I am not pressuring you. Dao Zhu, dazed, trailed behind her, clutching his heart, utterly smitten. Ah, indeed, she is his goddess. Gu Sheng chuckled. I am quite looking forward to it. For regardless of whom she collaborates with, her anticipation remains steadfast. Joining the production means meeting directors and producers, learning new things, and making many new friends. Wen Heng nodded in agreement, indeed. Dao Zhu, seeking to ride the wave of popularity, timidly posed a question from a fan's perspective. May I ask, Teacher Wen and Teacher Gu, in your hearts, do you believe the most suitable male and female leads are each other? She has unwavering faith in her own abilities and never underestimates Wen Heng's prowess. A flicker of amusement danced in Wen Heng's eyes as he remained composed, nodding, yes. Dao Zhu was once again captivated. Though Wen Heng had uttered no grand statements, the sentiment of always listening to his wife, of her words being the ultimate truth, resonated profoundly. Oh, how she adored this. This time, Wen Heng turned to glance at Gu Sheng, reassuring her, there's no need to worry. Gu Sheng gazed sincerely at him. I am actually more concerned about you. If we get lost in the depths of the forest, and you suddenly experience a severe pain, wouldn't that be dire? The depths of his dark eyes shifted slightly as he murmured, "Have faith." Dao Zhu whimpered softly. Later, viewers watching the preview were moved by this dialogue. Oh, how touching. The mutual concern for one another. What a beautiful romance. Gu Sheng interjected, but I am genuinely worried about safety. With rocks tumbling down and tumultuous weather, thunder illuminated the pitch-black forest. At night, the eerie calls of wild animals echoed, resembling ominous omens. How would the couple navigate the long night in such harsh conditions? Would they manage to secure better survival conditions for each other amidst hunger and cold? Could they rely on one another for support?
Wow.
How thrilling!
I can answer that.
In such an environment, of course, they should stick close together. They must cuddle tightly to sleep. They would be frightened by snakes and insects, seeking solace in their husband's embrace. The sisters above are so insightful. I'm craving sweetness right now. I can't wait. This Friday at 8 p.m. Don't miss the live broadcast of The 4 Laws of Happiness, Episode 4. I'm already looking forward to it. With the excitement from the preview, each couple was preparing for the 4th recording. At Jialai Company, Lu Yi rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Yushanbei, originally pondering the recording. She soon found herself envious at the thought of him joining the team and acting alongside Xing Jie and Wen Heng. When you join the crew, I'll come visit on set, Lu Yi declared. He replied with confidence, Oh, I didn't realize you liked me this much. Lu Yi rolled her eyes. I just want to see the fairy sister live. As Yushanbei appeared with a foolish expression, Lu Yi couldn't help but deliver a playful jab. You should really start preparing for the 4th phase. This time we'll be recording in the mountains. So be ready to cry every day. Yushanbei retorted, If I cry, you will too. The two of them chattered away as they walked further off.
Jiangxi,
who was at the company, overheard their conversation and recalled that he once had the opportunity to sign Gu Sheng. However, he was thwarted by a certain green tea film emperor who swooped in and took her away. Now, Gu Sheng had indeed proven herself, as director Zheng Bin had predicted, by landing a leading role in a blockbuster and was now in a league of her own. Du Zong sighed, Alas, what a pity. Fu Shan emerged from the side, appearing as if he were about to leave, and inquired, What is so regrettable? Du Yanji lamented, It's a pity we didn't manage to sign Gu Sheng for our company. Fu Shan, with his handsome and sunny demeanor, smiled knowingly indeed. However, I am on my way to find Gu Sheng before she heads into the mountains for the recording. A perfectly legitimate reason. In the Wenwen studio, Fu Shan's intentions were questioned. Why is he coming here? Wen Heng, sitting in his office, furrowed his brow as he glanced at Chang Yan leaning against the door. It's about the theme song for your drama. He has been tasked with composing it, Chang Yan explained. Since Fu Shan had collaborated with Gu Sheng before, he was familiar with her and intended to discuss the script and seek inspiration. Originally, Fu Shan planned to dine with Gu Sheng outside, but she felt that was too informal and couldn't invite him to her home, making the company a suitable choice. Wen Heng frowned at the seemingly carefree Chang Yan and asked solemnly, Don't you think something seems off? Chang Yan replied, Huh? What seems off? Wen Heng's expression tightened. The kind of off that emanates from the fragrant tea. Why not read the script yourself? He waved Chang Yan away and stood up to check, when suddenly, a system alert chimed in his ear, warning. You will experience your 26th pain sensation in 7 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Upon hearing this, Wen Heng noted that the system warning was not particularly intense and did not specify the pain level, indicating that it shouldn't be too serious. Thus, he strode confidently out. Inside the company's bright and clean reception area, Gu Sheng and Fu Shan sat together. The sunlight streamed in perfectly, illuminating the young man's beaming smile while the woman across from him, upon hearing something amusing, squinted her eyes in delight.
It was a pleasing sight.
Fu Shan gazed at the beautiful face he had known since childhood and softly asked, Sister, didn't you know me before? It had been many years since he last heard about Gu Sheng, and upon learning of her marriage into the Wen family, he assumed she had changed.
Yet,
seeing her again on a variety show, she still exuded the same carefree brilliance that had captivated him, remaining the sister he remembered. Gu Sheng, unaware of his thoughts, assumed he referred to his identity as a singer. She nodded, I've seen you in the credits of several dramas. Fu Shan's eyes dimmed with disappointment. It seemed she truly did not remember him, but soon, he lifted his gaze, brimming with a smile, just as he was about to speak. A cool voice suddenly interjected. What are you discussing? Gu Sheng turned to see Wen Heng standing beside them. We're discussing our understanding of the industry, she replied. In the company, Wen Heng donned an austere black shirt, its collar fastened with a single button, revealing a sliver of his pale neck adorned with a silver chain. exuding an air of frigid nobility to the utmost. However, this man, typically aloof and devoid of excessive emotion, now appeared rather unfriendly. Upon hearing the words, Wen Heng smiled faintly, stating, "You may directly inquire about matters for me next time, see." Fu Shan quickly realized that Wen Heng was not welcoming. The aura of the film emperor was formidable, and he did not wish to confront Wen Heng. Thus, he stood up obediently, his smile a delicate blend of understanding and disappointment. "Sister, since you have matters to discuss, let us converse another time." Very well," Gu Sheng replied. Wen Heng mused. "Another time?" As Fu Shan reached for the door, Wen Heng intercepted him, saying, "Wait." An unspoken tension suddenly enveloped the two. At that moment, a notification chimed. Pain of love, 26 times, suffered a heavy blow. Pain level, 6. Gu Sheng, hearing the alert, wore a puzzled expression. What on earth? Meanwhile, Fu Shan, oblivious, raised his hand to push the door, declaring, "I shan't intrude." Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Wen Heng recoiled as if struck, stumbling back 3 steps with a muffled groan. Fu Shan was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Gu Sheng was equally astonished. This heavy blow could make Wen Heng retreat 3 steps? Wen Heng raised his hand, wiping away non-existent blood from his lips, and turned to Gu Sheng, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, I am fine." Fu Shan stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What? I didn't even lay a hand on you. How on earth are you more of a schemer than I am?" Gu Sheng was equally astonished. A person who could laugh off an 8th level pain. How could he react so dramatically to a 6th level pain? Wen Heng then turned to Fu Shan, offering a forgiving smile. "It's all right. I do not blame you. You may leave." The company's security, alerted by the commotion, politely requested Fu Shan to depart. Fu Shan remained rooted to the spot, his face flushed with embarrassment, muttering, "What the hell, Wen Heng? You're ruthless." The once vibrant and sunny demeanor of the young man had dimmed. In the corridor of the company, he encountered Du Yanji. Briefly recounting the earlier incident, he anticipated disbelief, considering it was Wen Heng. To his surprise, upon finishing, Du Yanji's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I can relate. The film emperor is indeed a schemer." Fu Shan? The two shared a silent stare. Thus, a new rumor quietly circulated within the industry. Do not approach Wen Heng. He is a schemer, and he will play the victim. Chapter 27. Chilled. Gu Sheng felt deeply perplexed by Wen Heng's fluctuating pain tolerance. Although she was unaware of how the conflict between Fu Shan and Wen Heng had arisen, and she had not witnessed the events unfold, it was highly plausible that Wen Heng had merely reacted to the system, mistakenly believing Fu Shan had struck him. Regardless of the scenario, considering Wen Heng's pain tolerance and physical prowess, the fact that a mere 6th-level pain inflicted by Fu Shan, a seemingly innocent young man, could cause him to stagger back 3 steps and appear as if he might vomit blood was utterly bewildering to Gu Sheng. However, Wen Heng was unaware of the system on her side, and thus felt no need to put on a facade in front of her. She genuinely could not comprehend the situation, so she inquired of the system, "Is this old punch truly powerful?" The system responded with an air of exhilaration, "I believe the power of love surpasses all." Gu Sheng sighed, realizing that communicating with the system was futile. After Fu Shan departed, Wen Heng maintained a neutral expression, leaving it ambiguous whether she was pleased or displeased. Gu Sheng, rare in her moment of hesitation, nudged his arm and asked, "Are you all right?" Gu Sheng concluded, "Well, perhaps it is I who am narrow-minded. As long as you are fine, just do not appear so fragile during the upcoming recordings. If the system throws out another punch or heavy blow, the audience might mistakenly believe it was you." Up until the day they were to depart for the southwestern mountainous region, Fu Shan did not seek out Gu Sheng again, perhaps haunted by the previous encounter. In fact, not only Fu Shan, but others from Jia also discreetly avoided Wen Heng, wary of attracting trouble. Upon hearing certain rumors, Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi opted to book their tickets, while steering clear of Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's itinerary. "Let us keep our distance, just in case it holds any truth." Yes, let us avoid it. The prestige of the top-tier film emperor deepened within the industry. Chang Yan accompanied them to the airport along with a driver and bodyguard. "Sister, good luck with your work. Wen Ge and sister, take care of yourselves." Previously, there were many fans to see them off, yet amidst the bustling crowd this time, it was hard to distinguish who cheered for Wen Heng and who for Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng was indeed remarkable, and her beauty was striking. Fans watched as Wen Heng and Gu Sheng scanned their boarding passes and passed through the security gate. Despite their differing heights, both exuded an air of calm confidence. With their long legs and commanding presence, they seemed to create a barrier against the surrounding crowd. Oh, they truly make a perfect pair.
Oh,
Wen Heng consistently stood at the pinnacle of popularity. Yet, given time, perhaps Sheng too could reach that summit. In a certain southwestern province, the essence of the show was not merely survival in the wilderness. It was fundamentally a romantic reality program observing stars, designed to cater to the audience's desires. The production team delineated a small mountainous area adjacent to a quaint village. Although remote, it was not entirely devoid of human presence. Simultaneously, they surveyed various locations within the mountains to ensure comprehensive signal coverage in the designated area. Each vehicle was equipped with cameras, and besides the driver, a director was present. As the scenery outside the car increasingly resembled the mountains, the preparations for the in-car interview commenced. "Are both of you ready?" the director inquired. Sheng and Wen Heng nodded in agreement. "Then let our live broadcast commence." The live window for the Wen Sheng couple finally opened, igniting excitement among viewers who had endured a lengthy advertisement wait. Ah, seeing two divine faces makes me so happy. Wen Sheng fans, assemble. Let us indulge in the sweetness. They're here. They're here. The director's questions were relatively standard, primarily aimed at guiding the guests into the right mindset and enticing viewers to engage with the live platform. For instance, how much do you know about wilderness survival? Would you be afraid walking alone in the deep mountains? The couples from each group faced the same questions, displaying a range of reactions from calm composure to palpable anxiety, with some, like Yushanbei, exhibiting eager anticipation. As the mountain village drew near, the director, with a cheerful demeanor, posed an inquiry. "Could you share with our audience what preparations you have made for this journey?" The responses from the guests varied significantly. For instance, Song Qingji seized the opportunity to express her affection, grasping Qin Tian's hand as she declared, "Though it is summer now, the nights in the mountains can be quite chilly. I bought us matching thermal clothing, along with aromatherapy and a nightlight, to create a cozy atmosphere despite the less than ideal conditions." Conversely, Yushanbei, aware of his fans' concerns, made a concerted effort to assure them he would not go hungry. "I brought 10 packs of sausages, hot, plus plenty of bread, cookies, instant hot pot, and self-heating rice. Rest assured." The director smiled fondly, responding, "All right, I believe everyone has heard that." The couple had not conferred before arriving, and Sheng realized only then what Wen Heng had packed, internally criticizing his choice of supplies as typical of an old hand. Although the director's question seemed innocent, Sheng, drawing on her years of experience in the industry, sensed something amiss. She briefly mentioned her mosquito repellent and a few trinkets gleaned from online guides, intentionally omitting her seasonings and chili sauce. The rugged vehicle finally came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and the guests disembarked, collecting their luggage as they made their way toward Panyu Mountain Village. The production team awaited their arrival, a megaphone in hand, flanked by a row of photographers. "Dear online audience, we appreciate your patience. Welcome the couples of the 4 Laws of Happiness as they gather at the foot of Panyu Mountain to commence our 4th live broadcast." The couples applauded in support. It was evident that the guests had observed the mountainous landscape en route. Panyu Mountain Village, nestled in a remote area, had a dwindling population due to many young adults working elsewhere, with the forest behind them being a cherished sanctuary. Upon arrival, they were reminded to respect the woods and coexist amicably with the villagers over the ensuing 2 days and 3 nights. The guests listened intently, as did the online audience. Excitement surged when they learned they would be donning army combat uniforms. "I can't wait to see," exclaimed one viewer. "Ah, Sister Sheng looks so fierce. She'll surely look stunning in it." The staff distributed combat uniforms in the appropriate sizes, light camouflage tops and trousers, paired with standard black belts and boots. The guests clutched their outfits and retreated into the adjoining houses to change, leaving their luggage behind, along with eager spectators. Upon entering her room, Sheng calmly removed her outer jacket, revealing a simple white top beneath. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her hand to tousle her hair into a high, stylish ponytail. Lui blushed as she watched Sheng, thinking to herself how striking and beautiful she appeared. Meanwhile, Song Qingji fretted that Sheng might mock her with disdainful glances for her own appearance, yet Sheng remained focused, effortlessly changing into her new attire without acknowledging her. Sheng adjusted her combat boots, the heels striking the ground with a pronounced sound, somewhat heavy, yet remarkably comfortable. Finally, she secured her belt with a crisp snap. Lui burst into tears. "Sister Sheng, let us take a photo together," she exclaimed, overwhelmed by Sheng's fierce presence. "She's just too fabulous. From now on, whenever I read novels, I will envision female officers with her face." Liu, having just finished changing, smiled and remarked, Gu Sheng looks truly stunning in this outfit. Even Song Qingji could not help but admit she was once again awestruck by Gu Sheng. How can this woman pull off every style so effortlessly? In the end, Liu Yi raised her phone, and the 4 female guests captured a selfie before they stepped outside. At that moment, the door to the male guests' room swung open, and they emerged, crossing paths with the women. Yu Shanbei immediately whistled loudly, so handsome. Gu Sheng led the way, and as she entered the camera's view, the live stream exploded with excitement.
Wow.
She's absolutely gorgeous. I'm crying. She's so fierce. Sister, let me see your front. Ladies in front. Be careful of account bans. Let me take over. Gu Sheng's features were strikingly beautiful, with a dash of heroism in her gaze. Even in the robust combat uniform, she exuded elegance. Meanwhile, Wen Heng was the last to emerge from the male guests. When he stepped out, all the female guests were momentarily stunned. Brother. Officer brother. Aha. Even Gu Sheng couldn't help but think, so handsome. This man truly knows how to look good. Standing at 188 meters tall, his light camouflage uniform accentuated his strong physique, the black belt cinching his narrow waist, while his long legs could only be described as extraordinary. The pant legs tucked into black combat boots. His expression was as cold as ice, and his dark pupils were calm and unruffled, like flowers blooming in frozen earth. Yu Shanbei quickly fled the scene. The director, chuckling, called out to him, "Why are you running so fast?" Yu Shanbei, breathless and candid, replied, "I don't want to stand next to Wen Heng." Liu Yi chimed in, "But I want to stand next to Sheng. Boo-hoo." Ultimately, the couples returned to their designated positions. Wen Heng and Gu Sheng stood together, exchanging glances filled with mutual admiration. The live stream was inundated with fervent fans, their excitement palpable as they captured countless screenshots, their imaginations already weaving myriad fanfictions and edits. However, just as the audience was lost in the enchanting visuals, Yu Shanbei suddenly cried out, "Hey, where's my luggage?" Not only was his luggage missing, but all the guests' belongings had vanished as well. Poor Yu Shanbei. My heart aches for him. The photographer zoomed in on Yu Shanbei's face, capturing a clear expression of despair. The viewers found the situation both tragic and humorous, filling the screen with apologies and laughter. Gu Sheng remarked, "Fortunately, my hot sauce is safe in my backpack." As the director deemed they had captured enough of this segment, he proceeded to unveil the main event. Nightfall had descended, and the question loomed, where would the couple sleep tonight? Whether to reside in the luxurious abode of the village chief, the humble dwelling of the villagers, the forest guardians' quarters atop the mountain, or to sleep under the stars in a tent amidst the hills, all hinges upon the collective efforts exerted in the game and tasks. The subsequent 3 nights shall witness a transformation in your accommodations. The inaugural game, titled Blind Man Carries the Cripple, boasts exceedingly simple rules. The male participants don blindfolds and carry the female participants on their backs as the women guide them through obstacles. The first to reach the finish line shall earn points as a reward. The production team adeptly intertwines the essence of romance into this game. With the intimate act of carrying and embracing, sweetness is sure to ensue. Liu Yi, feeling slightly bashful, leaps onto Yu Shanbei's back, prompting him to grimace, "Wow, you are quite heavy." To which Liu Yi retorts with playful indignation, "Be quiet." The audience revels in the banter between this couple. Among the 4 couples, the most relaxed appears to be the pair of Qing Tian and Song Qingji. With Qing Tian's sturdy physique and Song Qingji's petite frame, she shyly climbs onto his back, reminiscent of a bear carrying its cub. As Song Qingji clings to Qing Tian, she cannot help but glance over at Gu Sheng. Standing considerably taller, he certainly weighs more. Meanwhile, Wen Sheng's fans have been cheering for quite some time. Gu Sheng, perched on Wen Heng's back, truly experiences the remarkable physique cultivated through years of dedication to fitness. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he may seem frail, but embodies immense strength. Although Gu Sheng does not possess a delicate frame, her presence does not hinder Wen Heng's agility. He appears effortlessly at ease. In a hushed tone, Gu Sheng muses to the system. No wonder the system, with a hint of playful teasing, responds, "Is our host feeling a flutter?" The male lead is so robust and dependable, it's no surprise he's adored by many. Gu Sheng reflects, indeed, he won't be overwhelmed. His resilience is palpable. The system remains silent. With a touch of admiration, Gu Sheng gently pats Wen Heng's shoulder. He supports her knees and turns his head to say, "Don't be mischievous." A cool breeze, tinged with a hint of mint, brushes her face, prompting Gu Sheng to instinctively hold her breath, realizing that their close proximity in this position is quite intimate. She leans back slightly, only to feel it appears timid, and subsequently playfully slaps his shoulder, encouraging, "You can do it." Wen Heng chuckles with resignation, all right. Gu Sheng, though light, feels soft against his back, prompting him to instinctively straighten his posture. The scene is undeniably endearing. The staff distributes blindfolds to the female participants, who in turn adorn the male participants. "Are you all ready? On my count. 3, 2, 1, go." Gu Sheng clung to Wen Heng's shoulder, commanding like a general, "Charge." A subtle smile played at the corners of Wen Heng's mouth beneath his blindfold as he began to move forward with her on his back. It must be said that once a person loses their sight, each step becomes laden with uncertainty. The other participants, rushing ahead, were already confronting the rough and prickly straw bales. Gu Sheng surveyed the entire battlefield, directing Wen Heng. "To the left, further left, yes, now forward, stop. You're about to crash. All right, now go forward." Her voice rang clear and close to his ears, yet Wen Heng found it far from bothersome. It was reminiscent of a time long past when he resisted the touch of others. But now, carrying Gu Sheng like this, his spirit soared. "Now, forward. To the right, avoid collision." Yu Shanbei stumbled chaotically, creating havoc, while the other participants expressed their exasperation, yet the audience outside the camera reveled in delight. Wang He skillfully slipped away, narrowly escaping disaster, and, under the guidance of Lu Yuzhua, was the first to cross the finish line. Meanwhile, after a tumultuous encounter, Song Qingji and Qin Tian bulldozed through the straw bales, propelled by Qin Tian's robust frame, racing toward the finish. Throughout, Wen Heng steadfastly supported Gu Sheng, displaying remarkable steadiness, perhaps a tad too much. Ultimately, they finished just ahead of Yu Shanbei, securing third place. Removing her blindfold, Gu Sheng nimbly leapt down from his back, a hint of reluctance in her tone. "If only we had been a bit faster." Wen Heng helplessly adjusted the belt she had skewed, murmuring, "I was afraid of dropping you." Audience reaction, "Wah." System, "Wah." Gu Sheng pragmatically replied to the system, "Stop whining. If we end up sleeping on the mountain later, then you can whine." The system rallied, "Go."
Charge.
Although it thought the two of them alone in the mountains tonight would be quite delightful. He. The director, grinning, announced through the speaker, "Everyone performed admirably. Points have been allocated. The first place couple, Wang and Lu, received 3 points. The second place couple, Qing and Tian, garnered 2 points. The third place couple, Wen and Sheng, earned 1 point. And the fourth place couple, Shan and Lu, received none." Shan and Lu are finished. Are Shan and Lu going to camp out? Wen and Sheng are also in danger. Wah. Wen go. Sheng Jie, hurry up. It's all right. The outcome is yet to be determined. We have a second round of games, the director proclaimed. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi immediately reignited their hopes. They transitioned to another venue, where nightfall had enveloped the surroundings and fires flickered at the corners, evoking a rustic ambience. With the mountain air now chilled, the second game was aptly named Huddle for warmth. This classic game involved participants circling the area to music, with the referee randomly calling out a number, requiring them to quickly form a group of that size. Those who failed to do so would be eliminated. As the guests entered the arena, music began to play, surprisingly starting with a selection from which Gu Sheng instantly recognized.
Fuxiaoshan, come quick.
They're playing your song. Gu Sheng swayed comfortably to the familiar melody, while Wen Heng remained expressionless behind her. As everyone was immersed in the melody, the director suddenly exclaimed, "2." The couples were momentarily startled, instinctively wanting to huddle together, before realizing that for the count of 2, they merely needed to embrace one another. Thus, several pairs of couples laughed and joined in a warm embrace. The director is truly clever. I can manually produce sugar. Please, do not stop. Wen Heng wrapped his arm around Gu Sheng's waist, casting a glance at her. The song had finally come to a halt. One could only hope that the next tune would not be. Fortunately, the director knew when to call it a day. The following song was not, but rather a lively number by the male group Yu Shanbei, who immediately began to dance on stage. The youthful and charismatic idol exuded vitality, causing the comments section to erupt with excitement. Once again, the director unexpectedly shouted a number, 5. Instantly, Yu Shanbei ceased dancing, and the guests in the venue were thrown into disarray. Gu Sheng first grasped Wen Heng's hand, then reached for Lu Yi. Lu Yi promptly joined her sister, and then she pulled Yu Shanbei into their circle. Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests had already embraced one another, rendering it impossible to form a count of 5, resulting in a stalemate. Thus, this round ended in a draw, and the music resumed, this time The director called out 3. History repeated itself as Gu Sheng pulled Wen Heng and then reached for Liu Yi. Without hesitation, Liu Yi abandoned Yushanbei and decisively joined Gu Sheng's camp, leaving Yushanbei to flounder alone in the center of the venue.
Liu Yi, I'm sorry.
I want to huddle with my sister. This is hilarious, haha. Poor Beizi, but who could refuse such a beauty? No one. Yushanbei lamented his elimination, and Qin Tian faced a similar fate, leaving 6 guests still in the game. When the music reached a crescendo, the director suddenly shouted, 5. This time, chaos ensued as everyone jostled and clamored. Gu Sheng attempted to pull someone in, but on Song Qingji's side, 3 female guests quickly embraced one another. It dawned on Gu Sheng that there was a significant drawback to playing this game with Wen Heng. Although he was actively participating, no one dared to embrace him. Even when Liu Yi had come over, it was to lean against her. The female guests were apprehensive of being chastised, while the male guests. In the second round of revival, Yushanbei swiftly fled with Liu Yi. Those who arrived had all heard whispers of certain rumors and kept their distance from Wen Heng, wary of potential repercussions. Ultimately, the director called out 6. The remaining 3 groups embraced intimately, while Wen Sheng maintained her grace, honorably bowing out. 2 rounds at the bottom. Gu Sheng, it's hardening. My fists are hardening. Wen Heng, resigned, yet innocent. The first night's room allocation battle concluded with Wen Sheng and her partner facing a disheartening defeat, resulting in the need to ascend the mountain to sleep in a tent. Rest assured, even the tents on the mountain are adequately insulated, so no one will freeze. How dreadful. Wen Heng sighed, only to be suddenly alerted by the system's notification sound. It appeared that due to his continuous proximity to Gu Sheng, the system was now issuing a warning. You will experience your 27th sensation of pain in 2 hours. Wen Heng, this is even worse. However, Gu Sheng had already come to terms with the situation. One cannot always have their wishes fulfilled. There's always tomorrow and the day after to strive for better. Thus, the 2 individuals ascended the mountain, wielding their powerful flashlights. Although the fans expressed their concern vocally, a certain corner of their hearts brimmed with anticipation. Oh, the night. The forest.
Just the 2 of them.
How exhilarating. The nighttime woods rustled mysteriously, as if something were lurking in the shadows. The timid might have already huddled together by now. However, the 2, clad in combat gear, exuded an undeniable coolness, showing neither exhaustion nor fear throughout their journey. To be fair, the tent they occupied was a luxurious version, spacious and equipped with 2 sleeping bags. Yet, the meager provisions allocated to them consisted solely of a bucket of water and basic toiletries. Wen Heng poured water for Gu Sheng, and together they washed up on a small hillside. The chilly wind blew briskly, casting a melancholic shadow on their figures, while the production crew diligently captured the moment, leaving the fans in a state of emotional turmoil. Oh, my heart aches. Hurry and crawl into your sleeping bags to rest. At this point, only Gu Sheng and Wen Heng remained on the mountain, enveloped in profound tranquility. After a long day of labor, Gu Sheng yearned only for sleep. The tent proved resilient against the wind, so she nestled into her sleeping bag, zipping it up, transforming into a cozy little caterpillar. Oh, my wife is so adorable. Wen Heng glanced at the time. After their ascent and preparations, only a few minutes remained until the countdown to the warning began. He, too, slipped into his sleeping bag, although he remained seated, gazing down at Gu Sheng. She had already closed her eyes, her thick eyelashes framing a fair and delicate face, lying in the sleeping bag with an innocent demeanor. Unable to resist, Wen Heng reached out and gently tapped her forehead, marveling at its softness. What are you doing? Gu Sheng murmured with her eyes still shut. Wen Heng playfully prodded her a few times, even teasing her nose until it wrinkled, before whispering, nothing, just sleep. Just as Gu Sheng was on the verge of slumber, she thought, why does this dog of a man act so playfully, yet speak so softly? She then turned over, burrowing deeper into her sleeping bag, and drifted off into a warm sleep. Though the production team had their quirks, they did not deceive them. The tent was indeed quite warm. After a moment, as Wen Heng also reclined, the system emitted a series of beeps. 27. Bone-chilling cold. Pain level, 3. Duration of pain relief, 5 hours. Wen Heng sighed, feeling the warmth was reserved for others. Gu Sheng slept soundly, vaguely aware of the system's announcement, but chose to ignore it and continued her slumber. The night deepened, with the cold air kept at bay outside the tent. As the audience gradually settled down to sleep, Wen Heng unzipped his sleeping bag. The pale visage of the film emperor emerged, even more pallid than usual. After enduring for an hour, He could no longer withstand the chill. If he persisted any longer, he might find himself frozen by morning. With a bloodless hand, Wen Heng reached towards Gu Sheng's sleeping bag, gently pulling down her tightly zipped zipper, initially intending to merely drape himself over her. He was taken aback by Gu Sheng's sudden alertness. Seconds later, the tent resonated with her startled voice. Wen Heng, what are you doing? The remaining audience members, still awake, suddenly perked up. What is happening? Is something about to unfold? In the dead of night, on a desolate mountain, within a tent, the excitement was palpable. When Heng's hands trembled with the cold, and unable to articulate the genuine reason, he simply confessed, I am afraid of the dark. Gu Sheng responded with a bewildered expression. I am utterly devastated. My dear sister missed out on a delightful moment. When Gu must hold his wife's hand while sleeping, Gu Sheng closed her eyes once more, returning to slumber. When Heng's time vessel expanded slightly, yet in the face of the 5-hour countdown, it was hardly significant. Thus, he grasped Gu Sheng's hand tightly. After 2 seconds, the audience, who were savoring the sweetness of the moment, once again heard Gu Sheng's voice. She belatedly perceived Wen Heng's warmth, her tone incredulous. Why are you as cold as a corpse? Are you dead? Wen Heng remained silent, his thoughts mirroring her sentiments. Chapter 28. Burning. Gu Sheng intended to inquire why the sleeping bag was so warm while Wen Heng's body felt like ice. However, in the depths of the night, she was too lethargic to delve deeper and soon drifted back to sleep. Yet, this remark resonated differently in the ears of the fans. At that moment, a certain fan was present at the live broadcast window, instantly inspired to create a piece that very night. Thus, the following morning, fans who had gathered to relish the sweetness were treated to this new work. That night, he gazed at her face in the pitch-black tent. The atmosphere thickened with ambiguous emotions. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to unzip her sleeping bag. She paused for a moment before asking, Why are you so still? Like a corpse? Thus, everything remained unspoken amidst the deepening night. Upon waking, the fans were immediately alert and erupted in excitement. Is this for real? Those who stayed up last night can confirm that the dialogue was authentic. It was merely artistically enhanced. Why did I choose to sleep? I could have savored this. Help. Help. Subtle yet alluring. That is you, Wen Sheng. This literary masterpiece quickly became a trending highlight, with everyone clamoring for their own copy, garnering countless shares and likes. The fans, armed with their formidable imagination, once again succumbed to the enchantment. Meanwhile, in an office in a certain city, Fu Chonghua pushed the door open and entered. Finding Gu Song still in the same position as last night, staring at the computer, oblivious to what he was watching. He had pulled an all-nighter, his eyes bloodshot, with several cigarette butts scattered at his feet. Fu Chonghua expressed concern, Brother Song, is our project truly this challenging? Or is it the 50 million we invested causing you distress? If you're struggling financially, please don't put on airs in front of your sister. My dear brother. Gu Song ignored him, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast window where Gu Sheng awoke peacefully, untouched by anyone's advances, prompting him to close the webpage. Initially, Gu Song had no desire to watch that so-called dating reality show, knowing all too well that Gu Sheng would be criticized mercilessly. However, witnessing her career seemingly taking off and performing well, he made time to catch up on the latest episode after finishing his work. Upon viewing, he was taken aback. What was Wen Heng doing pulling his sister's sleeping bag in the dead of night? Surely, his intentions were not pure. Originally, their union was merely a contractual marriage. While Wen Heng was undeniably handsome, his aloof demeanor rendered him indifferent to Gu Sheng. However, he found himself unable to resist his sister's infatuation, and their families were eager to leverage this alliance for mutual benefit. Now, as Gu Sheng emerged from her rebellious phase, appearing more composed, the impending end of their agreement seemed to promise a fresh start, allowing her the opportunity to seek a husband who truly cherished her. After all, they had not even held a wedding ceremony. Yet, it was curious that Wen Heng, once a frigid presence, began to exhibit signs of change. Gu Song, clutching a cigarette, displayed a hint of displeasure on his strikingly handsome face. Upon awakening, Gu Sheng found Wen Heng's hand still clasped around hers. The lifeless chill of last night had transformed into the warmth of a living being. Wen Heng gently opened his eyes, announcing, "The countdown concludes in 5 hours. Pain alleviation successful." He exhaled a sigh of relief, though it was not entirely liberating. Given his current understanding of the system, he anticipated that the upcoming days would not be devoid of challenges, likely featuring more bewildering sensations of discomfort. Wen Heng's heart had nearly reached a state of tranquility. Additionally, influenced by your formidable will to survive, we have secured a transfer card for you, which you may utilize at any moment. He lowered his gaze, squeezing Gu Sheng's hand. The transfer card was indeed useful, albeit a rare commodity. Unless faced with an exceptionally intense pain akin to the previous ordeal, he would likely refrain from using it. As for the next recipient of the transfer, careful consideration was warranted. It could not be bestowed upon the individual before him. Gu Sheng's long hair lay in disarray, her expression still somewhat dazed. A notification from the system resonated in her mind. Congratulations, host. Pain alleviation successful for the 27th time. Random reward acquired. A state of exquisite beauty amidst adversity. Gu Sheng, momentarily bewildered, took a couple of seconds to process before retorting to the system. What on earth? Can I receive something practical? Even a Popeye would suffice for wilderness survival. The system endeavored to elucidate its practicality. With this reward, even while sweating, covered in dirt, and deprived of proper sustenance and rest in the wild, your beauty shall remain unblemished, providing the audience with the finest visual experience. Gu Sheng reluctantly acquiesced. Fine then. If it pleases the fans, it holds some value, at least more than no reward. She rubbed her eyes, suddenly recalling, wait, what pain are we alleviating here? Did I sleep through the system's notification? Host, it pertains to the 27 instances of love's pain, the chilling depths of despair. Gu Sheng responded, well, that explains it. No wonder Wen Heng insisted on holding on to her last night. At this moment, seated in her sleeping bag, she rubbed her eyes and conversed with the system, appearing to others as if she were still in a state of slumber, lost in thought. The fierce demeanor she had donned in her combat attire the previous day had morphed into an unassuming cuteness, prompting Wen Heng to squeeze her hand once more. Finally, Gu Sheng snapped back to reality, shaking him off. What are you doing? A new day of efforts awaited them. The duo tidied their sleeping bags and exited the tent, where the production crew had already positioned themselves, cameras at the ready. As soon as the two of them appeared, the online audience surged dramatically, and the atmosphere became noticeably lively. Clearing his throat, one remarked, are you both awake? Is that all right? Another chimed in, after reading the text. Everything seems off now. I feel the same, sister. Yet, these two individuals maintained an air of composure. After refreshing themselves with the remnants of yesterday's water, they made their way down the mountain. The couples reconvened in the woods, arriving from various directions, some from the village chief's home, others from the back mountain. But the most attention-grabbing were undoubtedly the two descending from the mountain. Having spent a night atop the mountain, Gu Sheng showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, she radiated vitality and good health. In contrast, Wen Heng's demeanor appeared somewhat somber, exuding a cold and distant aura, as though he had not rested well. Once gathered, everyone inevitably shared their experiences regarding their accommodations. Song Qingji and Qin Tian held hands, expressing, the villagers are truly warm-hearted. Both Tiange and I were afraid of disturbing their rest, yet we slept splendidly. Nearby, Yu Shanbei added, Uncle Wang, the forest keeper, is also quite amiable. Last night, Yi and I turned their live streaming platform into a mini concert stage. Uncle Wang was among their audience, and the evening was filled with joy. As everyone continued sharing the merits of their lodgings, Wang He calmly interjected, the village chief's home is splendid. They have hot water for bathing. The group was instantly silenced, envy washing over them. Gu Sheng recalled the meager bucket of water they had last night, igniting a surge of determination within her. Today, she would strive for better. Regardless of whether they could stay at the village chief's home, at the very least, she hoped for shelter with a roof. Observing the group's spirits rising, the director initiated the day's proceedings. Additionally, he reminded everyone, today, your success in securing resources will directly influence the allocation of rooms tonight. This episode's theme revolves around shared adversity, exploring how couples would confront one another amid fatigue, hunger, and hardship. Now, dear couples, are you prepared for today's contest? Qin Tian glanced at the petite Song Qingji and tenderly pledged, I won't let you suffer. Rest assured, everything is in my hands. Song Qingji felt a rush of pride and suppressed her glee, revealing a touched expression. I believe in you, Tiange. The audience responded with awe. Qing Tian is always so sweet. Yu Shanbei, wishing to contribute to the declarations of love, turned to Lu Yi and vowed, don't worry. I will ensure you won't go hungry. Lu Yi retorted, if you can't speak properly, just be quiet. The audience laughed, his mouth can be donated. Although Wen Heng typically remained reserved during the variety show, it did not imply he was oblivious to the conversations around him. In this context, he could have said something to Gu Sheng. With lowered eyes, He pondered for a moment before turning his head, but Gu Sheng had already dashed towards the mountain. Dressed in camouflage combat attire, she proclaimed, "Charge forth, my friends." The others promptly followed suit, for resources were limited. Wen Heng simply nodded, recognizing that his wife needed no declarations of love. The four couples began their search through the forest. The supply point of the program is marked with a flag. Yet the vastness of the mountainous region, filled with dense vegetation, makes it challenging to locate. The refreshing coolness of the early morning quickly dissipates as the sun rises higher. At this moment, the guests have yet to have breakfast and must begin their ascent, already lamenting inwardly. Of course, no one would vocalize their complaints, especially with the film crew trailing behind, who not only have to climb but also carry cameras. Gu Sheng observed intently, and after a while, she exclaimed, "Over there." Beneath a tree stood a camouflage flag, which was nearly indistinguishable at first glance. Fortunately, Sister Sheng has sharp eyes. Hopefully, it's food since they haven't eaten yet.
Milk. Bread.
Anything will do. Gu Sheng hurried over, pulled out the camouflage flag, and retrieved a waterproof nylon pouch from behind the tree. Upon opening it, she discovered binoculars.
What?
It's not food. Oh no. Director, are you trying to starve my brother and sister? Gu Sheng shook the binoculars, raising them to her eyes, only to find her field of vision vastly expanded. She could even spot little flags nestled in the grass hundreds of meters away. What a find! Her smile instantly lifted the spirits of the viewers. Good job, sister. Go for it. At that moment, Wen Heng approached from another direction, having also found something that was not food, a military canteen. It was empty, and shaking it lightly, he inquired, "Thirsty?" Gu Sheng brushed her hair away with a hand, casually wiped her sweat with her sleeve, and replied, "Not at all." Despite the hunger and fatigue, with dust and debris everywhere, her visage remained untouched, radiant and beautiful, with fair skin and lips that exuded a vibrant hue. Even with the sheen of perspiration, her smile sparkled, embodying the vitality of a wild rose. When Heng's gaze lingered on her face, perhaps the sunlight was too bright, he momentarily lost his composure. Why is this sister so beautiful? For the first time, I feel someone can overshadow Wen Heng. Up ahead, Wen Shen is already recognized for his striking looks, but Sister Sheng is even more stunning. Chang Yan, monitoring the events from outside, soon received several new business inquiries on his work phone. "Yes, Gu Sheng is under my management."
Oh.
"You want her to endorse a sunscreen product? All right, we can discuss it further." Externally, Chang Yan maintained the composure of a top-tier agent. Yet internally, he was exclaiming, "This girl is remarkable. Just a few shots can attract business. This level of appeal is unparalleled in the industry." He felt an immense pride. The couple searched this mountain for several hours, gradually realizing that food was more abundant at higher altitudes. Clearly, everyone understood the scarcity of supplies, and the competition intensified. Gu Sheng had reached several points, but upon arrival, only found the removed flags. The pressure of competition loomed over everyone, as it was a matter of sustenance. Gu Sheng held the telescope aloft, enduring the discomfort in her hand without relinquishing it, until at last she spotted a small, nearly toppled flag. Vibrant in its crimson hue, the color of sustenance. Elated, she dashed over, parting the grass, and using a shovel she had found along the way to begin digging. As she excavated, more and more of the hidden treasure was revealed, and to her astonishment, it turned out to be a substantial bag. With great joy, Gu Sheng opened the nylon sack, revealing a brand of flour. She gazed at the entire bag for several moments before decisively calling out to Wen Heng. "Wen Heng, there's a bag of flour here. Ha ha ha, if it's too heavy to carry, just call your handy husband." I would call this Gu Sheng's charming display of affection. But come to think of it, she seems never to have been coy with Wen Ge. There's no need for that. Just look at how Wen Shen obediently follows his wife's commands. Wen Heng quickly approached, extracting the entire bag of flour, shaking off the dirt from the top, and effortlessly hoisting it onto his shoulder. Gu Sheng blinked, appreciating the strength of youthful labor. Wen Heng, despite having walked for quite some time, showed no signs of fatigue while carrying the bag. He naturally assisted Gu Sheng as she stood from the ground, asking, "Shall we go exchange for supplies?" Gu Sheng nodded. However, before they departed, she hung the small red flag on a branch, making it conspicuously visible for hundreds of meters around. Earlier, she had been caught off guard by the empty artillery shells of other guests. Thus she mustered her resolve to join the fray once more. Clapping her hands, she declared, "Let us go." 10 minutes later, Yu Shanbei excitedly pointed at the branch, exclaiming, There's food." He scrambled up, only to find nothing but an infuriating little red flag, devoid of any supplies. Stunned for a few seconds, Yu Shanbei let out a skyward howl of frustration. Curse it. Who did this? The comedic effect was palpable, eliciting laughter from the audience. It's your own sister. The one who gave you $1,000. Did you not see that coming? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. You just got thoroughly tricked by your sister. Ha ha ha. Beizi is crumbling under the pressure. Gu Sheng chuckled. My apologies, dear brother. In the end, they exchanged that large bag of flour for 3 substantial loaves of bread. When hunger strikes, anything is delectable. Gu Sheng relished her taro-filled bread with glee. During their journey, Wen Heng found several supplies of drinking water, filling 2 bottles to the brim. He unscrewed a cap and handed it to Gu Sheng, saying, "Don't choke." Gu Sheng made a few sounds of acknowledgement, finishing her bread and taking several sips of water. The blissful sensation of fullness flooded her mind, causing her peach blossom eyes to narrow with delight. 1 loaf was sufficient to satisfy her, dispelling any semblance of the pampered young lady she had once been. Wen Heng also consumed a loaf, then offered her the 3rd. I'm full. You eat. Gu Sheng waved her hand. Wen Heng did not partake further, instead packing the remaining bread into his bag, preparing for the night when food might be scarce. At noon, the couple sought out shaded areas to rest before resuming their quest for supplies in the afternoon, striving for dinner and shelter. However, after a long day of scavenging, the resources had dwindled, and even the tools were no longer as readily available as at the start. Gradually, fatigue set in. The guests who had previously gathered ample supplies began to slow down, making their way down as the last light of day faded. The mountain path and the sound of voices echoed the efforts of both groups until the very end. Gu Sheng discovered a pot, and, as she made her way down the mountain, Wen Heng stumbled upon a small bag of flour. The audience was filled with sympathy. 2 buns? Are we to chew on these dry morsels? Alas, exhaustion overtook them. Gu Sheng tugged at Wen Heng, and they settled down on a patch of open ground. Despite his cleanliness obsession, Wen Heng joined her on the ground. The mountain breeze gently swept through the valley, and the distant lights of homes at the foot of the mountain rendered them quite solitary. Having prepared everything, she retrieved a pack of black pepper hot and sour soup mix from her pocket. Fortunately, I found the pot, Gu Sheng exclaimed.
Wow.
Sister, you truly are clever. However, the surprises were not over. Gu Sheng unzipped her backpack and produced a bottle of chili sauce. Ha ha ha, what a find. Gu Sheng, you never cease to amaze. Gu Sheng chuckled. It was worth the wait. Unable to contain his laughter, Wen Heng playfully tapped her nose. Are you performing magic? Gu Sheng dodged his hand, her eyes squinting in delight. Down the mountain, Yu Shanbei felt a sense of triumph, having acquired a plethora of supplies despite being deceived by the red flag. Though it paled in comparison to his self-heating hot pot and rice, he was content. He and Yi would not go hungry. Yet, as he munched on bread, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The scent of black pepper hot and sour soup was intoxicating. Gu Sheng, using a plastic bag, tore the bun in half and spread the savory chili sauce inside. Having exerted himself throughout the day, Wen Heng deserved the same treatment, and Gu Sheng generously prepared a bun for him as well. Thus, the trending couple sat beneath the bright moon amidst the mountains, holding the simplest of provisions. Gu Sheng raised her bun and gestured to Wen Heng. Cheers. Startled, Wen Heng then broke into uncontrollable laughter, clinking his bun against hers. Cheers. The soft, white buns met, and together they savored the delicious, spicy soup. It felt as if their strength had been revitalized. Down below, the guests were rendered tearful by the enticing aroma. The fruit lost its sweetness, and the bread in Yu Shanbei's mouth no longer tasted good. He let out a wail to the heavens. Who is it? Who could it possibly be? I'm sorry, but it's still your sister. I can't breathe from laughing. Gu Sheng. Wen Sheng. Charge. Today's allocation of rooms would be determined by the quantity of supplies each couple had acquired throughout the day. During the recording, the directors had meticulously noted every item collected by each couple. Suddenly, Gu Sheng recalled something and asked the director, that large bag of flour we found, doesn't it count as a single item? The director chuckled slyly. Indeed. Gu Sheng's fists clenched in frustration. The audience gasped. Ah, devious director. Wen Heng, burdened with the flour, wore a resigned expression. Once the supplies were tallied, the Sunny Day group claimed first place with a total of 16 items. The second place, Wen Sheng, had 14 items, followed by the downhill group with 13 and Wang El with 10. According to this order, Gu Sheng and her group would be spending the night in a villager's home. Unexpectedly, Yu Shanbei suddenly produced a prop card, but I found a housing upgrade card.
Aha!
In a twist of fate, The mountain path ascended a level, and upon hearing the commotion, they were jostled to the third position. Sheng feigned annoyance, calling out Yu.
Shan, bye.
Lui rubbed her hands apologetically, while Yu Shanbei, with a smile, said, Sister Sheng, why don't you accompany Uncle Wang tonight? We visited him yesterday. His bed is quite comfortable. After all, it is a covered house, far superior to last night's tent. The forest ranger has lived there for over a decade. What reason does she have to complain? As night descended, Wen Heng and Sheng arrived outside the two brick houses. Uncle Wang, aware that visitors were expected, had been waiting and approached as soon as he saw their silhouettes. The bright beam of the flashlight was almost blinding, yet the two faces illuminated were undeniably appealing. Uncle Wang stared in astonishment. Those two children were already quite handsome, but you truly resemble celestial beings. Sheng chuckled. They praised you, saying you are a wonderful person. Uncle Wang, with a hearty smile, opened the door, urging them to enter. Come in, come in. I've tidied up the room. The ranger's accommodation was simple, comprising two small bungalows. On the walls hung the kettle he used for patrolling, a walkie-talkie, and a wooden stick for support. There were no entertainment facilities. Uncle Wang's room contained only a small vintage television and an old radio, marking over a decade of solitary patrol life in the mountains. He was a hero of the forest. Thus, Uncle Wang welcomed them warmly, pouring them water and offering milk he had purchased at the market. Sheng, for some reason, did not decline, settling down and inserting a straw into the carton. As she drank, she engaged in conversation with Uncle Wang. In truth, Sheng had not seen her family for a long time. She earnestly finished the milk he provided and remarked, when your son's work period ends, he will come to visit you. Sheng and Wen Heng exchanged glances. Uncle Wang's smile broadened, and he instinctively adjusted his thinning hair. Wen Heng, unaccustomed to such situations, remained quietly attentive. As time for rest approached, Uncle Wang showed them to the rooms for the night. You can take a shower, but I only have cold water. Uncle Wang said, a bit shyly before chuckling, using spring water is fine too. You all carry the scent of the outside world. It's delightful. Sheng blinked, feeling a tinge of bittersweetness. Thus, he innocently inquired, you both are so good-looking. You must be siblings, right? The chat room, which had just been touched by emotion, erupted in laughter. Ha ha, siblings. Being too good-looking has its downsides, ha. Uncle Wang delivered that line well, when clearly got hit by it. Finally, Wen Heng spoke to clarify, we are partners. Beside him, Sheng beamed, interjecting, we are comrades, collaborators. Uncle Wang believed them, standing at attention and exclaiming, oh, that's wonderful. His laughter was so infectious that his eyes nearly disappeared. Once Sheng and Wen Heng had quickly freshened up, the ranger's small abode returned to a tranquil state. As the live stream of the couple shifted its perspective to the interior of the room, the audience soon realized that the fixed camera angle from their room provided no view. However, when they switched to the camera in Uncle Wang's room, a telling moment was captured. Wen Heng had left a business card for Uncle Wang. He muted his microphone, rendering his words inaudible to the viewers. Yet they could see Uncle Wang's expression of sheer delight as he nodded repeatedly and graciously thanked him. In a corner, Sheng discreetly retrieved 2 bottles of hot sauce from her bag and placed them beneath Uncle Wang's cabinet.
Oh.
When must be helping Uncle Wang with his son's overdue wages, Sheng Jia left behind the delightful flavors of the mountain fireworks. Amidst tears, viewers commented, I never expected to feel so emotional watching a dating show. What extraordinary individuals am I supporting? When Sheng is truly a deity. The room, though small and the bed narrow, was prepared with 2 blankets by Uncle Wang, who was considerate enough to ensure they wouldn't feel cold during the night. After a refreshing albeit cold shower, Sheng felt rejuvenated as she nestled into the warmth of the blankets, savoring this moment of comfort that every diligent worker cherishes, sleep. Meanwhile, Wen Heng stood outside, allowing the mountain breeze to envelop him as he pondered a pressing question. Earlier, in Uncle Wang's presence, Sheng had not referred to them as a couple. Unlike the declarations of love from the other guests during the day, she did not seem to anticipate his. A nagging thought emerged in his subconscious. Had Sheng truly begun to harbor feelings of indifference towards him? She had gradually revealed her authentic self, altering his perception of her, yet it was undeniable that she had not expressed her affection in a long time, not even a whisper of fondness. The mountain breeze became increasingly chilly, and an indescribable emotion welled up from within him, prompting Wen Heng to seek clarity on this matter. He turned around, just as the system's alert chimed, warning. You will experience the 28th sensation of pain in 5 minutes. He strode back into the room. Standing before the bed for a moment, He observed Gu Sheng, who remained still, uncertain if she had fallen asleep. Yet, the desire to ask her about this matter lingered in his mind. He gently poked her back. No response. He tousled her hair. Still no movement. Was she truly asleep? Doubting the possibility, he decided to make one last attempt. As he reached out, the system emitted a long beep. This instance of random pain points continues to exhibit symmetrical and correlated distribution characteristics. Following 27 instances of excruciating cold, this time, 28, deep water and raging fire, literal meaning. Pain level, 4, Wen Heng was taken aback. Not only was his question unanswered, but his body was ignited with an intense heat. Gu Sheng, meanwhile, was lost in a dream, touched by the warmth and tenderness of the scene unfolding around her. Yet, someone was stirring beside her, attempting to nudge her and lift the covers that enveloped her snugly. Half awake, she heard the man's low, pained murmurs, a raspy allure in the night. Wen Heng softly called her name, Gu Sheng. This utterance ignited a flurry of excitement among the online audience. I have learned from experience today. I've been lurking.
Ah.
I knew it. I finally caught the moment. What do you intend to do, Wen Shen? Gu Sheng, weary to the point of being unable to open her eyes, replied, What do you mean? Are you here to crack down on vice? Gu Sheng, this insufferable man, was still relentless. As Wen Heng called her for the third time in a husky voice, Gu Sheng slapped his face, exclaiming, Wen Heng, cease your nonsense. In an instant, the room fell silent under the weight of her palm. Wen Heng's prominent nose pressed against her soft palm, the once searing heat within him finally dissipating. The heavy blanket enveloped Gu Sheng, making it impossible for him to reach her without awkwardly pressing against the back of her head. Struggling with an inexplicable vulnerability, he unusually embraced her, longing to awaken her. She stirred, fully conscious now. After a prolonged silence, Wen Heng grasped Gu Sheng's hand and expressionlessly lowered it from his face. With a fierce resolve, Gu Sheng declared, This slap could cost you your life. Deep down, she recognized that while she had been asleep, the system had likely activated its pain points once more, seizing this splendid opportunity. Yet, Wen Heng's demeanor was markedly different from usual, leaving Gu Sheng perplexed, prompting her decisive action. The enchanting yet subtly charged atmosphere shattered with her strike, rendering the two in bed as if they were not spouses, but rather comrades in arms. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with a plethora of reactions.
Ha, what kind of absurdity is this?
Fan interpretations are flowing in. Wengo, wife, I desire Gu Sheng. No, you do not.
Ah.
I can't sleep. This is too thrilling. For the fans, the foundation laid by last night's fanfiction transformed Gu Sheng into a captivating beauty who lay motionless, like a corpse.
Tonight.
Wen Ge's inability to be affectionate must surely be due to Gu Sheng's fatigue. It was entirely his fault. Wen Shen, you must also understand your wife's feelings. Indeed, in this lifetime, our aloof flower has been humorously labeled as frivolous, haha. Thanks to my late-night habits, I can witness such a grand spectacle. For other viewers, the initial shock quickly turned into laughter. A prominent figure in entertainment marketing tweeted late at night, an unexpected gem in the entertainment industry. Dear friends, I'm laughing uncontrollably. I've been casually following the happiness 4 laws, but tonight it truly broke my defenses. Gu Sheng is such a comedic beauty, haha, and even Wen Shen has his moments. Though few were watching the live stream at this hour, many were scrolling through Weibo. Haha, cease your nonsense. I can't stop laughing. Gu Sheng, do you not feel any desire for Wen Heng? Just look at his face. Look at his physique. I've been following since the first episode. This sister has been utterly indifferent, kicking Wen Ge 5 times in one night. Haha, the icy emperor and comedic beauty have captured my heart. I declare myself a fan of Wen Sheng. This is too delightful. On the bed, Wen Heng remained calm, staring at the ceiling for a long time. It seemed unnecessary to ask any further questions. The woman has simply ceased to love him. After Gu Sheng uttered that resounding warning, she drifted back into a hazy slumber. Regardless of her feverish state or any disturbances, nothing could disrupt her sleep. Upon awakening the next day, her Weibo account, which had been buzzing all night, experienced an influx of traffic, with fans and passers-by alike bursting into laughter as they propelled her onto the trending list. With a mere straightforward remark, Gu Sheng declared, "No disturbances allowed," and the entire internet once again plunged into a sea of joy. Ultimately, the 4th episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness soared in popularity, thanks to Wen Sheng's influence. Meanwhile, Chang Yan's team observed the trending topics with astonishment, exclaiming, "It's no surprise, it's Wen Sheng. Even the manner in which he breaks the mold is refreshingly unique. After rising, Wen Heng maintained a cold demeanor, enveloped in a palpable low pressure that even Uncle Wang sensed, prompting him to quietly inquire of Gu Sheng, "Did you hit him last night?" As Gu Sheng peeled the egg given by Uncle Wang, she glanced at Wen Heng and softly replied, "It's nothing, just those days of the month." Wen Heng retorted, "He can hear you." The audience erupted in laughter, and Uncle Wang found himself amused as well. Having learned of their marital status, but being taken aback by the peculiarities of couples from beyond the mountains, Gu Sheng had already consulted the system. Last night, Wen Heng had endured considerable discomfort, hence his outbursts. His behavior was becoming increasingly perplexing. In the past, he had remained silent even under far greater pain. Yet now he whimpered at mere discomfort. The straightforward woman was baffled, thinking, let him be. Now, Wen Heng had reverted to his initial aloof demeanor, maintaining distance from Gu Sheng, silently conveying his dissatisfaction. Unfortunately for him, Gu Sheng remained entirely unfazed. More alarmingly, after 4 episodes, the audience no longer perceived him as the aloof figure they once revered. I would call this unfulfilled desire. "Please, let us give Wen Ge some dignity," they joked. "We're leaving now, Uncle Wang. Thank you for the milk and eggs." Uncle Wang waved goodbye to the striking couple, watching them depart while discreetly touching the lawyer's business card in his pocket. The card belonged to the aloof male celebrity who had offered to assist with his son's wage dispute with the foreman. Uncle Wang cautiously entered the phone number into his old mobile device. As he observed the young couple nearing a downhill path, the man, who had kept his hands buried in his pockets, could no longer restrain himself and reached out to help Gu Sheng avoid a protruding stone. Uncle Wang, unfamiliar with social media, was oblivious to the fact that the smile spreading across his face was what one would call an anti-smile. He merely thought the man appeared cold, yet his heart was warm and considerate. In Uncle Wang's eyes, Wen Heng loved far more than he outwardly expressed. The couples gathered once more at the entrance of Panyu Mountain Village. A full day and night had passed since recording began, and everyone's spirits were no longer as high as they had been at the outset. On a sunny day, the group found themselves exceptionally fortunate, alternating between the villager's home and the village chief's abode. Not only did Song Qingji enjoy a restful stay, but she also seized the opportunity to experiment with her appearance, finally feeling a sense of superiority in front of Gu Sheng. Moreover, she quickly discerned the tension between Gu Sheng and Wen Heng, whose expression was so cold it could shatter. Upon noticing Qin Tian's indulgent smile, although his looks could not compare to Wen's, Song Qingji felt a swell of pride. In a dating reality show, being cherished by her husband certainly drew envy. The most fatigued from the previous night were Wang and Liu, who had spent the night in a tent, their bodies aching. Wang He chuckled as he inquired of Wen Sheng and his wife, who had also spent their first night in a tent, "Did you two not find it uncomfortable?" Wen Heng replied nonchalantly, "It's fine." The audience erupted in a flurry of comments, resonating with the sentiment. Haha, of course, when is fine. How delightful it is to sleep holding hands with his wife. The production team wisely refrained from arranging any more intense resource-grabbing battles. Having broadcasted for an entire day previously, the audience had had their fill, and subjecting the guests to hunger and exertion once more would indeed be inhumane. Naturally, the director wouldn't admit that they simply lacked the time to plan another flag atop the mountain. The director's gaze fell pointedly on Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. Only Wen Sheng had come in 3rd and 4th consecutively for 2 days, while the other couples had at least experienced the top 2 rooms. Song Qingji stifled a giggle. Gu Sheng, feeling the need to maintain appearances in front of the cameras, turned to Wen Heng and asked, "Where would you like to go?" Wen Heng regarded her with an air of pride and replied indifferently, "Anywhere is fine." Gu Sheng observed him for a moment and straightforwardly asked, "Are you angry?" The cameraman was taken aback. Gu Sheng, true to her nature, did not pacify him but instead shot straight from the hip. Wen Heng, caught off guard, averted his gaze and replied, "No." Gu Sheng mused, "What's the big deal about a little slap?" She hadn't even done it with much force. Though it might slightly dent his image as an actor, she had also alleviated his pain. Such a petty man. Gu Sheng had no intention of bringing up the topic to elicit sympathy, so she pointed towards the village entrance and said, "That's good. I knew you wouldn't mind. Let us not head up the mountain. Instead, let us explore the village." Wen Heng inhaled deeply and replied, "All right." Nestled within the remote southwestern mountains, the village retained an unspoiled essence. The region boasted lush vegetation, with quaint, low-roofed brick houses that appeared weathered. Most able-bodied youths had left the mountains in search of livelihoods in the cities, leaving behind the elderly and children. As the celebrities strolled past their homes, The villagers peered out curiously, hesitant to approach. Gu Sheng quietly absorbed the atmosphere. The village paths were uneven, leading them uphill and downhill as they walked. Wild grasses flourished along the roadside, interspersed with an array of unknown wildflowers, blooming vibrantly in shades of yellow and white, exuding a sense of vitality. She understood that in such a scenario, the affectionate guests would undoubtedly shower everyone with sweet nothings. Indeed, it wasn't long before Song Qingji and Qin Tian appeared at the other end of the road. Under Song Qingji's eager and encouraging gaze, Qin Tian picked a handful of wildflowers from the roadside and presented them to her. "Qingji, in my heart, you are as beautiful as a flower," he proclaimed. With a sweet smile, Song Qingji glanced at the distant, frosty expressions of Wen Heng and Gu Sheng and cheerfully replied, "Tiange, I know you love me the most." Filled with pride, she linked her arm with Qin Tian and strolled towards them. Gu Sheng, however, was inspired by the display between Song Qingji and Qin Tian. As a professional, she felt that Wen Heng's sour demeanor detracted from the audience's viewing experience, which was unbecoming of a star of his stature. Thus, she casually picked a wildflower from the roadside and offered it to Wen Heng, saying, "Here you go." Wen Heng was taken aback. Song Qingji stifled a laugh and teased, "Sister Gu, why are you giving flowers to Teacher Wen?" Implicit in her words was the notion that typically it was boys who presented flowers to girls. And Gu Sheng seemed somewhat pitiful. Yet Gu Sheng remained unfazed, her eyes narrowing playfully, because he's handsome. A pang of jealousy struck Song Qingji's heart. After all, what good was it if her husband was handsome if he did not cherish or love her? Moreover, what was one solitary wildflower to someone like Wen Heng? Wen Heng blinked and lowered his gaze to the small white flower in Gu Sheng's palm. It felt rather dismissive, yet it was a rare gesture of goodwill from her. The gloomy irritation in his chest dissipated significantly. Perhaps he didn't entirely dislike her after all. As Wen Heng hesitated to accept the flower, Song Qingji and Qin Tian watched the unfolding drama with amusement, while the audience grew increasingly anxious, wondering if Wen Heng would truly disregard Gu Sheng's kind offer. Just as Song Qingji was about to make another quip, Wen Heng finally took the flower from Gu Sheng's hand. He raised his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips, and tucked the small white blossom behind her ear. "Thank you," he said, his thin lips curving into a smile, "but you are even more beautiful." His words carried no romantic undertones, yet possessed an inexplicable allure that resonated deeply. Song Qingji was left speechless, and Qin Tian beside her appeared like a mere bumpkin in comparison. The audience erupted with excitement. "Oh my, this is too sweet. Ah, who can withstand Wen Heng's affection? Help. I'm done. If there is sweetness to be savored, it must be from you, Wen Sheng." Time in the quaint little village passed swiftly. Gu Sheng ambled ahead, taking in the sights, while Wen Heng followed leisurely behind. He had never formed intimate bonds with anyone, treating all interactions with a sense of detachment, even within his professional realm. In the past, Gu Sheng's affections for him had gone unnoticed, but now he found himself preoccupied with thoughts about her feelings. Since last night, he had pondered a singular question. If Gu Sheng's greatest love had been his appearance, and if his face remained unchanged, why had her affections waned? Gu Sheng squatted on the only patch of concrete in the village, chatting with a few local children. Their parents were away working, and the children's lives were rather unrefined, their faces smudged with dirt. It was the first time they had encountered such a beautiful older sister, and they felt quite nervous. "Sister, you are so pretty, just like the people on television." Gu Sheng chuckled as she affectionately ruffled their hair. Gesturing towards the distant camera, "We're on television right now," she exclaimed. "That big brother is quite handsome. The older siblings are beautiful and well-matched." The children chimed in with their innocent voices. Gu Sheng, finding them utterly adorable, stuffed all the candy in her hands into their pockets. From afar, Wen Heng observed, his cool, dark eyes unexpectedly softening. The camera captured this serene scene, evoking a sense of tranquility amidst the wilderness. After distributing the candy, Gu Sheng playfully patted each child's head before proclaiming, "The older siblings are indeed good-looking, but I am even more so." The children responded in surprise. "Huh?" Wen Heng thought to himself. The audience erupted in laughter. "Haha, I was just touched for a second. Ha! Gu Sheng is going to make me laugh myself to death." Wen Heng turned to leave, but as he did, a system notification chimed in uninvited. "Warning. You will experience your 29th pain in 7 hours. Note. After the 29th pain, the 30th pain will follow." Wen Heng muttered, "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Suddenly, he recalled the system's peculiar rule that every 15 occurrences held significance. Thus, the 30th was also tied to the pain point. He glanced at the carefree woman in the distance, his expression impassive. If it weren't for the system, who would choose to be associated with her? Moments later, he continued to ponder blankly. What will the next location be? The system replied. He decided to ignore it. Night enveloped Panyu Mountain, its silhouette delicately outlined by the moonlight. The director explained the rules for the final night of the room-snatching battle to the guests. The flower challenge was straightforward. A bag of flour was suspended above each guest's head. With each round, the judge would pose a question containing a bomb word. Guests had 3 seconds to provide non-repetitive answers to proceed. Guessing the bomb word would result in the flour bag being punctured, with the winning guest earning the privilege of first choice. The staff quickly brought in the flour, and Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Heng at the sight of the familiar bags. The rules of this game were quite brutal, primarily testing reaction time and luck. The audience eagerly anticipated each round's bomb word, making for an exhilarating viewing experience. The guests sat nervously beneath the hanging flour bags, each accompanied by a staff member armed with a needle, which was rather intimidating. The first question posed was, what is in the bathroom? With the bomb word being toilet. There's a window. A bathtub. Slippers. Poop. Whoosh. Due to a repeated response, the flour bag was ruthlessly punctured, transforming Lu Yi into a figure of flour. That's too tragic. It's all Beizi's fault. Let's get him. The remaining guests were shaken, becoming even more cautious for the next round. The question was, what is in your computer? With the bomb word being photo, game, folder, script. Wait. There's a photo. Qin Tian promptly turned into a massive pile of white flour. The game progresses in rounds, continuously eliminating participants until only Sheng and Wen Heng remain. The director, with a smile, states, according to the rules, the guests must compete as individuals, so you both must face each other until the end. Sheng and Wen Heng exchange glances. In the final round, the question posed by the director is, what do you admire about each other? The expected answer is appearance. Thank you. Thank you. I'm ready to receive the compliments. Sheng responds, your temperament. Wen Heng replies, your character. Sheng adds, your height. Wen Heng counters, your weight. Sheng's competitive spirit ignites, acting skills. Wen Heng chuckles, skill. Sheng clenches her fists, thinking, this dog of a man is copying me. She quickly exclaims, oh, dear, I can't think of anything else. Wen Heng responds, Sheng reluctantly suggests, your face. Wen Heng tightens his lips, appearance. The audience erupts in laughter as Sheng triumphantly declares, yes. The viewers are in stitches. Finally, the couple, one in black and the other in white, joyfully enters the village chief's residence. The other couples lament, what good is it to have stayed well for the past few days? The flour clings to them, and they wonder if they should wash it off or knead it. The village chief's luxurious home indeed exudes grandeur. Knowing that these stars would benefit the county's development, he greets them warmly, urging them to take a shower. Wen Heng steps aside to shake off the flour, allowing Sheng to enter the bathroom first. The window is open, letting in a gentle mountain breeze mingled with the faint scent of body wash. Song advises, be careful. Sheng asks, what? Song, having not bothered to watch their daytime livestream, finds the nighttime more perilous. He had caught a glimpse of their flower antics during work and felt pleased with Sheng's performance, noticing her clarity of mind, free from the haze of romance. He considered sending her some money, though fortunate for him, his account was empty. However, with men and women lying together, having bathed, caution is warranted to avoid any impropriety. A wave of steam envelopes the space as Wen Heng calls out, Sheng, I'm out of towels. Sheng looks up, then you. She is caught off guard by the sight of his bare, fair chest. This dog of a man, why is he not wearing a shirt? The sultry scene causes the viewership of Wen Heng's live stream to surge, drawing audiences from all corners of the internet. Though he had previously acted without issue, the online community held a different perspective. Oh, a male bodhisattva. Thank you, thank you. I'm not sleeping tonight, Sister Sheng, can you sleep? Wen Heng's damp hair cascades, and the contrast of his sculpted physique, glistening with moisture, is striking, extending from his chest to his beautifully defined abdominal muscles and tapering down to his alluring V-line, exuding both strength and elegance. People often say that Wen Heng's face resembles a meticulously carved sculpture. However, this assessment extends beyond his visage, as his physique mirrors that of a flawlessly shaped ancient Greek statue. After Sheng emerged from a hot shower, her face emanated steam, intensifying the warmth surrounding her. Initially, Wen Heng felt indifferent, but upon noticing her fluttering, elongated eyelashes and her lively, peach blossom eyes, an unfamiliar heat surged within him. He gradually approached the edge of the bed. I feel so hot. I must be ill. Quick, give me a hefty dose of anti-fever injection. It's futile. I want to recover unless when Gu kisses, Sheng Jia. Outside, Gu Song stared at the computer screen, thinking, as expected, Wen Heng is indeed problematic. Fu Chonghe leaned over, catching a glimpse, and exclaimed in astonishment. This physique was so striking that even a man like him felt the urge to whistle. From a male perspective, Wen Heng's muscles were aesthetically pleasing, and from a female viewpoint, they were equally impressive. Even clothed, he remained slender, evoking envy. How daring! Just as Fu Chonghe contemplated the absurdity of shedding Wen's shirt in front of his wife, he remembered the union between the Wen and Gu families. Pondering whether there was any genuine relationship between the two, he ruffled his hair, accepting that they were merely putting on a show, given their status as top-tier celebrities. Gu Song, biting on a cigarette holder, lowered her head to send a WeChat message to Gu Sheng. However, Gu Sheng was too preoccupied to glance at her phone, as the system within her mind was clamoring loudly. He is using his body to seduce you. Host, are you moved? This is too intense.
I am utterly captivated.
Gu Sheng clenched her fists, frustrated that this man was tarnishing her reputation in front of the entire internet. Yesterday's flirtation was somewhat forgivable, but now it was undeniably outrageous. Hello, is this the police? Come quickly and crack down on this scandal. Wen Heng, initially searching for a towel, couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Sheng's overly serious demeanor. Thus, despite having lost affection, she still found his physique irresistible. He approached the bed, leaning one hand on the edge, gazing down at her. In the depths of his lake-like pupils, a subtle turbulence stirred. Reflected back was a woman with skin pale yet flushed, her eyes sparkling, and her lips lushly inviting. Oblivious to the allure she exuded, the air thickened with heat. The audience simmered in anticipation. Gu Sheng wished to push Wen Heng away, but hesitated to act. The moment he sat beside her, a system alert blared.
Ding.
Love's 29th pang. Akin to sitting on pins. Pain level, 10. At that instant, as Wen Heng settled onto the bed, he immediately stood up again, his hand trembling slightly. The online audience held their breath, awaiting his next move, only to see him suddenly close his eyes, his complexion paling further. Outside, Gu Song, who had been closely monitoring, crossed her arms and leaned back against her chair. To her surprise, Wen Heng maintained a level of composure, controlling himself. Meanwhile, within the scene, Wen Heng shut his eyes, enduring the sensation akin to being pricked by needles. Chapter 30. Interconnectedness. The fervor surrounding top-tier celebrities is often overwhelming, and even before the sensation of discomfort arrived, Wen Heng had already surged to trending status. His physique, along with the palpable chemistry between Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, captivated enthusiasts. The trending topics did not require any fanfare. The comments overflowed with admiration from casual observers.
Wow.
The actor's physique is absolutely stunning. I've been hearing about Wen Sheng lately. I think I'm starting to catch on. With such divine looks, how can one not be enthralled? My heavens, I can't wait to see them together in various scenarios. It must be noted that the visual splendor and physique of the Wen Sheng couple consistently create a frenzy whenever they appear together. As the summer's most popular variety show, The 4 Laws of Happiness has progressed through 4 episodes. The couple's fanbase has surged from 0 to a staggering 200,000. The system itself seems to embody the fervor of the fans, albeit manifesting its enthusiasm rather vocally, right beside the protagonists. Now, he should leap towards you. Alleviate the pain of the needle prick.
Come on.
Like a hungry wolf. Pressed down with his robust physique. Gu Sheng interrupted, be quiet. She harbored serious doubts that this system had been downloaded from a questionable site. However, this incessant discomfort arrived at a rather opportune moment, and given the system's utility, Gu Sheng chose to overlook its somewhat incessant chatter. She did not genuinely believe that Wen Heng would act upon any attraction he may feel for her. He remained a rather aloof and self-possessed individual, certainly unlikely to engage in any scandalous antics for the sake of gaining attention. Admittedly, he had become a touch more audacious than before. Gu Sheng suspected that this change stemmed from the pressures of the recording schedule, which had subjected them to extremes of temperature, and now the discomfort felt almost unbearable. Anyone else in their position might have already lost their sanity. Wen Heng was indeed a formidable character. Clearing her throat, Gu Sheng urged, all right, enough. Let us get some rest. Put on some clothes and stop being so provocative. Wen Heng closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He realized that this instance of discomfort adhered strictly to its literal interpretation, although it registered at a level 10. The sensation of being pricked could only be perceived while seated. The pain relief lasted 10 seconds, which was not overly concerning. This scenario, however, struck the audience as somewhat suggestive, and just as they were about to cheer, Sheng declared, "I'll go turn off the lights." To her surprise, as soon as she stood, Wen Heng rose before her, taking a deep breath. "You stay seated, I'll handle it," he said. While this appeared to be the behavior of a devoted husband, Sheng quickly discerned the underlying truth. Oh, he can stand, but not sit. How infuriating. Yet it provided him another opportunity to showcase his charm. Unbeknownst to the audience, even Sheng's brother-in-law, Song, raised an eyebrow, surprised at Wen Heng's attentive demeanor towards Sheng. Fans, initially entranced by the couple's physical allure and sexual tension, found themselves succumbing to the warmth of his gentleness. "I'm swooning. When Sheng is so tender. A gentle god is the most enchanting." 5555. Did you indulge in the sweetness of Wen Heng today? I certainly did. 5555. In the enveloping darkness of the room, Wen Heng's discomfort had finally subsided. After a level 10 pain experience, a period of calm ensued, granting him a moment to breathe once more. The next wave of pain would manifest for the 30th time. Its timing and location remained uncertain. Wen Heng contemplated quietly for a moment before turning over to behold Sheng's serene visage. Just prior to the onset of discomfort, he had indeed felt a surge of excitement ignited by her gaze. She is his wife. As he gazed into the dimness, he observed the faint luminescence of her face. She slept soundly, harboring no desires or concerns for the man beside her. After a brief moment of silent observation, he could not restrain himself and gently pinched her cheek. Soft and tender, Wen Heng realized that Sheng's demeanor towards him was devoid of love. Likewise, his gestures bore no connection to the impending pain. It was a troubling predicament. The recording of the 4th episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness had reached its conclusion. On the following morning, the guests gathered for one last time, donning their own attire and reclaiming the belongings they had brought along. The director, with a cheerful demeanor, announced that before departing, everyone could line up to take a shower at the village chief's home. The village was also developing agorism and ghost houses. Although Panyu village was somewhat remote, the breathtaking scenery of Panyu Mountain, adorned with vibrant blossoms, offered an invitation to interested friends to visit. Sheng clapped her hands, realizing that if they could promote such quaint villages, their show would gain a deeper significance. "Oh, I've always remembered this. It's finally here. I am so looking forward to it. I will buy everything." The guests applauded enthusiastically, while Song Qingji wore a smile on her face, though her heart felt heavy. Yet, she quickly remembered that Jin Yueao's September issue was about to be released, and they would be competing head-to-head. With this thought, Song Qingji's smile transformed into one of genuine excitement. Let the competition commence. After assisting in promoting Wen Heng, the director proceeded to wrap things up. The audience and guests wore puzzled expressions, but only Wen Heng and Sheng simultaneously entertained a singular thought. During times of pain, they exchanged a discreet glance, only to be taken aback by the unexpected connection, hastily averting their gazes. The director, satisfied, left a tantalizing teaser for the next episode, stating that the official preview would be revealed in the 4th episode's main feature, urging the audience to stay tuned for the next installment. Don't be fooled by the director. Given their track record, I have an ominous feeling. Regardless of the antics, as long as there is intimacy, I'm all in. Oh, bring on the sweetness. Hurry up with the next episode. In the car, Chang Yan briefed Sheng on the business invitations that had come in over the past few days. Initially puzzled, as this episode should have been the most chaotic of all, and she had mostly appeared barefaced, she soon recalled the system as reward and understood. The system was indeed somewhat effective. She told Chang Yan, "Please send me a copy of the brand products. I will conduct thorough research. I am open to endorsements, but I shall not deceive my fans. This has always been my guiding principle." Chang Yan displayed a profoundly moved expression, feeling that Sheng's professionalism and ethics not only surpassed those of newcomers entering the industry, but were also on par with the renowned superstars who must cherish their reputations. His daughter was truly exceptional. In the car, Wen Heng, who had remained silent, cast a glance at Sheng, a hint of approval lingering in his gaze.
Meanwhile,
the commotion surrounding Jin Yueao was quite substantial. In contrast, Wen Heng reflected on his own situation. Truth be told, over the years, he had already graced the covers of numerous major magazines, and this upcoming issue marked his second appearance. For Wen Heng's family, the sales figures were not a testament to their worth, as fans were unlikely to place much significance on it, especially since it wasn't a solo cover. However, For Gu Sheng, this was her debut cover, holding far greater significance for her, potentially influencing her future fashion resources. With the September issue's release coinciding with a fashion celebration, an event of grandeur in the fashion realm, Wen Heng was certain to receive an invitation, but it remained uncertain whether Gu Sheng would. Gu Sheng pondered for a moment and inquired, what theme did Jin Yueyao shoot for? Chang Yan had already inquired, noting it was a modern woman with a vintage flair. She was personally very satisfied and considered it among the top covers of her career. Wen Heng's gaze fell upon Gu Sheng as he encouraged her, be confident. The last time they shot together, he had been astonished by Gu Sheng's expressiveness, and he trusted his judgment. Gu Sheng immediately smiled, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing with delight. Of course. In an era where data integrity was paramount, the Jin family dared to publicly fundraise, letting them take their own risks. Regardless, her data needed to remain pristine. Each magazine representing the love and affirmation from her fans. Just then, a WeChat notification pinged. Gu Song, I heard you're selling magazines. Gu Song, I'll buy 1 million worth to avoid any embarrassment if they don't sell. Gu Sheng, no. Thank you, brother. It was quite alarming. Whether intentional or not, both magazines launched their sales on the same day, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. The entire industry caught wind of the impending rivalry, and major forums prepared their sales prediction threads, waiting for the sales battle between the big stars and the newcomers. Let the showdown begin. 1. Truly brave, both the script and the magazine are going head-to-head. 2. Did your title just overshadow the top tier? ISN Tieta dual cover? 3. The top tier is making their second appearance. Fans have long since disregarded sales. It's essentially a clash of equals. 16. I'm genuinely amazed. The fundraising has been ongoing for so long. To be cornered by a newcomer like this is truly laughable. Jin Yueyao's PR team diligently monitored the dynamics across forums, ready to deploy their strategies. 34. The fundraising is purely fan-driven. Should we feel sympathy for a sister targeted by the royals? 36. Claiming it's an equal match is merely a case of opportunism. The status gap is evident. Let us see if she gets invited. 40. Eagerly awaiting the bloodbath. I despise the royal resource holders. Jin Yueyao sat at home, admiring her manicure, and asked her manager, how long until the sale starts? She was indifferent to the magazine's price or the timing. Her sole concern was whether her sales could overshadow Gu Sheng's. We're launching at 10 a.m. Don't worry, I've already coordinated with the major fans. This time, I guarantee you'll be confidently celebrated at the gala. At precisely 10 o'clock, the flagship store link opened for sales, and fans began to engage fervently. The team prepared for trending topics. Jin Yueyao graced the cover of the September issue, adorned with a vintage look. While her magazine cover did not particularly astonish, the price of 35 resulted in an impressive sales figure of 1.07 million copies. This number surpassed Jin Yueyao's previous sales records, illustrating the unwavering loyalty of her fans. Her supporters, alongside hired commenters, fervently dominated the discussions across various platforms. Absolutely stunning. Jin Yueyao is an extraordinary beauty. Jin Yueyao's fans swiftly surpassed 1 million. She is indeed a sensation. Somebody foolishly dared to compete with the beauty on the same day. Let us wait and see the spectacle. As this competitive atmosphere unfolded, the entire entertainment industry began to focus on the afternoon sales of the magazine. Chang Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. He and his team were closely monitoring public sentiment, and the more they observed, the less optimistic they became about the afternoon sales. No worries, this is merely a trial run, he reassured Gu Sheng. After all, we are newcomers. There's no shame in that. The rest of the team shared his sentiments, recognizing that while Sheng was beautiful, Jin Yueyao's fanbase vastly overshadowed hers. However, upon viewing Jin Yueyao's cover, Gu Sheng regarded it with indifference, finding it too ordinary to even compare with their own. Su Xiling, the photographer, had eagerly anticipated this release. This year relies heavily on these two, he thought, with hands clasped in anticipation. Finally, the much-awaited sale commenced in the afternoon. The official WeChat account released the link to the store, while the official Weibo showcased high-definition cover images. Fans hurriedly rushed to purchase the magazine without taking a moment to admire the details. Meanwhile, the previously indifferent stars took a glance at the cover and were instantly galvanized into action. Oh my goodness! They exclaimed, their minds fixated on a singular thought. If we delay even a moment longer, we might miss out. Su Xiling was finally able to unveil his exclusive collection of photographs, a series capturing Gu Sheng in a white, ethereal gown, and Wen Heng in flowing black trousers and a sheer top, closely intertwined. Here comes my favorite of the year. Thank you, Teacher Wen and Teacher Gu, he mused, sharing images. Fans of Wen and Sheng were slightly behind, prioritizing their delight in the photographs over sales figures. Once they completed viewing the series, they too dashed to the online store. Oh my goodness! They echoed, with a clear thought in their minds. This is pure bliss. Wen Ge and Sheng Jie are simply breathtaking. Su Ziling's posts on Weibo went viral, and soon, even passers-by were drawn in. Oh my goodness! What a divine cover. Let's purchase it to support them. Ultimately, within 10 minutes, the September issue of the magazine sold 50,000 copies. The link promptly sold out. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng savored the beauty of their cover, a juxtaposition of black and white, representing their intertwined existence. It was his passion and her assertiveness, a union of mutual attraction and desire. On the cover, Wen Heng gazed sideways, his deep lake-like eyes fixed on Gu Sheng, seemingly harboring countless emotions. Gu Sheng, facing the camera, wore a subtle smile in her peach blossom eyes, lips slightly parted as she exhaled. The impact of the static image was breathtaking, masterfully captured by the two. As Chang Yan gazed at the sales figures, overwhelmed with joy, he propelled the topic to trending status. Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's cover collaboration for the September issue, titled Are Wen Heng and Gu Sheng Celestial Beings? The final entry soared to the top of the trending list, overshadowing even the paid promotions from Jin Yuiao's camp, drawing a significant crowd of onlookers enchanted by their ethereal beauty. The satisfaction with the magazine's performance was palpable, as within half an hour, celebratory reports emerged. Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's September issue sold out in 10 minutes, amassing a staggering revenue of 2.4 million with shipping costs reaching 300,000.
Wow.
Is this the allure of a top-tier celebrity? Only 300,000 in shipping fees. Does that hurt the rival's pride? Reaching this level without exploiting fans, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. I truly admire you. Don't mess with Wen Sheng. You cannot afford to cross a top-tier celebrity. At that moment, Jin Yuiao was in a frenzy. Her cover was supposed to be a strong contender, yet who could have anticipated that Gu Sheng's debut cover would turn out this way? Who exactly is this woman? She excels in acting and shines even on the cover. Jin Yuiao felt a burning shame on her face. She had no desire to attend the fashion gala, where all the industry stars would gather to witness her humiliation. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng was being joyfully clasped on the shoulder by Chang Yan.
No, sing.
The editor-in-chief just called me, inviting you to the fashion gala. Gu Sheng was truly the most promising artist he had ever mentored. Even Wen Heng had not brought him such delight in the past. Beside them, Wen Heng furrowed his brow, pulling Chang Yan's hand away. Upon hearing the news, Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hee, as expected of me. Muze, I need your help. Jin Yuiao, on the verge of tears, threw herself into Li Muze's embrace. In this magazine sales competition, she had become the subject of ridicule. Now that Gu Sheng had also received an invitation, she could not back down. She must outshine Gu Sheng in red carpet fashion and jewelry. With her status as a luxury brand ambassador, she could still claim victory over Gu Sheng. Li Muze had recently been preoccupied with his young lover, investigating those who had conspired against him previously. The physical agony he endured left a lingering fear, and being inherently suspicious, he scrutinized everyone around him, including Wen Yusong. Yet he could not identify the one who had betrayed him. Despite the intense pain in a sensitive area, subsequent health checks revealed no lasting effects, yet psychologically, he was shaken. As he witnessed Wen Heng and Gu Sheng growing ever closer, his own son seemed to drift further away. Wen Wan had warned him multiple times, and with a heart full of darkness, he vowed that if he ever caught the instigator, he would exact double the retribution. He wiped the tears from his unfortunate young lover's face and asked, "Why are you crying so much?" In his embrace, Jin Yuiao expressed her grievances about Gu Sheng in a sarcastic tone. Li Muze narrowed his eyes. This Gu family heiress was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. If she continued to develop in this manner, it was entirely possible that Wen Heng might truly fall for her. She must be made to look foolish. Li Muse remarked, "How could she possibly compare to you? Perhaps her sales figures are merely the result of her spending her own money." Jin Yuiao was rather pleased by this assertion. Yet a hint of concern crept in. Is Gu Sheng truly that wealthy? What would that mean for the gown she wears on the red carpet? Li Muse chuckled as he gently caressed her face, reassuring her, "You need not worry about her. The Gu family won't provide her with much. Only her brother looks after her, and Gu Song has recently gained a reputation for being quite impoverished. It's unclear where all his money has gone." Instantly, Jing Yueyao felt relieved, a wave of secret satisfaction washing over her. The Gu family and her husband show no concern for her. She could hardly wait to see what Gu Sheng would don for the red carpet. Thus, she sweetly began to pout, insisting that Li Mu's purchase her a collector's item necklace. With that, her confidence on the red carpet would be magnified tenfold. All right, Li Mu's casually agreed. Last time I dined with Director Sheng from your circle, he mentioned he would also attend the celebration. You'll walk the red carpet with him as the grand finale. Jing Yueao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she playfully offered her lips, saying, Muse, you're simply the best. Gu Sheng's invitation to attend was entirely unexpected, leaving her little time to prepare her look. The company had provided her with a regular styling team, but faced with such a premier fashion event, the red carpet, a battleground where female stars often undermine one another, her everyday team would struggle to meet the challenge. Moreover, after her 2 encounters with Jing Yueyao, Gu Sheng had yet to truly debut in the industry, yet her reputation had already begun to spread. She knew many eyes would be scrutinizing her this time. Thus, her red carpet appearance was of utmost importance. Stars in the industry often hire renowned stylists for specific events, frequently borrowing garments and jewelry from high-end bespoke brands. A common practice. However, none of this pertained to Wen Heng. His endorsements were of a caliber far beyond that of Jing Yueao's brand ambassador. He was the global ambassador for a luxury watch brand and the sole spokesperson for a prestigious label. Wen Heng was accustomed to receiving premium attire and at significant events. He adorned himself in his endorsements, exuding an unparalleled opulence that no one in the industry could rival. He was indeed a genuine male top-tier star. Gu Sheng felt a twinge of envy. Once a darling of the fashion world herself, she had been cherished by major brands. But individuals like Wen Heng were treated as the favored children of the brands. As Gu Sheng and her team prepared her look, her elusive older brother suddenly reappeared. He directly inquired, Why haven't you touched the money I sent you? Use it to purchase a gown, something over 10 million. Gu Sheng thought to herself, I am utterly dazzled by his extravagance. Could her brother be a domineering CEO straight out of a novel? Resolute in her decision, Gu Sheng promptly selected a black sheer gown from an upcoming grand show. Yet just as she was about to instruct her team to place the order, a throng of people arrived at Huading's residence. Wen Heng emerged from the crowd, introducing her to a professional styling team associated with a luxury brand he collaborated with. Gu Sheng was taken aback and asked, Is this team preparing my look? Wen Heng nodded. The surprise in Gu Sheng's eyes conveyed her disbelief, while Wen Heng remained expressionless. Clapping his hands to summon another gown, Gu Sheng was once again astonished. Her animated expressions elicited laughter from the stylists. Wen Heng inhaled deeply and devised a reason. After all, you shall walk the red carpet alongside me. Gu Sheng comprehended. The esteemed actor was wary of her potential shortcomings. Yet, she found it hard to believe that the gown chosen by Wen Heng could surpass the elegance of her own selection. The stylist stepped forward with urgency, urging, Teacher Gu, do give it a try. Teacher Wen has spent considerable time selecting it. As Gu Sheng entered the fitting room, she unzipped the dust cover and beheld the gown, momentarily stunned. The dress Wen Heng had chosen was, indeed, a sheer black fabric, intricately crafted, with each layer adorned with obsidian beads, while the bodice featured contemporary elements, a plunging neckline, and a slender black leather belt cinched at the waist. Exuding a style that was simultaneously cool, fierce, and beautiful, Gu Sheng could not help but concede to the man's discerning taste. It was undeniably suited for her. When she emerged from the fitting room, Wen Heng leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, awaiting her. Before he turned, he was alerted by the system's warning. You will experience the 30th sensation of pain in 1 minute. Having endured such sensations countless times, Wen Heng felt an unusual tension this time. The next 15 sensations were approaching. The room fell into silence as someone inhaled sharply, exclaiming, Teacher Gu. Only then did Wen Heng cast his gaze upon her. His eyes widened slightly. This was not his first encounter with Gu Sheng in formal attire. She had previously favored flamboyant styles. Yet this occasion was remarkably stunning. With 1 minute remaining on the countdown, the anticipated sensation of pain hung ominously overhead, and when Heng's eyes roamed her figure, his gaze momentarily caught on her snow-white skin. Unsure where to settle, ultimately, his focus inadvertently landed on Gu Sheng's crimson lips, causing him to feel a dryness at the corners of his own. According to the system's previous experiences, it would be. Ding, the notification chimed. 30. Sinusitis. Pain level, 7. Wen Heng responded with perplexity. As you are aware, the special requirement for every 15 sensations of pain is that your pain points must come into contact with the corresponding areas of the antidote in order to alleviate the discomfort. This event is colloquially known as the physical connection. Wen Heng acknowledged with a simple, "Oh." The system, which rarely engaged in casual conversation, ventured, "You seem somewhat disappointed?"
Wen Heng, no.
As he raised a hand to rub his nose. The stylists glanced at Gu Sheng, relieved that the two were together. A truly divine pairing. Indeed, Gu Sheng's ensemble exuded just the right amount of allure, effortlessly embodying the essence of a red carpet goddess. The stylist, awestruck, turned to Wen Heng, exclaiming, "Teacher Wen, your selection is..." But the words caught in his throat. Crimson droplets trickled from Wen Heng's elegantly sculpted nose. "Brother Wen, are you so enamored by your wife that you are bleeding?" He raised a hand to cover his nose, muttering, "Damn." Gu Sheng stared at him in shock, as did the entire room of stylists. They all shared a singular thought. The rumors of Wen Heng's unfulfilled desires for his wife were, indeed, true. Chapter 31. Disarray. Wen Heng calmly made his way to the restroom. The stylists, filled with concern, queried, "Is Brother Wen all right?" With one hand pressing against his nose, blood seeping through his pale fingers, he raised the other hand dismissively, assuring them, "It's nothing." Yet the blood flowed profusely. The onlookers exchanged dubious glances, questioning, "Is he truly all right?" Gu Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment, assuring everyone that it was truly nothing. She had heard the system's prompt indicating that Wen Heng had randomly struck his nose, causing a slight bleeding due to drying nasal mucosa and fragile capillaries. However, the expressions on the faces around her suggested a misunderstanding. The crowd remarked, "Clear your fire, Wen Ge." Wen Heng replied, "I need to use the restroom." Once inside, he washed his hands and leaned against the sink, watching droplets of blood splatter onto the pristine basin, the flow gradually diminishing until it ceased entirely. After splashing water on his face and patting it dry, he pondered the pain, which was bearable. Yet how could he avoid contact with his nose? Although this area was not excessively sensitive compared to what he had vaguely anticipated, it felt as if he was crossing a boundary. Previously, they had shared a deep connection, and now it seemed as though the system was conspiring to bring him and Gu Sheng closer together. However, it appeared that Gu Sheng was more reluctant to engage. Wen Heng lifted his gaze to the mirror, scrutinizing his face and the now affected bridge of his nose. A pressing ethical question occupied his mind. What should a husband do when he finds his wife no longer attractive post-marriage? He felt an urgent need for answers. Under the unanimous recommendation of the stylists, Gu Sheng ultimately chose the gown that Wen Heng had selected. After all, considering Wen Heng had just had a nosebleed, lingering any longer would only delay matters. Following the team's departure, Gu Sheng glanced at Wen Heng, who seemed lost in profound thought, embodying the melancholic aura of an artist, akin to a beautifully sculpted but ailing figure. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. The pain he was experiencing was rated at a level 7, which should not have been trivial, even if it were severe. It seemed Wen Heng had no intention of seeking relief. Gu Sheng, unable to decipher his demeanor, inquired, "How much is the dress?" She contemplated borrowing some funds from her brother to pay Wen Heng, with the intention of repaying him later. This way, she could fulfill her brother's expectations regarding expenditures without incurring a debt to Wen Heng. Wen Heng, engrossed in thoughts about their physical proximity, lifted his head and glanced at her, stating no need. Gu Sheng waved her hand dismissively. "It's better to keep things clear. After all, we aren't really a married couple." She added, "It doesn't seem that intimate, does it?" At that moment, in the terminal of the city airport, Gu Song stepped outside and sneezed.
Who is talking about me?
The tall, handsome man, exuding an air of defiance, dragged his luggage behind him. Remembering something, he checked his bank balance, which remained unchanged, causing him to frown.
No.
"I need to visit the Wen family first." His sister had become too mature and sensible recently, and Gu Song was momentarily concerned about her potentially falling into infatuation again. As a dedicated businessman, his first order of business after disembarking was, of course, to meet with a partner regarding a deal. "Impressive, as expected of you," Fu Chonghe remarked, admiringly. This was precisely why the Fu family was keen to collaborate with Gu Song. His assistant had already made arrangements with the Wen family, and soon, a vehicle from the Wen family pulled up to the curb. "Let us go," Gu Song waved, stepping into the car. Fu Chonghe observed the silhouette of Gu Song, suddenly realizing that although the Gu family's financial prowess paled in comparison to that of the Wen family, with someone like Gu Song around, his sister's maternal side would always possess strength. Even if the future union between the Wen and Gu families were to dissolve, Gu Song would undoubtedly remain a steadfast support for his sister. At the Wen residence, upon learning of Gu Song's impending arrival, Wen Yuemong instructed the servants to prepare a banquet. Coincidentally, Li Muse was at home, accompanying him. The business interactions between the two families had indeed become quite close following their alliance, though the areas of responsibility for Gu Song and Li Muse did not significantly overlap. While they were acquainted, familiarity was lacking. Li Muse approached with a smile, greeting Mr. Gu. It has been a while. Gu Song nodded, his demeanor not particularly warm. Yet Li Muse engaged him in conversation. They traversed topics from the climate of neighboring provinces to their collaborative ventures, eventually landing on the relationship between Wen Heng and Gu Sheng. Li Muse remarked, observing Gu Song closely, "It's good that this marriage is not merely contractual. Hopefully, they won't part ways in the future." Gu Song shot him a sidelong glance, thinking, while he indeed wished for his sister to find a good man to marry, what concern was it of Li Muse whether they stayed together or not? Despite the substantial growth of Li Muse's family business in recent years, he remained an outsider within the Wen family. Li Muse sensed a hint of discontent in Gu Song's gaze, which irked him. Indeed, members of the Gu family were consistently vexing. As he contemplated how Jin Yueyao would soon embarrass Gu Sheng at the upcoming celebration, a smile crept back onto his lips. At that moment, when Yumong descended from the upper floor, and after a few exchanges of pleasantries, the family banquet was set upon the table. Beside Wen Yumong lay 2 magazines purchased by the butler, featuring the September issue of Fashion. Gu Song picked one up, glancing through it, and remarked, "It's quite well done." Wen Yumong scoffed, "All of them have run off to that entertainment circle, indulging in frivolities." Gu Song remained indifferent, stating, "My sister has aspired to be a star since childhood." Although her personality had evolved considerably over the years, he was pleased to see her thriving in her own career. Wen Yumong raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" That lad, Wen Heng, suddenly abandoned his business studies in his teens, insisting on pursuing the arts. Ironically, he became quite famous, much to my frustration, for over a decade. Had he continued in business studies, he could have inherited a portion of the family's power by now. Their conversation shifted to the collaborative projects between the Wen and Gu families. Meanwhile, Li Muse glanced at the magazine. The cover showcased Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, one in black and the other in white, adorned with the title Coexistence. Li Muse narrowed his eyes slightly. Partnerships in business and in life often foster mutual admiration. However, before she could meet her brother, the fashion gala arrived. Being a momentous event in the fashion world, held every 3 years, the editor-in-chief, as a leading figure in the industry, commanded significant prestige. Not only luxury brand ambassadors and international supermodels would attend, but numerous rising stars and seasoned talents from the industry as well. Entertainment marketing accounts and fashion bloggers were poised to capture the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the red carpet appearances, which were a focal point of interest. The public was already aware of Gu Sheng's itinerary, knowing she had been invited. And there was an explosion of excitement. This was her first time walking the red carpet. The anticipation for her appearance was palpable. The stars of Wen Heng have not graced a formal occasion in quite some time, leaving one to wonder what style they will showcase tonight. Naturally, the fans of Wen Sheng are filled with anticipation. This marks the first time the two will appear together after their magazine sales soared. For them, sharing the same frame is akin to a delightful treat. The atmosphere within the 3 fan clubs is electric, as they eagerly open the live stream platform for the evening's red carpet 2 hours in advance. The barrage of comments floods the screen, while fans from other groups find themselves overwhelmed yet helpless, for such is the allure of popularity. That evening, 2 teams of stylists entered the grand hall in succession, preparing Wen Heng and Gu Sheng for their red carpet appearances. Fortunately, the venue was spacious enough to accommodate both teams without feeling cramped. Gu Sheng's gown had been meticulously chosen. Upon completing her makeup and hair, the stylist gasped at the vision reflected in the mirror. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes shimmered with life. Her long lashes curled elegantly, while her delicate nose and full lips epitomized beauty. Although her features were strikingly exquisite, her demeanor exuded a subtle chill, rendering her expression serene and less aggressive. Once adorned in her gown and accessories, Gu Sheng appeared as if she could illuminate the surroundings. The styling team busily snapped photos, eagerly anticipating her radiant presence on the red carpet. Soon, Wen Heng emerged impeccably styled. As Gu Sheng lifted her gaze, their eyes met, and for a moment, they were both taken aback. Gu Sheng was once again captivated by Wen Heng's stunning appearance. She could not help but think to herself how exceptionally handsome he looked. His attire was perfectly aligned with her own, a bespoke black suit that sculpted his frame flawlessly, adorned with a silver floral brooch and a dark shirt that accentuated his pale neck, stern yet alluring. The pièce d'resistance was a pair of silver-rimmed glasses that complemented the brooch, lending him an air of refined sophistication with a hint of rebellious charm. As they stood together, The styling team went into a frenzy, capturing the moment. Gu Sheng remained unfazed by the aura of the leading man beside her. In one fleeting instant, the stylists present even perceive her as a superstar in her own right. Here, the grandeur and allure seamlessly enveloped her. Once they boarded the luxury vehicle, the atmosphere inside was tranquil. Gu Sheng glanced at Wen Heng and recalled that he had not taken any pain relief in recent days. It seemed that a level 7 pain was trivial for him, not enough to deter his desire to be near her. Wen Heng, perceptive to her gaze, turned slightly. What's wrong? His voice resonated with a deep nasal tone. Both fell silent for a moment, and Wen Heng added, "Nothing." Gu Sheng thought to herself, "Nothing at all, he merely has a stuffy nose." As the red carpet event progressed, several attendees had already become the subject of ridicule online. The live audience grew somewhat bored, yearning for someone to capture their attention. Just then, the sound of camera shutters intensified. Two figures appeared at the beginning of the red carpet, igniting an eruption of excitement among the fans present, mirrored by the online comments. "Oh my, they're here? Wen Ge, the refined rogue, has utterly captivated me. Gu Sheng is absolutely stunning. Cold yet fierce. I'm here for it. I am utterly captivated by the striking compatibility of these two individuals." Wen Heng gracefully bends his arm, casting a glance toward Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng reciprocates, a soft hum escaping her lips, momentarily alleviated by the opportunity afforded by the man beside her. "Teacher Wen, over here." Gu Sheng directs her gaze to the right. "Please adjust your pose." The incessant sound of clicking cameras fills the air as they stand before a row of lenses, both exhibiting an air of calm and composure, effortlessly enduring the scrutiny of candid shots. In fact, many staff members present are fans, with some being ardent admirers of Wen Sheng. A plethora of images and videos begins to circulate online, sending both fanbases into a frenzy. Wen's studio also released high-definition promotional photos, generating a surge in trending topics. Within mere minutes of their appearance on the red carpet and entering the venue, they had already captured the hearts of countless admirers. The banquet is set on the rooftop, where blushing attendants greet them. Wen Heng glances down, advising, "Watch your step." However, Gu Sheng is momentarily taken aback. Does he still have nasal congestion? She looks down at her hand resting on Wen Heng's arm, questioning if it is of any use. "Are you truly unwell?" she inquires. Wen Heng's typically aloof demeanor softens slightly, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Gu Sheng responds. "That does not concern me overly." She ponders, as she is wholly unaware of how long Wen Heng requires relief from his discomfort. Perhaps he needs sufficient time to recover? Before she can dwell on it further, they've already arrived at the banquet hall. Downstairs, she too is elegantly attired, her entrance prompting a flurry of enthusiastic comments from fans. Jin Yueyao closing the show. "The stunning Jin Yueyao is simply the best. Jin Yueyao is so impressive." Sharing the spotlight with director Sheng, "The phenomenal Jin Yueyao is unrivaled." Jin Yueyao, basking in the flashes of light, presents a confident smile, embodying the aura of a leading lady. Yet, as she assists director Sheng into the hall, he instructs her to let go. This was merely a favor for Li Muse. And once the red carpet is traversed, the obligation concludes. "Enjoy yourself," Director Sheng says, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back towards several prominent figures present. Jin Yueyao grits her teeth, but she cannot compel Director Sheng to make introductions. A hint of reluctance crosses her as she scans the room, noticing Wen Heng engaging with the elite, while Gu Sheng stands alone. Suddenly, her frustration dissipates. Since entering, Gu Sheng has adopted a professional demeanor. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, her careful conduct and expression management are instinctual, a hallmark of a star's self-discipline. Without Wen Heng beside her, she remains unflustered, casually seated and exuding an air of calm sophistication, causing others to hesitate in their attempts to approach her. At that moment, someone takes a seat beside her. Jin Yueyao beams at Gu Sheng. "Miss Gu, it's a pleasure to see you again." Gu Sheng raises an eyebrow. "Miss Jin." Jin Yueyao had initially intended to manipulate her red carpet attire, as such maneuvers among industry peers, competing for outfits, bribing styling teams for replicas, are not uncommon. Unfortunately for her, Gu Sheng's ensemble had been secured by another team ahead of time, leaving her unable to execute her plans. At this moment, Jin Yueyao deliberately tilted her neck to showcase the collectible necklace gifted by Li Muse, wearing a self-satisfied smile. "I saw the piece you shot with Brother Wen. It turned out splendidly. How did Brother Wen teach you? Might I learn a thing or two as well?" She gestured towards Wen Heng's position, the epicenter of the gathering where prominent figures like editors, fashion group directors, and Director Sheng were engaging in conversation with him. Gu Sheng responded with a slight gasp. It seemed like you just came from over there. Couldn't you stand in that crowd? Jean Yueyao's expression soured instantly, yet she forced a smile. Oh, I merely thought you looked lonely sitting here, so I came to keep you company. Gu Sheng nodded in understanding. Gu Sheng, go greet the editor and the others. A voice called out quietly, yet it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Jean Yueyao's face paled in an instant. Brother Wen is actually providing resources to Gu Sheng. The other actresses in attendance began to feel uneasy. If given the chance, who wouldn't want to connect with these industry giants during such a celebration? Yet, these influential figures would only engage with someone like Wen Heng. Even first-tier stars had to wait for their moment. The coveted opportunity they had longed for was handed over to Gu Sheng by Wen Heng. But she was indeed his wife, and thus, it was rightful. Gu Sheng remained composed, having noticed director Zheng smiling at her moments earlier. She rose gracefully, walking towards the group under the gaze of the crowd, exhibiting neither surprise nor false humility, earning the admiration of several esteemed figures for her beauty and poise. It was no wonder she could captivate someone like Wen Heng. Director Zheng winked at Gu Sheng and remarked, "Indeed, we meet again. Oh, you know Wen Heng's wife? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" He laughed. Didn't Wen Heng bring her along himself? Your cover shoot was exceptional. Su Xiling has been lauded throughout the industry. The group engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Jean Yueyao sat at a distance, her eyes flashing with envy. Brother Wen brought his wife to meet the seniors. Oh dear, how pampered. Who wouldn't he envy other female stars? Thanks to the sisters on the front lines. Is there more sugar? Please throw it my way. At 9 o'clock, the light show for the evening banquet was about to commence. The lights gradually dimmed, creating an exhilarating anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. In a secluded corner, Jean Yueyao signaled to a server. This individual had been arranged by Li Muse, completely reliable, and once the task was done, would vanish without a trace amidst the crowd. When the lights went dark, it would be entirely normal for a server to accidentally bump into someone. Even if a drink were to spill on a female star, decorum would prevent any outburst. Even if the liquid caused irritation or skin issues, those effects would only manifest hours later. By then, whom could she hold accountable? Jean Yueyao smiled as she joined the small circle of flowers, waiting alongside others for the light show to begin. Wen Heng stood with Gu Sheng, still feeling discomfort in his nasal passages, but after 2 days of contemplation, he had yet to devise a solution for his pain. However, the system would not wait for him. Warning! You will experience your 31st sensation of pain in 10 minutes. The intensity is quite high. Please prepare yourself. Additionally, your 30th sensation of pain has yet to subside, and the 31st will accumulate. Wen Heng took a deep breath. All right. Gu Sheng cast a fleeting glance at him, sensing that Wen Heng was up to something. She surveyed her surroundings. Aside from the attention of some fellow attendees and fans in the corner snapping photographs, there seemed to be nothing particularly noteworthy. This person was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Time gradually slipped away as the light show approached its commencement. Finally, all the main lights extinguished, leaving only the flickering neon lights around them. The host's magnetic voice resonated. The darkness offers us pure fashion, while the neon is inspiration permeating the night. In this pitch blackness, can you sense the restlessness beside you? A server, with his head bowed, happened to walk nearby. Drawing upon her years of experience in the industry, Gu Sheng possessed a keen sense of crisis and a strong sixth sense. Alarm bells rang in her mind, prompting her to instinctively step back. In the dim light, the server indeed stumbled over the long gown of a female star, spilling the contents of his tray all over Gu Sheng. Just as she was about to evade, a man suddenly pulled her into a spin, and she found herself crashing into his embrace. She was cocooned securely, escaping unscathed. The wine glass shattered on the floor, and the female star let out a piercing scream. The atmosphere was indeed frenetic in the darkness. Gu Sheng lifted her gaze and collided with Wen Heng's dark pupils behind his glasses, reflecting the gradual neon glow, a moment so beautiful it momentarily dazzled her. Yet, the next instant, she felt his warm breath brushing against her face. Wen Heng leaned closer. "What are you doing?" Gu Sheng exclaimed. The system echoed. Ah. The shrieks from fans in the corner were nearly overwhelming. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Gu Sheng, taken aback, thought, Wen Heng? Has he truly gone this far for publicity? Wen Heng's arm encircled her waist tightly, exuding a palpable sense of masculine strength. He leaned down, and just as Gu Sheng prepared to retaliate, she felt a cool touch against her nose. He gently nudged her with his own, a fleeting contact that lasted mere seconds before he withdrew. In those brief moments, they were incredibly close, and Wen Heng caught a hint of the faint, sweet fragrance in Gu Sheng's breath. Once he stepped back, he became aware of his racing heart for the very first time. Lowering his gaze to the woman's dazed expression, he smirked slightly. Are you stunned? Gu Sheng, wide-eyed, replied to the system. I am indeed stunned. I never expected that after becoming brazen, this man would dare to seduce me. Is he driven mad by pain? The top-tier star did not shy away from his actions, and many witnessed the scene unfold. Director Zheng and the others chuckled, surprised that Wen Heng could publicly display affection. It seemed genuine. Meanwhile, Jin Yueyao, observing the situation in the shadows, noted not only how Wen Heng protected Gu Sheng, ensuring she was unharmed, but also how he had shamelessly showcased his affection for her. This made her grit her teeth in envy while feigning concern for the situation. The fans, oblivious to the chaos, were nearly entranced, capturing the moment on their phones and hastily sharing the short video they recorded. In the midst of obscurity, I secretly embrace you. Thank you for your voice.
It has captivated me.
In the video, the man is refined and handsome, while the woman is stunningly beautiful. The lofty flower finally bows its head, and the woman in his arms captivates all. A kiss filled with understanding, irresistible to anyone. My heart finally witnessed them doing what they were meant to do. How sweet it is. All around, the fragrance of fine attire surrounds me, yet my only concern is that you are in my embrace. Oh my goodness, sister. You are incredible. I am utterly enchanted. Is the next step to take place in bed? I have already prepared my bed. The video rapidly went viral on Weibo, with over 1 million views in just 10 seconds, and it continued to soar. However, the two individuals present remained blissfully unaware of this. At that moment, a new system notification chimed in their ears. Gu Sheng, the 31st pang of love. Wen Heng, 31, a state of utter chaos. Pain level, 10. Wen Heng's gaze had grown cold again. He lifted his eyes from the water stains on the ground and scanned the surroundings, instructing the system. Transfer. The system ceased its announcement, understood. To whom shall the 31st sensation of pain be transferred? Wen Heng, the mastermind behind the water splashing. The system replied, understood. This was no longer surprising. The system operated autonomously, yet it found that the mastermind could not be clearly identified, ultimately transferring the sensation of pain to two individuals who met the criteria. It must be said, the system indeed allowed the male lead to comprehend the situation clearly. Pain transfer successful. In the next moment, Jin Yueyao, seated among a group of female stars, suddenly covered her face, crying out in agony. Ah, my face. Why does it feel as though it has been burned? Could that water have splashed on me? Impossible. A star's face is her livelihood. How could there be a problem? Jin Yueyao panicked, as the surrounding stars looked on in bewilderment. Yueyao, are you alright? How embarrassing to make a scene at the celebration. Why does her face suddenly feel scorched as if by fire? Who could it be? The two were clearly arranged, while only Gu Sheng remained waiting for the system's notification. Yet the system hesitated for a while, finally stating, Host, the male lead seems to have utilized some method again. Gu Sheng, again? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, linking it to Wen Heng's peculiar, abrupt gesture of touching her nose earlier. Gu Sheng mistakenly concluded, that scoundrel Wen Heng. Is he using my card? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, gazing at the impeccably dressed man. Let me feel pain. That night, Wen Heng's sensation of pain was shared among 3 individuals. Jin Yueyao, my face is ruined. Li Muse, my face is ruined. Wen Heng, my foot is ruined. Chapter 32, A Punch. That night, Jin Yueyao experienced a moment of embarrassment. Originally, she had intended to witness Gu Sheng's embarrassment as her gown was sullied, leaving her with no way to salvage her dignity. However, she found herself in excruciating pain, ultimately unable to contain herself and fleeing the scene, leaving those around her in stunned silence. This was an event personally orchestrated by the editor-in-chief, who certainly did not wish for any blunders, and thus, that evening, left with a rather poor impression of Jin Yueyao. Nonetheless, the host possessed remarkable control over the situation, swiftly guiding everyone past this minor incident. The light show resumed its normal performance. In the brief moment Gu Sheng had stepped on Wen Heng's foot, she turned to find the server who had just been holding the wine glass had already vanished into the crowd. Gu Sheng narrowed her eyes. The entertainment industry, with its depths, was indeed familiar territory for her. It seemed she needed to be more vigilant. The banquet hall, adorned with bizarre neon lights and geometric art, exuded a magical and fashionable aura. Under such lighting, faces flickered, rendering the gown designs less significant, while physique and temperament shone through even more prominently. In the end, a professional photographer captured images of the guests. Following customary practice, The official social media account would sequentially release the photographs, allowing fans to compile their respective data, resulting in stark contrasts between each post. Ordinary minor celebrities garnered only a few hundred likes and shares, while international models lacked substantial fan engagement. Director Sheng and his associates, aware that their solo photographs would likely go unnoticed, gathered the editor-in-chief, the fashion group's board members, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng, for a group photo. The presence of big names and rising stars complemented each other beautifully, and Gu Sheng fit seamlessly into the ensemble, smiling radiantly. Once this photograph was posted, fans flocked in droves. Wen Heng is so handsome. Thank you for the invite. Gu Sheng is so impressive. Who wouldn't envy this photo? Who can resist a picture with these stunning figures? That night, the photograph was pinned to the top of the official account, marking the conclusion of the triennial fashion gala. Various fashion bloggers and entertainment marketing accounts dissected the red carpet appearances of the night, with both Wen Heng and Gu Sheng emerging as major winners. After all, the discerning eyes of the public clearly favored Wen Sheng in the voting for preferred styles. Meanwhile, the Jin Yueyao family had hoped to leverage this evening to elevate Jin Yueyao's status, but regrettably, she vanished from sight in the latter half of the event. Despite attending, not a single photograph of her remained. Consequently, opinions online varied widely. Gu Sheng made a formidable debut within the industry, stunning on the red carpet and expanding her social circle, rendering her attendance quite valuable. However, there was an unexpected action from Wen Heng that was somewhat perplexing. Initially, she hadn't had time to ponder it in detail, but now that work had concluded, she found herself with the luxury to reflect. If memory served her correctly, this marked Wen Heng's third appearance, and the circumstances on his side remained a mystery to her. From an initial suspicion of him using hair as a substitute, to recently navigating through challenges with apparent ease, Gu Sheng felt an inkling of something amiss. She inquired of the system, "Are you the only system?" The system replied, "Indeed.
Host.
You and the male lead are the most suitable candidates for an exquisite pairing in this world." Gu Sheng stroked her chin, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that there was a system operating on the male lead's side as well. But that shouldn't be the case, should it? Those who traverse the pages of a book are indeed destined to possess a system. Yet, she recalled the system mentioning that the male protagonists would clash with the system, yielding certain consequences. Gu Sheng felt that Wen Heng was struggling against this opposition, and it seemed his mental state had taken a significant toll. Was he attempting to entice her? Wen Heng sensed the unfriendly gaze of Gu Sheng and subtly shifted to the side, wary of a sudden assault. However, in truth, he bore no resentment when Gu Sheng stepped on his foot. Her meager strength was far beneath the pain inflicted by the system's random sensations. In fact, he found that her physical engagement with him was oddly preferable to her usual aloof demeanor, fostering a sense of inexplicable intimacy. Gu Sheng scrutinized Wen Heng with a skeptical gaze. He lowered his eyes, permitting her examination, exuding an air of exceptional composure, as if to convey that he was unperturbed by her actions. Yet, Gu Sheng discerned nothing but his customary indifference. How infuriating, she thought. She contemplated delivering another kick. Wen Heng likely deduced the intent reflected in her eyes. The pain had subsided, and those deserving of retribution had received it. He remained cautious, ensuring he did not come into contact with Gu Sheng. This time, the intense agony lasting 20 seconds was manageable, and he could endure until the next wave of pain arrived. The following day, the fainted Li Muse, donning a mask and sunglasses, unexpectedly encountered the equally disguised Jin Yueyao in the dermatology department of a private hospital. Both were astonished to discover that they bore the same grievous symptoms. The only person who had come into contact with them that night was the servant masquerading as a waiter. Jin Yueyao was nearly driven to madness. Her face absolutely could not afford to suffer any blemish. Thus, she raised her voice, demanding, "Was it you who applied that potion to us?" The servant replied, "No. How could that be?" Li Muse and Jin Yueyao, unable to elicit any answers, nearly broke down in tears. In that moment, their shared plight forged an unprecedented bond of solidarity. As Li Muse had not appeared at Wen's company for several days, Gu Song was spared from facing his duplicitous countenance and instead encountered Wen on 2 occasions. A career-driven woman of remarkable competence, she often eclipsed the similarities she bore with a top-tier star, being strikingly beautiful in her own right. When Wen mentioned Li Muse, her tone bore indifference. He was of little importance, yet their family required vigilance. We, the Wen family, are rather conceited, and my father particularly so. He does not perceive the Li family as a threat to us, but one can never be too certain about parasites, Wen remarked, casting an assessing glance at Gu Song. Of course, I share this with you because I regard you as family. You understand, don't you? Gu Song favored intelligent individuals, nodding slightly, without further comment. Next time, I shall visit my brother and your sister, Wen stated, turning to leave, acknowledging their recent popularity. Gu Song casually lit a cigarette as he exited the Wen Company building, driving towards Huading Ufu, intent on seeking retribution from his sister. Was it not a sign of disdain that 50 million remained untouched, as if she looked down upon him as her brother? The doorbell rang several times. And to everyone's surprise, it was Wen Heng who answered. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere between the two tall men crackled with intensity. Eventually, Gu Song peered inside and inquired, "Where's my sister?" Wen Heng stepped aside to allow his brother-in-law to enter, responding, "She's at home." Gu Song clicked his tongue, pondering how this was indeed Gu Sheng's residence, and questioning why his sister's husband hadn't spent more than a few months living at Huading. Gu Sheng was aware of Gu Song's impending visit and was deliberating how to navigate the matter of the bank card. After all, she was not his biological sister, and it was prudent to avoid revealing any flaws. However, upon seeing Gu Song, an unexpected sense of familiarity washed over her. Though this man was a stranger in her memories and bore an aura of arrogance that suggested he was not easily approached, she instinctively smiled and greeted him, "Brother." Gu Song paused for a moment, and after a few seconds, he shyly turned his face away and coughed, replying. Wen Heng's gaze flitted between the two. He had never heard of a close relationship between Gu Sheng and her brother. After a brief moment of discomfort, Gu Song composed himself and began to ask, "Why aren't you spending?" Gu Sheng promptly interjected, "Let me pour you some tea. Brother, would you like pu'er?" This was a drink typically enjoyed by Wen Heng, the old soul, and she worried whether Gu Song, the aloof young master, would appreciate it. To her surprise, Gu Song nodded, "Sure, that's fine." He was genuinely moved by his sister's transformation. Wen Heng remarked, "No one asked me." "Never mind." After Gu Sheng left, the living room was left with just Wen Heng and Gu Song. Both men were of similar age, accomplished in their respective fields. Yet neither was particularly easy to get along with. Gu Song often observed their variety show, which not only allowed him to understand Wen Heng better, but also to feel the immense popularity that came with being a top-tier celebrity. Fans adored his aloof demeanor. But who could endure such a persona in a familial setting? Despite their unfamiliarity, Wen Heng initiated a brief exchange with Gu Song. "How are your parents?" "They're well, busy making money and forgetting about their children." Gu Song briefly scrutinized Wen Heng, surprised that this aloof figure could exhibit concern for his parents. Indeed, Wen Heng had never been one to care about anyone. He was indifferent to emotional connections and had no need for companionship. Marriage, in his view, was merely a matter of enduring the arrangements imposed by the Wen family. After 2 years of tolerance, he would fulfill his obligation as the eldest son and then proceed with a divorce. Yet now, he felt the weight of retribution. He mused. Gu Sheng entered with a cup of tea, having used Wen Heng's tea leaves, and politely poured a cup for him as well. Gu Song took a sip from the tea his sister had personally poured and praised. "This is excellent tea." Wen Heng, with a calm expression, said, "I'll get you some tea cakes to take with you. You two chat for now." Once he left, Gu Song embarked on a comprehensive lecture for Gu Sheng. "You're not doing chores at home, right? Good, don't. Just focus on your own matters. If you want to buy something, go ahead. The money I send you is for you to use. It's not going to bankrupt me. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself in marriage. You are a wife there, but still a child at home, understand?" Gu Sheng had always detested being lectured, yet listening to her brother's admonishments surprisingly didn't annoy her at all. One might even feel a tinge of envy towards the original protagonist. She devoted herself wholeheartedly to pursuing the male lead, thereby alienating such a wonderful family. Gu Song rambled on for a bit before addressing the crux of the matter. "So, what are your thoughts on this marriage agreement? It must be nearing its expiration." Gu Sheng nodded, acknowledging that work was still a concern, which complicated matters. Gu Song understood and simply hummed in response. Outside the living room, Wen Heng leaned against the wall, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Gu Sheng's words sounded like a mere excuse. To his surprise, the next moment, the woman in the living room remarked, "It will be fine once work is over." Wen Heng was taken aback. Gu Song felt a sense of accomplishment, exclaiming with delight, "You've truly matured. Don't worry, I am surrounded by handsome men, and although my family is affluent and I am capable in my own right, I have no intentions of entering the entertainment industry. I merely wanted to inform you." Gu Sheng responded with an agreeable. Wen Heng's sense of urgency suddenly intensified. Unbeknownst to Wen Sheng's fans, they were unwittingly undergoing a severe trial, yet the 4th episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness was set to air as scheduled. After a lengthy wait, especially after the previous live broadcast ended with a tantalizing teaser featuring an intimate partner, the audience was already on edge with anticipation. The editing team had done a commendable job, trimming away the less engaging segments of the live stream and preserving only the most riveting moments. In the fourth episode, aside from the guests' gaming segments and the process of competing for resources on the mountain, the highlight, of course, was the room swapping that took place over 3 nights. Each guest streamed their experiences, allowing them to observe the situations of others. The production team certainly did not spare the more provocative exchanges from Gu Sheng's 2 nights. On the first night, she exclaimed, "Why do you resemble a corpse?" On the second night, she commanded, "Wen Heng. No flirting." Viewers tuned in day by day, and now, compiled into highlights, the effect was even more explosive, eliciting uncontrollable laughter. Gu Sheng herself was utterly mortified upon seeing this, covering her face in embarrassment. "Oh my goodness! Someone save me! This is mortifying." Wen Heng glanced at her, unable to suppress a smile, though the situation was not quite as the audience perceived. Yushanbei laughed so hard he rolled under the table. "Haha, is Gu Sheng the only one bold enough to speak to Wenshin like that? Ha ha ha. Wenshin couple is divine. I adore them so much. I've turned into a fan. The top star and Gu Sheng are simply too wonderful," crying. Lu Yi and Yushanbei were equally moved. They recalled how on the first night, they had stayed in the ranger's cabin, dancing foolishly and bringing so much joy, while he languished in solitude. Fortunately, Wen Ge and Sheng Jia were considerate and thoughtful.
Divine couple, sobi.
The production team seized the opportunity to promote the values of the program, showcasing the remarkable profession of forest rangers, represented by Panyu Village in the southwest. After the episode aired, the audience remained unsatisfied, sobbing, "I crave more." Suddenly realizing that we are halfway through the recording, each episode is one less. Ah, sisters, please don't speak such cruel words. However, my family has a variety show, and I'll be joining the cast to shoot. Hee. Damn it. I envy Wen Sheng's fans. A veil of mist envelopes the screen, revealing a faint structure emerging from the haze. When do individuals most need and trust their partners? It is in moments of fear. The 5th episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness is recorded in the outskirts, at the Emerald Mansion, shrouded in a delicate fog. As night descends, what challenges will the guests face? How will they rely on and doubt one another? Thus, our intimate lovers will undoubtedly elicit varied reactions, which we all eagerly anticipate. Furthermore, we have invited 2 guest participants to experience the Emerald Mansion alongside us. They are Yu Shanbei, who pokes at the computer in the lounge, is informed by Fu Shan, "Hey, you're the guest next episode, are you scared?" Without mercy. Louis exposes him, "You're bringing someone else along because you're scared yourself." Yu Shanbei stands tall, declaring, "I am not scared at all." Hence, he requires the protection of his sister. After viewing the trailer, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng both focused on the guest participants. Wen Heng's attention was drawn to Fu Shan, his brows furrowing. This green tea character is persistently haunting. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng's gaze fell upon another female guest, Lan Xintong. This name does not fade into the background in the original storyline. Although not the leading lady, she possesses an aura that endears her to many. A filmmaker herself, Lan Xintong may not have as extensive a career as Wen Heng, but she has produced a well-received work, making her a rare favorite of the male lead. Additionally, she attracts many quality male supporting characters. In the original narrative, Lan Xintong had appeared as a guest on the 4 Laws of Happiness even earlier, and her delayed introduction had almost caused Gu Sheng to forget her. At that time, the original protagonist was already facing widespread criticism in the dating show, and Lan Xintong's arrival served as a stark contrast. However, Gu Sheng remained unfazed, ready to respond to any challenge. After all, it was merely work. She cast a glance at Wen Heng, contemplating, this marriage truly needs to end. Even before a divorce, he was already attracting attention, showing a lack of fidelity. Wen Heng, puzzled by Gu Sheng's sudden anger, nonetheless prepared himself before departing. He watched several horror films in the home theater to test his courage, discovering that he was relatively unfazed, which put him at ease. After all, if he was not afraid, he could protect Gu Sheng. This intimate gathering should provide him with some opportunities. Later that evening, Gu Sheng, intending to watch a film in the home theater, heard terrifying screams emanating from within and thought to herself, "Keep your distance. He is a creep." The system. For this recording, Gu Sheng did not bring many belongings, as unlike her previous experiences in the mountains where resources were scarce, she only packed her essentials. Treating it as work, she readily agreed to participate. The drama's theme song often plays during pivotal moments, and familiarizing herself with the melody would aid her in immersing into a role. Anything beneficial to her career is regarded as friendship. Fu Shan contemplated the indifferent and haughty face of the film emperor, realizing that even if Wen Heng did not welcome him, it would not hinder his participation. It was, after all, work. As the various guests prepared for their flight to the city, Gu Sheng spent the night before their departure perusing materials regarding business collaborations provided by her team. She intended to read until fatigue overtook her, allowing her to retire to bed and awaken refreshed for the recording. However, she was suddenly gripped by a sharp cramping pain in her lower abdomen. It dawned upon her that she had indulged excessively in the delightful beverages at the banquet, particularly the chilled cocktails. Now, she was suffering the consequences. Having previously observed Wen Heng endure pain numerous times, she now found herself unable to escape this discomfort. Leaning against her waist, Gu Sheng made her way to the kitchen to pour herself a cup of hot water. After consuming a generous serving, she felt a slight alleviation. Yet the chill in her abdomen persisted, and the cramping continued unabated. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and her normally rosy lips had paled. Fortunately, she knew that such pains were typically transient and only arose from excessive consumption of cold foods. They were usually not severe enough to warrant painkillers. Nevertheless, as she shuffled from the kitchen back to her room, she couldn't help but inquire of the system, "Do you not possess any pain relief functions?" The system replied regretfully, "The system is ineffective against your physiological discomfort, but I believe you could summon the male lead for companionship." Gu Sheng, in a state of discomfort yet retaining her composure, replied, "What can he do? Will he alleviate my pain?" The system tenderly suggested, "He can provide you with loving care."
Gu Sheng scoffed, "Pa.
That cold, arrogant creature, what kind of comfort could he possibly offer?" Just then, Wen Heng emerged, noticing her reclined against the back of the sofa, slightly hunched, with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Gu Sheng, not wishing to conceal her discomfort, replied listlessly, "Menstrual cramps." Wen Heng paused momentarily and asked, "Have you had hot water?" Gu Sheng rolled her eyes, thinking, See? This clueless man only knows to suggest drinking more hot water. "I have," she retorted irritably.
What do you want?
She was already in pain and found it bothersome when others fussed over her. Wen Heng extended his hand and calmly offered, "Let me massage your abdomen." Gu Sheng was taken aback. "Huh?" The system was in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Ah!" Seizing the opportunity while Gu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Wen Heng's hand descended. His warm palm rested gently against her cool abdomen, providing a soothing warmth that contrasted with her discomfort, and surprisingly, it was rather gentle. The summer night breeze flowed quietly, enveloping the room in tranquility, while Wen Heng remained oblivious to Gu Sheng's thoughts, merely focusing on massaging her abdomen. Time passed, surpassing the 20-second mark, but Wen Heng paid little mind. He was more concerned with Gu Sheng's current state. "Warning, you will experience your 30-second wave of pain in 3 seconds. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow, seemingly attuned to her suffering after witnessing it so many times. As 3 seconds elapsed, Gu Sheng heard the system's notification. Love S 30-second pain. Menstrual cramp experience. Pain level 9. Gu Sheng murmured, "System, you're quite something." The system, evidently elated, proclaimed, "Although I lack pain relief functions, I have thoughtfully enabled the male lead to empathize with your pain, enhancing your emotional bond during this tender moment." Gu Sheng cast a glance at Wen Heng's hand resting on her abdomen, indignantly exclaiming, "But it does not hurt when you touch me." The system interjected, Abba? Wen Heng, realizing that he had indeed rolled the dice for dysmenorrhea, was not surprised. However, the pain did not manifest due to the soothing touch of the remedy. He sighed, contemplating that the experience of menstrual pain could reach a severity of level 9. With a hint of unspoken sorrow, he subtly remarked to Gu Sheng, "In truth, I empathize with your current suffering." Gu Sheng retorted, "Do you not feel any remorse while touching the remedy?" The system, unable to contain its excitement, chimed in, "Whoa, he is feeling for you." Gu Sheng, exasperated, spat, "Nonsense." Wen Heng gently patted her abdomen, solemnly stating, "I understand completely." This declaration only fueled Gu Sheng's ire, intensifying her discomfort. She extended her fist and landed a blow on his abdominal muscles, exclaiming, "You have no idea. Your abdomen does not hurt." Caught off guard, Wen Heng took the punch and exclaimed, "All right. I understand now." Chapter 33. A Brave Heart. Consequently, the two ended up sleeping apart, both enduring a night of menstrual pain. The following day, Gu Sheng felt better. Wen Heng seized her hand, as the duration for pain relief from the time capsule finally accumulated. Ding, pain relief successful. Wen Heng exhaled in relief, his complexion pale, as he advised Gu Sheng. Next time, avoid cold food. Menstrual pain is truly excruciating. He had indeed come to understand this. Gu Sheng, with the air of an older brother, patted him, her eyes conveying a sense of gratitude for his newfound understanding. Take care of yourself, too. For a brief moment, Wen Heng doubted whether Gu Sheng was aware of his random pain sensations. Yet, recalling her punch from the previous night, though not forceful, he realized she was perhaps indicating he should protect himself under her care. Though they were husband and wife, they were not intimately familiar with one another until now. She gradually unveiled her brilliance, showcasing her claws to astound the world with her beauty. Yet, before him, she would arch her tail, ready to strike. It was as if she were warning, "Do not provoke me, or I shall retaliate." Yet, Wen Heng felt no discontent. Rather, he sensed a hint of anticipation. What kind of bond could they forge beyond the 99 sensations of pain? He smiled and said, "Understood, let us proceed." The esteemed guests embarked once more on the journey for the 5th episode of the recording. This time, Wang He and Lu Yuzhu were absent, necessitating substitute guests. Although they remained somewhat transparent in the eyes of the audience, the Wang He couple stood out as the most composed and harmonious pair among the 4 groups of guests, genuinely embodying the essence of a happy marriage. In contrast, the others were either promotional couples or contractual spouses on the verge of separation. The 4 laws of happiness in this dating variety show truly exemplifies the enigmatic nature of the entertainment industry. Being a star entails the continuous act of aerial acrobatics. Wen Heng, Gu Sheng, and their team arrived once again at the airport terminal, where fans eagerly cheered them on. "Sister Sheng, you can do it. Brother Wen, your hard work is appreciated. We will be watching the live stream, eagerly anticipating your performance." Gu Sheng smiled and waved at them, responding, "All right, all right." While another fan called out, "Sister, do not be afraid. Fear not, for brother Wen shall protect you." Gu Sheng feigned annoyance, declaring, "I am not afraid. A beautiful woman, even in anger, remains a vision of grace," eliciting laughter from their fans as they escorted them to the gate. Beneath the shades of his sunglasses, Wen Heng wore an expressionless visage, the corners of his lips subtly curving upwards. The fans were perceptive. Gu Sheng contemplated, resolving that she could neither appear too timid nor overly sweet. Thus, she opted to focus on her beauty. She glanced at Wen Heng, leaning nonchalantly beside her. This peculiar individual neither exhibited fear nor sweetness. So what was his role? He was responsible for the pain. Indeed, system. In the outskirts, the Emerald Manor stood. The summer in the city was often rainy and humid, and with lakes and mountains nearby, the mornings frequently dawned shrouded in mist, enveloping the verdant peaks. The manor, nestled by the lake within the mountains, earned its name due to the lush greenery adorning its interiors. The exterior walls were draped in climbing ivy, lending an air of age and eerie ambience. The vividly colored stained glass doors were already weathered, and upon entering, one was greeted by the similarly dilapidated domed hall, featuring an unkempt spiral staircase at its center, with cobwebs festooning the corners. One must admit, spending 3 nights in such a place could be quite unnerving. The 5th episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness was set to be broadcast, with fans eagerly tuning in. "Though I would feel frightened going alone, I am more than willing to watch, haha." One voice plunges into Brother Wen's embrace. "Ah, I am already swooning from the sweetness. Ah, I am utterly captivated." Presently, several live-streaming windows on the UZ platform showcase the exterior and interior of the Emerald Manor, rather than following each group of guests. The audience fervently scrolled through the names they anticipated, and soon, they glimpsed those familiar figures. Each couple exited a vehicle separately, yet from the moment they appeared, blindfolded, they could only be guided by the staff, proceeding slowly in a line. Such grand gestures. "The first group, Yu Shanbei," exclaimed, "Director, do you recall that we are on a dating show?" The sense of pressure from the obscured path was palpable, even if the environment did not seem frightening. One would inevitably feel they were stepping into the unsettling unknown. Yu Shanbei's shout resonated with the audience's sentiments. "Look at Baisy's trembling legs, ha. Hilarious. Yet my heart aches. Baisy truly carries the atmosphere." Yu Shanbei clung to Lu Yi's arm, proclaiming loudly, "Don't be afraid." Lu Yi, in utter despair, retorted, "You stop trembling first. Ha 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 ha." The illusion of the male idol has shattered completely. She meticulously reviewed the past few episodes, realizing that Gu Sheng would not indulge in coquetry. Consequently, when Sheng's sweetness paled in comparison to that of Qing Tian, Song Qingji aimed to highlight what Gu Sheng lacked. Upon disembarking, she tightly grasped Qing Tian's arm, feigning vulnerability. Brother Tian, I am so scared.
Please walk slower.
Qin Tian, tall and imposing, feigned calm. Yes, Jizi. Do not worry. As they traversed the soft, damp ground of the garden, they inadvertently stepped on a twig, producing a sharp crack. Song Qingji was not particularly frightened, however. She immediately leaped into Qin Tian's embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Whoa, what is that? I'm so scared." Qin Tian's expression was rigid. He felt embarrassed to admit that he had nearly cried out himself just moments ago. The performances from each group of guests were vibrant and captivating. Within the first 10 minutes of the live broadcast, the audience had already erupted in laughter several times. I have a feeling this episode will be spectacular, huh? Anticipating the emergence of the true brave tank. It's bound to be super cool. Ah. The next group to arrive was Wen Heng. They had already been blindfolded in the car, and upon disembarking, the staff instructed them to walk with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Wen Heng raised his hand to feel around, landing on Gu Xing's shoulder, instinctively giving it a reassuring squeeze. Did anyone see that? Yes.
Yes.
Microscope girls. Assemble quickly. Just now, when Gus squeezed Sheng Jia's shoulder, they're becoming more relaxed in front of the camera. However, the fans were quite adept at piecing together the backstory. It was evident that when Gu had long harbored affection for Gu Sheng, but due to their respective identities and the scrutiny they faced, he had refrained from any intimate gestures in front of the cameras. Yet, love cannot be concealed. Hence, Wen Heng often expressed feelings and actions that sent fans into a frenzy. This, indeed, is the joy of shipping Wen Heng. Gu Sheng could not see the path ahead, leaving her feeling uncertain. Nevertheless, the presence of someone behind her provided a sense of reassurance. Their route into the manor was through a side entrance, ascending a slope into a side hall, and then using the handrails to navigate the stairs. As Wen Heng supported Gu Xing's shoulder, they walked slowly when suddenly they heard the system's announcement. Special alert. You are about to experience the 33rd sensation of pain, which differs from previous instances. Strangely, Gu Sheng received the prompt simultaneously. Ding. Host, please note, the 33rd sensation of pain is a special occurrence, constituting 1/3 of the 99 total, with increased randomness. The system is uncontrollable. Previously, announcements were straightforward. It was Gu Sheng's first time hearing such convoluted information, leaving her puzzled. What now? The random outcome this time will involve sharing sensations with the male lead, a deep connection, experiencing mutual feelings. Gu Sheng nearly halted. Could you repeat that? She felt the grip on her shoulder tighten, and the man behind her furrowed his brow, inquiring about the system. What? Their systems were not interconnected. The system explained to Gu Sheng. This system is solely responsible for promoting the beautiful main theme and broadcasting prompt information. The random pain points and gameplay evolve with the storyline. Fearing Wen Heng would notice something amiss, Gu Sheng continued to walk forward while anxiously querying. What else might happen in the future? The system calculated. Aside from shared sensations, perhaps there will also be positional inversions? Gu Sheng grasped the implication of positional inversion. Did that mean she would randomly experience pain while Wen Heng would serve as the antidote? Oh my god! Gu Sheng's fists clenched tightly. How infuriating. Even if such fluctuations were only present during special occurrences, she still felt severely wronged, all the while empathizing with Wen Heng's plight. Truly unfortunate. How vexing. Rest assured, the system is bound to you, and will naturally lean in your favor. Gu Sheng was not persuaded by the system's deceptive words. This time, she could not relish in others' misfortunes, feeling quite anxious as she heard the sound of a beep. Wen Heng seemed to grasp the unusual rules at play. Since it was a shared sensation, as long as he held Gu Sheng's hand, neither would feel pain. In fact, this could be seen as a fortunate circumstance. If Gu Sheng were to catch on, he could take the opportunity to explain the situation to her in a gentle manner that wouldn't frighten her. Moreover, would she not, in turn, need him just as he needed her? What sort of pain would this unique occurrence entail? The two had traversed through a side entrance and entered the interior of the Emerald Manor, where the air was cold and tense. Gu Sheng was anxious, and so was Wen Heng. At last, the system's voice announced the 33rd pain of love, mosquito bites. Pain level 1, Gu Sheng exclaimed, ha. Wen Heng responded with a soft, Asha. He felt a bittersweet mix of relief and sorrow, akin to the sentiment of being a non-lucky person paired with a fortunate one, or being an adopted child versus a biological one. Gu Sheng straightened her back, filled with admiration for the system. What a grand child. Truly my splendid child. She raised her hand and boldly patted Wen Heng's hand, declaring, let us charge forward. Wen Heng replied, all right, let us go. Laughter ensues. How did she suddenly become so lively? A stark contrast to Nga, ha. Guests scattered throughout the manor removed their blindfolds, and in the next moment, screams erupted. Why is it so dark? Where are the lights? Director, are you even human? The audience, who could switch to night vision mode, found the guests' reactions amusing, nearly dying of laughter. Guests, do not panic. Once you locate and turn on the lights in your respective areas, you can emerge and gather. The director's mischievous voice echoed. The flying guests had not donned blindfolds upon entry, and amongst the three groups, the ones traversing the mountain path trembled the most, two of them crying as they groped the wall for the switch. Meanwhile, the sunny couple had huddled together. Song Qingji tilting her head to signal Qin Tian for a kiss, to which he shivered. Let us find the switch. Song Qingji replied. Wen Heng held Gu Sheng's hand and traced the wall, but found no switch. He performed this action with an air of nonchalance, maintaining his usual calmness even in the darkness, exuding a sense of charm. Gu Sheng hesitated to fumble around, fearing she might touch something inappropriate. Ultimately, Wen Heng discovered the pull cord of a table lamp. He tugged it down, and at last, illumination graced their surroundings. They found themselves in a storage room. Layers of dust settled upon old chairs and tables, alongside tattered canvases and instruments. The faint light cast an eerie ambience. With the light, there was no longer a need to hold on to one another. Gu Sheng rotated her wrist, realizing that the level 1 pain from the mosquito bites was, indeed, imperceptible. This time, she was involuntarily sharing sensations with Wen Heng, and the random pain assigned to her happened to be level 1. Indeed, there is merely a swollen bite on my leg, which, aside from a slight itch, brings no further sensation. How amusing. Such fortuitous luck. Gu Sheng glanced at Wen Heng, contemplating how her good fortune had inadvertently benefited him as well. Now, he too was spared from discomfort. The two approached the doorknob, pushed the door open, and thus truly entered the Emerald Manor. The interior decor leaned towards a Western style, yet due to its age, the original grandeur was scarcely discernible.
To their surprise,
Before they could exit the corridor, they encountered a woman. Lan Xintong possessed a fresh and pure demeanor, aptly embodying her name, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley. Upon seeing them, her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached to greet them. Teacher Wen, long time no see. Hello, Teacher Gu. Gu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Hello. However, Wen Heng displayed little extraneous emotion, merely inclining his head slightly beside Gu Sheng. Hello. Lan Xintong observed the male lead before her heart racing. He was indeed the film emperor, strikingly handsome. Having perused the storyline, she recognized that, despite lacking a system, she was endowed with an aura that drew admiration from all. With a particularly elegant smile, she inquired, Teacher Wen, are you currently preparing a new film? Our fans are eagerly anticipating it. He gently patted Gu Sheng's hand. Gu Sheng's expression clearly communicated her indifference, though she refrained from voicing it, mindful of the presence of others. An intense, exclusive atmosphere enveloped them, making it apparent to all that their bond was impenetrable, unrelated to any display of affection. Wen Heng barely acknowledged her presence, leaving Lan Xintong feeling unsettled. While she conceded that the male lead's contractual wife was indeed beautiful, surely her charm could not be entirely ineffective. Moreover, the disparity between their relationship and the narrative was too vast. Gu Sheng seemed off, and so did the male lead. In her recollection of the original text, women frequently came and went in the male lead's life, yet he never developed feelings for any of them. As she watched their retreating figures, Lan Xintong silently pondered. What on earth had transpired? In the hall of the Emerald Manor, the guests finally gathered. Fu Shan spotted Gu Sheng and, with a beaming smile, waved to greet her, radiating his usual sunny disposition. Wen Heng furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that he might seize this opportunity for ulterior motives. Qin Tian felt that Yushande had voiced the sentiments of his heart. Meanwhile, their girlfriends lamented, damn it, we can't count on them. Look how composed Wen is. The production team, devoid of sentiment, commenced the evening's proceedings. As everyone could see, the Emerald Manor was an ancient structure with a rich history, now overseen by a steward. For the next 2 days and 3 nights, guests could seek assistance from the steward regarding their accommodations. A figure clad in European butler attire approached, sporting curly hair, which inexplicably sent a shiver down one's spine. No, surely not. This evening's room allocation battle differed from previous ones, as guests would determine their stay in the Emerald Manor through games. Only the last couple standing would be exiled to spend a night on a boat upon the lake. The guests exclaimed in alarm, goodness, we're all in. Who dares to sleep on the lake? To avoid exile, everyone would have to strive earnestly. The first game was titled Occupy the Territory. Each couple, including the two flying guests, stands on a newspaper, ensuring their feet remain on the paper surface. With each round, half of the newspaper is torn away. Anyone who steps outside the boundaries is eliminated. The last standing couple emerges victorious. Clearly, this game is designed for sweetness, necessitating couples to embrace one another to fit. After 2 rounds, when the newspaper becomes insufficient for both to stand, the flying guests are the first to be eliminated. Fu Shan is reluctant to embrace Lan Xian Tong, who glances at him, sensing that her charming aura seems ineffective against him. As the game progresses, couples must engage in intimate contact. Lui Yi leaps onto Yushanbei's back, causing him to sway slightly as she playfully pinches him multiple times. Wen Heng casts a glance at Gu Sheng, saying, "I'll hold you." For the sake of victory, Gu Sheng, without hesitation, climbs onto Wen Heng. He steadies her by holding her waist, chuckling, "Am I merely a pole?" Gu Sheng secures her position, her legs wrapped around his slender waist, clutching the back of his shirt to ensure a stable balance. "Oh, I'm being hugged. I don't care. This is a hug."
So sweet, so sweet.
It turns out that Gu Sheng's position is quite stable. The newspaper is torn again, leaving only a small square remaining. Soon, the romantic princess hold is the first to step out of bounds, leaving Shan Lu and Wen Sheng to compete. At this stage, the male guests must rise on their toes to hold the female guests. Yu Shanbei struggles to maintain his stance. Just then, Wen Heng's cool voice resonates. Gu Sheng. Preoccupied with the competition, Gu Sheng asks, "What is it?" After a brief pause, Wen Heng replies, "You pulled my hair. It really hurts." It must be a level 3. Unable to contain himself, Yu Shanbei bursts into laughter, inadvertently stepping out. Wen Sheng claims victory. Gu Sheng, relieved, looks down and discovers she has indeed pulled out several strands of hair.
Ha ha ha.
Help, I'm truly going to die from Gu Sheng's laughter. But savor Wen Sheng's tender yet helpless smile. It's so sweet. In the end, the Wen Sheng couple, having sacrificed a few strands of hair, secures the first right to reside in the manor. The remaining guests must continue competing through games until the final outcome is revealed. The Shan Lu couple heads to the lake, while Yu Shanbei meets his demise on the spot. The director, stifling laughter, announces, "Now everyone can retire to their respective rooms for rest, but remember, at 3 o'clock, those who complete the courage challenge will be rewarded with a sumptuous breakfast at the Emerald Manor." He adds ominously, "And I must remind you, the residents of Emerald Manor detest hungry souls." "Oh no, you're doing this again." I'm so cowardly." Yu Shanbei repeatedly laments his fate, but there's no one left in the manor. Qin Tian is frozen in fear, unable to move. Several female guests turn pale with fright. "I can endure. I can do this. Damn it, I know I want to be able to sleep after watching, but I still want to see. For the sweetness. I want to sleep." On the 3rd floor of the Emerald Manor, the first night commenced with a stroke of good fortune. However, the room was adorned with a collection of dolls, their dark glass eyes fixed upon the bed, which left Gu Sheng feeling somewhat apprehensive. Yet, she resolutely chose to conceal her trepidation. A formidable partner in her career could undoubtedly ensure the task was accomplished with finesse. He took Gu Sheng's hand and approached the bedside, reassuring her, "Do not fear. If you are scared, just hold on to me." Meanwhile, the audience had already settled at the live stream window of the room, eagerly indulging in the sweet moments unfolding before them. Has anyone noticed how straightforward Wen Sheng has become? Sisters, I comprehend. In the past, Wen Sheng's love was restrained, but now, he expresses himself more openly before the camera. Oh my, the couple's relationship is growing ever stronger. It must be said that a strong and composed partner indeed imbues one with considerable courage. As their hands intertwined, it wasn't long before the system chimed. Ding. Wen Heng, pain relief successful. Gu Sheng, pain relief successful for the 33rd time. The minor irritation from a level 1 mosquito bite had thus concluded, without notable discomfort. However, Wen Heng was taken aback to hear the system announce yet another notification. "Greetings. In recognition of your unwavering will to survive, we have procured an additional card for you." Wen Heng raised an eyebrow. "A level 1 transfer card? That seems improbable." Sure enough, a few moments later, the system declared, "You now possess a strengthening card." Wen Heng paused momentarily. "Pray tell, what does this strengthen?" System. It enhances the pain sensation you randomly encounter. Wen Heng, am I to seek a longer existence? Perhaps sensing that this random item was rather absurd, the system remarked, "It is likely to be of some utility." Wen Heng, for instance? System. For instance, while acting. You could use the enhancement to portray realistic bloodshed or tears. Wen Heng, thank you. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng observed Wen Heng's sudden silence, interpreting it as a sign that he had discovered something amiss. His naturally aloof demeanor was accompanied by a slight furrow of his brow, his handsome features tinged with an air of melancholy. Under the sunlight, his visage appeared as a meticulously crafted work of art, yet in this moment, it exuded an unsettling chill. Before Gu Sheng could inquire further, the system's voice resonated again. This time, the random reward is brave heart. Gu Sheng, The system sighed, wishing the random outcome had been the opposite, for Gu Sheng would undoubtedly have sought refuge in the male lead's embrace. Yet, Gu Sheng felt an overwhelming surge of bravery, an inflated sense of self-worth. She raised her arms, fists clenched, feeling as if she had emblazoned herself with the word powerful. For the next 3 days, she indulged in ample food, drink, and rest. At 3 a.m, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng were already in a state of half-sleep, when the creaking sound of a wooden door turning echoed clearly through the stillness of the night from the corridor outside. Wen Heng shook his head to rouse himself and instinctively grasped Gu Sheng's hand, whispering, "Do not fear, follow me." Gu Sheng awakened, her brave heart thrumming joyfully in her chest. She felt an overwhelming desire to laugh heartily at the sky. "I am not afraid at all." What ghost stories do you have for me?" However, upon pushing open the door, they found nothing amiss. Instead, they spotted Fu Shan standing alone a short distance ahead. Wen Heng immediately furrowed his brow. Was this intentional? Upon seeing Gu Sheng, Fu Shan's face lit up with joy. He hurried over, his voice trembling slightly. "Sister, it seems there are shadows ahead." Gu Sheng grandly waved her hand, intending to convey that they should simply follow behind, for neither she nor Wen Heng was afraid. Yet, in the next moment, she was abruptly enveloped in an embrace. Gu Sheng. The man's hold was fervent, burying his head into Gu Sheng's shoulder. His vulnerability was evident. Trembling gently, his performance masterful. "Don't go over there, I'm scared." The system responded directly. "Ah." The fans awakened. "Ah." In the corridor of the manor, dust swirled as the scent of tea pervaded the air. Fu Shan remarked, "A tea master, unable to compete." Gu Sheng, astonished, exclaimed, "Wen Heng? You didn't say this before leaving. So, you were just putting on an act?" Chapter 34, Ghosts. Haha, save me. Is Wen Ge really just about the tea? He pretended to be scared just to have his wife accompany him. Help, I'm shipping this. If it's not about tea, then Wen Ge has been pretending not to be afraid while actually being terrified, haha. So it was all about tea, ha ha ha. Wen Ge, you're something else. In the dead of night, due to the sudden antics of the film emperor, the bullet screen buzzed back to life, revealing that many viewers had been vigilantly watching the live stream, most of whom were gathered around Wen Sheng. The fans began to collectively wail, "The hugs are too sweet." Wen Heng's response was swift. He recognized that Fu Shan might not be a bad person and could be a beneficial partner for Gu Sheng's career. However, in other respects, Fu Shan was somewhat duplicitous, so Wen Heng decided to cut ties from the source. As for himself, Wen Heng did not perceive himself as a green tea type. After all, he was legitimately and rightfully defending their nearly fracturing marital relationship. Wen Heng held Gu Sheng from behind, sensing her incredulous gaze sweeping over him multiple times, her eyes shining like bright lights. His claim of fear was merely a pretext. It was Gu Sheng who was truly afraid but was feigning calmness. And she should have understood his implication. Yet, unbeknownst to Wen Heng, Gu Sheng had transformed her perspective into believing she was the most formidable person present. With Wen Heng displaying vulnerability, she had indeed relegated him to the position of the weak. So this dog of a man had merely been feigning calmness all along. Cowardly enough to cling to her? She silently mocked Wen Heng twice in her heart, generously patting his head. "All right, don't be afraid, just follow me." Wen Heng. He wasn't genuinely afraid. At his core, he did not believe in those frightful, supernatural entities. Yet, he was uncertain whether Gu Sheng was truly unafraid or merely putting on a brave front. Nevertheless, Wen Heng was determined to stay by Gu Sheng's side to protect her. He glanced at Fu Shan and nodded. Okay. Ultimately, the trio's formation evolved into Gu Sheng leading the way, with Wen Heng following closely behind and Fu Shan bringing up the rear. Although Fu Shan stood at a height of 1.8 meters, he was thoroughly obstructed by the towering Wen Heng, who measured 1.88 meters. Prior to their arrival, Du Yanzi had advised him against testing the waters, but he disregarded the warning. Do not approach Wen Heng. The courage challenge set by the production team was, in essence, rather straightforward. It entailed traversing the desolate manor villa to reach the basement, navigating through a long, dimly lit corridor to locate the butler and procure a breakfast voucher. After all, there was a meal at stake. And the director's mischievous remark about the manor's inhabitants harboring disdain for famished souls hinted at the potential troubles awaiting guests who found themselves without food. No one wished to endure such a plight, thus they mustered their courage to accept the challenge, with the exception of the couple adrift on the lake. They had intended to join, but as Sheng paddled towards the Emerald Manor, a thick fog enveloped the water, obscuring their direction and instilling a sense of dread. Ultimately, the couple managed to reach the shore, only to discover they had rowed to the wrong side. Overwhelmed with despair, they wept, having missed the midnight challenge. Meanwhile, within the manor, Sheng and the others had arrived at the spiral staircase leading to the basement entrance. A chilling draft and dampness emanated from the depths, where darkness reigned, devoid of light. The group hesitated to descend. Lan Xintong also found them, clearly eager to accompany the male lead. Yet she displayed a closer affinity to Fu Shan, given their status as flying guests. Her voice was gentle, radiating an inexplicable charm. As Qin Tian approached, he couldn't help but steal glances at her, captivated by her beauty and allure. Fu Shan, upon hearing her speak, looked up at Lan Xintong and offered her a reassuring smile, saying, "Sister Xintong, do not worry." He then turned to Sheng, inquiring, "Sister, shall we go down?" His expression was distinctly warmer towards Sheng than it had been towards Lan Xintong. This made Lan Xintong question whether her charm had any effect on Fu Shan at all. Sheng, however, was undaunted, declaring, "Let us go. Do not be afraid. Just charge ahead." Wen Heng glanced at her, recognizing the unmistakable eagerness in her demeanor. Just as the guests hesitated on the spiral staircase, a voice emerged from a nearby speaker, low and haunting. Attention, the sound echoed eerily in the quiet mountain villa, startling the guests and causing them to jump in fright. What was that? Laughter erupted as Qin Tian nearly stumbled down the stairs. The director's sinister intent is now evident. "I'm dying of laughter. If I were a guest, I'd head straight to the control room to confront the director. Do not be afraid, it is I." The director's voice continued to emanate from the small speaker. "Please pay attention to the rules of the courage challenge. Each time, only 2 participants may descend, and they need not be couples. The guests may form groups at their discretion, provided that the number remains 2 for each group. The challenges faced by each group will also differ." As soon as the rules were announced, everyone present, except for Sheng, instinctively turned their gaze toward Wen Heng. There was no denying that Wen's demeanor was exceptionally composed and steady, which inexplicably instilled a sense of security in others. Lan Xintong smiled slightly and proposed, "Since we are pairing up, let us have one brave person accompany one who is more timid." This suggestion was immediately met with approval from Fu Shan and Qin Tian. "I think that's a good idea." Song Qingji nearly rolled her eyes, clearly sensing that Lan Xintong was playing the innocent role. Yet Lan Xintong felt reassured, realizing her charm was still effective in attracting attention. However, her true intention for entering this narrative was to garner favor in front of the male lead. She glanced at Wen Heng's calm and unflinching face, then turned to the eager Sheng and inquired, "Teacher Gu, are you afraid?" Sheng honestly replied, "I am not afraid." Nearby, Song Qingji thought to herself, "What a boast. This persona is bound to backfire." Even Qin Tian, a robust man, was feeling apprehensive. How could Sheng not be afraid? However, Fu Shan seemed to place his trust in Sheng, moving closer to her. Lan Xintong then eagerly turned to Wen Heng. "Teacher Wen, you are not afraid either."
Are you?
"That means we can form a team." Lan Xintong and Fu Shan exclaimed, "Really?" Sheng sighed and pointed at Wen Heng. "All right, I'll take him." Wen Go was thoroughly exasperated by the brave facade. Wen Heng sensed this too. He paused for a moment in silence before stating, "Let us go." Lan Xintong felt a shiver run down her spine, and Song Qingji quickly grasped Qin Tian's arm, only to find that he had already taken hold of her. "Blast it. I suddenly envy Sheng," Song Qingji muttered. It was evident that Wen Heng was pretending to be afraid merely to match Sheng's brave persona. What a slap in the face. It would be better to be honest about needing protection like I do. After several agonizing moments, Sheng and Wen Heng arrived at the lower level. It turned out that there was not a complete absence of light. Deep within the pitch-black corridor, there was a door emitting an eerie green glow. As the audience followed their descent, the night vision was activated, heightening the tension. What kind of eerie scene is this? Oh no, the live broadcast lacks any warning. I'm so scared. Wen Shen, hurry and get close to your wife. Once they descended, Wen Heng instinctively wrapped his arm around Sheng in a protective gesture. He squinted, surveying their surroundings, noticing paintings hanging on the walls and what appeared to be rooms on either side of the corridor. although the guests found themselves in complete darkness. The night vision camera captured their forms and expressions clearly, which was precisely the intent of the dating show's director. Oh my, given this environment, a kiss is absolutely necessary. When Sheng went to great lengths to be with his wife, surely they must do something. When Sheng kiss. When Sheng kiss. When Sheng kiss. Seated behind the monitor, the director attentively observed the flow of comments, a knowing smile spreading across his face. With deft fingers, he manipulated the prop buttons while donning a communication device, ever ready to orchestrate delightful opportunities for the guests. As Sheng strode forward with unwavering confidence, the director seized the moment and pressed a button with a decisive snap. Suddenly, a thunderous jet of sound erupted from the dim corridor, startling all the guests waiting upstairs. Song Qingji let out a piercing scream and dove into Qin Tian's embrace. Ah! Meanwhile, a chilling white mist abruptly engulfed the two below, faint silhouettes flickering within. Wen Heng instinctively pulled Sheng into his arms, urging her not to be swept away. Hold her tight, quick, give a comforting kiss to my startled wife. Lowering his gaze, Wen Heng caught a glimpse of Sheng. When she looked up, she exclaimed, "Haha, it's so cool." The audience reacted with bewilderment, while the director was equally perplexed. Sheng discovered that bravery was indeed a remarkable asset. She not only felt no fear but widened her eyes to discern the direction of the shadow within the mist. After a brief pause, Wen Heng asked, "You're really not afraid?" She joyfully grasped his hand and raced towards it, exclaiming, "I think I see someone." Wen Heng could only respond with a stunned silence. Moments later, the voice of the film emperor echoed through the live stream. All right, I got it. Slow down." The comments flooded in. Haha. Turns out Sheng is the real tank of the show. And, I wanted to enjoy some sweetness, but my sister is so cool. Noticing the lack of intensity, the director signaled to a servant to intervene as they approached door 3. Understood. Clad in a wig and a bloodied servant's outfit, the servant emerged like a zombie from the inky darkness of the corridor, hissing to create a terrifying atmosphere. Just as he prepared to raise his arms and grasp someone, a figure zipped past him, fleeing. Only Wen Heng noticed the sudden appearance, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Sheng, however, was completely oblivious. Darting forward like a bolt of lightning, with remarkable efficiency, she targeted the butler. The one shameless butler was taken aback. Who were these people? 5 minutes later, Sheng stood obediently before the butler, extending her delicate hands. "Hungry, food," she stated. Wen Heng couldn't suppress his laughter. He followed Sheng as she sprinted, causing the butler to scurry in fright, ultimately cornered in the basement while she maintained an innocent demeanor. Utterly adorable. The comments were overflowing. Feed Sheng. Ah, too cute. Woo. My sister is both fierce and adorable. I can't handle it. Unable to resist, Wen Heng gently tousled her hair. The audience swooned. Head pat attack. Woo. So pampered. Is this a mutual affection script? Woo. The system chimed in. The reward of brave heart has ultimately spurred this sweet interaction. I'm dying from sweetness. Only the butler looked on, utterly disheartened, watching the two, one a fierce star feigning innocence, the other a aloof star laughing. Is there no one who can perform with me? He lamented, handing over the meal voucher with a defeated sigh. Cursed fate. The guests about to make their entrance must surely put on a memorable performance. As the two emerged from the basement, they were immediately met with a multitude of curious faces. How was it down there? Was the butler terrifying? Sister, you weren't scared, were you? The comments flowed in. Ha ha ha. Don't listen to her. This woman is a tank. Trust her and you're doomed. Song Qingji eyed Sheng with suspicion. Aside from the sounds of gasping, she had indeed not heard any cries of despair from him. Could it really have been manageable? Thus, she grasped Qin Tian's arm and, feigning vulnerability, implored, "Brother Tian, let us go take a look. I believe you will protect me. One to you?" Qin Tian stiffly embraced her, assuring, "I will, Jizi." Cautiously, they descended the staircase. In the dimly lit corridor of the basement, an irate butler lay in wait, accompanied by 3 eager participants. A minute later, blood-curdling screams echoed, a cacophony of both male and female voices. Sheng shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh dear, one must be brave." Wen Heng nearby laughed uncontrollably. As the night passed, the 5th episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness finally welcomed the dawn. The director had intended to evoke intimate moments between the aloof couple, but unexpectedly, a different kind of spectacle emerged. He could only marvel at Wen Sheng's ingenuity. Last night's flying guest had abandoned the challenge. While the Qing Tian couple had endured a sleepless night, and the Shan Lu couple fared even worse, missing out on breakfast vouchers and utterly exhausted. In the hall, as couples gathered, Shanbei immediately began regaling them with tales of the terrifying experience of sleeping on the boat. Lu Yi, pale-faced, resolved to seize the day, adamantly declaring that she would never again sleep on the boat. The other guests shared the same sentiment inwardly. Thankfully, they had not been exiled, and they hoped they would not be the ones to face exile that night. Qin Tian remarked, "Actually, our room was quite frightening as well. The screens emitted sounds akin to weeping, and shadows often lurked outside the window." Lan Xintong added, "In my room, there was red liquid flowing from the pool." Gu Sheng, with a playful smile, teased Shanbei, "In our room, there was a plethora of dolls staring at you as you slept."
Shanbei gasped.
"Is there even one normal place in this Emerald Manor?" Just then, the butler emerged at an opportune moment. Two couples in attendance had encountered him the previous night. But while the Qing Tian couple felt a chill at his presence, Gu Sheng waved to him like an acquaintance. The butler struggled to maintain a stoic expression. With the director orchestrating from the control room, the responsibilities of the event fell to him. "Last night, some of you ventured into the basement, creating quite a ruckus. But that's of little consequence. All areas of the Emerald Manor are open to you, but please be mindful not to enter the quietest attic, as that is where the master rests." The guests responded, "Had you not mentioned it, we would have remained oblivious to the attic." This is precisely how horror films unfold. If one does not court danger, one shall not meet misfortune. The butler continued, "Last night, two groups of guests earned breakfast vouchers. You may follow me. The remaining guests will need to search the manor for clues. 1. When is the master's birthday? 2. Where is the butler's key?" Upon discovering the clues, the guests were rewarded with meal vouchers. Consequently, they were divided into two groups. Fushan appeared like a sleepy puppy, rubbing his belly and exclaiming how famished he felt. As he spoke, Gu Sheng stood nearby and inquired, "Should I save some food for you? After all, young boys are still growing, aren't they?" Fu Shan's eyes sparkled briefly. Yet he maintained his politeness, but wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Before Gu Sheng could respond, Wen Heng approached, draping his arm over Gu Sheng's shoulder, and remarked, "Then let it be." Fu Shan was taken aback. "I was merely being courteous." "Ha, how amusing." "Wen Shen, I hold no affection." "He must be feeling jealous, right?" "I'm quite enamored by this." 55-55, the two groups of guests set off to search for clues. While Wen Sheng and Qing Tian arrived at the dining hall, the hall featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a garden adorned with lush greenery, where a swing hung from a tree. Not far off, a tranquil lake lay, beside which rested an abandoned wooden boat. Song Qingji had already noted from the previous night that Gu Sheng, this woman, was utterly unafraid. Was she perhaps a bit eccentric? As for Wen Heng, could it be that he was drawn to this type of person? Gu Sheng unabashedly indulged in her meal, fully aware that the next meal was uncertain. Though she was not afraid of ghosts, she certainly feared hunger. Observing her relish in the food, Wen Heng inadvertently consumed quite a bit himself, ultimately leaving nothing for Fu Shan. Meanwhile, the other two groups of guests scoured the entire Emerald Manor, finally submitting the two clues requested by the butler, thus obtaining their meal vouchers. With their hunger alleviated, the guests took a moment to recuperate before being summoned once again by the butler in the afternoon. They gathered in the parlor on the second floor. Upon entering, an unsettling feeling washed over them. The parlor lacked windows, and all four walls were mirrored, forcing them to confront their reflections as they stepped inside. Yu Shanbei remarked, "This is rather eerie, isn't it?" He could see the fear etched on his own face in the mirror. Gu Sheng patted his shoulder with a smile. "Do not be afraid." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yu Shanbei suddenly felt as though he was under the protective aura of a formidable presence. Once all the guests were seated around the table, the butler closed the door and announced, "The master is aware of everyone's backgrounds and has invited you to partake in a game." "Is it simply a game?" The mirrors surrounding us feel ominous. The butler switched on an antiquated television mounted on the wall, which crackled to life, displaying static. The game was straightforward. Guess the names of films and actors. Lan Xian Tong chuckled. Having a good rapport with the director, this game was particularly favorable for her. Upon completion of the game, the door would open, and he wished them all good luck. After the butler spoke, he unexpectedly pushed open a hidden door and vanished. The main door clicked shut, locking behind them, and the television emitted a few static sounds before displaying a countdown of 10 seconds. The guests, momentarily bewildered, were quickly enveloped in a tense atmosphere. In the upper right corner, a progress bar displayed 0 out of 20. Did this imply they needed to guess 20 correctly to escape?
It seemed so.
Oh no, this was dire. My memory is poor. Quickly, let us see. It has begun. Gu Sheng recognized several films, yet she was still unfamiliar with the names of the actors in this world, which put her at a disadvantage. The barrage of comments erupted. I know this one. He she nan. Though delayed, the mad bird has finally arrived, a constant presence in my heart. Lan Xintong immediately exclaimed, Teacher Wen. It is Teacher Wen. The progress bar shifted to 4:20. With a sense of pride, Lan Xintong glanced at Wen Heng, only to find him gazing at Gu Sheng. Long ago, Wen Heng had once rehearsed lines from Mad Bird with Gu Sheng, and now he furrowed his brow slightly. You haven't seen it yet? Yet she could effortlessly respond to Du Yanji's lines. Haha, Teacher Wen questions his wife. Another voice chimed in. Report. Someone is dating in the game. Gu Sheng blinked. In truth, she had watched it and adored it, but simply failed to buzz in successfully. Gu Sheng had guessed a couple of lines, but none belonged to Wen Heng's works, and one even came from Yushande. The corners of Wen Heng's mouth pressed into a flat line. The sky is a muted blue waiting for the rain, and Teacher Wen is waiting for his wife to guess him. Haha, I can't help but feel a twinge of pity. As the game task neared completion, the television flickered, and Gu Sheng finally caught sight of a somewhat familiar profile. Excitedly, she buzzed in, This one, Wen Heng. Beside her, Wen Heng clenched his fists. That's not me.
Ha ha ha.
Gu Sheng is truly going to make me laugh to death. Gu Sheng replied, my apologies. Wen Heng leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, feeling a pang of frustration. Just then, the system alert chimed in. Warning! You will experience your 34th pain sensation in 15 minutes. The level of discomfort is high. Please prepare accordingly. Wen Heng reopened his eyes. Let us spare the liver from pain. After a few more short clips, finally, the guests collectively completed the game, and everyone sighed in relief. A sound echoed in the living room, akin to a door unlocking. Yet in the next moment, the lights went out. Yu Shanbei jumped up, only to realize that no one screamed. They were all in the same room, with male guests reluctant to lose to one another and female guests keen to maintain their composure. Yu Shanbei felt utterly defeated. With you all acting this way, I feel embarrassed to scream. In the darkness, Jin Tian shouted, Bro, I understand. The comments section was filled with frightened viewers, amidst a chorus of panic. Someone typed, for those who missed last night's live broadcast, if you're scared, just watch this woman, Gu Sheng. Watch Sister Gu for safety. Watch Sister Gu, it's not scary. In the darkness, someone quietly suggested, shall we leave? Perhaps the lights going out was just to frighten us. However, as someone stumbled towards the door, they discovered it was still locked. What had unlocked just moments ago. Gu Sheng's calm and clear voice broke the tension. Let us go through the hidden door the butler mentioned. No sooner had she spoken than figures glowing green suddenly appeared in the surrounding mirrors. Oh no! Oh no!
Ah!
Run! Yu Shanbei dashed toward the butler's previous position and, with a forceful shove, surprisingly opened a door. They rushed into the hidden passage, only to find it led into a pitch-black corridor. At the end, something green was approaching. Screams erupted as the guests huddled together, fleeing in a chaotic frenzy. In the northern mountains, Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi clung tightly to one another, paralyzed with fear. Song Qingji grasped Qin Tian desperately, yet he had completely lost his sanity, dragging her about like a sack of potatoes. Qin Tian, I'm dying. Song Qingji coughed up blood. Amidst the chaos, only Wen Heng and Gu Sheng stood resolutely, their composure starkly contrasting with the frenzied antics of the other guests. In the clarity of night vision, they resembled the steadfast anchor amidst the tumult. How could I not exclaim that Wen Heng is the perfect match? The absurdity of the scene made it impossible for the onlookers to suppress their laughter. After being utterly ignored by Gu Sheng the night before, determination surged within, compelling them to fulfill the director's expectations. Thus, a blood-soaked figure, resembling a bizarre creature, staggered toward Gu Sheng. Though still irked, Wen Heng instinctively positioned himself in front of her. The two retreated in unison, spewing blood from their mouths while shaking their necks, producing a disconcerting cracking sound, extending bloodied hands toward Gu Sheng. At that moment, the system emitted a notification sound. Wen Heng was startled, yet Gu Sheng remained oblivious. As she leaped up and high-fived him enthusiastically.
Hey there!
She exclaimed with vibrant energy. The force of her slap sent him stumbling back. The other guests nearby continued to wail. The scene was so ludicrous that after holding it in for several seconds, they erupted into laughter, creating a startlingly comedic moment. The barrage of comments on the screen quickly faded into laughter. The entire online audience collectively contributed to the trending topic, turning the laughter in front of Gu Sheng into a sensation. Had they just heard the system notification? It was 1,000 times more realistic than before. Gu Sheng, facing the sudden shock, instinctively kicked out. A ghost. Wen Heng, quick on his feet, restrained her leg. 34. Head injury. Pain level, 10. 3-second countdown complete. Wen Heng remarked, "Thank you, that is a pain reliever." Gu Sheng was left bewildered, as were the viewers. Gu Sheng, a woman who could evoke laughter amidst terror, was startled into exclamation by her own husband. Soon, the trending topic of laughter in front of Gu Sheng was supplanted. A new hot search emerged. Wen Heng, you're scarier than a ghost. The trending topic sparked widespread hilarity online, yet it also birthed a century-old mystery in the 5th episode of the 4 Laws of Happiness. Where did Wen Heng acquire the blood? Viewers speculated that Wen Heng, in a bid to frighten his wife, had smeared blood on his already strikingly handsome face. Is this love? Gu Sheng was taken aback. Is this head injury so graphic? She inquired, wondering if the system would impose any further gruesome scenarios. The system replied, the future random pain sensation is yet to be determined. All forms are possible. Gu Sheng conceded, all right then, I hope they're isn't. After all, even a brave heart could be terrified by blood streaming from the one sleeping beside them. She placed a hand over her heart, which was gallantly pounding, and hurriedly patted it. Meanwhile, Wen Heng calmly wiped away the residual blood. He sensed something amiss upon experiencing the sudden pang of pain. Indeed, it manifested some extraordinary effects. The wound upon his head healed instantaneously upon contact with the antidote, and the pain dissipated as it usually did, with a significant reduction in blood loss. Although these random sensations did not adversely affect his body, the blood that emerged was undeniably his own. Yet there was an oddity. Wen Heng narrowed his eyes, gazing at Gu Sheng. Did she truly not notice anything unusual? There had been hints in the past, but this time, the manifestation of pain was exceedingly direct, unlike before when he was often the sole witness to the occurrences. Furthermore, this was the first instance of abrupt and copious bleeding, particularly since he had not had prolonged contact with her. Wen Heng's deep, lake-like eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness as they rested upon Gu Sheng.
Would she perceive it?
Was there a possibility? Wen Heng had never been one to adhere to convention. His demeanor was aloof, his life remarkably tranquil, yet his spirit was resolutely defiant. This system had forged a profound bond between him and his wife. Initially cautious, he had been reluctant to reveal such vulnerabilities that could be wielded against him. But now he found himself harboring a peculiar anticipation. What would Gu Sheng think if she were aware of this connection beyond their marriage? Gu Sheng felt a shiver under his scrutiny, her eyes widening in alarm. What are you doing? Wen Heng leaned in closer, lowering his voice to inquire. Are you afraid? The crisp, minty breath brushed past her, causing her ears to tingle. She inexplicably felt that his demeanor had taken a more unsettling turn and hastily replied. It was just too sudden, all right? Wen Heng smiled, a hint of enigmatic amusement playing at the corners of his lips. Nearby, a couple of couples were caught in a whirlwind of fright, while some spouses seized the opportunity to flirt. Ahem, you too, mind the impact. How bashful. Gu Sheng's earlier scream had startled the other guests into disarray. Qin Tian was also shouting, where are you? Fu Shan and Lan Xintong, caught in between, wore expressions of caution. In the distance, Gu Sheng patted Wen Heng on the shoulder, saying, they are looking for you. Wen Heng paused, taking a moment of silence before resignedly acknowledging, you may come over. There is a door this way. Yu Shanbei exclaimed, Wen Shun. Hearing his voice felt like a stabilizing force, suddenly bringing a sense of relief. Lan Xintong's gentle voice chimed in, Teacher Wen, we are on our way. Unexpectedly, the pitch-black corridor fell silent for 2 seconds before that cool, ethereal voice resonated once more, causing Lan Xintong to shudder. Yu Shanbei halted mid-step, and Qin Tian, dragging Song Qingji, contemplated fleeing again. After 2 seconds, only Gu Sheng's laughter echoed through the corridor. Wen Heng, what kind of cold joke are you telling? Are you unwell? Ha ha ha. Amidst the audience's uproarious laughter, all the guests finally escaped the secret passage. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi collapsed onto the grimy sofa, feeling as though their souls had fled. We've only recorded for a day, and I feel like I've aged 10 years. The Qing Tian couple and the flying guests also leaned back in repose. Lan Xintong noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Wen Heng's forehead and expressed concern. Teacher Wen, how did you get hurt? Upon hearing the words, Gu Sheng cast a glance at Wen Heng, who indeed appeared quite concerned. Ha ha ha, don't ask. It's just for show. Could Wen Go possibly allow himself to be harmed? Absolutely not. Fu Shan quickly interjected. Did you encounter something fierce just now? Sister, were you injured? It was indeed ferocious. We almost broke character, ha ha. Wen Heng, initially calm, shot him a fleeting glance and replied, no, we were merely joking around. Gu Sheng nodded and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. They had even enthusiastically high-fived, a gesture of camaraderie. Next door.
Oh.
Fu Shan observed the two of them and felt an affinity similar to that of Lan Xintong. Although these two were not particularly close, there existed an atmosphere that was impenetrable by outsiders. Despite Wen Heng's slightly scheming nature, one could not deny his strength and ability to protect his sister. In Gu Sheng's heart, he had always been a younger brother. Fu Shan momentarily lost his train of thought. At that moment, the butler reappeared. Proceeding with the agenda. The guests have performed admirably. Yu Shanbei leaped up, his anger flaring. You're still pretending. Those green figures were unleashed by you. The butler hesitated for a moment. Hearing the director in his earpiece urging him to continue, he explained that was merely a jest between the host and the guests. The servants are already preparing dinner, and the host invites everyone to partake, but before heading to the dining hall this evening, the guests must provide 2 answers. Yu Shanbei declared, there are ghosts everywhere. I dare not seek answers. Qin Tian wholeheartedly agreed, having nearly forged a brotherly bond with Yu Shanbei in this episode. Both being timid souls. However, he did not express it as bluntly as Yu Shanbei. He glanced at Song Qingji and then at Lan Xintong. Feeling it prudent to maintain a semblance of masculine charm, Gu Sheng inquired of the butler, what answers? The butler replied, the guests must locate 1, where the host's cat is hidden in the Jade Manor, and 2, what the butler's true identity is. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, what other identities do you possess, butler comrade? Her unflinching demeanor reminded the butler of the previous night when she had cornered him, stirring a flicker of annoyance within him. You'll discover it if you look. Gu Sheng scrutinized the butler for a moment and whispered, I could just press for answers one more time. The butler, flustered and irate, retorted, I heard that. The director in the monitoring room remarked, I heard it too. Meanwhile, the audience reveled in the spectacle. The great demon king is hilarious. Sister, so mischievous. I adore her. In the next segment, as dusk approached, the guests found themselves with ample time. They retrieved their phones, took a brief respite, and reviewed the current state of affairs. The previous segment was so exhilarating that it was bound to trend, though its format remained uncertain. Their respective management teams might also provide some guidance. Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi were acutely aware of their previous cowardice, anxiously checking their messages, only to find the chat buzzing with laughter. Be closer to Wen Shen. Don't fear the rumors. Just like Fu Shan, you can also cling to Gu Sheng. The management team no longer harbored any expectations for the duo. Maintaining the status quo sufficed, and it appeared that the audience rather enjoyed their dynamic. A sigh of relief escaped them both. The trending topics prominently featured Gu Sheng and Wen Heng, with comments such as, Wen Heng, you are scarier than a ghost, eliciting laughter from Gu Sheng and subsequently attracting a surge of viewers. Song Qingji sensed an ominous premonition as she observed that the humor of the show leaned towards the ridiculous rather than sweet. Yet she pondered, wasn't Qin Tian maintaining himself far better than Yu Shanbei? Besides, he had been protective throughout, never abandoning her. Surely the fans should still support them. Thus, she scrolled down to check the trending topics regarding the sunny couple, only to find Qin Tian drags Song Qingji in a sack. The comment section read, "Ha, so sweet." Song Qingji exclaimed, "This is not what I wanted." The entire tone of the episode deviated from her expectations. She attributed the change to Gu Sheng, blaming her for leading the show into a farcical direction. Did this woman even remember she was a celebrity? Chang Yan and his team were closely monitoring the live broadcast. Thoroughly entertained, he was taken aback by Gu Sheng's audacity. She exhibited no fear in such an environment. He contemplated promoting Wen Heng as the most courageous couple in history when suddenly his phone rang. Upon recognizing it as a work call, he answered, but his brow furrowed after hanging up. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Chang Yan, exasperated, explained that the cosmetics brand he had been negotiating with found Gu Sheng's performance in the live stream inconsistent with their brand's ethos. They aimed to promote an image of a delicate, ethereal beauty. Jean Yueyao, who had recently recovered from a painful ordeal, had swiftly seized this endorsement opportunity. In recent years, domestic brands had surged in prominence, and this particular brand stood at the pinnacle of the industry. Although Gu Sheng had previously indicated she might not accept this endorsement, it was indeed a commendable first opportunity for her. The two parties were supposed to discuss matters further after the recording concluded. Chang Yan glanced at the composed and unflappable Gu Sheng in the live stream, thinking that the brand was rather short-sighted. Let them be. He advised caution with the press release, as the opposing side might attempt to undermine them. Understood, Brother Yan. After a brief respite, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng set off in search of clues, while their diligent camera crew resumed their duties. Upon receiving the company's lackadaisical directive, Yushane slumped in defeat, prompting him to ask, Sister Sheng, Brother Wen, are you really going to search? Wen Heng was indifferent. He merely intended to accompany Gu Sheng, who seemed brimming with courage yearning for an outlet. With a cheerful grin, Gu Sheng replied, Yes, are you coming along? Lui felt an immediate surge of excitement. Her sister was both stunning and formidable, even intimidating the butler. Following Sister Sheng was far more appealing than trailing behind the clumsy Yushane. She stood up, hesitantly saying, Sister Sheng, I. Fu Shan interjected at the opportune moment. Sister, I too. Lan Xintong observed that Gu Sheng had become the focal point among all the guests, with even the male lead, Wen Heng, willingly playing a supporting role, and no one seemed to mind her radiance. She narrowed her eyes, aware that the original text provided minimal description of Gu Sheng, only labeling her as a fool who had chosen a male lead at a time when his contractual wife was on the verge of divorce. The situation, however, is evidently far more intricate. It is not an easy endeavor for the protagonist to seize fortune. Observing that Lu Yi had been lured away by Sister Sheng, Yu Shanbei hurriedly clutched her leg, exclaiming, You cannot abandon me. Just think about it. The butler mentioned bringing 2 answers to the dining hall, but never specified that the answers had to be correct. Lu Yi responded, Oh, that's true, isn't it? Gu Sheng was on the verge of laughter, remarking, Bazy, you truly are a clever little sprite. Wen Heng's gaze subtly flitted over to Gu Sheng, pondering the depth of familiarity between her and Yu Shanbei. They had even adopted affectionate nicknames. With newfound confidence, Yu Shanbei proclaimed to the group, So, we can simply make wild guesses. The owner's cat is in the garden, and the butler is, in fact, the cook. Laughter erupted around them. The director quipped, Do you take me for a fool? And others chimed in with their admiration for Yu Shanbei's sharp intellect. Gu Sheng, unable to contain her amusement, was eventually pulled away by Wen Heng to fulfill a task. Song Qingji and Lan Xintong tacitly agreed with Yu Shanbei's assertion. After all, there was no shortage of such things around. It would be wiser to tidy themselves up, allowing their assistant to style them, and then casually complete their tasks. Gu Sheng, being a newcomer in the industry, lacked the awareness that a seasoned actress would possess. For her, as this episode concluded, there was no particularly daunting challenge. She might as well enjoy herself while working. She turned to Wen Heng, inquiring, Aren't you afraid? Wen Heng replied, Not really. Gu Sheng acquiesced to his demeanor. The two of them meandered through the Jade Mountain Villa, venturing deeper along the outer wall of the recently traversed secret passage. The cat should be hidden nearby. They wondered if it might suddenly appear. Where could the cat be? If the butler posed such a question, it must be in a relatively fixed location. Gu Sheng stroked her chin, murmuring softly, At least it's not the garden. The area is far too vast. Wen Heng nodded, suggesting, Let us first look for things like a cat food bowl. How serious you are, Sheng. And Wen Ge is so cooperative. Came the playful remarks. The director, observing through the monitor, felt that Gu Sheng and Wen Heng truly made a remarkable pair. Their dedication was commendable. As they searched various spots suitable for keeping a cat, they unexpectedly stumbled upon some vintage cat food bowls, pet collars, and leashes, all of which were quite antiquated and showed no signs of use. Suddenly, they heard the system's notification sound. Due to the previous chaos, we now present you with an announcement. Following the 10th level of pain, the system has secured a card for you. Wen Heng paused momentarily, calmly stating,
No need for something like last time.
The system hesitated for 2 seconds before responding, Not at all. Unlike the enhancement card received previously, this time you have acquired a weakening card. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow. As the name suggests, this card can diminish 1 instance of random pain. But you still need to touch the antidote to alleviate the pain. Please note, this weakening card only reduces the sensation of pain, and does not shorten the duration of pain relief. That was, indeed, far more reasonable than the enhancement card. Wen Heng was surprised that the system had shown him some kindness. Feeling a bit more at ease, he focused on searching for clues alongside Gu Sheng. They examined every potential cat-friendly spot, and indeed discovered some vintage cat food bowls, collars, and leashes, all of which appeared quite old and bore no signs of recent use. Except for the attic that remains off-limits, its door appearing as though it has not been opened in centuries, the interior lacks any semblance of livability. The most intriguing aspect is the master, who has perpetually been mentioned by the butler, yet remains unseen. One can only infer from the furnishings within that he is an individual immersed in the arts, likely a painter and a pianist. Gu Sheng pondered for a moment and inquired of Wen Heng, "Do you think this cat is still alive?"
Goodness.
How eerie. Skeng ye. Please do not discuss such a terrifying matter with such seriousness. Wen Heng, with a resigned expression, gently tapped her forehead, his gaze drifting past the corridor adorned with canvases on the fourth floor, possibly representing various subjects. Gu Sheng understood the implication. If not in these places, they would inevitably have to brave the attic. Wen Heng found a thrill in the prospect, dismissing the butler's warnings entirely. Having initially trailed behind her, Gu Sheng suddenly retreated into his embrace. A faint smile flickered in the depths of the man's eyes. "What is it?" Unaware of her proximity to him, Gu Sheng pointed to a painting hanging before them. "Do you think this resembles the butler?" Wen Heng looked over. Indeed, the figure on the dusty canvas bore a striking resemblance to the butler they had encountered, ornate and elaborate attire, curly hair, and an expressionless face, all rendered in peculiar hues that added an unsettling quality. The camera zoomed in on the painting, and the audience felt the palpable eeriness emanating from it.
Goodness.
"I have goosebumps." "Me too." After a moment's contemplation, Gu Sheng suddenly exclaimed, "Here." Her delicate fingers swept across the canvas, pointing to the almost obscured signature and title in the lower right corner. A smile broke across her face as she turned to Wen Heng. "I found it."
Ah.
"I see it too. Sheng Jie, you're brilliant. I adore you." Yet, Wen Heng appeared somewhat distracted, having forgotten that she had retreated into his arms. As she turned, their faces were uncomfortably close. Her delicate visage, flushed with discovery, narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, reminiscent of a languid, noble feline. Wen Heng tightened his embrace slightly, his fingertips curling. Believing he had not comprehended her, Gu Sheng declared, "We found the cat." "Indeed," Wen Heng replied, lowering his gaze. "Is it you, little kitty?" His tone, teasing yet imbued with a subtle humor, caught Gu Sheng off guard. The barrage of comments erupted in response. "Aha! I am utterly swooning. Is this what it feels like to be charmed by a top celebrity? I can't handle it." Gu Sheng hastily pushed Wen Heng away. Why was he becoming increasingly flirtatious? Did top-tier celebrities require fan support? The system urged, "Continue. Don't stop." Having discerned that the master regarded the butler as a cat, their relationship seemed to take on new meaning. The butler's other identity as the master's lover made sense, considering his prolonged presence at the Emerald Manor to accompany the master. As dusk settled outside, they made their way toward the dining hall. The butler has been patiently waiting here, while other guests have completed their tasks and submitted their answers. The Wen couple is the last pair to arrive. Upon seeing the butler, Gu Sheng breaks into a smile. The butler, devoid of any intimidating demeanor, maintains a stern expression and requests, "Please tell me your answer." Gu Sheng replies, "The cat is on the Master-S painting." The butler nods, only to witness the woman's affectionate expression as she adds, "It is also in the Master-S heart." The butler responds, "Please refrain from such sudden declarations." Wen Heng, standing nearby, lets out a sigh. Although he shows little reaction to this, they seem to have a lively conversation. For the second question, Gu Sheng answers that the butler is the Master-S lover. The butler neither confirms nor denies this, leading them into the dining room. The dining room is spacious, featuring a long table set for 10, adorned with exquisite tableware, candlesticks, and fresh flowers, creating a delightful ambience. Unfortunately, the guests have grown accustomed to the rooms in the Emerald Manor. Yu Shanbei scans the surroundings, wary of any sudden appearances from hidden doors. Upon seeing Gu Sheng and Wen Heng enter, he finally relaxes. Song Qingji and Lan Xintong have both refreshed their looks, appearing quite refined, while Gu Sheng, having rummaged about earlier, is covered in dust, appearing rather disheveled. Song Qingji stifles a giggle, and Lan Xintong smiles subtly. Gu Sheng strives to maintain her brave persona, and thus must diligently complete the task. However, they casually provide answers and still manage to enter.
Lan Xintong chúc cờ, u ging.
"Teacher Gu, Teacher Wen, please take a seat." Fu Shan pulls out a chair for Gu Sheng. As everyone gathers, the servants begin to serve the dishes. A melodious tune unexpectedly fills the air. Yu Shanbei and Qin Tian, feeling restless, observe the servants for a while, reassured only when they confirm these individuals pose no threat. After a long day, everyone is hungry. The table is laden with Western cuisine, baked baguettes with apple cheese, smoked salmon with roasted yogurt, and basil meat sauce pasta, all surprisingly delightful. As he eats, Yu Shanbei muses, "I suspect I have guessed correctly. The butler's true identity is that of a chef." The audience, having followed Gu Sheng to learn the correct answer, begins to mock him in the comments. The next time, perhaps you should cling to your sister's leg instead. Basie answered well, but perhaps refrain from answering next time. The dining aspect of the romantic reality show proves to be an intriguing element, as the conversations among the guests vividly showcase their personalities. Consequently, Lan Xintong leverages her charm, engaging amicably with everyone and significantly enhancing her presence. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng hardly exchange words, focusing earnestly on their meals. By the time everyone finishes eating, darkness has enveloped the sky. The mist outside the Emerald Manor thickens, and the low-hanging clouds suggest impending rain. The once relaxed atmosphere during the meal begins to dissipate, and the guests inexplicably sense that something is about to unfold. The butler enters, holding a box, and addresses the group. Among the answers provided by the guests earlier, only one is correct and will receive the master's gift. Gu Sheng opens the box to reveal a mask. She examines it closely. It is a simple paper MCH mask adorned with intricate designs. In the northern mountains, Yu Shanbei candidly remarked, "Haha, how miserly.
What use is just a mask?"
However, Gu Sheng's focus was not on the gift itself, but rather on the implication of the single mask. She raised an eyebrow. Only one mask? Does that mean only one question answered correctly? Then the butler cannot be the master's lover? Song Qingji and Lan Xintong found the situation equally amusing, having expended considerable effort for such a trivial reward. Fortunately, they had reserved time for their appearances. At that moment, the background music subtly shifted to a somber tone. As the servants cleared the plates before them, they discovered that the long table concealed a mechanism. Beneath the plates lay a square lid, which, when lifted, revealed a gun slowly rising, its barrel aimed directly at each guest's face. The guests were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of confusion and anxiety. What will it fire? The tension began to mount. The gun would indeed spew forth blood. The smiles on Song Qingji and Lan Xintong's faces instantly faded. What use was a stylish look if they were to be splattered with blood? It was at this moment that they comprehended the true purpose of the gift. Gu Sheng's mask suddenly became a prized possession. Out of courtesy, she glanced at Wen Heng. "Would you like it?" He shook his head. "You answered. You wear it." Thus, Gu Sheng donned the protective mask, earning envious glances from the other guests. The butler announced, "It will rain tonight, and this game will determine your accommodations. Additionally, 2 guests will be exiled to the lake. Be mindful, the rain may disturb the spirits dwelling in the waters." A shiver ran through the crowd. They were determined to remain at the Emerald Manor tonight. The rain began to fall softly in the mountains, the air thick with humidity and a hint of blood. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the butler commenced the first question: what exists within the Emerald Manor? The ghost word was ghost. Their previous flower challenge had been somewhat analogous to this game, as everyone knew that the word usually associated with a sudden realization was often the first instinctive reply, which they should avoid stating. There is a restaurant. There is food. There are secret passages. There is a lake. There are cats. After a round of answers, no one had uttered the ghost word, and the gun remained inactive. The director, seated in the monitoring room, smirked. Could the game be so simple? Absolutely not. He discreetly sent instructions. As the game progressed, the participants began to run out of ideas. Gu Sheng pondered for a moment. There are paintings. The answer was snatched by Wen Heng, who paused for 3 seconds before declaring, "There is a director." Suddenly, a figure descended from the window, and Yu Shanbei, facing a sudden shock, screamed, "There's a ghost." Laughter erupted around him. Yu Shanbei had yet to recover from the fright when the gun went off with a bang, leaving a vivid mark on his face. With ample blood dripping down, he was left utterly horrified. The butler smiled, announcing this guest was out, and the remaining participants continued the game. A collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining guests. The objective was not to be the last standing but to see who would be eliminated first, as only one group of guests would face exile. In the subsequent rounds, Gu Sheng inadvertently stepped on a phantom word, his paper MCH mask stained crimson, yet his visage remained impeccably clean. The remaining guests, however, were not as fortunate. The water gun unleashed its torrent with rapid ferocity, nearly dislodging Song Qingji's false eyelashes, which hung comically, half askew. Even Lan Xintong's universally adored aura could not shield her from the deluge. Her airbangs clung messily to her forehead, drenched in red. The director orchestrated various distractions, leaving Qin Tian and Yu Shanbei bewildered, easily forgetting their lines. Wen Heng, on the other hand, maintained a semblance of calm, though he faltered on one word during the final round. The relentless spray from the gun mercilessly splattered Wen Heng's precious face. Gu Sheng turned to him, and Wen Heng leaned in, their gazes locking. What was initially a rather pitiful scene prompted Gu Sheng to hesitantly inquire, Plum blossoms again. Wen Heng replied, indeed. It was not his first encounter with a bloodied visage. The fans, forgetting their concern, erupted in laughter. Haha, this is too funny.
Van Yi.
He's a seasoned veteran at having a bloodied face. The official teasing from the wife is the deadliest, haha. As the total scores were announced, it turned out that the flying guest was exiled. Lan Xintong's expression stiffened, yet surprisingly, no one spoke up for her. The long dining table was splattered with the remnants of blood, and the guests bore the marks of their ordeal, rendering the scene reminiscent of a crime scene. Both Shan Lu and Qing Tian bore the palpable sensation of having survived a catastrophe. Gu Sheng removed her mask, revealing not only a pristine face, but also securing her right to remain in the room, feeling quite content. She wished everyone a pleasant night's rest. At 3 a.m, a challenge awaited the brave, and she invited everyone to find her. Good night. The guests collectively protested no. Gu Sheng and Wen Heng still resided in the room filled with plush toys from the previous day. Fortunate that the wash basin in this chamber would not spew forth any red liquid. Wen Heng's situation was even more dire. Gu Sheng instructed him to wash his face in the restroom first. As she sat in the chair, she pondered the true identity of the housekeeper. Just then, her phone chimed twice. It was yet another message from her elusive elder brother, who, despite ostensibly having little time for leisure, seemed remarkably engaged with her variety show. Gu Song texted, the housekeeper might be the owner's father. Gu Sheng responded, huh? Gu Sheng further queried, why? Gu Song replied, just a wild guess. Gu Sheng reacted, is there any logical connection here? Gu Song continued, just casually discussing your divorce with the Wen family. Gu Sheng realized, I see. Essentially, it was a marriage of convenience, entangled in business interests far more complex than their actual union. Gu Sheng stroked her chin, reflecting that while Wen Heng appeared quite fond of collaborating with her recently, and fans seemed to enjoy their interactions, their marriage was, in reality, merely a fade. Furthermore, what everyone was enamored with was a fabrication. Once the sensation of pain was exhausted after 99 instances, the top-tier celebrity would undoubtedly be reluctant to engage with her. With a sense of possessing knowledge that no one else did, Gu Sheng entered the restroom to wash her hands. Wen Heng had just cleansed the bloodstains from his face when Gu Sheng gazed upon his visage, reflecting on the trials he had endured, and could not help but exclaim. Twice in a single day. Oh, what a painful revelation. Wen Heng glanced at her through the mirror, raising an eyebrow. His pupils were, as dark as night, droplets of water gliding down his perfectly sculpted profile, his icy features shrouded in an aura of desire. Gu Sheng pondered to herself, what is he doing? Attempting to bolster his own vanity. Wen Heng, with a subtle inquiry, asked, what is this pain you speak of? Yet, Gu Sheng's heart was set ablaze with alarm. Although these actions stemmed from the system and were fundamentally unrelated to her, she was not keen on being ensnared by him for reckoning. Maintaining her composure, Gu Sheng replied, it's merely a line from a song. Haven't you heard it? In the streaming lens. Wen Heng did not probe further but instead brushed his damp fingertips against Gu Sheng's face. The little kitten, startled, exclaimed, what are you doing? Wen Heng chuckled, you may continue washing. Gu Sheng regarded him with a few discerning glances. She had previously suspected that Wen Heng might possess a system of his own, potentially granting him some insights, though he likely remained uncertain. Gu Sheng nudged the system. I sense something amiss with Wen Heng. The system responded eagerly. The male lead seems quite attuned. He has grown much closer to you. How sweet. Gu Sheng, with an air of regal aloofness, stated, once divorced, such intimacy will cease. Despite this, she felt that Wen Heng's actions resembled those of someone playfully teasing a cat. The system lamented. Why? My poor heart cannot endure this. Gu Sheng remarked. In truth, this partnership has progressed smoothly. Wen Heng, that dog of a man, is not as arrogant as he once was. When he is in need, I can alleviate his pain, but that is merely a matter of goodwill, not a duty, do you understand? The system retorted, if you divorce, your fans will weep bitterly. Gu Sheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Perfect. It forces a choice between Wen Heng and me. The system conceded defeat in its attempts to persuade her. In matters of career, it found itself powerless to influence. However, it did not mention that countless paths lay ahead. Beyond the serene route of mutual affection, there existed other avenues to traverse. A touch of anguish could also yield sweetness, and its impact would be indelible. At 3 a.m, the rain continued to patter gently upon the ground, shrouding the entire Emerald Villa in a heavy aura. The cunning director softly summoned the guests through the loudspeaker. Tonight's challenge for the brave will commence shortly. Those who succeed will enjoy a day of leisure tomorrow. The guests collectively feigned slumber. The director continued, tonight's challenge is quite simple. Each guest must share a ghost story. If you manage to frighten the steward, you shall pass. The couple along the mountain path silently scoffed. Who could possibly frighten a ghost? Except for Sister Sheng. Indeed. Gu Sheng in the doll room rose from her slumber. Unaware of the director's intentions, she glanced down and found that Wen Heng had also opened his eyes. He had just caught the system's alert. Warning. You will experience your 35th sensation of pain in 1 hour. Wen Heng sat up, declaring, I shall accompany you. Having begun to suspect Gu Sheng, he suddenly perceived the system in a new light. If this were not a solitary game for him, but rather a shared experience, then the system transformed into a protective veil enveloping their frayed marital bond, albeit one charged with electric shocks. Yet, surprisingly, he began to find it amusing, perhaps a sign that pain had driven him to madness. The two donned their attire and meandered through the pitch-black manor. Fog from the mountains seeped through the open stained glass windows, enveloping the corridor in an eerie atmosphere. Guests on the same floor, hearing the creaking of doors, shivered for a moment but ultimately rose. After all, they had a leisurely day awaiting them tomorrow. Meanwhile, the audience monitoring the live stream gradually awakened, their eyes glued in anticipation as they watched the couple navigate the challenges. Gu Sheng and Wen Heng slowly approached the domed hall, catching a fleeting glimpse of the butler's shadow. The game of cat and mouse continued, Gu Sheng muttered under her breath. Fortunately, both possessed long legs, enabling them to swiftly catch up to the butler's ghostly figure. The heavy makeup he wore appeared quite unsettling in the dim light. With a slight smile, he inquired, Are you two prepared for ghost stories? Gu Sheng, who had searched for material on her phone, nodded confidently, I've got it all ready. Wen Heng chuckled. The butler maintained his composure. Then, esteemed guests, please commence. Clearing her throat, Gu Sheng began. Once upon a time, there was a notorious accident-prone spot, marked by an exceedingly peculiar street lamp. At the stroke of 3 in the morning, vehicles passing through would invariably encounter calamity, and pedestrians would also stumble upon strange occurrences. Beneath that lamp, countless lives had been claimed. The butler, intrigued by her opening, adopted an attentive demeanor. Gu Sheng's voice was melodious and clear as she continued. One fateful night, a mother was passing by with her child, precisely at 3 o'clock. The innocent child gazed at the street lamp and suddenly exclaimed, There are 2 people up there. As a talented actress, Gu Sheng delivered her lines with such power that not only did the audience jump in fright, but the two present also felt a tightening in their chests. The child's mother turned pale, her eyes entranced, uncontrollably drawn to the source of the child's gaze. The butler inquired, and then? Gu Sheng's expression turned grave. Beneath that street lamp hung a sign that read, Traffic safety, everyone's responsibility. Everyone, 2 people. The butler remained silent, and Wen Heng was equally speechless. A cold breeze swept through, prompting the audience to shudder. Sister, it's freezing. The butler turned to leave, thinking this ghost story could hardly frighten him. Yet again, they engaged in a game of pursuit, with others joining in, ultimately cornering him once more. I just have to ask, are you scared? This ghost story is genuinely terrifying. The butler remained silent for several seconds before candidly replying, I'm more afraid of you. With that one sentence, the entire audience erupted in laughter. In the middle of the night, I'm rolling on the bed laughing. Gu Sheng, reflect on yourself. Regardless, Gu Sheng had successfully completed the brave challenge. However, at that moment, they realized the path they were traversing seemed amiss. The entire manor was shrouded in darkness, in their pursuit of the butler. He had led them into a hidden passage. The challenge for the brave had only just begun, transforming into a singular mission. Wen Heng glanced at his watch, noting a countdown of 10 seconds. He knew, at this moment, the audience had begun to feel apprehensive, their gazes fixed intently on the windows on either side. Oh my, it's turned into a solo. The thrill has doubled. Gu Sheng called out to Wen Heng through the door, let us circle around to the other side. Perhaps we'll encounter something. No sooner had she spoken than she heard the system's prompt. 35 instances of love as pain, caught between a rock and a hard place. Pain level, 10. Both front and back. This sensation is rather aligned with reality, though I wonder if Wen Heng might attempt to exploit it. Gu Sheng sincerely remarked to the system, I believe, in truth, it is you who wishes for the male lead's demise. Meanwhile, Wen Heng felt as though he was being assaulted from both sides, leaning against the wall with a sigh, I'm using that mitigation card. System. Understood. Activated. On the other side, Gu Sheng, not hearing Wen Heng's voice, anxiously inquired of the system, he 1T faint from the pain, will he? The audience is watching. The system hesitated. Host, the male lead seems to have utilized some sort of. Gu Sheng immediately felt reassured. Oh, I nearly forgot the male lead has his advantages. She left a note for Wen Heng, saying they would meet later, and began gently tapping the walls, searching for an exit, completely unperturbed by the notion of confronting this challenge alone. You can always trust Gu Sheng. Sister is so cool, I adore her. Meanwhile, Wen Heng remained motionless. Why isn't Wen moving? Is it because his wife isn't by his side? Could it be fear? Yet, Wen Heng was not afraid. Just a minute prior, his system had announced 35 instances of pain have been mitigated. From caught between a rock and a hard place to like a thorn in the back. Suddenly, it felt as though a sword had pierced him from behind. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Are you certain this is mitigation?" System. Indeed, from being wounded on both sides, it has changed to being wounded on one side. Wen Heng, you're finished. Chapter 36, Your Waist. Gu Sheng, feeling her way along the wall, moved forward slowly. As the couple separated to pursue their respective paths, the audience deliberated for quite a while, ultimately casting glances at the contemplative Wen Heng, before a majority chose to enlarge Gu Sheng's live stream window. Apologies, Wen Ge, I'll accompany your wife. After all, Wen Ge will surely come to find his wife. Indeed. Who wouldn't he want to witness the brave Sheng? In the end, only a handful of devoted fans remained with Wen Heng, engaging in their own musings, albeit uncertain of what precisely he was contemplating. It was now just past 3 in the morning. The entire Emerald Manor was enveloped in mist. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with only faint, eerie sounds echoing in the distance. From the audience's night vision perspective, Gu Sheng appeared as a solitary figure. Sister Sheng is truly courageous. With a friend like Sister Sheng, I shall never fear a haunted escape room again. Of course. While Gu Sheng's brave heart kept her fears at bay, the situation undeniably heightened her adrenaline, causing her heart to race. She continued to tap along the walls, reaching several doors. However, upon pushing them open, she found not an exit, but rather a cramped, dimly lit room. It felt akin to unboxing a massive mystery box, with the possibility of something lurking within, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. She began to grasp the situation. It was a plot pushing her forward, undoubtedly leading to something ahead. The group readied themselves, splitting into 2 factions. One party ventured towards the other side, where the exceptionally handsome movie star stood. Having remained stationary for quite some time, they intended to coax him into action. The second party approached the boldest and most stunning actress, who had previously been by her husband's side but was now alone, perhaps feeling frightened. They were determined to maintain their composure amidst the thrill. Suddenly, Gu Sheng heard heavy footsteps dragging across the ground from a distance. Before she could react, the audience grew anxious. Sister, run. Anticipating their response, Gu Sheng waved at the nearest camera with a smile, reassuring them, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid." She paused, her smile broadening even more. "I'm not alone. You're all with me." The audience echoed. Ah, it was textbook performance. A true display of charisma. The system remarked, "I believe her solo performance is far more engaging than any group effort." Gu Sheng boldly approached the source of the footsteps. The 4 or 5 figures approaching were smeared with blood and dusted with eerie green glow powder, moving like flickering ghostly flames, creating an unsettling sight. The audience, equipped with night vision, could see clearly, but the 2 parties present struggled to discern each other. They continued forward, lost in confusion until a clear, melodious voice broke through the tension. "May I ask where the butler is?" Gu Sheng prided herself on her politeness. However, the sudden exclamation sent the figures retreating in panic. "Wait, don't go," Gu Sheng called out. They retorted, "Forget it. This woman truly isn't afraid." They decided to scare the movie star instead. Seeing them attempt to flee, Gu Sheng felt a rush of panic and began to flail in the darkness. In the end, she grasped the smallest figure, realizing upon hearing her voice that it was a little girl. With a cheerful demeanor, she placed her arm around the girl's shoulder, saying, "Come. Let us uncover the butler's secrets." The little girl blushed and nodded vigorously under Gu Sheng's arm. The audience chimed, Gu Sheng, let her go. Hug me instead. Wife, please cease your enchanting allure. Do not charm both genders." "Thank you," Gu Sheng replied with a wink. "It's all right," the little girl exclaimed. Gu Sheng pushed open a door, revealing a beam of light from the pale moonlight filtering through shattered glass. Yet, before she could take a closer look, she heard unusual sounds from within the room. On the other side, before a dilapidated easel, sat a hunched figure. Her hair, long and dusty, cascaded to the floor. Her clothes tattered, yet her hand persistently prodded the canvas with a brush. This was the master referred to by the butler, a woman. Gu Sheng surveyed her surroundings and realized she had traversed through the wardrobe to the attic. No wonder the door had appeared as if it hadn't been opened in centuries. It was unnecessary to use the door at all. Sister Sheng, did you trigger a hidden plot? This is so thrilling. Wen Ge, come quickly and take a look. The mistress appeared oblivious to Gu Sheng's presence, or perhaps Gu Sheng herself could not ascertain whether she was real or merely an illusion. In this dust-laden attic, an abundance of clues lay scattered about. Yet the guests dared not venture inside. Gu Sheng stumbled upon the mistress's diary. The yellowed pages repeatedly inscribed with the names of a cat and a person, clearly the name of the butler. Upon reaching the end, she discovered yet another illustration, a woman with cascading hair cradling a cat as if it were a newborn, while behind her loomed a massive, monstrous feline, its expression cold and avaricious. Additionally, there were scattered bills and receipts revealing the prices at which certain artworks had been sold, all of which were managed by the butler. Where was the mistress's cat? It resided within the painting, as the butler. What was the butler's identity? He was not merely a lover. In light of the surrounding context, the narrative became apparent. The butler was the cat birthed by the mistress, and as the cat matured, it transformed into the mistress's captor, confining her within the attic, compelled to paint incessantly. In essence, the butler was the true master of the mistress. Gu Sheng dusted off her hands, contemplating that this was indeed a reasonable conclusion. Suddenly, she exclaimed, despite knowing it was a performance. Ah, how terrifying. Wen Ge, come quickly. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, addressing the butler. Comrade butler? The butler's lips curled into a blood-red smile, his powdered face shedding flakes as he stiffly grinned. I warned you not to disturb the mistress's rest. Yet you insisted on opening the attic and uncovering my secrets. Gu Sheng mused that this was indeed the path he had chosen. Without her assistance in weaving the storyline, he would have missed an entire scene. Your husband is already. The butler cackled, brandishing a bloody knife, creating an atmosphere of dread. Dear guest, do you regret your choices? Alas, it is too late. The scene was so vividly terrifying that the barrage of comments on the screen reflected sheer panic. With viewership soaring in the dead of night, fear only intensified the desire to watch. The butler advanced step by step towards Gu Sheng, raising his knife menacingly. The comments erupted in a chorus of terror. Gu Sheng yelped and instinctively ducked behind a chair. The butler paused, astonished. Had he genuinely frightened this woman? In that moment, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his profession. Meanwhile, Wen Heng vaguely heard Gu Sheng's cry, dismissing all thoughts of life as complexities. He dragged his reluctant body toward the source of the sound. What has stirred Wen Shen into action? It's my wife's voice. Whoa, I'm utterly captivated again. In the attic, Gu Sheng and the butler exchanged intense gazes across the chair's back. Gu Sheng felt that since they were both laboring at 3 a.m, cooperation was essential. Moreover, this narrative was of her own crafting. The butler was performing admirably and earnestly, deserving her respect as a fellow actor. The butler hesitated, gazing at Gu Sheng. It seemed he had startled her, though not entirely. As the scene appeared to reach its conclusion, Gu Sheng emerged from behind the chair and extended her hand to the butler's unarmed side for a handshake. The butler was taken aback. Gu Sheng bestowed upon her fellow actor the respect she deserved and, following the earnest inclinations of her career, sincerely addressed the corner camera, stating, Director, remember to increase her pay. I truly felt a pang of fear just now. Was I too naive? Laughing out loud, is this a request for remuneration? Ha ha ha. The director replied, I can increase it. Initially, this segment was designed for a daring male guest to lead a female guest in a daring exploration, with the couple collaboratively unveiling the butler's secrets, allowing the butler to exit while they comforted one another. Gazing down from the highest point of the attic at the splendid view of the Emerald Manor, who could have anticipated that after the broadcast commenced? It transformed into Gu Sheng bravely navigating the silent attic alone, entirely without her husband's accompaniment, turning a grand gesture into Gu Sheng's solo performance. The director sighed but glanced at the unexpectedly high number of online viewers and the incessantly refreshing comments in the dead of night. He thought, well, this works too. He then checked the surveillance and wondered, where was Teacher Wen? Why hadn't he arrived yet? Teacher Wen Heng was on his way, having encountered 2 groups along the way. They arrived one after the other, a true depiction of being caught in a pincer movement. Thus, his weakened card was utterly ineffective. Gu Sheng's earlier remark had provided him with a general direction, and Wen Heng pressed his lips together, running towards that side. At last, this guest could finally be pursued. He wouldn't turn around to catch them. Instantly, excitement surged as he rushed forward. Wen Ge is actually running. Ha ha ha. It must be to find Sister Sheng. Gu Sheng leaped through that door. Wen Heng spotted her at once. Upon confirming her safety, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he became acutely aware that he had his own issues. The sensation of running with a sword embedded in his back was indescribable. Thus, in the narrow corridor, the man raced towards the girl. Though the scene was inherently incongruous, the remarkable beauty of the leads imbued it with an air of delightful tension. Let me declare, I have come running to you. You are my stars and seas. Look, it's Wen Shen's one-sided pursuit. Oh, how romantic. Gu Sheng inquired. What is he so anxious about? The system replied, it must be because you've been apart for too long. He misses you. Just as Gu Sheng was about to finish her sentence, she was enveloped in Wen Heng's embrace. She stood momentarily stunned. It was only upon drawing closer that she could sense his erratic breath and the sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly indicating he had not fared well. As Wen Heng held her close, he finally exhaled in relief. However, a sense of security, more potent than the alleviation of pain, surged within him. Wen Heng realized that it was not merely Gu Sheng's presence that soothed his suffering, but rather, it was simply having this person beside him. He felt as though he had ceased to be angry with the system. They observed the scene from afar, indulging in the sweetness of the moment. Their faces flushed as they exited. The online audience erupted in cries. Oh no, this is so sweet. They are finally in each other's arms. The director looked at the monitor with satisfaction. This was the effect he had sought. So sweet. Wen Heng released Gu Sheng and took her hand instead. In the stillness that enveloped them, Gu Sheng finally spoke. Wen Heng, do you harbor a fear, ha ha ha? Otherwise, why do you flee so swiftly? It is not as if he inflicts pain. Indeed, it appears he had been feigning bravado all along. Wen Heng. Does she truly remain oblivious to the system? After a brief silence, he took her hand and led her out of the dark passage. That evening, when Gu Sheng boldly ventured into the attic, the other guests residing in the Emerald Manor had initially intended to emerge and undertake their tasks. However, as soon as they cautiously extended their hands, they were met with the resounding footsteps echoing from the hidden passage, akin to having stirred a hornet's nest. The crowd, we apologize for the intrusion. Farewell. Such a thrilling and audacious challenge is best left to Wen Ge and Sheng Jie. The following day, the guests convened in the Dome Hall, eagerly inquiring about Gu Sheng and Wen Heng's experiences from the previous night. Gu Sheng, modest in her achievements, merely recounted a performance with the butler. Fu Shan, unable to participate due to his prior exile, exclaimed with wide eyes, Sister, you are truly remarkable. It is no wonder you are the sister he has admired since childhood. You are simply stunning. Gu Sheng chuckled and waved her hand, briefly revealing the secrets of the Emerald Manor and the relationship between the master and the butler. Yu Shanbei, filled with righteous indignation, declared, This is outrageous. We must take action against him. The butler, finally able to withdraw, remarked, Why didn't you all come to confront me last night? His work experience would have been infinitely better. After the butler's departure, the mischievous director emerged from the monitoring room onto the stage. Yu Shanbei, I had no inclination to enjoy myself anyway. Qin Tian, Ji Zi, and I didn't even open the windows. Lu Yi and Song Qingji. Damn, what an embarrassment. Gu Sheng felt a surge of satisfaction. Her sleepless night had not been in vain. Yet, the other guests were in a state of panic. The two from Shanlu burst into tears. Without Sheng Jie and Wen Ge participating, their fear intensified. That day, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng indeed sat back to enjoy the spectacle. Although the butler had exited, the others remained poised to seize the opportunity. They could derive what they had missed from the experiences of other guests. With no tasks to undertake, they could leisurely appreciate the beauty of the Emerald Manor. Gu Sheng and Wen Heng strolled leisurely into the garden outside, where the grapevines threatened to collapse, yet the swing remained intact. The recent rain had left the surroundings looking rather pristine. Gu Sheng wiped the water away with a paper towel and then settled onto the swing, gently swaying back and forth. The swing creaked with each motion, but she reveled in her joy, her delicate legs swinging rhythmically. The confluence of coolness and vitality within her was striking, reminiscent of the early days when people first remarked on her presence in variety shows, noting her harmonious blend of youthful exuberance and feminine charm. Thus, she could embody both a fierce spirit and an endearing innocence. Observing her for a moment, Wen Heng inquired, May I give you a push? Gu Sheng nodded enthusiastically. Yes, please. Wen Heng stepped back and, as the swing descended, gently propelled her from behind. Gu Sheng soared into the air with a delighted gasp, a smile lighting up Wen Heng's eyes. Is this what love looks like? Pushing a swing is so dreamy. I'm utterly enchanted by Wen Heng. The nearby cameraman could not help but marvel at the beauty of the scene. As long as one overlooked the commotion within the Emerald Manor, the anguished cries of the guests intermittently echoed, starkly contrasting the serene and beautiful scene within the small garden. Jasmine, come here quickly. Qin Tian's furious roar pierced the air. I can manage just fine. Song Qingji screamed. Help! Help! Yu Shanbei and Lu Yi cried bitterly. The contrast is simply too vivid. Who is envious of the sound of applause? It is I. Damn it, I want to climb the wall. I want to eat candy. Gu Sheng, having had her fill of play, jumped off the swing and cast a tender glance at the Emerald Manor. This illustrates that one should challenge oneself more often, she remarked. Wen Heng nodded in agreement, indeed. Last night, he had pushed his limits while carrying a sword. Fortunately, after enduring 2 rounds of level 10 pain, the system should now be temporarily in a cooling-off period. The production team, fearing they might grow bored, had even sent down their mobile phones. With the cameras set to a fixed point, the two turned off their microphones, and Gu Sheng opened her phone to check for work messages. To her surprise, Chang Yan had indeed sent her 2 messages, likely having noticed their relatively leisurely live stream today. The endorsement was intercepted by Jin Yui outside, so I took advantage of your live stream to avoid looking at my phone for a couple of days. However, you are right. It is better not to take on such a brand with questionable taste, he wrote. But don't worry, I will keep an eye on their press releases. That said, seizing the opportunity to take on an endorsement during the peak traffic of the 4 laws of happiness was undoubtedly beneficial for Gu Sheng. Regardless of her personal desire for the endorsement, Jin Yueyao was clearly undermining her. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng's defenses against such attacks had only just begun. Wen Heng also noticed the messages and slightly lowered his gaze. Gu Sheng squinted her eyes. Refusing business opportunities and having endorsements snatched away were entirely different matters. After the last celebration, Jin Yueyao had been quiet for a few days, but was now back to her antics. If it were a brand she favored, Gu Sheng's tenacity in her career would not allow such an endorsement to be taken from her easily. However, she had researched this brand for several days. It was indeed a top domestic product, but the recent series they were promoting was rife with exaggerated marketing. Gu Sheng expressed her concerns to Wen Heng. The online marketing is excessive. I fear a backlash. Endorsements, sales, and commercial value are crucial metrics for stars. Wen Heng could see that Gu Sheng possessed a strong ambition for her career. Yet, as a newcomer, she maintained a rare clarity. Having been in the industry for many years, Wen Heng recognized that such an artist genuinely had the potential to ascend to great heights. Gu Sheng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Excellent. Acting is my true calling. Moreover, the underlying implication of Wen Heng's words brought her great joy. Jin Yueyao had seized an endorsement that Gu Sheng intended to refuse, while she held the coveted leading role that Jin Yueyao yearned for. Thank you, she exclaimed, feeling invigorated once more. Wen Heng paused for a moment and then added, it matters not if the endorsement is intercepted. You can trust in my capabilities. This time, Gu Sheng did not grasp the underlying meaning of his words. Accustomed to going solo, she looked up and asked, why? Wen Heng lowered his gaze, his pupils dark and tranquil. Because I am your elder. Gu Sheng blinked, her clear, peach blossom eyes sparkling with understanding. Indeed, Wen Heng affirmed. Gu Sheng blinked twice, wearing an expression that seemed to convey a sense of knowing the nonsensical remarks being made. Very well, boss, she replied. The Wen couple had enjoyed a leisurely day, while the other guests appeared as if they had endured a living nightmare. When night fell and everyone reconvened, they all bore expressions of torment. Observing the immaculate and composed Wen couple, the others cast them resentful glances. Gu Sheng greeted them with a cheerful smile. But her amusement was short-lived. The director had orchestrated yet another absurd twist. Gu Sheng. Wen Heng. Audience. Director, you are doomed. You did this on purpose. However, after a day of stark contrasts, Gu Sheng could already envision the outcome of the evening. As expected, the Shanlu couple pointed at the camera, stating, Brother Wen is wonderful, and Sister Sheng is formidable, so let us send them out onto the lake. The Qing Tian couple smiled amiably at the camera. We believe only Teacher Wen and Teacher Gu can truly appreciate the scenic beauty of the lake. The flying guests exhibited more tact. Lan Xintong and Fu Shan opted not to choose the Wen couple, instead selecting themselves, citing their prior experience from the previous night. Thus, it seemed the Wen couple was destined for exile tonight. A friendly reminder noted that there would be no rain. The lake's surface would be calm, making it quite suitable for slumber. While the director's intention behind this maneuver was indeed to create a point of controversy, he also perceived the vast openness of the world around them. 2 individuals alone, This was undoubtedly an opportunity for sweet moments to blossom. Gu Sheng chuckled lightly. That evening, they were personally escorted to the shore by the departing steward. Gu Sheng swore she could detect a glimmer of schadenfreude on the steward's face. How infuriating, she muttered.
Good night, guests.
The steward smiled and departed. The cameraman also set the camera at the shore before leaving only the two of them amidst the mountains and waters. They boarded the boat, gently drifting onto the lake. The moonlit night was indeed tranquil, with minimal fog. The lake was expansive, graced only by a soft evening breeze. You need not worry, the boat is quite stable. It feels rather novel to sleep on a boat for the first time.
Got it. Good night, sister.
Will you still kick brother one tonight? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, if you kick 5 times tonight, will the boat capsize? Gu Sheng was unsure of what they were discussing, but she knew her fans were watching, so she reassured them. Wen Heng quietly observed her interaction with the fans. Lost in thought. Initially, Gu Sheng had joined this dating reality show for him, but now it was evidently no longer the case. Or rather, she had transformed entirely from who she once was. Presently, her concern for her fans far surpassed her feelings for him, and she valued her career as a star immensely. After a moment of silence, Wen Heng spoke, suddenly asking her, "Why do you want to be a star?" Gu Sheng was taken aback. This question had been posed to her in that other world, and there were many standard responses. There was no reason. She could not recall the reason. I bet there's passion, influence,
Positivity.
Yet, when Gu Sheng finally replied, she was remarkably candid. I don't know, what about you? Wen Heng looked at her. Equally sincere, I don't know either. He made this sudden decision in his teenage years, not understood by the Wen family. And even he himself could not articulate the reason behind it, yet he was determined to excel in this endeavor. Goodness, must you both continue to be so honest? Ha ha ha. When Sheng responded, I have no dreams, yet I managed to do quite well. At that moment, Gu Sheng and Wen Heng simultaneously heard a faint sound of electricity, as if some signal was being exchanged, akin to ripples created by a stone cast into a lake. Wen Heng seemed to sense something and suddenly remarked, Do you know? Before he could finish his sentence, the system abruptly emitted 2 beeping sounds. 36. Lower back pain.
Pain level 6.
Wen Heng thought to test Gu Sheng's understanding of the system, but now, he unexpectedly wished she remained oblivious. His back was perfectly fine. It had never been an issue before, and would not be in the future. Gu Sheng's expression was subtle as she feigned ignorance and glanced out at the lake, suggesting, Let's sleep. Wen Heng concurred, all right. He stood up, obscured the camera in the cabin, and then muted the microphone. The audience grew anxious. Don't turn it off. Why can't we watch? All that remained for them was a fixed view of the lakeside, allowing them to observe the boat from a distance as it floated quietly on the surface. Never mind, we won't wait up tonight. I thought I could have a taste of sweetness before sleeping. Some fans, undeterred, continued to wait until the late hours, when suddenly, they saw the boat sway. Could it be what they thought it was? That night, the Wen Sheng couple's trending topic exploded. The following morning, Wen Heng emerged from the cabin with a cold expression after being kicked 5 times throughout the night, instinctively supporting his waist. The trending topic erupted once more. Did Wen Go really use his waist? What on earth did you two do? Chapter 37. Qi Deficiency and Blood Loss. After waking, Gu Sheng asked Wen Heng, did the boat nearly capsize last night? Although she had not fully awakened, she vaguely felt the boat swaying beneath her. Wen Heng, with his deep, dark eyes, gazed intently at her. No. Gu Sheng touched her face. Oh, then why are you staring at me? Wen Heng inquired. What did you dream about last night? Gu Sheng pondered for a long while, only recalling as they reached the shore, I dreamt I was rowing a boat. Wen Heng looked at her. What kind of boat were you rowing? Gu Sheng replied, a pedal boat. I see, Wen Heng said, fully understanding. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not mutual. That day, the trending topic for the Wen Sheng couple thrived throughout. A certain prominent figure in their circle, known for writing romantic literature featuring Wen Sheng, once again made waves with a piece titled Gentle Ripples in the Heart of the Lake, which quickly garnered attention. The night at Emerald Mountain Villa is profoundly quiet, yet this small cabin holds no chill. In this space, only they can feel the warmth of each other. Passion ignites the long night as the little boat sways. This author, deliberately using subtle language to depict the atmosphere, allowed fans to vividly imagine the scenes, striving to complete the narrative of the Wen Sheng couple's marital intimacy with their own creativity. Currently, the Wen Sheng trending topic has surged to hundreds of thousands of fans, showcasing its remarkable growth. Not only are there various fan edits, fan fiction, and artworks, but also fans have organized a wedding for Wen Heng. In summary, the community is quite lively, with new developments emerging from time to time. The online surfing aficionado Chi came across this remarkable piece while browsing the homepage. He felt somewhat embarrassed as he read it and casually shared it with his brother, exclaiming, "Brother, you both have such a flair for romance." Late at night, aboard the boat, it was hard to believe such antics could be attributed to his brother, a stoic and aloof artist. Wen Heng hurriedly skimmed through the content on his phone, contemplating the truth that human joys and sorrows indeed do not resonate with one another. Though Wen Heng was relegated to sleep on the boat the previous night, the guests at the Emerald Manor were not faring much better. The corridors echoed with footsteps and eerie laughter, and in the absence of Sheng and Wen Heng, they felt increasingly frightened. Finally, the recording of the 5th episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness had concluded. The guests were eager to escape this unsettling place. The director, observing the weary faces, smiled as he summarized the episode. "Congratulations to everyone for completing 2 days and 3 nights of filming at Emerald Manor. The moments of fear and panic, yet unwavering support for one another amidst challenges, embody the essence of love that moves us." To which the guest responded, "I believe you, not at all. Director, I was just speaking whimsically. Shan Lu Qing Tian. I just want to leave." The Shan Lu couple adhered strictly to their agent's demands, enduring to the end. Meanwhile, Song Qingji's initial vision of a delicate, protected persona had largely faded. Each flying guest had their own thoughts. Fu Shan observed the composed and unruffled Sheng and Wen Heng, silently lowering his gaze. If Wen Heng could truly transform from his indifferent and haughty demeanor into a devoted husband, he would refrain from interfering. However, should their relationship remain superficial, he would await his sister's divorce. Lan Xian Tong, too, scrutinized Wen Heng and Sheng, realizing that she had not achieved her aims on this journey. Having no interaction with the male lead, and instead being overshadowed by Sheng, they were not at all as she had envisioned from her readings. Yet, she was the one most poised to seize the role of the female lead in this world. Nevertheless, the time for the male lead to divorce his contractual wife was fast approaching. Anxiously biting her lip, Lan Xian Tong recognized that she needed more leverage to suppress Sheng's brilliance. Otherwise, her efforts in this world would be in vain. Sheng, sensing Lan Xian Tong's lingering gaze, paid little heed. As long as it did not hinder her career, all was well. However, should it affect her ambitions, that would be a different matter altogether. The director, engrossed in elevating the theme of love for this episode, remarked, "Of course, dear couples, do not fret. The 6th episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness, which happens to be our penultimate episode, will present a stark contrast to this one. The guests will be heading to a romantic paradise, so prepare for a delightful sugar rush in the next installment."
What?
How is it already the penultimate episode? I haven't had enough yet. I Haven T had my 360-degree passionate kiss. I'm not allowing you to end this. On a clear day, the mountain path seemed to express eager anticipation, ready to commence its activities and sprinkle sweetness. Wen Heng maintained a calm demeanor, while Sheng exhibited an even greater sense of composure. Regardless of the level of sweetness, it was all part of the job. The official announcement would be unveiled at the end of the 5th episode, so we shall reconvene in the next installment. Jade Manor, 886. It is essential for individuals to reside in livable places. Sheng nestled comfortably into the sofa. From a long-term perspective, after 2 more recordings, they would soon be entering the production phase. Consequently, various offline brand activities, business engagements, and advertising shoots would be completed in the near future. Particularly for Wen Heng, who already had multiple endorsements, his workload had intensified recently. The thought of entering the production phase exhilarated Sheng. Meanwhile, they had signed Jin Yueyao, and the official social media account was creating a buzz with a campaign inviting fans to guess the spokesperson based on silhouettes. This time, her fans seized the opportunity, showering affectionate comments on the official blog while subtly mocking on their own Weibo accounts. The thought of her stepping into the role of Li Shuang brought Sheng a sense of tranquility. It was merely excessive marketing. Besides, there were disputes with that brand, having previously copied their designs twice, rendering them incapable of retaliation. They were a foreign luxury brand, boasting both ready-to-wear and cosmetics lines, holding a significantly higher status. If it weren't for the plagiarism incidents, the 2 companies wouldn't have become rivals. Sheng was not implying that foreign luxury brands surpassed domestic products, but she championed those that were genuinely developed and designed independently, rather than those prioritizing marketing over user experience. She could not participate in the mere exploitation of fan loyalty. Chang Yan nodded, feeling quite moved by the self-awareness of their artist. Several brands had approached them as well. She examined the materials provided closely. Wen Heng, seated on the opposite sofa, had finished reviewing his work schedule and had also listened to their conversation, appearing contemplative. The top-tier celebrity seemed deep in thought. Last month, their boss had invited him to a private vineyard in the suburbs. At that time, Wen Heng had declined, but now it seemed he might accept. Sheng and the others must have completed their recording by now. Jin Yueyao's face radiated an unmistakable pride. Once Sheng retrieved her phone, she would likely discover that her endorsement had been snatched away. Jin Yueyao was almost gloating over the fact that Li Shuang had been usurped, the magazine suppressed, and her face injured during the celebration. She had heard that there was an intention to recruit Sheng. And since Sheng's recent variety show had garnered several fierce trending topics, they seized the opportunity to approach the counterpart's business and effortlessly secured the endorsement. Jin Yueyao joyfully returned to her apartment, feeling that Li Mue's had treated her better after both had suffered from a peculiar affliction. While at Li Mue's place, she received even better news. Jin Yueyao, not lacking in intelligence, suddenly brightened. Is it true that Wen Heng and Sheng's contractual marriage is nearing its end? Li Mu smiled. Not yet, but it will be soon. Jin Yueyao's grin widened. She believed that Sheng's current popularity and traffic were largely supported by Wen Heng. Once news of their divorce circulated, she would undoubtedly spare no effort in promoting Sheng. The couple, Wen Sheng, would make for explosive news. Perhaps Sheng, that woman, would crumble and never dare to traverse the entertainment industry again. On the evening of the following day, an official announcement was made, showcasing the meticulously polished promotional photos of Jin Yueyao, who held in her hands the featured powder foundation. The brand orchestrated a trending topic, and fans swiftly rallied to support Jin Yueyao by sharing their orders in the comments. Buying alongside the stunning Jin Yueyao is undoubtedly a wise choice. We trust our brand ambassador. Concurrently, various entertainment bloggers and marketing accounts began disseminating information across forums. Authentic news. The recently announced ambassador for a certain flower was originally intended for a newcomer from a rival agency, yet in the end, it was awarded to this flower. 1. Is this flower a newcomer from the rival agency? They might as well report their ID. 2. How amusing. It seems the commercial value is still unacknowledged within the industry, correct? So far, there hasn't been a single endorsement. 3. After all, she has always been associated with top-tier celebrities. The last magazine issue she appeared in was also a duet. Who dares to claim she has truly become independent? 4. What commercial value does a resource-rich celebrity hold? How amusing. No wonder they are considered a pinnacle of domestic brands. Their vision is indeed commendable. 5. The fans from above are too transparent in their biases. Sheng, already enjoying a surge in popularity, found herself at the center of rumors, fueled by rival intentions suggesting that she had lost the endorsement to Jin Yueyao. TSK. Sheng glanced at her phone and pursed her lips, then turned it off. Wen Heng, carrying a cup of water, walked by and inquired, "Aren't you upset?" Sheng lifted her gaze to him and admitted a little bit. "After all, I was caught off guard." She was dressed casually, clutching a script, looking quite obedient as she spoke candidly. Wen Heng lowered his eyes to her, seemingly poised to say something, but then he heard Sheng continue, "However, after reading my lines, I feel less angry. Hee, what can I do?" She secured the role. After all, Wen Heng chuckled softly. Just then, Sheng recited a line from Li Shuang, which was a reprimand directed at Ce. Wen Heng raised an eyebrow and joined in. She stood up, script in hand, intending to take a bath and retire for the night, letting the online spectators indulge in their gossip while inadvertently increasing her visibility. Just as she rose, Wen Heng unexpectedly grasped her wrist. Sheng raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What's the matter?" Wen Heng replied, "It's fine if you're not upset. Tomorrow, accompany me to a place." Sheng asked, The next day, Wen Heng did not bring Changyan along. He only summoned the driver. The car journeyed toward the outskirts. "Why are we traveling so far to a vineyard?" Sheng inquired. "Do you wish to drink?" Wen Heng turned his face toward her. "Do you want to?" Sheng chuckled, rubbing her delicate fingers together, feeling a tinge of temptation. Sheng was puzzled. Why? Then, why bring me to the vineyard? Are you playing tricks on me? Wen Heng seemed to anticipate her thoughts, responding nonchalantly. "Do you not remember that after drinking last time, you suffered from menstrual cramps a few days later?" Sheng's indignation diminished significantly. She recalled that particular incident, where Wen Heng had experienced menstrual discomfort and had received a playful punch from her. However, she realized that the previous drink had been too icy. This time, she resolved to drink without ice. Sheng decided to indulge secretly. The vehicle halted at an elegant cream-colored castle in the countryside, overlooking a sprawling vineyard. Crabapple trees lined the road, accompanied by expansive patches of greenery, creating a delightful scenery. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a smiling figure. "Mr. Wen, our boss has been waiting for you for quite some time." The individual appeared to be the foreman. And after speaking, he turned to Gu Sheng with a smile, saying, "Miss Gu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Although Gu Sheng was unaware of who their boss was, she smiled and nodded in response. "Hello. I shall guide you on a tour, Mr. Chen is currently selecting wines for you." Wen Heng nodded. "Thank you for your efforts." As they traversed the lengthy grapevine-covered corridor and entered the castle, the overall aesthetic was distinctly European. However, what astonished Gu Sheng the most was the vast underground wine cellar, constructed entirely of stone, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity, and featuring a self-filling wine system. After the foreman concluded the tour, he led them to the tasting room, where Mr. Chen was seated, pouring red wine into a tall glass. The wine, freshly retrieved from the refrigerator, formed a layer of icy mist as it cascaded into the glass. "This is my wife," Wen Heng remarked. Mr. Chen was undoubtedly aware of this, yet it was his first encounter with the real person, and he was indeed taken aback. Gu Sheng's complexion was fair, her makeup so minimal it was nearly non-existent, but she possessed an innate radiance. Her features were exquisitely delicate, a visage that could withstand the scrutiny of high-definition lenses. Mr. Chen, a crafty old fox, immediately comprehended why Wen Heng had suddenly invited this esteemed individual after 2 months. Gu Sheng had also begun to sense something, greeting him politely. It was evident that this person was not merely the proprietor of a winery. Wen Heng's purpose in bringing her along was certainly more than just wine tasting. Wen Heng was not one to engage in pleasantries. And after exchanging a few words about recent events with Mr. Chen, Gu Sheng was summoned by the foreman to experience the self-filling wine. "Drink sparingly," Wen Heng warned her with a pointed look. "I understand," Gu Sheng replied. "You may continue your conversation." As soon as she departed, Wen Heng broached the topic directly. "Has the spokesperson for the brand been decided yet?" Mr. Chen, the general manager for the brand in the Greater China region, quickly deduced the purpose behind Wen Heng's inquiry. He was indeed quite astute. They had considered numerous candidates for the cosmetics line, but due to high standards, they had yet to find a suitable match. Wen Heng was not recklessly attempting to secure resources for Gu Sheng. There was a reason behind his actions. Gu Sheng declined her competitor's offer, he stated. Mr. Chen's interest was piqued. "They claimed our competitor is raising their profile, if not for their attempts to emulate our brand." The fact that she had turned down the rival company instantly elevated Mr. Chen's regard for Gu Sheng. He recalled that they had recently announced a major celebrity endorsement. Moreover, Wen Heng lifted his gaze, his expression calm and composed. "This drama is one that I have invested in and supervised." This revelation left Mr. Chen momentarily speechless, as he recognized the considerable commercial potential. Gu Sheng was set to be the leading lady in an upcoming blockbuster. Signing her as a spokesperson would be of immeasurable value. Mr. Chen suddenly understood. "Mr. Wen, you truly possess remarkable insight." Wen Heng smiled faintly, then raised the tall glass to savor a sip of wine. In truth, it was Gu Sheng's own actions that had brought her to this point. Wen Heng was merely reiterating her significance. Mr. Chen was exceedingly pleased with her, wishing to sign Gu Sheng that very day. After a few exchanges, Gu Sheng realized that Wen Heng had facilitated an opportunity for her. She was slightly taken aback, yet maintained a composed demeanor, exhibiting neither exuberance nor feigned shyness. Seizing the opportunity to engage with the owner from the Greater China region, she humbly inquired about the brand's philosophy and the seasonal highlights, expressing her intention to personally sample the products and provide feedback to the brand. Mr. Chen was thoroughly pleased with her enthusiasm and shared an abundance of insights with her. In the end, he pulled Gu Sheng aside and instructed the manager to select a case of red wine for her. It was then that Wen Heng interjected. "Wait, Mr. Chen," and Gu Sheng clicked remarkably well, and she quickly grasped Wen Heng's arm, exclaiming, "Oh, if you enjoy it, go ahead. Red wine is wonderful for young women." Gu Sheng laughed. "You are absolutely right." Following the manager to choose the wine, Mr. Chen watched her retreating figure with immense satisfaction, contemplating that once the contract was signed, it would be perfect for the ready-to-wear line's ambassador and the cosmetics line's ambassador to collaborate on a promotional advertisement. Wen Heng took a sip of wine and casually asked, "Who is the ambassador for the ready-to-wear line?" Mr. Chen replied, "You know him, Du Yanji, Mr. Du." Wen Heng responded, "Oh, how careless of me." That day, Gu Sheng returned home laden with treasures. Her perception of Wen Heng markedly improved. "Boss, you are truly remarkable," Gu Sheng sincerely remarked. "I have no regrets about signing with you." Only a top-tier talent would dare to negotiate endorsements directly with the brand. She could almost envision the expression on Jin Yueyao's face upon learning of her new endorsement. Wen Heng cast a sidelong glance at her. Did you ever regret not signing with DNG? Gu Sheng retorted, why do you speak so pointedly? Nevertheless, having been afforded opportunities, Gu Sheng maintained a gracious demeanor. That's not the case. I am exceedingly grateful for the company's nurturing. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wen Heng's eyes as he queried, so, will you remember my lines or DNG's lines? Gu Sheng replied. Wen Heng truly had a petty side, smaller than a needle's eye. Gu Sheng affirmed, I will remember yours. Leaning back against the rear seat of the car, Wen Heng responded nonchalantly, that's good. I will conduct spot checks. Gu Sheng's lips twitched. All right, you can rest assured. Although Wen Heng was a commendable boss, he remained an insufferable man, without a doubt. These matters remained unseen by the fans. Yet the system observed the entire episode.
Ah.
I am utterly enamored. This is love. The following day, Chang Yan approached Gu Sheng to formally discuss the contract while she was at home reviewing the script. It was rumored that there might be changes concerning the third female lead, but for the moment, it was not a matter of great concern for Gu Sheng. When her parents arrived in the city, Gu Song sent Gu Sheng a message, indicating his intention to meet in a couple of days for a chat. Despite the divorce, she and Wen Heng still maintained a superior subordinate relationship. When her boss faced difficulties, she would undoubtedly lend her assistance. For Wen Heng, shedding the burdens of a business marriage was indeed a significant relief. Externally, Wen Heng appeared composed, yet internally, he was fraught with anxiety. His overwhelming lack of emotional experience left him utterly clueless about pursuing someone, let alone addressing the monumental task of mending a marriage. After considerable contemplation, Wen Heng decided to test the waters. The night before their families were meet, Wen Heng sat beside Gu Sheng. She lifted her gaze from the script to him. Wen Heng began, tomorrow. Actually, Gu Sheng nodded in understanding. I comprehend. It was my previous ignorance that caused issues. Gu Sheng bore the brunt of the original owner's mistakes. But now I have learned, as you are aware. Wen Heng fell silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, not only had his affection for her waned, but he also found himself indifferent towards her. Upon reflecting on Gu Sheng's dramatic transformation, he recalled that it seemed to have commenced on the very first day of their reality show recording, the day he first became bound to the system and began to endure suffering. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there a deeper reason behind it? Although Wen Heng had never known Gu Sheng well, he was aware that his initial consent to join the show was merely an attempt to expedite his escape from a burdensome marriage. Yet, the Gu Sheng within the show appeared to be an entirely different person, inside and out. Wen Heng pondered for a moment, gazing at Gu Sheng. In truth, there exists a connection between us beyond our marriage. Are you aware of this? Gu Sheng immediately perked up, her ears attentive. What? Are you about to lay everything bare? I won't stand for any moral coercion. Observing her expression closely, Wen Heng was about to inquire, Are you? When the system's notification sound rang out, seemingly in response. Wen Heng thought it was fortuitous. He could demonstrate this extraordinary phenomenon to her. Gu Sheng likely anticipated his intention, silently hoping he wouldn't conjure anything too gruesome. For then she could no longer feign ignorance. Beep,
The system chimed.
the 36th pain of love. Limb weakness. Pain level 2. Gu Sheng sighed in relief. Thank goodness. When Heng remarked, I knew it. The system will not align with my wishes. However, an idea struck him. And he addressed the system. Can the reinforcement card enhance the sensation of pain? He calmly queried. You wouldn't escalate limb weakness to a full-body condition, would you? The system hesitated momentarily before responding. It seemed the male protagonist had unraveled its intentions. After 2 seconds of silence, the system declared, the sensation of pain has been reinforced. Limb weakness has been upgraded to a state of near collapse. Pain level 9. When Heng was taken aback. It was cautious in diminishing pain yet ferocious in amplifying it. The system, one could always rely on its consistency. Gu Sheng was bewildered. She questioned the system. Wasn't his limb weakness at level 2? Is he trying to fabricate a scenario? The system hesitated to respond, sensing that the protagonist might be onto something yet again. Wen Heng turned to Gu Sheng, his voice barely a whisper, you see. He refrained from touching her, hoping to guide her to recognize the nature of the pain system. However, Gu Sheng was not inclined to acknowledge this reality. She scrutinized Wen Heng intently and asked, Are you feeling weak all over and breaking into a cold sweat? Wen Heng nodded, his gaze filled with anticipation. I understand now. Gu Sheng replied, making her deduction. You're suffering from a deficiency of energy and blood, insufficient yang. Wen Heng exclaimed. He grasped Gu Sheng's wrist and sat up. My yang energy is abundant. Chapter 38. I agree. Gu Sheng blinked several times. Abundant is just abundant. Why get upset? Can't you take a joke? Beep, the 36th pain relief successful. Gu Sheng shrugged off Wen Heng's hand, inwardly scoffing. Wasn't she essentially helping him? Although Wen Heng's plight under the system was indeed unfortunate, she too was ensnared, a fellow captive in this predicament. Gu Sheng contemplated silently and suddenly recalled a matter. During the initial binding of the system, it was mentioned that apart from being deemed stunningly attractive and accomplished actors, another reason for their pairing was their legal marital status with Wen Heng. How splendid! This added yet another justification for a potential divorce. Gu Sheng withdrew her hand from Wen Heng's. His mood was profoundly melancholic. His countenance, already indifferent, was now shrouded in a layer of gloom. Yet, moments ago, when he was barely conscious, beads of sweat had slightly dampened his dark hair, adding a hint of pitiful vulnerability to his somber demeanor. You're all right now, aren't you? Gu Sheng, having finished her pretense, prepared to slip away. I'll take my leave then, however, Wen Heng grasped her wrist, compelling her to sit back down. He sighed and turned on the television. The 5th episode was about to air.
Huh.
Gu Sheng responded, realizing she was indeed eager to watch, though not necessarily alongside him. Nevertheless, Wen Heng chose not to revisit their previous topic. The advertisement played on the screen while the living room fell into a tranquil silence, save for the television sound. Viewers typically selected their preferred live feeds, yet the edited main show juxtaposed all 4 pairs of guests, enhancing the contrasts. In the eerie silence of the fog-laden Emerald Manor, guests screamed in terror and fled, while the Wen Heng couple excelled, bravely forging ahead. The audience erupted in excitement. I'm tired of saying they're a perfect match. When are they getting married? No, they already are. Having proof is wonderful. I want to ship them for a lifetime. As Gu Sheng watched, she became engrossed, munching on a bucket of sunflower seeds and laughing. Truly, she thought, she was remarkable. A heart of courage, a capitalized persona. Wen Heng was also watching. However, as he observed, he sensed something amiss. At the program's onset, Gu Sheng appeared relatively composed, yet there was a hint of fear. Then, at a certain moment, she transformed into an embodiment of bravery, casting aside all trepidation. Wen Heng pondered this. Gu Sheng glanced at him, feeling inexplicably guilty. As the show progressed, the most thrilling segment featured the Wen Heng couple's daring escapade in the attic. Ultimately, only the 2 of them undertook the challenge of courage that night, and thus the camera focused predominantly on them, contrasting their audacity with the other guests' cowardly retreat into their rooms. Gu Sheng, as she continued to watch, sensed yet another anomaly. What exactly was Wen Heng's secret? She too contemplated this. As the 5th episode concluded, the entire internet buzzed with admiration for the Wen Heng couple's perfect synergy. Yet, the 2 protagonists harbored their own secrets. Wen Heng wondered if she possessed a system, while Gu Sheng speculated if he did. Sensing a faint signal, both systems emitted a gentle hum simultaneously, akin to a soft electrical current. They remained oblivious to its significance, instinctively choosing not to delve deeper. Following the thrilling 5th episode, the 6th installment of the 4 Laws of Happiness promised a sweet fairy tale. As the 4 couples ventured to a romantic paradise, the most beautiful campus in the nation, Wuzhou University. There, would you prefer to portray the aloof academic elite or the charismatic campus overlord? Is she the enchanting belle from the neighboring school, the dashing heartthrob on the sports field? Or perhaps a refined professor? What kind of romantic tale will unfold between them? Oh, how I relish the notion of teacher-student relationships. I fervently wish for it to materialize. Academic achievers and campus rulers are also welcome. Quickly, let's commence this journey. Now let us meet in Wuzhou, dear audience, and anticipate what is to come. The 2 sat across a sofa, silently gazing at one another. The atmosphere was somewhat inexplicable, reminiscent of that night by the lake when they discussed their aspirations of becoming stars. Indeed, Wen Heng echoed the same sentiment, though the details had eluded him. Gu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. Whether he remembered or not seemed inconsequential. Although her school memories were hazy, they did not hinder her understanding of the youthful exuberance that permeated the campus, the purest flutter of young affection. Gu Sheng found herself eagerly anticipating the next recording location. What identity would you like to embody? Wen Heng's gaze fell upon Gu Sheng. With her appearance, she would undoubtedly be the campus belle, perfectly fitting in. Alternatively, she could be an academic prodigy, both intelligent and beautiful. Gu Sheng pondered and inquired, "Is there a principal?" Wen Heng replied, "Forget it." The following morning, Chang Yan accompanied Gu Sheng to the company for her official signing. Both parties were exceedingly pleased, and the signing process was remarkably enjoyable. This was Gu Sheng's inaugural endorsement, representing an internationally renowned cosmetics line, with the same level of ready-to-wear endorsement held by the esteemed actor Du Yanji. The significance of this endorsement was indeed substantial. Chang Yan felt he had exhausted the term promising, increasingly perceiving Gu Sheng as a treasure bestowed upon him by fate, mature in thought, adept in her craft, non-disruptive, and partnered with another rising star. Other agents were enviously drooling. Ultimately, it was about being promising. After the contract was signed, Gu Sheng felt invigorated, realizing she had taken a significant step forward in her career. While traversing the company corridor, she fortuitously encountered another spokesperson, a refined gentleman who playfully winked, suggesting an undeniable connection. Since their last encounter at Jelai, where she could not outshine Wen Heng, this marked their first meeting. However, Du Yanji had consistently heard news of Gu Sheng, and it was clear she was ascending to great heights, now standing beside him, a testament to her remarkable growth. Gu Sheng smiled. "Mr. Du, I look forward to our collaboration." Du Yanji returned the smile. "Likewise, Ms. Gu, I welcome your guidance." The two engaged in delightful conversation. The sight of this handsome couple captivated the staff bustling through the company, who could not help but feel that their choice of spokesperson was indeed splendid, one exuding mature charm and the other radiating youthful elegance with striking features. However, Chang Yan felt a tinge of concern. Once aboard the van, he could not resist inquiring, "Gu Sheng, are you and Wen Heng's families meeting tonight?" Gu Sheng, buoyed by her recent endorsement, replied cheerfully yes. Observing her demeanor, Chang Yan felt a chill in his heart. "So, you and Wen Heng are you too?" Gu Sheng nodded. "There will definitely be distance." Chang Yan's heart sank. Gu Sheng reassured him, "Do not worry. I will not be overly persistent." At that time, both Wen Heng and I would walk independently, without the need for forced efforts, allowing each of us to pursue our own careers. "I assure you, I will not let you down." Chang Yan remarked that he would not be disappointed, but Wen Heng might not be so certain. He tentatively inquired, "Must we part ways?" Gu Sheng replied, "Otherwise, why would I maintain a loveless marriage? It would adversely affect my career and the potential for true love in the future." She and Wen Heng were indeed compatible as colleagues, whether as peers or in a hierarchical relationship. Yet, do you think Wen Heng is a suitable choice for a husband? Gu Sheng posed a probing question. Chang Yan pondered Wen Heng's character, proud, aloof, and wholly dedicated to his craft. His previous attitude towards Gu Sheng was not exactly indicative of a good husband. Chang Yan fell silent, thinking to himself, "It's over, Wen Ge. The pursuit of a wife has become a funeral pyre." The process of Gu Sheng's contract signing was remarkably swift, as it involved direct negotiations with the boss and was finalized within 2 days, to the point where the industry had not even caught wind of it. Jin Yueyao, aiming to embody the image of a traditional beauty, attended brand events with vibrant red lips and adorned eyes, clearly in high spirits lately. Song Qingji happened to encounter her backstage at a brand event. Their relationship could be described as somewhat superficial. They exchanged pleasantries, and Jin Yueyao remarked, "That variety show you participated in must have been quite taxing, right? I caught a glimpse of the last episode and saw how frightened you all were." Internally, Song Qingji cursed under her breath, aware that Jin Yueyao had just announced a new endorsement. This was a thinly veiled jab at her own hard-earned success. While Song Qingji took delight in Gu Sheng's endorsement being snatched away, the sight of Jin Yueyao's triumphant demeanor stirred a sense of resentment within her. Additionally, the next episode of The 4 Laws of Happiness would be filmed on a campus, presenting a serendipitous opportunity that perfectly aligned with her innocent image. The company had decided to market them again, ensuring that this episode would make a splash, sweeter than the couple one and Sheng. Jin Yueyao nodded with a cold smile. Dismissively regarding the hype surrounding Song Qingji, she wouldn't even accept it if it were given to her for free. The only noteworthy male guest on their show was Wen Heng, while Gu Sheng was merely a contractual wife, soon to be divorced. It was truly pitiful. Jin Yueyao smiled slyly and casually handed Song Qingji a few boxes, saying, "You may as well take these. The powder is the highlight this time. Don't be shy. Give it a try." Song Qingji rolled her eyes internally, thinking it absurd that Jin Yueyao would offer her items she might not even use from her own makeup bag. With a strained smile, she reluctantly accepted the items. Just then, her phone lit up with a notification. Jin Yueyao finished distributing the brand's items with a casual wave of her hand, saying, "All right, you should get back to your duties." However, upon reading the Weibo message, A look of surprise tinged with envy and a hint of amusement spread across Song Qingji's face. Oh dear, Gu Sheng, truly. She feigned a sigh. Song Qingji, embodying a fade of innocence, shook her head in disbelief. I never expected her to. Jin Yueao's interest piqued instantly, eager to hear any bad news regarding Gu Sheng. Just then, a staff member called out to Jin Yueao. Sister Yao, they are asking for you. Knowing this, Song Qingji, with an air of innocent superiority, tantalizingly revealed, she actually signed as the spokesperson for the Greater China region. Jin Yueao's proud smile instantly fractured, nearly overwhelming Song Qingji with joy. In utter astonishment, Jin Yueao's voice quivered. What? They signed Gu Sheng? How could that be possible? She nearly lost her balance. It is vibrant, spirited, courageous, and fearless. To your beauty, let us embrace youth unapologetically. Gu Sheng, the spokesperson for the Greater China region's cosmetics line, was officially announced, and the brand's trending topics exploded across major forums. Did your region not release any hints about this endorsement? Is there no one left in your area? So, who claimed the commercial value was insufficient? This is remarkable. The weight of a rookie's first endorsement, I am truly impressed. Has anyone noted the rivalry with the old adversary? Someone upstairs has made a slight error. It's a self-contrived rivalry, fundamentally flawed. Jin Yueao's fans, hurry in. I am eager to see reactions. Jin Yueao's fans, much like their idol, remained silent as the grave. A voice exclaimed, how fortunate it is to support a woman with ambition. Every day brings unexpected delights, tears of joy. Today, let us shout. Sisters, share your orders. Show them on the official blog. Let the brand feel our purchasing power. The fans rejoiced, and so did Gu Sheng. This brand has no dark history, and she has thoroughly researched the promoted products. In recent days, she has been using them herself and has encouraged her entire makeup team to try several items. Boss, shall I send your team a complete set of products? Gu Sheng looked at Wen Heng, her face adorned with the subtle pride of a spokesperson. No need to be courteous with me. Wen Heng smiled faintly. Such generosity. Gu Sheng pondered. They would actually send ready-to-wear items as well, should you need them. Wen Heng declined. No, that won't be necessary. The vehicle headed toward the Wen family's grand residence, where the two families had arranged to meet. Both Wen Heng and Gu Sheng were dressed quite formally. As they were discussing significant matters, Wen Heng's demeanor was evidently more serious than Gu Sheng's. He could sense Gu Sheng's desire for divorce. Indeed, she was his equal in the ability to compartmentalize work and personal matters. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to do so. This evening, there might still be room for negotiation, a chance to listen to both families' opinions before delving into further discussions. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Heng suddenly spoke. Do you remember the last time at my father's birthday banquet? Gu Sheng turned to him. What about it? Wen Heng's deep, lake-like eyes fixed on her. Last time, I said we would not divorce. Gu Sheng gasped, recalling the moment. Wen Heng inquired, do you remember? Yes, Gu Sheng replied, her gaze upon him, remembering the grand tumble we took in the banquet hall center. Wen Heng. He too recalled, their hearts resonating in shared understanding. Taking a deep breath, Wen Heng reassured her, it's fine, I know you were not serious then. Gu Sheng responded with remarkable nonchalance, no, I was quite. As the conversation remained unfinished, the vehicle came to a halt, indicating their arrival at the Wen family's grand residence. Wen Heng pondered momentarily and decided it would be more appropriate to discuss matters at the table, where the atmosphere would be more formal. Just as they exited the car, a notification from the system caught his attention. You will experience your 37th sensation of pain in 40 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Wen Heng hesitated briefly, casting a glance at Gu Sheng before proceeding forward. Given that it was a family gathering, the Wen residence was enveloped in a tranquil ambience. Gu Sheng had yet to meet the original owner's parents since her arrival, but having become quite familiar with her brother, she felt little apprehension. Prior to their arrival, Gu's father and mother, along with Gu Song, had already gathered. The two families exchanged pleasantries regarding business collaborations, delaying discussions about their potential union. On Wen's side, Li Muse accompanied them. Although Wen Wan could have attended, an unexpected matter at her company provided Li Muse with the perfect opportunity to observe the unfolding events. His curiosity regarding the outcome of the evening was palpable. The servants were busy preparing the meal, and the whispers in the living room were hushed. When the main door swung open and the two entered, it felt as if the entire Wen family hall had been illuminated. In terms of appearance, Wen Heng and Gu Sheng indeed represented the pinnacle of beauty within their circle. Even in the dazzling entertainment industry, their faces stood unrivaled. Li Muse was the first to greet them. Heng, Gu Sheng, come quickly. We've been waiting for you. Gu Sheng immediately spotted her parents seated to the right at the table. Her father bore a stern demeanor, while her mother exuded a serious and dignified presence. Yet, their gazes softened slightly upon resting on Gu Sheng.
Gu Song remarked, "Do you see?
My sister has truly grown up." Gu Sheng blinked, feeling a momentary awkwardness, quickly replaced by an unexplainable warmth. It struck her as peculiar. Despite the original owner's scarce memories of her parents, she felt an inexplicable closeness. Was this emotion a remnant left by the original owner? "Come and take a seat," her father beckoned. Gu Sheng nodded and approached her family. Gu Song stood to pull out a chair for his sister. The Wen family's dining arrangement was circular, and Gu Song positioned himself to block Wen Heng, allowing Gu Sheng to sit between him and their parents. Wen Heng's brow furrowed slightly. The distance between him and Gu Sheng, even with her brother in between, evoked a sense of discomfort within him. Gu Song noticed Wen Heng's demeanor and, in light of his observations from a variety show, sensed that Wen Heng seemed reluctant to be apart from Gu Sheng. However, it ultimately depended on Gu Sheng's wishes. If his sister truly had no inclination towards romance, then separation was inevitable. His sister was now a major celebrity. Although she had been married before, it was merely an agreement without children, hardly significant. He had numerous eligible suitors eagerly waiting to be introduced to Gu Sheng. As everyone settled into their seats, Li Muse suppressed his excitement, ready to witness the unfolding drama. When Gu Song suddenly spoke up, expressing his bewilderment candidly, "Mr. Li, what are you still doing here? You're neither family nor friend. Why intrude upon our gathering?" Li Muse's expression froze, realizing Gu Song's utter lack of social tact. When Yu Song glanced at the scene and waved his hand dismissively, "Never mind, Muse. You may attend to your own affairs." Li Muse's expression darkened for a fleeting moment, but he soon donned a gentle smile. "Understood, father," he replied, turning away, only for his countenance to cloud once more. He was determined to see how far the Gu family could progress without the Wen family's business collaborations. Should a divorce indeed transpire, the family banquet commenced in earnest. After all, the two families remained in-laws, and the atmosphere was notably harmonious. When Wen Heng engaged in conversation with Gu's father about business, reminiscing over the numerous projects they had collaborated on over the past 2 years, gradually steering the discussion towards the impressive performance of Gu Song's company. Although Wen Heng did not vocalize it, envy simmered within him. Had Wen Heng not abruptly aspired to be a star in his teenage years, he would undoubtedly be faring better than Gu's son at present. With both children entrenched in the entertainment industry, did they not require joint efforts in their daily endeavors? Gu's mother hit the nail on the head. Her gaze remained steady as she looked at the elder members of both families, anticipating their continued unity. When Wen Heng, having heard this, let out a cold snort. Their schedules seem rather hectic. Gu Sheng stole a glance at Wen Heng, pondering his sudden seriousness. Logically speaking, Wen Heng should also desire a separation, unless he sought to bind her through pain. In that case, the marriage would be even more untenable. Resolute, Gu Sheng decided that now that everyone was present, a definitive discussion was imperative. Gu's parents had also heard about the play in which Gu Sheng had secured the leading role, and they were quite taken aback by her progress. For years, her thoughts had been consumed by Wen Heng, distancing her from her family, and after their marriage, her sole focus had been on how to win his affection. Despite Gu Song's assertions that Gu Sheng no longer loved Wen Heng, witnessing her involvement in projects with him contradicted this claim. Thus, when Wen Heng broached the crux of the matter, "You two have been married for almost 2 years now. With both of you preoccupied with work, what are your thoughts on your marriage?" The focal point of the evening had arrived. 2 years had passed, and the agreement was soon to expire. Should they continue? That was the question at hand. Gu Sheng spoke first. "I have matured considerably since then. My previous relentless pursuit of Wen Heng was misguided, and I have come to realize that." Her parents were taken aback, but in Gu Song's knowing glance, they felt a surge of relief. Although the Gu family might struggle to expand without the formidable partnership of the Wen family, if Gu Sheng truly wished to sever ties, they would not force her into a union for the sake of ambition. Gu Sheng discerned the unspoken sentiments in their eyes. She thought to herself that the original owner of this body had indeed been somewhat misguided to cling so desperately to the male protagonist while neglecting such a worthy family. It seemed that once she moved out of Huading, she ought to devote more filial piety. Wen Heng realized he must contribute to the conversation. He had prepared his thoughts and was about to speak when he heard the system emit a chime. "You did that on purpose," he remarked. Gu Sheng heard it too. Love's 37th pain. Anxious and urgent. Pain level, 5, 10. Gu Sheng questioned, "Why is there again a range?" Wen Heng, understanding the implication, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that upon opening his mouth, he would be seized by a fit of coughing. I believe cough. Cough, it can be, not. The servant, suddenly tense, stepped forward to offer water, but was waved off by Wen Heng. I felt a cough rising, yet I could not speak clearly. Gu Sheng remarked, "Goodness, once again my voice is being silenced." Gu Song added, "Is it that Wen Heng is merely a pretty face, yet his body fails him? In that case, separation is indeed necessary." As Wen Heng coughed and rose, attempting to bypass Gu Song, Gu Sheng cast an understanding glance towards the elder generations. Wen Heng was anxious. No one understood his aversion to marriage better than Wen Song. Thus, he profoundly misinterpreted Wen Heng's intentions, believing that his coughing fit was a manifestation of his desire to express the need for divorce. The marriage had been coerced upon him by the Wen family, and observing the current state of affairs, it was clear that the Wen family was not adamantly pursuing a partnership with the Gu family. Wen Song had come to a resolution.
Wen Heng está mered? No.
It's not. Cough, it's just water. Gu Song interjected. Enough, do not speak further. Gu Sheng affirmed. I understand completely. Gu Song glanced at his parents and then met Wen Song's furrowed brow, stating, I believe we all comprehend the sentiments being expressed here. Wen Heng felt as though he was burning from within, believing his bronchial tubes were aflame. He stood once more, moving towards Gu Sheng, coughing, I don't. Enough. Wen Song could not bear to listen any longer. Do not speak. I will call a doctor to examine you. The parents of the Gu family nodded, exchanging knowing glances. Then it is settled. When the agreement expires next month, we shall proceed with the divorce. The head of the family pronounced decisively. Just as Wen Heng's hand was about to rest on Gu Sheng's shoulder, she stood up, declaring, I agree. With the consent of the parties involved, there was little left to discuss. Wen Heng felt an overwhelming emotion swell within him, a bitter, unspeakable sensation filling his heart. Why am I not burning? Wen Heng questioned the system. The system replied, your eagerness has automatically diminished. Diminished to what? Your heart is ashen. Wen Heng muttered, damn it. Chapter 39. The Downward Slope. Wen Heng was in a foul mood and the entire team was aware of it. Yet, recently, their work had become particularly focused, with the team treading carefully around Wen Heng, fearful of being frozen by his indifferent and piercing gaze. During a break, an assistant discreetly inquired of Chang Yan. What is going on with Wen Heng? Chang Yan, peering through the glass at Wen Heng, who was seated before the camera for a brand promotional shoot, noted the coldness in the man's demeanor, which only heightened the oppressive atmosphere. The photographer hesitated to offer suggestions, fearing Wen Heng's sharp rebuke. Chang Yan sighed, contemplating the gravity of the situation. What could possibly be wrong? His wife is on the verge of leaving. He dismissed idle gossip as unhelpful, nudging the assistant to fetch clothing for Wen Heng. The assistant grumbled, but hurried off to complete the task. Chang Yan sighed again, realizing that with Wen Heng's current popularity, the internet would surely erupt if the situation escalated. Ideally, it would be best if Wen Heng could maintain his marriage before the formal divorce. Chang Yan thought to himself that it would be wonderful if both of their hands could clasp together harmoniously. After the shoot concluded, Wen Heng bid farewell to the photographer and the brand representatives. Despite his low spirits and the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him, his professionalism remained unwavering, resulting in an impressively high rate of production. The somber aura of the day strangely complemented the dark gray tones of the main image, causing the brand representatives to marvel at the unedited shots, exclaiming in admiration at the prowess of the renowned artist. Upon exiting the studio and settling into the luxury vehicle, Wen Heng closed his eyes to gather his thoughts in the quiet back seat, where neither the driver nor his agent dared to utter a word. After a brief respite, he opened his phone to find the bustling discussions in the fan community surrounding Gu Sheng, who is currently participating in an offline brand event.
Oh.
Today is a day of separate endeavors for us. Although we are apart, Sister Sheng looks stunning, accompanied by a flurry of images showcasing her elegance in a delicate dress, her wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, and her charming peach blossom eyes lightly accentuated as she held a glass of champagne. Ah, she is truly beautiful. Sister is indeed a daughter of a prestigious family, so exquisite. If only Wen Go were here with her, it would be an absolutely breathtaking sight. Regrettably, Wen Heng was not present. Standing beside Gu Sheng was Du Yanji, equally resplendent and serving as the spokesperson for a cosmetics line. Both exuded remarkable charm as they gently clinked their glasses of champagne. Wen Heng lowered his gaze, an indescribable emotion flickering in his eyes. The comments section was abuzz with excitement, as numerous fans expressed their admiration for Wen Heng's stunning wife. Oblivious to the fact that he was quietly observing the conversation using a secondary account, Wen Heng pondered, can I truly find solace in this? Unaffected by the chaos, Gu Sheng glowed with radiance. Locking his phone, he caught a glimpse of his own dark and troubled expression reflected in the screen. This realization made him feel like a clown, ugly, yet uncertain of how to alter his circumstances. The divorce had already received the approval of both families, and, most crucially, Gu Sheng no longer held affection for him. Thus, even without external interference, his words had lost their significance. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Wen Heng sighed and turned to his phone to seek advice from someone knowledgeable about relationships. Qi was taken aback upon receiving Wen Heng's message, staring blankly for a full 5 minutes. How does one pursue someone? The simplicity of the 4 characters seemed utterly absurd when applied to Wen Heng. Pursuing someone? Wen Heng had always possessed a strikingly handsome visage that garnered attention since childhood. Qi, a year or 2 younger, and having trailed in Wen Heng's shadow even as they entered the entertainment industry together, was acutely aware of the multitude of women who had sought Wen Heng's affections. Their marriage had been the result of Gu Sheng's relentless pursuit over several years, culminating in an alliance forged by their families. The notion of pursuing someone was foreign to Wen Heng, yet here he was, inquiring about it.
What a predicament.
Qi mused, realizing not only had Wen Heng fallen, but he was also at risk of losing her. As he contemplated Gu Sheng's enchanting visage, the situation seemed less surreal. After all, his sister-in-law was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Were it not for her infatuation leading her to marry Wen Heng, there would likely be countless suitors lining up, each eager to claim her heart. Qi seemed to have been brainwashed by the fervor of his fans, believing that the two should be bound together and not divorce. Thus, he eagerly offered advice. First and foremost, you must express your love, brother. How do I express it? The word love must be spoken aloud. Have you ever said it, brother? I have. Really? What did you say? After a precise mental search, Wen Heng recalled the answer. It was something he had uttered before the first recording of a dating reality show to Gu Sheng. He had stated, I do not love you, brother. You deserve to be without a wife. Gu Sheng's offline event proceeded remarkably well, attracting a plethora of fans, some of whom were supporters of Du Yanji. But the majority were devoted to Gu Sheng. Without being tied to Wen Heng this time, Gu Sheng genuinely felt her burgeoning popularity. Sister is so beautiful. I must buy. I must splurge. Thank you to the brand for taking care of our Sheng. Gu Sheng flawlessly engaged with the audience, flashing her perfect smile at the cameras of the fans, their hands trembling slightly as they held their equipment. The human wrench, Gu Sheng. If it weren't for knowing you have a husband, we would all want to be your wives. However, unbeknownst to them, a prominent supporter within Gu Sheng's fan group had invested heavily, single-handedly boosting sales by several million. Impressive, indeed. We are in awe. Sister Sheng will surely know of your contribution. Gu Song lounged with his legs crossed, glancing at the orders before looking up at Fu Chonghe. I'll send you something soon. My sister is the spokesperson. Wow, endorsing an international brand? Gu Sheng is remarkable. Fu Chonghe was astonished. Gu Song wore an expression of uncontainable pride. She was indeed destined for stardom. Noticing Gu Song's elevated mood, Fu Chonghe could not resist asking, is there good news? Gu Song casually replied, my sister is about to divorce, you might, well, never mind. You're not good enough. Fu Chonghe, who do you look down upon? Yet. When he considered Gu Sheng's visage, her current fame, and juxtaposed it with her ex-husband's looks and status, he realized it was indeed a bit out of reach. It was undeniably impressive. He often bought and wore the items, never one to refuse a gift. Gu Song himself did not fully comprehend what he had purchased. Lowering his gaze to read the order aloud, flawless powder, long-lasting foundation, and alluring lipstick. Fu Chonghe, do you even need these for yourself? This is mindless spending. Chang Yan had been praising her for the effectiveness of her engagement today, with positive feedback from the fans. As they conversed, they unexpectedly encountered Jin Yueyao, who was rushing to her own event. What a coincidence, enemies crossing paths. The industry was well aware of their previous entanglements, and now with Jin Yueyao endorsing a rival brand, the surrounding staff could not help but glance over, wondering if a confrontation would ensue. Jin Yueyao had come for styling, accompanied by a large makeup team, presenting herself with the grandeur befitting a top-tier celebrity. Congratulations on finally securing an endorsement, Jin Yueyao remarked with a smile. The word finally was pronounced with a subtle undertone. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Dressed in opulence, she leaned elegantly against the makeup table. Embodying the essence of a pampered heiress, her beauty akin to a wild rose, striking yet painfully captivating. Congratulations to you as well, Gu Sheng replied with a cheerful smile. You have also received an endorsement after all. It seems we are quite fated. The notion of fate carried an even greater nuance. Jin Yueyao immediately perceived the implication, and the smile on her face faltered slightly. She waved her hand to summon the professional makeup team while feigning a smile, saying, I've been in the industry longer than you. You should heed some advice. Don't become overly confident simply because someone can provide resources. After all, you only have one endorsement. Should anything jeopardize the brand's image, not only will you lose this opportunity, but future ones may also be difficult to secure. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Thank you for the reminder. It was evident that Jin Yueyao was plotting something. Jin Yueyao cast a sidelong glance at her, a smirk forming within her thoughts. Ever since she learned that Gu Sheng had landed the endorsement, Jin Yueyao had no intention of remaining passive. She was determined to sabotage Gu Sheng's opportunity. She couldn't believe such a prominent brand could withstand the fallout. As Jin Yueyao relished her scheming thoughts, Gu Sheng leaned in to observe her makeup artist. What are you doing? Jin Yueyao inquired curtly. Gu Sheng replied humbly, Your makeup artist seems exceptionally skilled. Jin Yueyao chuckled, adopting an air of superiority. It's a team specifically hired by the company. Gu Sheng expressed genuine admiration. Their technique is impressive. May I capture some photos for my makeup artist to learn from? Jin Yueyao, feeling triumphant, thought, what could be more delightful than being envied by one's own family? Go ahead, ISN to your artist rather lacking? They could use the practice. All right, Gu Sheng laughed as she snapped a few pictures. Jin Yueyao, feeling slightly foolish, added that she should learn from herself as well. That day, the official account shared images from the brand event, placing Du Yanji and Gu Sheng on trending topics. Both attended the event adorned with the new products, with Gu Sheng's visage serving as a living advertisement for the cosmetics. Oh my gosh, Xingjia. You're breathtaking. I fully support you. This time, Xingjia's beauty stands alone, and she is undeniably stunning. Initially, the comments were quite ordinary. However, it wasn't long before the sentiment beneath the trending topic began to shift, with numerous trolls questioning the choice of spokesperson. Not a single noteworthy work, yet trending quite a bit. Could we do without the sister? I mean, Du Yanji is undisputed, given his numerous accolades. But ISN it a bit underwhelming to choose Gu Sheng? I've been a fan for years, but this time I'm disappointed. Why choose an artist with no works who previously threw shade at other female stars? Let us boycott Gu Sheng as an artist. Boycott. Fans of Gu Sheng were nearly driven to despair. Those familiar with the fan circle understood that it was evident these were mere sour grapes attempting to drag Du Yanji's fans down with them. A glance at the profiles of these detractors revealed either fake accounts or fans of Jin Yueyao who hadn't completely shed their former allegiance. Old grievances combined with new resentments, and a fierce battle ensued between the two factions. Fan disputes have always been peak moments for traffic. The Changyan team swiftly recognized the situation, guiding it promptly while reaching out to the brand representatives, urging them to remain unprovoked by the maliciously spread rumors. Changyan had not anticipated this turn of events and could only look up at his artist, Gu Sheng, and inquire what she had divulged. Gu Sheng replied with a smile, stating that she had sent them a few photographs. President Sheng had long harbored disdain for this parasitic brand, and now that they had attempted to create trouble for his brand, Gu Sheng's suggestion was simply to his liking. Gu Sheng was indeed a talent. He increasingly felt that he had made the right choice in signing her. Just as Jin Yueyao was gloating over the comments berating Gu Sheng on trending searches, a new hot topic emerged. Spokesperson Jin Yueyao does not use the products she endorses. The images on the trending search showcased Jin Yueyao being pampered by the makeup team. Her vanity table overflowing with luxury brand products, yet conspicuously absent, was the very product she endorsed. Indeed, why doesn't the spokesperson use her own endorsed brand? To fleece the fans, promoting domestic products while indulging in luxury brands, not implying that domestic products are inferior, merely stating the contrast. Immediately following this, another trending topic exploded: new powder foundation ingredient issues, excessive marketing. The concerns Gu Sheng had considered when initially declining the endorsement now erupted in full force. Beneath the trending topic, numerous victims overshadowed by marketing began to emerge. Wow, it's this brand. I broke out using their powder. I directly had an allergic reaction. Can't you allocate some of your marketing funds to improve the product? Jin Yueyao has flopped. No wonder she doesn't use what she endorses. Watching this, it's truly pitiful for Jin Yueyao's fans. They are merely the protagonist as fodder. Gu Sheng's trending topic quickly waned, while Jin Yueyao ascended to the top. now facing the full brunt of online scrutiny. Jin Yueao had intended to tarnish Gu Sheng's reputation but inadvertently ensnared herself, now inundated with public relations calls. Jin Yueao was left dumbfounded. Gu Sheng. This time, Jin Yueao truly felt her face had been shattered, nearly fainting from the anger. Gu Sheng chuckled, of course. Although it is arduous, the career is worth the toil. Before her assistant departed, they reminded her sister. Take care of your health. I know. This sensation of mutual non-interference was truly remarkable. The thought of complete freedom after marriage made her even more exhilarated. As Gu Sheng hummed a tune and entered her room, the door to Wen Heng's room finally opened. Gu Sheng was a mature and astute artist. Today, she did not even need to intervene, having already resolved the situation beautifully. This was a positive outcome, yet in certain respects, it might not be entirely favorable. Wen Heng's gaze sharpened slightly. Qi Qing remarked that if one cannot articulate, then one should act more. He reluctantly believed this. Gu Sheng's handwriting was somewhat chaotic and appeared disorderly, while Wen Heng's was exceptionally elegant, every stroke precise and powerful, reminiscent of the standard excellent calligraphy she had encountered before.
What do you need from me?
Gu Sheng queried. Puzzled. After flipping through the pages, she discovered numerous notes and reflections, which diverged from their initial audition experiences. Some sentiments they had encountered while rehearsing at home were meticulously documented by Wen Heng. It must be said that Gu Sheng held great admiration for Wen Heng's dedication. That night, she immersed herself in Wen Heng's notes, profoundly feeling a connection with Li Shuang, as if she were Li Shuang herself. The following day, she set out with unwavering confidence to attend the meeting for backtracking. Gu Sheng felt remarkably self-assured about this. However, upon entering the car, Wen Heng closed her eyes to rest, her somber demeanor lingering, suggesting she and T had a good night's sleep. Recalling the notes from the previous evening, Gu Sheng took the initiative to inquire, Teacher Wen, did you not sleep well? The title conveyed respect, yet lacked intimacy. Wen Heng opened her eyes, stifling a sigh. They hadn't even divorced yet, and there was already a sense of estrangement. Her expression darkened further. Gu Sheng, oblivious to Wen Heng's emotions, saw that they had arrived at their destination, and both exited the vehicle. The meeting primarily involved director Wang Yan and the screenwriter. As soon as they noticed Wen Heng and Gu Sheng's arrival, the gazes of the other actors and attendants converged upon them. With nearly everyone present, Director Wang scanned the room, prepared to commence, when a melodious voice interrupted. I'm sorry, Director Wang, I was delayed buying coffee for everyone. Gu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the speaker, Lan Xintong. It was previously mentioned that the role of the third female lead was to be recast, and it turned out she was the replacement. Gu Sheng was not surprised. Given Lan Xintong's charming aura, it was hardly astonishing that she could join a popular production. TSK, men. Gu Sheng mused. They weren't even divorced yet. TSK. The observing system interjected, ding, a ship has been formed. Gu Sheng. Director Wang held a favorable impression of Lan Xintong, especially since she had brought coffee for everyone, so he said nothing. Xintong, please take a seat, and we shall begin. Opportunities to work with renowned directors were scarce, especially with the esteemed Wen Heng present, prompting all actors to be exceptionally earnest. As Director Wang guided the scene, occasionally standing to adjust positions, Gu Sheng quickly found her rhythm, fully engaged. He glanced at Wen Heng, pondering whether she had quarreled with her partner. Noting her somewhat gloomy disposition, preoccupied with these thoughts, he became distracted during a dialogue exchange with Gu Sheng, failing to connect. Lan Xintong promptly apologized to Director Wang. I'm sorry, Director. I've had limited time to prepare for the script. Han Zhen, standing nearby, kindly supported her. We all know your capabilities. Director Wang internally acknowledged that Lan Xintong's earlier performance did not quite reflect her talent, yet he refrained from voicing his critique. Gu Sheng, interrupted in her lines, let out a soft click of her tongue. This sound was slight, easily overlooked, yet Lan Xintong suddenly spoke earnestly. I apologize, Teacher Gu. I understand your dissatisfaction. Could you please allow me a little more time? The sincerity and vulnerability in her words struck a chord with Han Zhen, who felt compelled to reassure her. Xintong, you don't need to go to such lengths. Lan Xintong glanced at Wen Heng, shaking her head. I am aware that I've taken over someone else's role. But rest assured, Teacher Gu, I will strive to catch up. Gu Sheng furrowed her brow in silence, while Wen Heng remained voiceless. Han Zhen observed that Wen Heng had no intention of standing up for Gu Sheng and remarked, Xintong, when it comes to experience, your time in this circle and the body of work you have amassed far surpass others. You should not be so lacking in confidence. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became exceedingly delicate. Although director Wang Yan held a greater certainty in Gu Sheng's capabilities, there was merit in what was said. The crux of the matter lay in his inability to discern Wen Heng's true intentions, which only served to intensify his irritation towards the man. It was all his doing. At that moment, Lan Xintong turned her gaze towards Wen Heng with a look of helplessness. Teacher Wen, do you feel the same? If you believe I am inadequate, I can forgo this role. She was acutely aware that she was among the few filmmakers recognized by Wen Heng in the industry. Wen Heng shifted his focus to Lan Xintong, who grew increasingly bashful under his gaze. Her cheeks flushed. Gu Sheng, arms crossed, thought to herself, look at this. They aren't even apart yet, and it's already like this. That scoundrel. Wen Heng awaited the final 3 seconds of the countdown, and the system's warning of pain finally arrived.
Beep.
38. Blood flowing profusely. Pain level, 9. Wen Heng clicked his tongue inwardly. Not ideal, but manageable. Gu Sheng also heard the notification and viciously thought, may that scoundrel suffer dearly. Today, she would not allow him to touch her, no matter where she had to run. With Wen Heng silent, Lan Xintong seized the moment to present her script, regarding the line that Teacher Gu was dissatisfied with. What do you think? As expected, Wen Heng extended his hand to take the script. Lan Xintong felt an immense sense of pride and couldn't resist stealing a glance at his wife. However, the next moment, she witnessed Wen Heng's hand suddenly begin to bleed profusely, resembling a flowing stream. Lan Xintong exclaimed, "You've injured me." Wen Heng held his hand aloft with an impassive expression. Both director Wang and the screenwriter were taken aback, but given the alarming amount of blood, it appeared he had genuinely hurt himself. This was ill-fated. Coldly, Wen Heng made a decisive choice. The third female role would be recast. She had never been his selection in the first place, and her snide remarks towards Gu Sheng warranted her dismissal. His marriage had yet to be mended, and he could not tolerate chaotic individuals complicating matters further. Lan Xintong, caught off guard, found herself ousted by the male lead. Gu Sheng remarked, I almost forgot. Dismantling does not end well. Was Wen Heng truly impressive? Skillfully manipulating the system to gain sympathy? Was he playing the victim?